Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 2055 to Chapter 2105. As the clone spoke, black aura began seeping out from his wounds. Just like before, it had been forced out by the energy within his body. This kind of injury won't last long on my body. I can't find the air of degeneration anymore. Ah. With a cry of agony, the clone lowered his head and saw that Xianxia's sword had pierced somewhere else. It's fine. You can stab me again after you recover. I'm not tired at all. The clone's veins were twitching uncontrollably. If he could, he would have killed that fool with a single slap. But in the end, he still decided to stop. Dragging his injured body, he flew around the area. Just as he had guessed, the concentration of the air of degeneration was indeed different. It did not take him too long to find the location with the highest concentration. Unlike before, this was the location with the least amount of debris and the most plants. Thick vines coiled around the corner of the wall, completely covering a short part of the wall. After confirming the location, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his finger, over 100 formation flags flew out and formed a wall of air around him. After that was done, he floated above the vines and said, "Palace Master Du, I am the head of the 7-star pavilion. I have no ties with the Hall of Gods. I know that you are below, so I'll have to ask you to come out and treat your injuries. Otherwise, you won't be able to last an incense's time under the corrosion of the air of degeneration. Your internal organs and meridians are already showing signs of collapsing. You won't even be able to breathe." Palace Master Du had been severely injured by Fu Chenzi's sneak attack. It would have been difficult for her to survive in the outside world, let alone the air of degeneration that was seeping into her body through her wounds, corroding and destroying her internal energy. If she did not expel it quickly, even as a semi-divinity realm expert, she would not be able to last an incense's time. Hong Long, vines who? The vines exploded, and the copper-masked Palace Master Du flew out. Her body was trembling uncontrollably, and it seemed like she was in great pain. However, her body remained upright, and a cold gleam shone in her eyes. The altar was fake. She was afraid that the person in front of her had already seen through it. Just like before, it was another ruse. Those from the Hall of Gods had no emotions. As long as they could accomplish their goals, the deaths of a few of them meant nothing to them. Furthermore, the other party had many means at his disposal. Even though it seemed like he had been killed, there was no way to tell whether it was just a smokescreen or not. Thus, even though the young man had said that he would save her, she still refused to believe him. "I have already hidden the altar in the depths of the city of collapsed space. No one will be able to find it. Stop dreaming. If you want to, just kill me. I won't fall for your tricks." Palace Du of Hall. You. Palace Master. Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. With a flick of his finger, a gourd flew over, and under his control, it floated quietly before the other party. "Drink the recovery medicine in this gourd. Otherwise, even if I don't do anything, you won't be able to survive." The other party was right. Her internal organs had already been corroded by the air of degeneration, and her Jinqi had already been sapped dry. The severity of her injuries was several times worse than Elder Baiye's. If not for the fact that her body had undergone a metamorphosis as a semi-divinity realm cultivator, she would have been dead by now. The other party was right. Her internal organs had been corroded by the air of degeneration, and her energy had been sapped dry. Her injuries were several times worse than Elder Baiye's. If not for her cultivation reaching semi-divinity realm, she would have been dead by now. After drinking the water, her face turned livid. A moment later, she spurted a mouthful of blood. It was not crimson but black. As soon as it landed on the ground, a black aura burst forth from it and dispersed into the surroundings, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This, Palace Master Du widened her eyes in disbelief. She was well aware of the situation in the city of collapsed space. It was due to this that she was able to set up a formation in advance to deal with the Hall of Gods. As soon as the air of degeneration seeped into her body, all she had to do was drink a bottle of water. "Who in the world are you?" Palace Master Du asked. It was impossible for the Hall of Gods to resolve her affliction so easily. Furthermore, she had never heard of the other party being able to neutralize the air of degeneration in the city of collapsed space. This could only mean that the other party was not in cahoots with Xianxia and the others. As I have explained to you earlier, I am the head of the 7-star pavilion, Lu Yang. I am here to look for you, not for the altar, but to ask you about some matters. Xianxia clasped his fist. You want to ask me about some matters? That's right. Palace Master Du is the deity whom you met in the vacant sea. Lozozi? Xianxia asked nervously. Hearing those words, Palace Master Du frowned. Seeing that Palace Master Du was unwilling to speak, Xianxia took out the pendant around his neck and said, "You should be able to recognize this object." Shark One and the other beasts were able to recognize it with just a glance. If Palace Master Du was the one who summoned Lozozi down to the lower realms, she should be familiar with it. This is the token of the spirit god? Palace Master Du's body jolted as she retreated 2 steps backward. Are you Xianxia? Hall Master Du? That's right. Xianxia nodded. His disguise disappeared, and he reverted back to his original appearance. Elder Jiang Yao of Starchaser Palace pays respect to Hall Master Zhang. After confirming Xianxia's identity, Palace Master Du kneeled on the floor and kowtowed. Jiang Yao? Xianxia frowned. They had not fought much earlier, but Palace Master Du had already been severely injured by a sneak attack, so he had not used the Library of Heaven's Path. He had thought that she was the real Palace Master Du, so how did she end up becoming an elder? Removing her bronze mask, Palace Master Du revealed the appearance of a middle-aged woman. The Hall of Gods came to force the altar, so our sect leader instructed me to disguise myself as her and come to the city of collapsed space to find a way to kill them. As for her, she hid the altar in a special place, and it isn't here at all. This? Xianxia blinked his eyes in bewilderment. As expected of the head of a palace, none of the semi-divinity realm experts were to be underestimated. He had thought that Starchaser Palace Master Du had fallen for their trap, but in the end, it turned out that the Hall of Gods was the one who had fallen for their trap instead. It seemed like they knew that the First Elder and the others wouldn't be able to hold on for long, so they intentionally leaked false information to the Hall of Gods. This was to lure the Hall of Gods to the city of collapsed space with a fake altar, and they even vowed to protect it with their lives. Your cultivation, understanding this, Xianxia frowned. Didn't the 6 sects only have a single slot every century? Why would an unknown semi-divinity realm expert suddenly appear in Starchaser Palace? It's the god blood. Jiang Yao said. Xianxia nodded in realization. The god that Du Qingyuan summoned was able to create the blackback tortoise and the 3 serpentine sharks with just a few droplets of her blood, and even the oceanic creatures were able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. As the summoner, the head of Starchaser Palace must have obtained quite a bit of her blood as well. With that, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to create a semi-divinity realm cultivator. However, this matter was extremely secretive. This Jiang Yao should be the sect leader's most private and secret force, just like Elder Feng. That was why the news had not been leaked, and almost no one knew about it. After all, a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm did not require a heavenly tribulation. As long as one did it discreetly, it would be easy for one to fool others. Where's your sect master now? After asking a few questions, Xianxia realized that the other party didn't know anything about Lozozi. Sect leader Zhang has said that if sect leader Zhang of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion asks me about it, I must answer him honestly. Jiang Yao smiled bitterly. The sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Xianxia frowned. He had thought that the reason why Xianxia addressed him as sect leader was because of the 7-star pavilion and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but when did he become the sect leader as well? Didn't that mean that 3 out of the 6 sects were now in charge? It's... Jiang Yao looked at him in confusion. The entire Forsaken Continent knows about this matter, so surely you should be aware of it. Let's leave this place first. Find a way to contact Palace Master Du and tell her that Xianxia is looking for her. As for how we should deal with the Hall of Gods, we'll have to come up with another plan, Xianxia said. All right. Jiang Yao nodded. The 2 of them returned the way they had come. As bizarre as the city of collapsed space was, the 2 of them did not encounter too much danger. An hour later, they returned to the sky above the desert once more. I'll contact Palace Master Du first. After leaving that strange place, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought that she would surely die in this mission, but who could have thought that she would be saved by sect leader Xianxia? She took out her communication jade token and set up a unique formation to send a message. A moment later, she turned around and said, I have already sent the message. I'll be returning to Starchaser Palace now. If I'm not mistaken, Palace Master Du will return as soon as she receives news that I'm safe. Xianxia nodded. Riding on Shark One, the two of them quickly made their way back to the Sea of Exiled Stars. In a distant dimension, Palace Master Du Qingyuan of Starchaser Palace was standing before the altar, muttering something beneath her breath. The altar emanated a unique energy, causing flames to burn on its surface. Some time later, an illusory figure appeared above the altar. What's the matter? The figure's voice sounded like it had transcended time itself. I wish to meet the spirit god. Du Qingyuan kneeled onto the floor. The spirit god has already left, and she won't be meeting you, the illusory figure replied calmly. Du Qingyuan paused for a moment before continuing, then, I have something to report. The Hall of Gods has made a move against the six sects, and the opening time of the Azure Bridge has changed. I suspect that something has happened to the Hall of Gods, so I wish to inform the spirit god of this matter, Du Qingyuan said. Something has happened? The illusory figure frowned. Do you have any news? Do you have any guesses as to why such a phenomenon would occur? I do have some guesses, but I can't be too sure. Du Qingyuan nodded. For the Hall of Gods to interfere in the affairs of the mundane world and snatch the altar, I suspect that it has something to do with, boom, but before she could finish her words, the space not too far away suddenly warped, and a figure abruptly appeared before her. With a light squeeze, the figure on the altar immediately burst like bubbles. Following which, the burning altar struggled for a moment before falling into the other party's palm. Seeing that even the illusory figure of the spirit god was unable to withstand the other party's attack, Du Qingyuan narrowed her eyes in astonishment. Just as she was about to make a move, the figure who had appeared suddenly turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Palace Master Du, we meet again. It's really you? Du Qingyuan's heart immediately sank to the bottom of a glacier. Recommending a book to a friend, Supernatural Games. Feel free to take a look at it. Half a day later, Xianxia and Xianxia returned to Starchaser Palace. First Elder Xiaoyu couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Xianxia. She thought that their parting would last forever, but who could have thought that she would return alive? It's all thanks to sect leader Xianxia. Xianxia explained. Sect leader Xianxia? Sect leader Zhang of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Xianxia nodded. Is sect leader Zhang back yet? Xiaoyu shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. I sent a message to her as soon as I was safe, and she should have returned by now. Why isn't she here yet? The place that Xianxia had gone to wasn't as far away as the city of collapsed space. Logically speaking, she should have returned first, so why wasn't there any news from her? Let's wait for a while. She might have been delayed by something. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Our sect leader is powerful, and no one knows that she has left secretly. Even you and I aren't aware of it. She shouldn't be in any danger. Xiangyao nodded. They had no idea when Xianxia had left and where she had gone, but they were certain that she wasn't as far away as the city of collapsed space. After arranging Xianxia's lodging, the two elders began to panic when they saw that Du Qingyuan was still nowhere to be seen. Let's head to the Hall of Worship and contact sect leader Zhang. Xiangyao frowned. They had been with Palace Master Du for more than 1,000 years, so they were well aware of her temperament. As long as she received news, she would have rushed back without any delay. Yet, there was no news from her at all. Could it be that she was in danger? They quickly made their way to the Hall of Worship. In a spacious room, they saw an altar similar to the one they had seen before. There was no pressure from the gods on this altar, so it was unlikely that they had sacrificed any god blood. A moment later, flames began to burn on the surface of the altar. Starchaser Palace was able to communicate with gods from other worlds through rituals, let alone those from the same world. The flames began to twist, as if summoning something. Elder Xiangyao dripped 3 droplets of blood into the altar, and the flames began to distort, forming the shape of a human. Just as the flames were about to take form, with a loud pop, the flames suddenly burst apart. Xianxia frowned. He had read books on the rituals of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and such a situation could only mean one thing: something had happened. As expected, upon seeing this sight, Jiang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu's faces paled. Their bodies swayed unsteadily, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. Something happened to the sect leader. What happened? Xianxia asked. Under normal circumstances, the sacrificial altar would send a strand of the sect master's will to confirm her situation before exploding. The sect master is very likely to be in mortal danger. Jiang Yao was very anxious. Xianxia's pupil shrank. The other party had devised several methods in succession and even used Jiang Yao to lure the people from the temple away. Could it be that they had still been discovered? If that was really the case, then the divine palace was really too terrifying. What do we do now? Jiang Yao looked at First Elder Zhao Yu, who was not far away. In order to ensure her safety, the sect master didn't tell anyone when she left. Even they didn't know where she had gone. Since they didn't know her exact location, it was likely that she had hidden all possible routes. How were they supposed to find her then? After a moment of hesitation, First Elder Zhao Yu flicked her wrist and took out a jade token. Before leaving, the sect leader instructed us to crush this jade token if she doesn't return. After saying those words, she crushed the jade token lightly. Wang, there was a flash of light, and a line of words floated into the air. If I don't return, I am to appoint Xianxia of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as the new sect leader. Heed his commands and heed his every command. This, after reading the words on the jade token, First Elder Zhao Yu and First Elder Jiang Yao glanced at one another before hurriedly turning their gazes over. Xianxia was also dumbfounded. Palace Master Du actually left a message for him to become the new sect leader. What was going on? Is your Palace Master this person? Xianxia pondered for a moment before tapping his finger. A silhouette of a person appeared before him. It was the deity who had appeared from the heavens to take away Sovereign Qinyang's soul back then. It's her. First Elder Zhao Yu nodded. As I thought, Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had already guessed this when he found out that the person in Starchaser Palace was an otherworldly demon who had absorbed the spiritual energy of the Mercury. He had thought that he would be able to meet her soon, so he didn't ask anyone about it. Who could have thought that something would happen? That person knew about his relationship with Lozozi, as well as where the latter had gone. If something were to happen to her, he would have lost his source of information. After confirming the other party's identity, he finally understood why the other party wanted him to become the new sect leader. The only one in the world who could cause a semi-divinity realm cultivator to go through such a drastic change was the Hall of Gods. And the only one who could stand against the Hall of Gods was him, the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, who had comprehended the God's sword intent. Of course, while others might not know the names of Lu Yang, Xingyang, and the others, Du Qingyuan, who had saved Wu Chen, had definitely heard of them. Perhaps she had already guessed that they were the same person. That was also why she had decided to pass the position of the head of Starchaser Palace to him. With this, the four sects would be able to ally with one another to deal with the Hall of Gods. Sect leader Jiang Yao and Xian turned to Xian and said, since the sect leader has made such a decision, she must have her own plans. What do you think we should do? The two of them had seen Xian summon 4 semi-divinity realm-tamed beasts with their own eyes, so they didn't doubt his strength. Furthermore, since the sect leader had already made such a decision, they would just have to follow her orders. Since Palace Master Du has said so, I'll accept the position of the head of Starchaser Palace. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had long been at odds with the Hall of Gods. Since that was the case, there was no harm in bringing another sect along. Besides, Starchaser Palace could find a way to communicate with Lozozi. Alright, we'll begin preparing for the inauguration ceremony. Sect leader Zhang, you should rest for the time being. Most likely, the other 5 sects will be here tomorrow to witness the inauguration ceremony. First Elder Zhao Yu said with a smile. The 5 sects had already gathered for the Azure Bridge, and most of them should be here tomorrow. Since that was the case, it would be good for them to witness the inauguration ceremony together. She had no idea why Xianxia wanted the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to take charge of Starchaser Palace, but once she did so, it would mean that the two sects would be on good terms with one another. Even the Hall of Gods would have to restrain itself a little. Alright, Xianxia nodded. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to become the head of any sect. In any case, he would just have to leave the matter to someone else. While the two elders were making preparations for the inauguration ceremony, Xianxia was also in a good mood. Without any hesitation, he headed straight to the library of Starchaser Palace. Even though his cultivation had reached the high immortal realm, he was still unable to advance further. He had to gather more cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Half a day later, after leaving the library, Xianxia found himself a silent chamber. As expected of a sect that was able to communicate with the gods, Starchaser Palace had countless cultivation techniques and secret manuals, far surpassing those of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and Seven Star Pavilion. This was especially so for their research on the soul, which far surpassed those of the other sections. With a thought, the light in the library flickered, and a high immortal tier Heaven's Path soul art appeared. Following which, Xianxia compiled all of the high immortal tier cultivation techniques together with those of the other three sections. Soon, a new book appeared. There are only 3 flaws, and they can be fixed with just a few treasures. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after browsing through the book. There weren't too many high immortal tier cultivation techniques in Starchaser Palace, but there were plenty of annotations and insights. Assimilating them all into the book, Xianxia was able to fix the flaws in the book down to just 3. Water of heavy silver, metal of star glory, and leaf-sucking grass, the 3 flaws corresponded to 3 treasures, and each of them was extremely valuable. Their value was on par with that of the diamond crystal. Leaf-sucking grass. I managed to obtain quite a few stalks back in the city of collapsed space, and I can use them right away. Furthermore, they are much more potent than ordinary medicinal herbs. Xianxia calculated the treasures in his possession. While the city of collapsed space was fraught with dangers, there were plenty of treasures here. At the very least, he had obtained quite a few leaf-sucking grass, which was more than enough for him to cultivate. As for the metal of star glory, I happened to have one in Bai Xuanqing's storage ring. Back at the Sea of Little Mirror, he had secretly stolen the storage ring of the head of the Black Mirror Citadel, Bai Xianxing. This time, he had discreetly checked the storage ring in Starchaser Palace, and there were quite a few treasures in there. There were 2 heavenly high immortal tier artifacts, as well as all kinds of medicinal herbs, ores, and cultivation resources. In fact, there just so happened to be a metal of star glory. In that case, the only treasure he needed was the water of heavy silver. Just like the dragon orb, the water of heavy silver existed in the depths of the ocean, making it extremely difficult to find. Even the 7-star pavilion, which often sold treasures, was unable to find it. I should head to the ethereal hall to take a look. It would be best if I could buy it and put a bounty on it, since there were records of the water of heavy silver in the books, and it was clear that it was beneficial to his cultivation of Heaven's Path divine arts. It was likely that someone in the world had used it before. Just because the water of heavy silver couldn't be found in the 7-star pavilion and Starchaser Palace didn't mean that it couldn't be found in the ethereal hall. The ethereal hall was located all over the Master Teacher continent, and it sold all kinds of treasures. In terms of the variety of treasures, it was likely that the water of heavy silver far surpassed that of the 7-star pavilion. Even so, I should be able to find some useful information through the ethereal hall. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia quickly left the room and looked for First Elder Zhao Yu. Starchaser Palace is located on Starchaser Island, so there's no barrier between it and the outside world. This is a high immortal tier ethereal token. You can use it to enter the Starchaser Palace. First Elder Zhao Yu passed a ethereal token over. Just like the 7-star pavilion, Starchaser Palace was located in the middle of a large city. There was no need for a network to isolate it, so one could enter the ethereal hall directly. Thank you. Since First Elder Zhao Yu had the ethereal token, there was no need for him to search for it anymore. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia returned to the silent chamber. He was just about to enter the ethereal hall to look for the water of heavy silver when a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. The reason why I was noticed by the Hall of Gods twice was because I was in the ethereal hall. Could it be that the same thing happened this time as well? Back when he was in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he had been besieged by the experts of the Hall of Gods because he had just entered the Ethereal Hall. It was the same for the second time in Greenwave City. He hadn't thought of such a possibility, but now that he saw Xianxia colluding with the Hall of Gods, he couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to the Ethereal Hall. Xianxia was a man of great magnanimity and benevolence. He had admired the other party ever since he was on the Master-Teacher continent. Given his character, there was no way he would side with the Hall of Gods and do something that would harm the Sixth Sex. However, he couldn't say for sure what his subordinate was thinking. After all, he had been in the Azure for several thousand years, and it was only recently that he had come out. There was a good chance that the Ethereal Hall, which had lasted for several thousand years, had lost its leader. Take him for example. Even though he was the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, Seven-Star Pavilion, and Starchaser Palace, he didn't interfere in the affairs of the Ethereal Hall. Most of the elders in the Ethereal Hall wouldn't be able to tell if something had happened to them. I'll know once I give it a try. Holding the jade token in his hand, Xianxia entered the Ethereal Hall once more. The High Immortal Realm Ethereal Hall seemed to be relatively deserted. Xianxia walked up to the receptionist and asked, "Is it possible to buy the water of heavy silver here?" Water of heavy silver? The receptionist was stunned for a moment before flipping through the books. A moment later, she replied with a smile, "Elder, while the water of heavy silver is rare, we do have some in stock in the Ethereal Hall. However, the price is rather high." "How much?" "Around 5 million ethereal coins." The receptionist replied. That was indeed an exorbitant price. "I don't have any ethereal coins on me at the moment, but take a look at this and see if it's possible for you to exchange it for a portion." Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a few jade bottles. The receptionist uncorked the bottle, only to feel concentrated spiritual energy gushing into the air. Her body jolted in disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is the blood of a semi-divinity realm expert?" With the blood of a semi-divinity realm expert, it didn't matter if she used the token that Xianxia had given her or not. After all, she didn't want to owe someone too much of a favor. "Is it enough?" "It's enough, it's definitely enough." The attendant hurriedly turned around. "I'll give you an estimate right now." There were only a handful of semi-divinity realm cultivators on the Forsaken Continent, and the blood essence that they possessed was even rarer. Every single droplet of it harnessed boundless energy, making it incredibly valuable. Yet, the young man before him had actually taken out 3 bottles at once. Even a semi-divinity realm cultivator would not be able to gather that much blood essence even after several decades. Not long after, he returned, and the attendant also handed over 5 jade bottles. "Senior, this is the water of heavy silver. There are 5 bottles in total, and their value is exactly the same as the blood from before." "Yes." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. With so much heavy silver water and the 2 treasures that he had prepared beforehand, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the heavenly high immortal realm. The only thing left was to see if the Hall of Gods would make a move against him. After leaving the Hall of Enlightenment, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to leave Starchaser Palace. Instead, he found a quiet chamber and took out the 3 artifacts. With a tap of his finger, he took out the semi-divinity realm blood essence and gathered the spiritual energy around it. After collecting the corpses of Xianxia and the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods, Xianxia used Little Chick's bath water to cleanse the air of degeneration. The blood essence of a semi-divinity realm cultivator was so valuable that it was practically impossible to find it, but for Xianxia, there were dozens of jade bottles in total. Driving the Heaven's Path Divine Art, Xianxia's cultivation swiftly surged. Heavenly High Immortal Realm Intermediate Stage, Heavenly High Immortal Realm Advanced Stage. An hour later, he had already reached his limit, Heavenly High Immortal Realm. Due to the lack of a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique, this was already the highest level that he had reached so far. It's impossible for a semi-divinity realm cultivation technique to reach the level of a Heaven's Path Divine Art. The only way for me to do so is to find my own path and create my own cultivation technique. Xianxia knew that there was a problem with his cultivation. It was true that the Heaven's Path Divine Art was flawless, but this was also its greatest flaw. He hadn't realized it before, but after his cultivation went berserk, he finally came to a realization. The heavenly Tao was flawed. If even the heavenly Tao was flawed, how could a cultivation technique be flawless? The longer one cultivated a flawless cultivation technique, the greater one's dependence on it would become. Eventually, without a flawless cultivation technique, one would be unable to cultivate it anymore, and the will of degeneration would only grow stronger and stronger. As time went by, it would become one's greatest inner demon. Putting everything aside, Xianxia had been cultivating flawless cultivation techniques ever since he was on the master-teacher continent, so he had already developed a strong reliance on them. As long as his cultivation technique did not reach the required level, he would not cultivate it. Since he knew that it was impossible for him to gather a complete set of semi-divinity realm cultivation technique manuals, he might as well study them himself and create his own. If others could do it, he could do it too. With a thought, Xianxia entered the cultivation chamber in the Library of Heaven's Path. This was a cultivation technique that Luozi had imparted to him using the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn before she left. The flow of time here was 10 times faster than on the master-teacher continent. In other words, a day on the master-teacher continent was 10 days in the Library of Heaven's Path. This allowed him to cultivate at an extremely fast pace. After entering the Azure, Xianxia had thought that the flow of time in the Library of Heaven's Path would be altered, but it was still 10 times faster than on the master-teacher continent. A day in the Azure was equivalent to 100 days in the Library of Heaven's Path. 2 hours in the Library of Heaven's Path was equivalent to 100 hours in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia quickly went through the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula and the other cultivation techniques that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm in his head. Some time later, he drove his Xianxia and spurted a mouthful of blood. His first attempt failed. However, he did not give up. His second attempt failed as well. He tried more than 100 times, but every single time, he failed. It's indeed not that easy to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. It was fortunate that he had little chick's bath water to help him recover from his injuries swiftly. Otherwise, he would have long suffered from cultivation deviation. Feeling extremely fatigued, Xianxia withdrew from the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Taking a look at his surroundings, he noted that less than an incense's time had passed in the Library of Heaven's Path. The Library of Heaven's Path is in my head, so I should be able to analyze it at any time, Xianxia thought as he split a sliver of his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path to study the semi-divinity realm cultivation technique manuals. After cultivating for some time, his cultivation had already reached heavenly high immortal realm. His fighting prowess was already on par with most semi-divinity realm cultivators. This was a good opportunity for him to see if he could lure those from the Hall of Gods over and get some semi-divinity blood or artifacts. Without informing anyone, Xianxia left Starchaser Palace discreetly and headed to a remote region of the ocean. With a flick of his finger, the formation flags fell into the ocean like droplets. The experts of the Hall of Gods were extremely powerful. Even though Xianxia had many means up his sleeves, he dared not let his guard down. He sat on the surface of the ocean and waited for more than 2 hours, but no one came to ambush him. He did not notice anything amiss either. Could it be that the Hall of Gods didn't discover me through me entering the ethereal hall? Xianxia frowned. Given how powerful the Hall of Gods was, there was no way they would have chosen to hide from him just because they had set up a formation around him. Given how long he had been waiting, there was a good chance that they were unaware of his whereabouts. If that was the case, the Hall of Gods did not discover him through the ethereal hall. What could it be then? Xianxia's body tensed up. Could it be because of Consure's token? He had been ambushed twice, and other than entering the ethereal hall, he had even used the token. Could this be the reason why his whereabouts had been exposed? Let's give it a try. With a thought, Xianxia disguised himself so that no one would be able to recognize him. He was Xianxia, Xingyang, and the others, so he entered the ethereal hall once more and passed the token that Conshur had given him over to the attendant. I want Pinnacle Immortal Pills. Bring me as many as you have. Pinnacle Immortal Pills, I'll bring them over right away. The attendant hurriedly left, and an hour later, he returned with 2 jade bottles. We can only find 20 of this grade of jade bottles here. We can't find any more than that, Xianxia nodded. 20 Pinnacle Immortal Pills was not a small sum. Every single one of them was worth 20,000 ethereal coins, and pinnacle immortal pills were 100 times more expensive. In other words, a single pinnacle immortal pill was worth 2 million ethereal coins. 20 pinnacle immortal pills equated to 40 million ethereal coins. Previously, although the price of the water of heavy silver was very expensive, it was nothing compared to these few pills. Leaving the ethereal hall, Xianxia took out the medicinal pills and opened one of the bottles. He could feel the concentrated and pure energy within it. Even with his current cultivation, it was still extremely useful. If I can find a cultivation technique that will allow me to reach the semi-divinity realm, these pills will be of great help to me. His current cultivation was already on par with semi-divinity realm cultivators, so while the blood essence of semi-divinity realm cultivators was powerful, it was not of much use to him. He had been worrying about how to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm in the future, but with these 20 pills in hand, he should not have to worry about that anymore. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia stood up and scanned his surroundings, but he was still unable to find anything out of the ordinary. Just as he was about to leave the area and return to Starchaser Island, he suddenly felt the space around him distorting. The sunlight in the sky seemed to have been stripped away, and in the next moment, he found himself standing in a space filled with stars. Hoo, an old man appeared before him. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, and he was dressed in a grayish-gray robe. He stood quietly on the spot, reminiscent of a specter floating in the night sky. The Hall of Gods? Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Previously, when he had entered the ethereal hall, the old man had not appeared. But now that he had used the token that Xianxia had given him, the old man had appeared. This could only mean that the reason his identity had been exposed was due to the token. Just what in the world was going on? Why would an artifact bestowed by Xianxia become a locator? Could it be that the world's teacher of the Master Teacher continent had betrayed the six sects and joined the Hall of Gods? Or could it be that the old man had been deceived by the token and did not know that the token that he had been given had the ability to track the location of the Hall of Gods? However, no matter what the reason was, he was relieved to know that he would be discovered. This way, he would not have to worry about the Hall of Gods catching up to him. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia raised his head to look at the old man before him. With just a single glance, his eyebrows shot up as he swiftly drove his Xianxia. Even with his current strength, he was still unable to see through the other party's cultivation. So far, the strongest semi-divinity realm cultivators he had encountered were Han Jianqiu, Fu Chenzi, and the middle-aged man from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, it seemed like they were still lacking compared to the old man before him. The old man emanated an aura that seemed to be able to devour the heavens. The surrounding darkness and the starry sky seemed to emanate from his body, making it impossible for one to escape. To be able to tame 4 semi-divinity realm beasts and kill Fu Chenzi and Ying Chen, it's no wonder the master thinks so highly of you. Without denying it, the elder turned to Xianxia and said, I didn't think that you would be able to reach such a level in just 10 short days. Even I wouldn't be able to capture you so easily. You know that I killed Fu Chenzi and the middle-aged man? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Most likely, Ying Chen was the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods. As she had never mentioned her name before, he had no idea what her name was. However, he had killed 3 semi-divinity realm cultivators in total, and the only one who could make the old man speak in such a manner was Ying Chen. Just that, when he killed the 2 of them, he had sealed off the area in the city of collapsed space, making it impossible for anyone to notice him. How did the old man know about it? Furthermore, he had tamed the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts discreetly, and he had used the identity of Lu Yang to do so. Didn't this mean that the old man was aware of his identity as the head of the 7-star pavilion? Could this be the Hall of Gods? The source of the news was truly frightening. There's nothing that the Hall of Gods doesn't know. The old man said calmly. Come with me. Even though you have 4 tamed beasts and the semi-divinity realm artifacts of the Hall of Gods, you still stand no chance against me. How will you know if I don't give it a try? Xianxia said with a frown. Without any hesitation, the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts appeared before him and charged toward the old man simultaneously. In the next moment, 10 heavenly high immortal tier swords sliced through space as they descended upon the old man. The combined might of the 4 divine beasts, 10 heavenly high immortal tier swords, and the semi-divinity realm metal chains seemed as if they were going to crash down from the sky. However, for some reason, they were unable to reach the old man no matter what they did. It might seem like they were just a few steps away, but it felt like the distance between the two worlds. Space particles? Xianxia's pupils contracted. In other words, soul traversal was a method of traversing through the gaps between the spatial particles. He had encountered such a situation back when he was on the Master-Teacher continent. The space around him had been reduced to particles, such that no matter how fast he flew, he was unable to get any closer. Could it be that this old man had accomplished this as well? He'd shattered the space before him into particles, causing others to fall into them as if they'd fallen into quicksand. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, it would be useless? No, it's not spatial particles. It's this dark night that's filled with stars. It's like a domain. As long as one enters it, they have to obey the rules he set down. As long as one's strength doesn't surpass the other parties, they won't be able to approach. Very quickly, he came to a realization. Spatial particles shouldn't have been that powerful. After reaching the semi-divinity realm, his Xianxia should have been more than enough to fend off such a force. However, he was unable to do so at the moment. Clearly, it was not the spatial particles that he was facing but something even more powerful. It was somewhat similar to Confucius' unique one word sets the rules, and all laws will follow. In other words, the rules of this starry sky that he'd been pulled into were set by the other party. How was he supposed to fight? Little chick, are you dead yet? Knowing that he had still underestimated the experts of the Hall of Gods, Xianxia summoned Little Chick from his tamed beast sack. If there was anyone who could stand against the old man, it would be this little fellow. Even though Little Chick was unreliable and only knew how to eat, there was no doubting its strength. Hoo-hoo, Little Chick lay motionlessly in the tamed beast sack. It had been 2 days since that little fellow had stolen a droplet of god blood, but it was still acting the same. Xianxia gritted his teeth furiously, but there was nothing he could do about it. What a scam, I can't rely on that fellow. I can only rely on myself. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he looked at the elder before him. The old man remained motionless on the spot, looking at Xianxia with a faint smile on his lips. However, for some reason, the black-backed tortoise, Shark One, and the other beasts were unable to approach him at all. In fact, their attacks seemed to have been frozen in time, preventing them from reaching the old man. There's no need to waste your efforts. Even if you possess the strength of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, you won't be able to hurt me here. The old man said with a smile as he abruptly raised his palm. Pada, the black-backed tortoise and the other beasts immediately fell to the ground, as if a massive boulder was pressing down on their backs. They were unable to move at all, let alone attack the old man. Those are the treasures of our Hall of Gods. I'll be taking them back then. Suppressing the 4 divine beasts so much that they were unable to retaliate, the old man flicked his wrist, and the metal chain that was floating in the air, ready to strike at any moment, flew over and landed quietly in the other party's palm. This is the moment. Seeing that the metal chain had landed in the old man's palm, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief instead. Hoo-hoo, the corpses of 2 semi-divinity realm cultivators suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Boom! 2 resounding explosions sounded, and the space before Xianxia warped before collapsing toward the center. As if a curtain of darkness had been torn apart, the stars in the sky began to crumble. Pooh, the old man did not think that Xianxia would be so vicious as to assimilate the corpse of 2 semi-divinity realm cultivators and self-destruct. Not to mention, he even used a semi-divinity artifact as bait, not caring about its life at all. It was likely that the artifact would be severely damaged after the explosion. Damn it! I didn't intend to kill you in the first place. The old man's eyes were crimson and his face was covered in blood as he roared. You sure are powerful. Seeing that the other party was still alive, Xianxia couldn't help but commend him. He had forged the corpses of the 2 semi-divinity realm cultivators into soulless metal humanoids. Even though it was only a one-time use item, it was still worth it if it could help him deal with an expert whom he was no match for. Xianxia had been thinking about how he could lure the 2 fellows into close combat, and after a long moment of contemplation, he decided to place them on the metal chain. The metal chain was a defensive artifact of the Hall of Gods, and it was incomparably valuable. If the other party saw that it had pledged its loyalty to him, they would surely use other means to subdue it. Thus, he decided to use the principle of the storage ring to seal the two corpses in the narrow space at the end of the metal chain. As soon as the other party grabbed hold of the metal chain, it would detonate. As expected, it worked. It was just that he did not think that the other party would be so powerful. At such a close distance, even the four immortal beasts would not be able to withstand the simultaneous detonation of two semi-divinity realm cultivators. Yet, the other party was fine with just a light injury. It was no wonder that only one of them had come to deal with him. It seemed like the Hall of Gods knew that no matter how many semi-divinity realm cultivators there were, they would be doomed. It was fortunate that he had made preparations in advance, or else he would have really been dead by now. Die, with a furious roar, the old man in the sky charged toward Xianxia. However, as soon as he moved, the space around him warped, and a huge cloud of black mist appeared. The black mist resembled the smoke of a blazing inferno, making it difficult for one to tell where it was coming from. The explosion earlier had caused cracks to appear on the domain-like artifact, allowing the black mist to spread over. Do you think that a confinement formation of this level can stop me? Seeing through the formation, the elder gritted his teeth and said, as long as I can't trap them, even if I'm severely injured, I'll still be able to kill all four of your immortal beasts and bring you back to my master. Besides, such injuries are nothing to me. Hung Long, the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly surged into the old man's body, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. It was as if he had used some kind of secret art to suppress his injuries. I know that your regenerative ability is incredible, and I know that your master is even more formidable than you, but, do you really think that this is just a simple confinement formation? Xianxia chuckled softly, seemingly having guessed what the old man was going to do. That's not it? The old man was taken aback. His eyes narrowed as his body trembled uncontrollably. You brought the air of degeneration from the city of collapsed space and infused it into the formation? That's right. If you weren't injured, the air of degeneration wouldn't have been able to harm you. In fact, even if you were severely injured, given your control over your strength, you wouldn't have been able to inflict too much damage on you. However, it's a pity that you wanted to capture me and recover from your injury swiftly. In order to do that, you have to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Thus, the air of degeneration has already seeped into your meridians and internal organs. Xianxia. Given how powerful the air of degeneration was after entering the city of collapsed space, how could he not collect some of it? However, the air of degeneration was similar to a slow-acting poison. Even if the old man were to use his Xianxia to block it, it would still be able to seep into his meridians over time. Thus, he had to force the old man to find a way to treat his injuries. As such, he would have to absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings to treat his injuries. It was as if he had consumed a slow-acting poison and was fed with nourishment from the surroundings. In an instant, the unique spiritual energy had seeped into his meridians, making him feel as if he had stayed in the city of collapsed space for a very long time. Pooh, spurting 3 mouthfuls of black blood, the old man's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if he was going to explode on the spot. He had come here confidently, thinking that even if the other party was a little smart, the only thing that awaited him would be death. Who could have thought that he would end up like this? Tzzzzzz. As the air of degeneration coursed through his body, his injuries grew more and more severe. His vision began to darken, and his body began to sway uncontrollably. It looked like he would fall from the sky at any moment. You sure are ruthless. However, even if I am severely injured, you won't be able to kill me. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to kill the other party anymore, the old man gritted his teeth and leaped into the sky. He had failed his mission, and he had sustained severe injuries as well. Thus, he could only return as soon as possible so that his master could help him dispel the air of degeneration. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to last more than an hour before dying completely, becoming a corpse that was as black as charcoal. You want to leave? Xianxia chuckled softly. It's too late. Boom, right after those words were spoken, a spear pierced through the air, heading straight for his head. Puha! The spear pierced through his shoulder and hung him in midair. This spear was the offensive semi-divinity realm artifact that the middle-aged man from the Hall of Gods wielded. He had also tamed it along the way, but he had never used it. The reason why he hadn't used it was to hide in the escape route and deal a fatal blow. Had it been in the past, it would have been nigh impossible for him to succeed. However, the other party was currently severely injured, and the air of degeneration had corroded his body, leaving him with only a fraction of his strength remaining. On top of that, he had launched a sneak attack on the other party. Pudong, unable to control the strength of his body, he fell from the sky into the water, creating a huge splash. Woo-woo, in the water, the four immortal beasts immediately found themselves in an advantageous position. The surface of the sea began to churn violently, and a few breaths later, the barely breathing old man appeared before them. If Xianxia's means had cost him 90% of his life, the combined assault of the four immortal beasts had reduced the remaining 10% to 90%. In this current situation, if not for the strong will that he had tempered over the years, he would have fallen into a coma and lost consciousness long ago. Who is the master that you speak of? Why do you want to kill me? Seeing that the four immortal beasts were about to capture him, Xianxia's voice was laced with hypnotism and bewitchment. Interrogation was the specialty of soul oracles, and they were able to glean whatever they wanted to know. It was just that they didn't want to resort to such means under normal circumstances. I finally understand why my master insisted on capturing you. You're indeed capable. The old man sneered coldly. Since I've lost, death is the only fate that awaits me. You must be dreaming if you think that you can get any information out of my mouth. Oh no, retreat. Before the other party could finish his words, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. Without any hesitation, he dove into the sea. The four immortal beasts also knew that they were in danger, so they immediately dove into the sea. Boom, as soon as they dove into the water, a deafening explosion sounded in their ears. Following which, a powerful pressure and heat wave descended from the sky, threatening to evaporate the entire surface of the sea. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the seawater that the explosion caused spread for several hundred li. It was as if a torrential downpour had just occurred. Pu, Xianxian and the four immortal beasts vomited blood at the same time. It took them a long time to stabilize themselves. From the moment they reacted to the moment the energy was transmitted, less than 3 breaths had passed. In such a short period of time, they had already arrived at the bottom of the sea, tens of thousands of meters deep, and had traveled no less than several dozen kilometers. Even so, they had almost been blown to death on the spot. From this, one could imagine that if they were really at the center of the explosion, it was highly possible that they would have already been consigned to eternal damnation and their souls would have been dispersed. Self-destruct? Returning to the surface of the ocean, Xianxian looked at the massive crater that had appeared on the surface of the ocean due to the explosion. Even though the black-backed tortoise possessed incredible defense, it still couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. He had long heard that the cultivators of the Hall of Gods were all lunatics, but he didn't think that they would be so insane. Without a second word, they self-destructed. If not for their master's quick reflexes that allowed them to escape into the ocean, they would have been killed on the spot. It was too terrifying. What a pity, Xianxian shook his head. Master, are you lamenting that it wasn't easy for him to cultivate his strength, and yet he chose to self-detonate just like that? Isn't that a little too much? Shark Supreme asked. I'm just lamenting that after paying such a heavy price, I didn't get anything out of it at all, Xianxian replied. The four immortal beasts. In order to kill that fellow, they had gone all out. First was the semi-divinity realm corpse, the heir of degeneration, and even Metal Chain had sustained severe injuries. They had thought that they would at least be able to trade it for a stronger soulless humanoid, but in the end, not even a single strand of hair was left. In other words, they had suffered such heavy losses in this battle, but they had not gotten anything out of it. Just the thought of it left them feeling a little stifled. However, since it was a life-and-death battle, there were bound to be some gains and some losses. At the very least, he had managed to escape unscathed while the other party had died. With a flick of his finger, several bottles of bathwater appeared in front of him, enveloping him within them. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. It didn't take long for Metal Chain to recover from its injuries, and it was no longer as feeble as before. Naturally, Xianxian had expected this to happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to waste a semi-divinity realm defensive artifact. Let's return. Knowing that the Hall of Gods wouldn't send anyone over anytime soon after suffering such a huge loss, Xianxia was just about to place the black-backed tortoise and the others back into his tamed beast sack when a voice suddenly sounded. "Master, you were looking for me earlier? What's the matter?" Following which, a little yellow chick appeared before him. Its tiny body was shaking non-stop, as if it had just woken up from a hangover. Xianxia's scalp twitched uncontrollably as he suppressed the urge to rush over and beat the little yellow chick up. When he was using it earlier, it had been in a deep slumber, as if it was already dead. Yet, when the enemy self-detonated, it actually woke up and asked what was the matter. If not for his good temper and the fact that he might not be a match for the other party, he would have already made a move. "Why isn't your cultivation growing?" Shark Supreme asked doubtfully. Taken aback, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze over, and he also noticed that something was amiss. He had thought that after consuming the god blood, Little Chick's cultivation would soar, and just like the black-backed tortoise, Shark Supreme, and the others, it would be able to surpass Heavenly High Immortal Realm and reach the Semi-Divinity Realm. Who could have thought that it would be the same as before? It was as if the god blood did not seem to have any effect on it at all. How was this possible? Even if the blood was not as much as a single drop, it was still the blood of a god. How could it not have any effect at all? I don't know either. After drinking that drop of blood, I felt as if I was drunk, and I fell asleep for a while. It seems like it didn't have any other effect other than making me sleepy. Little Chick glanced left and right before wagging its slightly bald tail as it said. In truth, it was feeling a little stifled as well. It had thought that it would be able to advance its cultivation by consuming the god blood, but from the looks of it, it was completely useless. Since that was the case, how was it supposed to advance its cultivation? Alright then, Xianxia asked Little Chick about it, and he even took a look at its body. After confirming that it was no different from before it consumed the god blood, Xianxia waved his hand helplessly. He kept the 4 immortal beasts and him into his tamed beast sack before heading back to Starchaser Island. He had spent an entire day cultivating and plotting against the experts of the Hall of Gods, and the inauguration ceremony of Starchaser Palace was about to begin. Be it the successor of the Myriad Beasts Hall or the 7-star Pavilion, he had used pseudonyms, so everyone thought that they were 2 different people. But now, the same Xianxia had become the new leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace. Who knew how big of a commotion this would cause? Most likely, the other sects on Starchaser Island had already learned of the news, and they were already in a huge uproar. Just as Xianxia had guessed, there was indeed a huge uproar on Starchaser Island. Why would our Starchaser Palace appoint an outsider as our sect leader? Furthermore, where is our palace master? Why isn't she the one who announced the news? It seems like the first elder and the other elders made the decision. I don't know where our palace master is. She isn't in the sect at all. To appoint a new sect leader without being in the sect, isn't this considered a rebellion? How could it be a rebellion? It said that our palace master left behind instructions for Hall Master Xianxia to take over her position. Such discussions could be heard all around Starchaser Palace. As a native of the Forsaken Continent, they had always been on bad terms with the other sections. Under normal circumstances, they should have appointed their own people to take over their position. Yet, they had actually appointed the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to take over. This was the first time in the history of Starchaser Palace that such a thing had happened. This was a violation of the rules and the teachings of their ancestors. All of you, shut your mouths. The reason why Hall Master Xianxia has been appointed as our Palace Master is because Palace Master Du has paid a tribute to the gods and received the approval of the gods. Do you think that you are stronger than the gods? One of the elders harumphed coldly. Received the approval of the gods? Those who had doubted Xianxia a moment ago trembled in fear, not daring to speak a word. As members of Starchaser Palace, they had always had a deep respect for the gods. Since an elder had said such words, there must be a reason for it, so they dared not question it. It was easy to explain the situation to those from Starchaser Palace, but the other sects were dumbfounded. Sitting in a spacious room, Xianxia was also perplexed by the situation. What in the world did Hall Master Du do? Did he make Starchaser Palace willingly appoint him as their palace master? He knew that Hall Master Du had always wanted to come to the Sea of Exiled Stars, But he didn't think that the other party would push Du Qingyuan down from her position in just a few days. Could it be that Hall Master Du was rushing over to become the new sect leader? If that was the case, why would he say that he was an unaffiliated cultivator? No matter what, we'll have to work together with Starchaser Palace in the future. Han Jianqiu shook his head. Since the two sects had chosen the same person as their palace master, as elders of the two sects, there was no way they could say anything about it. They could only abide by the rules. Who? Han Jianqiu, what's going on? Just as they were deep in thought, a figure suddenly dashed into the room. It was Elder Qin Yuan of the Myriad Beasts Hall. If we don't explain this matter clearly today, our 7-star pavilion won't let this matter rest. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao also flew over to Han Jianqiu. As the news spread, the two former sect leaders of Starchaser Palace could no longer hold themselves back. They rushed over to look for Han Jianqiu, hoping to understand what was going on. When did the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace share the same sect leader? The 6 sects had always been independent of one another, and there had been no conflicts or alliances between them. Yet, with a single sect leader managing 2 sects, the strength of the 6 sects had doubled. Naturally, the other sects also began to panic. This? I don't know either. Han Jianqiu replied with a bitter smile. You don't know? Elder Qin Yuan had always been a hot-tempered person, and when he heard Elder Qin Yuan's words, his face darkened. He waved his hand and said, Do you believe that the Wanshou sect will form an alliance with the 7-star tower? Indeed. If our 2 sects were to ally with one another, with our newly appointed sect leader Lu Yang and their sect leader Xingyang. Even if you have sect leader Zhang Xian who has comprehended the God's sword intent, you will still be at a disadvantage. Elder Kuei Xiao said. Han Jianqiu was rendered speechless. He had heard of the Myriad Beasts Hall's pavilion leader Xingyang and the 7-star pavilion leader Lu Yang. They were both geniuses that only appeared once every several thousand years. Once they matured, even sect leader Zhang Xian, who had comprehended the God's sword intent, would find it difficult to face them head-on. It was true that they were no match for Zhang Xian. Not to mention, even he had no idea how much Zhang Xian had promised Starchaser Palace in order to take over Du Qingyuan's position as the head of Starchaser Palace. How lively! Just as Han Jianqiu was at a loss for words, laughter echoed in the air. 2 figures suddenly appeared outside the room. The head of the Black Mirror Citadel, Bai Xianqing, the head of the Evanescent Immortal Sect, Gu Zhuiyun. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, the atmosphere in the room immediately turned heavy. The 6 great sects' sect leaders and former sect leaders were almost all present. Bai Xianqing had already recovered to his peak after recuperating. Even though he still looked a little weak on the surface, his fighting prowess was no longer affected. As for Gu Zhuiyun, he was a tall and thin elder with a haughty look on his face. Are you here to take over the position of the head of Starchaser Palace as well? Han Jianqiu shook his head. Would you believe me if I said that I still haven't figured it out yet? Elder Jianqiu, you're mistaken. That's not the reason we're here. We would like to meet sect leader Zhang Xian to discuss something with him. Bai Xianqing shot a cold glance at Elder Kuei Xiao before clasping his fist and replying. Even though he didn't see who was behind the incident in the Sea of Little Mirror, it wouldn't take long for him to find out. After all, given how dazzling the diamond-silver crystal was, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to find it. You want to meet our sect leader? Han Jianqiu frowned. Indeed. This matter concerns the rise and fall of our 6 sects. If sect leader Xingyang and sect leader Lu Yang are here, we'd like to meet them as well. Gu Zhuiyun smiled as he turned to Elder Qin Yuan and Elder Kuei Xiao. May I know what's so important? The crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. With their eye of discernment, they could tell that the relationship between the 2 sect leaders was far from simple. Perhaps, they had already allied themselves with the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace. As we all know, the strongest fighting prowess on the Master-Teacher continent right now is at Semi-Divinity Realm. In order for a sect to remain standing for a long time, experts of that level have to exist. Seeing their confusion, Gu Zhuiyun said. Everyone nodded. A false divinity was the key to becoming a large sect. Without an expert of that caliber, it would be useless no matter how many high immortals they had. Just like marine life. For the past several thousand years, without a semi-divinity realm expert to lead them, they had been like a sheet of loose sand. Gu Juiyun asked, now that the Azure Bridge is about to open, do your new sect masters have the confidence to defeat the warriors of the Hall of Gods and obtain the qualifications to ascend to the semi-divinity realm? Everyone was speechless. No one would dare to make such a promise. Xianxia was no exception. As powerful as sect leader Xianxia was, he was only a heavenly true immortal. Given his strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with ordinary heavenly high immortals, let alone the warriors of the Hall of Gods. As long as he failed, he would lose the qualifications to ascend to the semi-divinity realm. In other words, even though they thought that the new sect masters had unparalleled talent, they still couldn't bring themselves to believe that they would be able to succeed. After all, it was simply too difficult. Gu Juiyun chuckled softly. However, both our evanescent immortal sect and Black Mirror Citadel are confident that they will succeed. Confident? Han Jianqiu and the others glanced at one another in disbelief. Even they dared not say such words, but these two were confident. Where did their confidence come from? Take a look at this. Gu Juiyun flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. He passed it over. Han Jianqiu took the jade token with a doubtful look on his face. He took a look at it, and the confusion in his eyes deepened. What's this? The jade token contained the information of a cultivator, including their proficiency in battle techniques, moves, and flaws. This is the information of the warrior of the Hall of Gods who fought with the geniuses of our evanescent immortal sect, Gu Juiyun replied. The information of the warrior of the Hall of Gods? The three of them stood up in disbelief. The reason why the warriors of the Hall of Gods were so powerful was because they were mysterious and unpredictable. Knowing their cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and flaws in advance meant that they would be able to emerge victorious even without a fight. How did you manage to find it? Elder Qin Yuan could not help but ask after reading the contents of the jade token. It did seem real, but he couldn't be certain whether it was real or not. Furthermore, where in the world did the other party find it? One must know that the Hall of Gods had always been a lofty figure, making it impossible for anyone to spy on them. Of course we couldn't find it. The one who gave us this information is the Ethereal Hall. Gu Juiyun exclaimed in awe. Hall Master Kong is indeed a celestial being. Even if he isn't a god, he's already close to being one. He gave us this information, and as long as we select a candidate to participate in the battle and cultivate accordingly, it won't be too difficult for us to become a semi-divinity realm cultivator. Hall Master Kong? Han Jianqiu frowned. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Why would Hall Master Kong risk offending the Hall of Gods and reveal the secrets of the heavens to give us this? It was admirable that Hall Master Kong had created the Ethereal Hall, but at the very least, there were rules to follow. On the other hand, it was perplexing for him to give them this item. Putting aside where the information came from, there was no way the Hall of Gods would know what kind of repercussions they would face if they were to leak it. If they were to learn of this, even if Hall Master Kong was far stronger than them, he would still be in deep trouble. Of course, it won't be for free. Our evanescent immortal sect will lend our guardian artifact, the evanescent boots, to him for a month. The Black Mirror Citadel will also lend our guardian artifact, the Paragon Black Mirror, to him for a month. Gu Juiyun replied with a smile. Even though the guardian artifacts of our 6 sects haven't reached semi-divinity realm yet, they are harnessed from the essence and strength of countless predecessors. Once used, they will wield strength surpassing that of a semi-divinity artifact. Isn't it too much of a joke to lend them out like that? Each of the 6 sects had their own guardian artifacts. Starchaser Palace's guardian artifact was the altar, whereas the evanescent immortal sect's guardian artifact was the evanescent boots. It was said that the founder of the evanescent immortal sect had forged the evanescent boots using a meteorite from outer space. Upon putting on the boots, one would be able to traverse a distance of millions of li across the Forsaken Continent in just a single breath. It was unfettered. On the other hand, the guardian artifact of the Black Mirror Citadel was the Paragon Black Mirror. With just a light shine from it, one would be able to bind one's soul, making it impossible for one to escape. It was not a semi-divinity realm artifact, but even semi-divinity realm cultivators would not dare to go against it. Putting everything aside, even someone of Elder Qin Yuan's strength would have to avoid it. As for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's guardian artifact, it was a sword left behind by its founder. After being tempered by the god's sword intent, it wielded incredible might, allowing it to slay even semi-divinity realm cultivators easily. The Myriad Beasts Hall's guardian artifact was the old ancestor of the Earth Serpent sect, but he had long fallen into a deep slumber. The Seven-Star Pavilion was a unique artifact known as the Seven-Star Chess Set. It was said to be a chess piece used by the gods in the past. It was impossible to discern its tier, but it was extremely profound. Of course, these artifacts could only be activated and used by a semi-divinity realm cultivator. Otherwise, the six sects would have been able to secure their safety with just these artifacts. These artifacts were the final trump cards of the six sects, and yet, the other party was willing to lend them out for the sake of an uncertain item. Even though the Ethereal Hall had not done anything wrong over the years, it was still a little inconceivable. Indeed. Do you know that once the Hall of Gods makes a move on you, you won't be able to resist it all? Elder Qin Yuan could not help but ask as well. Without these artifacts, how could a semi-divinity realm cultivator possibly stand against the Hall of Gods? Had it been in the past, they would have thought that the Transcendental Hall would not make a move on them, but at this very moment, they could not be so sure anymore. Unable to resist at all? You are thinking too much. Gu Zhuiyun chuckled as he waved his hand, and a suit of armor materialized around him. As soon as it appeared, it exerted a heavy pressure on those around it. This is a semi-divinity artifact? Han Jianqiu and the others were astonished. There was not a single semi-divinity artifact in the six sects, so where in the world did Gu Zhuiyun obtain it? That's right. It's a gift from Hall Master Kong. I'll use this artifact and the information on the warrior of the Hall of Gods as rent. Gu Zhuiyun nodded. Rent? Han Jianqiu and the others were astonished. Wasn't this a little too much, to offer the information on the warrior of the Hall of Gods just to rent the guardian artifact for a month? That was equivalent to giving the other party a semi-divinity realm expert and a semi-divinity artifact. Even if the Ethereal Hall had countless experts, surely they could not afford to be so wasteful. If that's the case, Pavilion Master Bai also has a semi-divinity artifact? Han Jianqiu asked. Elder Kuei Xiao should know very well whether I have one or not, right? Bai Xuanqing's cheeks twitched as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. Me? How would I know? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked with an awkward smile. He had been wondering where the other party had gotten a semi-divinity artifact from, but in the end, it turned out to be a rental from the Ethereal Hall. Just that, not only did their Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao rob him clean, he even took away his storage ring. However, there was no way he could admit to this matter, or else it would only spell trouble for him. You should know how I know. There's no need to play the good guy here. Bai Xianxing spat through gritted teeth. When he woke up, there was nothing left of him, including the black-backed tortoise. Without a doubt, this was the work of another group of ambushers, and there was no doubt that it had something to do with the young man before him. Whether I know or not can be discussed in the future. However, don't you think that it's weird for you to make such a deal? Knowing that it would only make things more awkward if they were to dwell on this matter, Elder Kuei Xiao turned to Bai Xianxing and asked in confusion, Hall Master Kong, why do you want the guardian artifacts of your sect? The Ethereal Hall had been in the Ethereal Hall for several thousand years, and there was no lack of treasures that they could not obtain. Why would they pay such a huge price to obtain their guardian artifacts? Why would Hall Master Kong do such a thing? And what was he intending to do? This was truly inconceivable. Hall Master Kong has always been a mysterious figure. Thousands of years ago, he already stood on equal footing with our sect's founder. Now, the patriarchs have long since turned to dust, but he's still alive. His cultivation base is so high that it's beyond imagination. Gu Zhuiyun said, with his status, he probably won't be greedy. What's the harm in lending him for a month? Han Jianqiu frowned. Are you here to persuade me? You want us to lend out our sects to finding treasure? Gu Zhuiyun nodded. That's right. We are doing this for your own good. Our Evanescent Immortal Sect and Black Mirror Citadel are working together as one. Once we clear the Azure Bridge, the number of semi-divinity realm cultivators in our sect will increase significantly, and we will have semi-divinity artifacts as well. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for your sects to catch up to us. Han Jianqiu and the others fell silent. The reason why the six sects were able to maintain the balance between the six sects was due to their lack of semi-divinity artifacts and a single semi-divinity realm cultivator. Now that someone had broken the balance, it was hard to say what the future would hold. It was very likely that the sect that had existed for thousands of years would merge with other sects and be mercilessly crushed by the wheel of history. If the benefits are so great, why didn't Hall Master Kong come here personally? Elder Kuei Xiao said. It was just a month of renting an artifact, but the other party was already willing to pay such a hefty price. On top of that, he was even willing to give the sect a chance to raise its cultivation. Under normal circumstances, as long as Hall Master Kong were to speak of it, there should be no one who could possibly turn him down, but, why didn't he say it himself? Why did he send these two over? Gu Zhuiyun replied, Hall Master Kong has more important matters to attend to, so he won't be able to spare any time for you. However, before the Azure Bridge opens, he will surely make his way to the heaven anchoring boulder. But at that time, even if I give you the information about the temple warriors, what use would it be? I didn't prepare in advance, so I lost the opportunity to train. It's too late now. Cultivation was not something that could be done overnight. If one knew the flaws and problems in cultivation in advance, it would be impossible for them to win against those freaks in the Temple of Gods without targeted practice. You should hurry up and think about it. Once the inauguration ceremony is over, Xianxia should be heading to the heaven anchoring boulder. If you still haven't come to a decision by then, you'll be losing your chance. Gu Zhuiyun did not say anything more. He stood up and said, That's all I have to say. Farewell. After saying those words, he turned around and flew away. Bai Xianxing followed closely behind him. The two of them disappeared, and the room became gloomy again. Elder Han Jianqiu, I'll be taking my leave first. Elder Kuei Xiao rose to his feet. I'll take my leave too. Elder Qin Yuan followed closely behind, and the two of them disappeared from the room as well. No, I have to send a message to the sect master as soon as possible and discuss this matter with him. Seeing that everyone had left, Han Jianqiu hesitated for a moment before rising to his feet. This matter involved the future of the entire sect, and it wasn't something that he could decide on. He had to discuss it with the sect master. While Xianxia was discussing the matter with Pavilion Master Qin, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, who had just left the room, flew a short distance away before coming to a halt. Elder Qin Yuan appeared before him. Starchaser Palace and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion must have received some news, which is why they decided to form an alliance with one sect leader. The Black Mirror Citadel and the Evanescent Immortal Sect have agreed to the Ethereal Hall's request, and that's equivalent to an alliance between the three sections. Elder Kuei Xiao smiled bitterly. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. Why don't we join forces as well? Elder Qin Yuan nodded. He had a bad temper and was impulsive, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Since the other party could see the situation before him, he could naturally see it as well. If the two sects didn't work together soon, there was a good chance that they would be defeated by the other side one by one. Very well. I'll send a message to sect leader Lu Yang right away and have him meet with your sect master Xingyang to discuss the details of the alliance. Elder Kuei Xiao said. I'll inform sect leader Xingyang right away. Elder Yuan nodded. The two of them took out their communication jade tokens and sent their respective messages over. Along the way, Xianxia had been recuperating from his injuries to recover his cultivation. As soon as he returned to Starchaser Island, he flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade token. Sect leader Lu, please head over to the Starchaser Pass encampment as soon as possible. Behind the token was a map that indicated the location of the encampment. I should go and ask around as well. When did I become the sect leader from an elder? Seeing that it was Han Jianqiu's message, Xianxia shook his head. He turned around and headed in the direction indicated on the map. He had only been an ordinary elder in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion a while ago, so how did he become the sect leader in the blink of an eye? More importantly, he had no idea about it at all. After flying for only a few kilometers, Xianxia suddenly flicked his wrist and took out another communication jade token. Sect leader Yuan, please come to the Changyuan gazebo. We have important matters to discuss. The one who had sent the message was Elder Qing Yuan. Changyuan Gazebo? Xianxia didn't think that two sects would be looking for him at the same time. He took a look at his current location, and after confirming that the Changyuan Gazebo wasn't too far away from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia pondered for a moment before summoning his clone to take on the appearance of Xingyang. Head to the Changyuan Gazebo to see what's going on. Before he could finish his words, another communication jade token appeared in his palm. There was a line of words on it: Sect Leader Yuan, please come to the Green Fate Pavilion. We have important matters to discuss with you. The one who had sent the message was Elder Kue Xiao. Xianxian was stunned. He had been intending to have his clone take on the appearance of Xingyang so that he could head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion personally. Who could have thought that all three sects would want to meet him at the same time? I'll head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion first. You should head to the Changyuan Gazebo first. That won't do. You should come with me. We'll head over together. Xianxian was just about to send his clone over when Xianxian shook his head. It was as if he and his clone had split personalities. While they shared the same root, his clone had inherited a portion of his personality. He loved to brag and show off, unlike the low-profile and elegant him. If he were to run over and cause a ruckus, he might as well keep him by his side. Xianxian stowed his clone into his storage ring, and half a minute later, he was already back at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Sect Leader Yuan. Han Jianqiu hurriedly explained everything that had happened. What should we do now? Should we work with the Ethereal Hall? The Ethereal Hall is offering a semi-divinity artifact and the Azure Bridge to borrow the guardian artifacts of the six sects for a month. Xianxian frowned in bewilderment. Had it been in the past, he would have agreed to it right away. After all, the sect leader of the Ethereal Hall was the world's teacher of the Master Teacher continent. Regardless of whether it was his character or his morals, he had always revered the other party. Even though he did not know the reason behind the other party's actions, he knew that there must be a reason behind it. However, he did not think so anymore. He could pretend that Hall Master Kong was unaware of Fu Chenzi's collusion with the Hall of Gods, but for the token that he had given him to draw the ire of the experts of the Hall of Gods as soon as he used it, something was amiss. I'll confirm it after I meet Hall Master Kong, Xianxian. Whether Hall Master Kong was Kong sure or not was just a guess. He would only be able to ascertain the truth after meeting the other party in person. All right. Han Jianqiu nodded. Sect Leader Yuan, did you receive some kind of information that made you agree to become the next head of Starchaser Palace? It's a long story. Xianxian quickly told Han Jianqiu about how the Hall of Gods had forced Starchaser Palace to cooperate with the Ethereal Hall, as well as the disappearance of Du Qingyuan. As for the identity of the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion, Lu Yang, he did not reveal it to Han Jianqiu. Han Jianqiu fell silent for a moment before replying grimly, Du Qingyuan is a close friend of mine. Even though she's a woman, her cultivation is unfathomable. Even I don't have much confidence in defeating her. To be able to vanish without a trace with the altar in hand, there aren't too many of such experts in the entire continent. Do you know how many experts there are on the Forsaken Continent who possess such strength? Xianxian asked. If one's cultivation wasn't too much higher than theirs, it was still possible for him to send a message. Take the semi-divinity realm old man who had come to kill him for example. Even though he was unable to defeat the old man, it wasn't too difficult for him to relay news of his predicament to the old man. Yet, Du Qingyuan had failed to do so. From this, it wasn't hard for him to guess how powerful the old man was. The Hall of Gods is a transcendent existence. Every single warrior of the Hall of Gods is powerful beyond compare, let alone a god who wields great power. If a god really exists on the Forsaken Continent, there's no doubt that he's the strongest existence on the Forsaken Continent. Putting aside Du Qingyuan, even if the leaders of the six sects were to work together, we wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from him. Han Jianqiu said. Xianxian nodded. Although he had never seen a god before, he still had some understanding of the power of such a powerful being. If the deity's Templar really had such a powerful figure, then Du Qingyuan would indeed be powerless to resist. Then, there's the head of the Ethereal Hall. Several thousand years ago, Hall Master Kong managed to snatch a god character from the Hall of Gods. His strength is truly unimaginable. Even if he isn't a god, he's probably not too far from it. Han Jianqiu continued. N. Xianxia nodded. The fact that Hall Master Kong was able to single-handedly create the ethereal hall and leave behind a character in the Hall of God spoke volumes about his strength. As for the others, I'm not too sure. However, since the Forsaken Continent is a place abandoned by the gods, it must have been inseparable from the gods in the past. As for whether there are any powerful life forms in it, I don't know, Han Jianqiu explained. Zhang Xian frowned. He had always heard that the Azure was a place abandoned by the gods, but he never thought that this was the case. Only what belonged to him could be abandoned. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying? In other words, there was a good chance that the Azure belonged to the firmament in the past. It was also highly possible that there were even more powerful life forms in the Azure. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Xian realized that the Forsaken Continent was far more complicated than he had imagined. Shaking his head, he turned away from the matter and asked, "What's wrong with me, the sect leader?" Han Jianqiu went through the matter of him being appointed as the sect leader. I see, Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly. It turned out that Han Jianqiu was doing this for his own good. However, it seemed like the Hall of Gods didn't care about the opinions of the six sects and ordinary citizens. Not only did they know that he was the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the Seven-Star Pavilion, the Myriad Beasts Hall, and the Starchaser Palace, they even made a move to capture him. They didn't fear him at all. I still have some matters to attend to. After getting to the bottom of the matter, Zhang Xian left the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and headed for the Myriad Beasts Hall. Sect Leader Qin. Elder Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhang Xian. He quickly filled Zhang Xian in on the matter. Zhang Xian was not surprised to hear the news from Han Jianqiu. With a frown, he asked, "May I know what your thoughts are, Elder Qin?" Since the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace have already formed an alliance, I wonder if our Myriad Beasts Hall can form an alliance with the Seven-Star Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Qin Yuan said, "If the sect leader agrees to it, I'll bring you to meet their new sect leader, Lu Yang. I heard that he's a talented young man as well, so I believe that you'll be able to get along well with him." Get along well with him? Zhang Xian's forehead twitched upon hearing those words. If they were the same person, they would definitely be able to get along well with him. Just that, how were they supposed to talk to each other? Sect Leader Qin, if you think that it's inappropriate, I'll just turn down this matter. Elder Qin Yuan looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully. There's no need for that. Let's meet Elder Kuei Xiao together. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you as well, Zhang Xian replied. If nothing had happened, it would have been fine for them to continue putting up a facade. However, the Hall of God's motives were still unclear, and the ethereal hall was unable to discern between good and bad. So, it was about time for the matter of him being the head of the four sects to come to light. However, he was not sure whether the four sects would be able to accept it. Would the four sects be able to accept it? Alright. Elder Qin Yuan had no idea what was going on, but seeing the grim look on Zhang Xian's face, the two of them quickly left. The Green Fate Pavilion, where the Seven-Star Pavilion was located, was not too far away. 5 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the main hall and met Elder Kuei Xiao and the others. Elder Qin Yuan stepped forward and introduced with a proud look on his face, "This is our new sect leader, Xingyang." Young heroes are indeed. Elder Kuei Xiao looked at Zhang Xian and nodded in approval. Initially, he had guessed that the other party might be the same person as his sect master, but from the looks of it now, there was no connection at all. Even their sect leader, Lu Yang, was only at Heavenly High Immortal Realm at the moment. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's cultivation had already reached Heavenly High Immortal Realm. From the looks of it, it seemed like he could make a breakthrough at any moment now. "May I know, where is sect leader Lu Yang?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Elder Qin Yuan frowned. "We've already brought our sect leader here, but your sect leader still hasn't come out. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? We've already sent a message. The sect leader should be here soon." "Please wait for a moment," Elder Kuei Xiao said anxiously. He took out his communication jade talisman and tapped on it. Beside him, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade talisman. Without looking at it, he let it shine brightly. Evidently, a message had come in. Sect leader Zheng, someone has sent you a message. Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to look at the contents of the scroll, Elder Kuei Xiao and the others could only smile awkwardly. Yeah. A wry smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Elder Kuei Xiao, you don't have to worry about me. Alright. Elder Kuei Xiao was wondering what sect leader Xingyang was up to, so he continued. Sending the message. Following which, he noticed that sect leader Xingyang's communication jade talisman was glowing brighter and brighter than before. Perplexed, he sent 2 more messages over, and the communication jade talisman in front of him began glowing even more intensely, as if it was resonating with him. This, Elder Kuei Xiao's eyebrows shot up as an ominous premonition surfaced in his heart. He quickly reached out and took the communication jade talisman from Xianxia's palm. Lowering his head to take a look, his body stiffened. He raised his head to look at the young man before him and asked doubtfully, Sect leader Xingyang? Xianxia nodded. This, Pudong. Elder Kuei Xiao nearly fainted on the spot. If that was the case, then his previous guess was right. This Lu Yang was Xingyang, but why didn't you admit it earlier? What's going on? Elder Qin Yuan was also taken aback. Look at this and you'll understand. Elder Kuei Xiao passed the jade token over, and Elder Qin Yuan took a look at it before his eyes widened in shock. Sect leader, you are Lu Yang? Xianxia nodded. At this point, there was no point in pretending or hiding. It was better to say it directly. The 2 elders exchanged glances with one another and let out wry smiles. A moment later, the shock subsided, and their eyes lit up. Previously, I was still envious of the fact that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace shared the same sect leader, allowing them to be so close to one another. I didn't expect that the Wanshou faction and the 7-Star Tower would join forces like this. In this way, even if the continent is in chaos, both of our factions can support each other and overcome the difficulties together, so we won't be destroyed. Elder Qin Yuan said. With the current situation, it was impossible for a single sect to contend against them. If the 2 sects simply cooperated, it wouldn't be of much use. With the 2 sects sharing the same sect leader, their orders would be issued by the same person. Even if the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect were to join forces with the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace, they wouldn't have to fear them at all. Given how skilled their sect leader was in beast taming and battle techniques, how could he possibly lose to a heavenly true immortal realm cultivator like Xianxia? As long as they could surpass Xianxia, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Even the Hall of Gods would have to consider this matter carefully. Starchaser Palace and Evanescent Immortal sect share sect leader Xianxia while we share sect leader Lu Yang. This won't do. I have to spread the news to the rest of the sects right now. Elder Kuei Xiao said with a smile. He knew that it was better to work together than to go too far. Once the news spread, it would represent the stance of the 2 sections. Be it the Hall of Gods or the Ethereal Hall, they would have to consider this matter carefully. There's no need to spread the news. Isn't the inauguration ceremony for Starchaser Palace's sect leader Xianxia about to begin? If we head over now, the experts of the other sects should be there as well. If we announce it here, it'll be easier to spread the news. Elder Qin Yuan said. The inauguration ceremony of Starchaser Palace was about to begin. Since that was the case, it would be better for their sect leader to announce his identity before the other sections. Very well, Elder Kuei Xiao was just about to say something when a resounding bell chimed, shrouding the entire Starchaser Island. It's starting. Let's head over. Elder Kuei Xiao said as he stood up. Xianxia wanted to explain further, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to do so quickly. Thus, he could only follow behind Elder Kuei Xiao and head over to Starchaser Palace. The inauguration of the new sect leader was a huge crowd in Starchaser Palace. Many of them were curious to see just what kind of person Xianxia, the head of 2 sects, was. In the largest square of Starchaser Palace, there was a tall seat at the center of the crowd. Han Jianxiu, the first elder of Starchaser Palace, and the others were standing around it with bowed bodies. I heard that sect leader Xianxia has comprehended the God Sword intent. Even though he's only at Heavenly True Immortal Realm, his fighting prowess is on par with Heavenly High Immortals. Indeed. To be able to catch the eye of sect leader Han Xianxia and palace master Du Qingyuan, he must possess extraordinary capabilities. Ordinary cultivators like us can't fathom what he's capable of. Let's wait and see. I really want to know if he's really formidable or not. The crowd lowered their voices in hushed whispers. Ever since the rise of the six sects, this was the first time in several thousand years that a single person had become the sect leader of two sections. As the news spread, Xianxia had become the idol of countless people. I would like to see if sect leader Xianxia is more outstanding than our sect leader Xingyang. Landing on the square, Elder Qingyuan chuckled. Regardless of whether he's outstanding or not, once our sect leader announces that Xingyang and Lu Yang are the same person after the inauguration ceremony, the jaws of countless people will surely drop. Elder Kuei Xiao said. Just thinking about the looks of shock on everyone's faces made him unable to contain his joy. It was time for others to be shocked too. If it comes down to it, why don't we have our sect leader fight with Xianxia? I don't think a true immortal would be a match for him. Elder Qingyuan was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly froze. Sect leader, what are you doing? Elder Kuei Xiao hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to see his sect leader flying straight toward the centermost seat. Sect leader, this is someone else's inauguration ceremony, so we mustn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, we'll offend both the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace at the same time. Elder Qingyuan exclaimed anxiously, his soul nearly leaving his body in fright. He was just a belligerent, and the so-called duel was just a casual remark. Sect leader, you can't be taking it seriously, right? You're actually charging straight toward the centermost seat. If you really do that, you'll have to face the wrath of both sections. Even though they had nothing to fear from the 7-star pavilion, there was no need for you to get into a conflict over such a small matter. What should we do? Elder Qingyuan turned to Elder Kuei Xiao. This was no longer just his own sect leader. On top of that, he was the leader of the 7-star pavilion. Calm down, there's something amiss. Take a look. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was also astonished. However, he knew that his sect leader was not a reckless person, so he wasn't as anxious as Elder Qingyuan. Following Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's words, Elder Qingyuan quickly turned his gaze over, and what he saw left him stunned. In the midst of his flight, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's appearance had changed into that of a young man in his early 20s. Who, as soon as the young man landed on the centermost seat, a powerful aura burst into the air. Following which, a calm voice sounded. I am Xianxia. The young man said. Of course, you can also address me as Xingyang or Lu Yang. Xingyang? Lu Yang? The head of the Myriad Beasts Hall and 7-star Pavilion? He's the head of 4 sects at the same time? In an instant, the surroundings fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. He had already found it hard to believe that Xianxia was the head of both the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and Starchaser Palace, and now, he was actually saying that he was Xingyang and Lu Yang. Just what in the world was going on? Han Xianxia was dumbfounded. He quickly turned his gaze to the first elder of Starchaser Palace, only to see that she had a dazed look on her face as well. Han Xianxia turned his gaze to Elder Kuei Xiao and Elder Qingyuan, only to see that they were also in a daze. Over the past half a month, the various sects had announced that they had found a suitable successor, and they had been doing all sorts of things to flatter them. But in the end, it turned out that they were all the same person. Wasn't this a little too much? This, unlike the others, the faces of Bai Xianxing and Gu Zhuiyun, who had come to spectate the inauguration ceremony, darkened. The 4 sect leaders belonged to the same person. Didn't that mean that the 4 sects were closely connected and inseparable? If that was the case, it would be difficult for them to borrow their guardian artifacts anymore. Let's report this to sect leader Kong. The two of them stood up and glanced at one another. While the ethereal hall was not one of the 6 sects, its strength was on par with the 6 sects. As such, Hall Master Kong was addressed as sect leader Kong. In fact, many of the elders and warriors of the ethereal hall also addressed him as sect leader Kong. They had thought that sect leader Kong would surely agree to their request, but who could have thought that the 4 sects would actually choose the same person as their sect leader? With this, it would be difficult for them to negotiate with sect leader Kong anymore. Zhao Yu, Han Jianqiu, Qin Yuan, and Elder Kuei Xiao, please follow me. Soon, the inauguration ceremony came to an end. Without explaining anything, Xianxia beckoned the four of them to follow him. The four of them followed closely behind him. Sect leader Kong, are you really Xingyang and Luyang? Han Jianqiu couldn't help but ask. Xianxia nodded in response. Han Jianqiu and Zhao Yu stared at one another in disbelief. As the leader of four sects, our four sects will have to help one another in the future. Elder Kuei Xiao said. It took a long time for the crowd to digest the information they had just received. That's right. The deity's hall has already ambushed me 3 times, and they've also made a move against Palace Master Du. I'm afraid that it won't be long before all the sects are in danger. As the leader of the four sects, I only hope that the four sects can work together and advance and retreat together. Zhang Xian. Initially, he had no interest in the position of the sect leader, but now that the Hall of Gods had ambushed them one after another and Palace Master Du Qingyuan's whereabouts were still unknown, it was only a matter of time before they were taken down one by one. 3 sneak attacks? Everyone turned to look at him doubtfully. Zhang Xian recounted the 3 sneak attacks in detail. Everyone's faces turned ashen. To think that the lofty Hall of Gods would actually send 2 semi-divinity realm experts and several heavenly high immortals to assassinate a single person 3 times. Was that not a little too vicious? While he was angry, he was also shocked. Even they would have been hard-pressed to deal with a single one of the 3 sneak attacks. Yet, not only did the sect leader emerge unscathed, he even managed to kill all of them. His strength was truly unimaginable. Our sect leader said that he has tamed 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, Elder Qin Yuan asked. The sect leader had mentioned that there were traces of semi-divinity realm beasts in the battle. Even after so many years, the Myriad Beasts Hall had not managed to tame a single semi-divinity realm tamed beast. Yet, a single person actually managed to tame 4 of them? Was that for real? It's the 4 semi-divinity realm beasts that appeared in the ocean. With a thought, Zhang Xian brought out the black-backed tortoise and the other semi-divinity realm beasts. They emanated powerful auras that filled the entire hall. As expected, everyone narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Han Jianqiu's eyes lit up in excitement as he muttered to himself, does that mean that we aren't just an alliance between the 4 sects but the ocean as well? That's right. The crowd nodded in agreement. If the 4 sects were to work together to deal with the Hall of Gods, they might not be able to do so. However, with the ocean as well, things would be different. The ocean was incredibly vast, and there were innumerable life forms living in it. If they were to work together, they would be more powerful than any sect on the Forsaken Continent. In other words, if they were to control the ocean, it would no longer be an alliance between the 4 sects but 5, 6, or even more. The ocean has already gathered several hundred heavenly high immortal tier beasts. As long as I give the order, they will gather together. Zhang Xian nodded. Shark One and the others had already gathered most of the heavenly high immortal tier beasts under their command. As long as they were given the order, they would be able to obey it without any hesitation. With such a powerful alliance, the crowd turned to look at the young man before them with admiration in their eyes. If they had still been a little worried when they heard that the young man before them was the head of 4 sects at the same time, at this very moment, they could finally put their minds at ease. Possessing the strength of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, and 2 semi-divinity artifacts. Just him alone was equivalent to 5 semi-divinity realm beasts. He could be considered as one of the top figures on the Forsaken Continent. In fact, he might not even pale in comparison to the legendary Hall Master Kong. With such a leader, the 4 sects would surely be able to advance swiftly. Sect leader Zhang, the Azure Bridge is about to open soon. It's about time for us to head over to the heaven anchoring boulder. You are the head of 4 sects at the same time, so how do you intend to allocate the slots for the trial? Elder Kuei Xiao exclaimed. Their initial plan was to have their sect leader challenge the Azure Bridge, but with the addition of the 4 sect leaders, there were 3 more slots available. I'll borrow the slots from Starchaser Palace, Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7 Star, and Myriad Beasts Hall. I'll need you to send an expert below 100 years old to challenge the Azure Bridge with me. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. It would be a waste for one person to take up 4 slots each. Starchaser Palace had obtained Lozos's blood, which granted them the means to create semi-divinity realm beasts. As such, they were not as desperate as the other sections. That's not a problem. However, the warriors of the Hall of Gods are incredibly powerful. I fear that ordinary cultivators will only be courting death. Han Xianxia said with a frown. If the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7-star, and Myriad Beasts Hall were confident in their chances, they wouldn't have chosen someone whom they had just met as their sect leader. In order to not waste the slots, they could replace those who had been selected previously. However, clearing the trial and defeating the warriors of the Hall of Gods wouldn't be that easy. In fact, it could be said that it was nigh impossible. Bring the candidates you have arranged to me. I'll conduct a lesson for them. Even though it won't be too long before the Azure Bridge opens, they should be able to benefit from it as long as they study diligently. Xianxia said after a moment of contemplation. Sharpening one's spear at the last moment was a good idea, not to mention, he would be guiding them personally. Putting aside his deep understanding of battle techniques and cultivation techniques, just the fact that he had clashed with the experts of the Hall of Gods 4 times and killed 3 semi-divinity realm cultivators and many high immortals meant that he was the one who understood the fighting style of the warriors of the Hall of Gods the most. After discussing the matter for a while longer, Xianxia made arrangements for the future of the 4 sects. He had once stood at the top of the world on the master-teacher continent, and he had read innumerable books. While it might seem like this was the first time that the heads of the 6 sects were doing something like this, there were actually many things that they were extremely familiar with. Previously, the elders had thought that Xianxia was a little too young, but after hearing his methods, they couldn't help but feel impressed. He had many means that they could never have imagined. As long as they followed Xianxia's instructions, not only would the 4 sects grow closer to one another, they would also grow stronger and stronger. These are the cultivation techniques that I have just come up with for the disciples of the 4 sects. From ancient sage to high immortal, they have formed a unique cultivation system. Impart them to your disciples, and they'll be able to raise their cultivation swiftly. After making the arrangements, Xianxia took out a dozen jade tokens and passed them over. He had studied the cultivation techniques of the 4 sects, and he had reorganized them while he was in the Hall of Succession earlier. While it was not a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, it was still much stronger than the ones that they had cultivated previously. It would be of great help to the 4 sects. The elders took the jade tokens and took a look at them, and the entire room fell silent. Following which, they began trembling in fear. The cultivation techniques that Xianxia had modified were extremely profound. If he were to impart them to the disciples, their cultivation would surely soar like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, leaving the Black Mirror Citadel and evanescent immortal sect in the dust. Go on. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath anymore. The elders hurriedly left the room and imparted the cultivation techniques to their disciples. Seeing that they had left, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. These elders had already acknowledged him as their sect leader, so it would be easy for them to explain it to him. However, it would be much more difficult for them to gain the recognition of the disciples. Nevertheless, as long as he imparted the cultivation techniques to them, they would surely be impressed by him. By then, he would be able to ensure that they wouldn't have to feign civility anymore. With that, he would be able to stabilize his position as the head of the 4 sects, bringing the 4 sects together. Jia, just as Xianxia was wondering whether the Hall of Gods would make a move after seeing his actions, the door to the room suddenly opened. Raising his head, he saw an adolescent boy walking in. Young master. The adolescent boy kneeled down and kowtowed. Wu Chen, are you fine? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The person who had just arrived was none other than the deceased sovereign Chen Yong back on the master-teacher continent. He did not think that Du Qingyuan would really save him and forge a new body for him. Yes. Wu Chen's eyes reddened. Even though the otherworldly demonic tribe was hostile toward the master teachers, if not for Du Qingyuan, he would have died a long time ago. How is it? Have you recovered your cultivation? Xianxia asked. He was unable to see through Du Qingyuan's cultivation at all, so he could not help but ask. After I was brought here, Du Qingyuan used her most valuable artifact to forge a new body for me. She even gave me a droplet of God's blood. As such, not only have I recovered from my injuries, my cultivation has even reached the semi-divinity realm. Wu Chen told Xianxia about what he had gone through, not bothering to hide anything anymore. Semi-divinity realm, back when he was on the master-teacher continent, Lozozi had imparted him a disguise technique. As such, even though he had already reached the semi-divinity realm, as long as he concealed his aura, no one would be able to see through him. Xianxia was shocked. When Wu Chen was taken away by Palace Master Du back then, he was only at Ancient Sage 3 Dan Pinnacle, still some way off from reaching Ancient Sage 4 Dan. Who could have thought that not too long after he arrived, not only would he regain his body, he would even be able to advance his cultivation to semi-divinity realm. It seemed like this Palace Master Du wasn't just trying to brush him off. She had really agreed to his request and even went to the extreme. Have you been following behind Palace Master Du all this while? Xianxia asked. Due to the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, the other party had not arrived in the Azure much earlier than him. Yes. Wu Chen suppressed his aura once more. From afar, he still looked like an ordinary child. A few days ago, Palace Master Du heard that young master had become the new pavilion master of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so she brought me over to look for him. You went to look for me? Xianxia was stunned. Wu Chen explained in detail what had happened. After hearing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Back then, he had no idea that Du Qingyuan was the god that Wu Chen had summoned. Naturally, he couldn't have waited in the same place all the time. Xianxia asked, since you've always been by Palace Master Du's side, do you know any news about Lozozi? If there was anyone in the high heavens who knew Lozozi the best, it was definitely this person in front of him. Back on the Master Teacher continent, he had been the one who had summoned Lozozi to the Master Teacher continent. Young Miss has already returned to the God realm. After pondering for a moment, Wu Chen said, she's a spiritual deity of the God realm. Since she obtained what she wanted, she naturally has to return to her original world. Based on what I know, she was injured when she came to the Azure. The barrier between the firmament, the Azure, and the Master Teacher continent is extremely resilient. Even as the spirit god, she won't be able to break through the barrier and ascend freely. She can only rely on the rituals of the lower worlds to summon her. Wu Chen explained. Back then, Palace Master Du and I, one of whom was in the Azure while the other was on the Master Teacher continent, summoned her together. However, the spatial barrier was simply too powerful, so she ended up sustaining severe injuries. The god blood that allowed me to advance was from her. Xianxia was silent. Back then, when Shark One had explained to him the details of the descent of the gods, he had already guessed that this was a possibility. However, he still couldn't help but feel some heartache when he heard those words. Do you know why she went to the Master Teacher continent? Given his current strength, it was already impossible for him to return to the Master Teacher continent, let alone traversing through two-dimension barriers consecutively. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be. She couldn't have spent so much effort and suffered such serious injuries just to see him and fall in love with him. It's probably because of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Wu Chen said. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn might be powerful, but it shouldn't mean much to a spirit god. Xianxia frowned. He had seen the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn with his own eyes, and it was indeed a top-notch treasure back on the Master Teacher continent. However, even if it was not a top-notch treasure in the Azure, let alone the firmament, Lozozi's strength was evident from the fact that she was able to travel between two great realms and was only severely injured instead of dying. For a treasure that could not be considered extremely powerful, he just couldn't figure it out. I'm not too sure about the details, but I did ask the young mistress once, and she said that there's a very powerful enemy that she wants to deal with. She needs this treasure in order to gain a deeper understanding of that enemy. Wu Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Xianxia frowned. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was related to the laws of space and time. Could it be that Lozozi's enemy was skilled in the laws of space and time? I'm not qualified to know about the secrets of the spirit god. Wu Chen said. Then, do you know how I can contact Lozozi? Palace Master Du can make use of the altar unique to Starchaser Palace to offer sacrifices to the firmament and communicate with it. However, it requires a lot of sacrificial items. Of course, I'm not too sure if I'll be able to contact the young mistress, Wu Chen said. Sacrificial items? Altar? Xianxia's eyes glinted. He had been wondering why the Hall of Gods would want to snatch the altar of Starchaser Palace, even going as far as to go to the extent of falling out with them. It turned out that it was related to communicating with the firmament. The Forsaken Continent had been abandoned by the gods. The reason why the Hall of Gods was located here was to prevent the people here from communicating with the firmament. It was one thing for the Hall of Gods to send a message, but to summon the gods directly, that was a taboo. Perhaps, it was for this reason that the Hall of Gods was so unscrupulous. It seemed like he would have to find the missing Palace Master Du and the altar as soon as possible. Right. Is it possible for the Hall of Gods to communicate with the firmament? Xianxia asked. Since the Hall of Gods was located here, it might be possible for the Hall of Gods to communicate with the firmament or even enter the firmament directly. Wu Chen shook his head. The Hall of Gods was an extremely secretive organization. Other than the opening of the Azure Bridge once every 100 years, it would usually ignore the six sects. For this reason, even though Starchaser Palace had been around for several thousand years, it still didn't know much about the Hall of Gods. It was the same for the other sects as well. Xianxia asked a few more questions, but Wu Chen didn't know much about the Forsaken Continent either. Follow behind me. The Azure Bridge is about to open. Most likely, you'll be able to find the answer to anything you wish to know here. Just like Xianxia, Wu Chen was also clueless about Lozosi's identity and standing in the firmament. Xianxia decided not to ask any more questions. The Hall of Gods had been looking for an opportunity to capture him all this while, but no matter what their motive was, it was inevitable that they would reveal their true colors at this moment. Otherwise, once he achieved a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, putting aside the Hall of Gods, even the heavens wouldn't be able to hold him back. At that time, it wouldn't be the other way around. He would be the one to make trouble for the Hall of Gods. Understanding the importance of strength, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path and began making deductions based on the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Half a day later, the three geniuses from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the Seven-Star Pavilion, and the Myriad Beasts Hall finally arrived. They were all heavenly high immortals, and their ages didn't exceed 100 years. Elder Hongwu from the Seven-Star Pavilion was among them. Sect Leader Zhang, may I help you? Other than Elder Hongwu, the other two geniuses looked at the young man before them with peculiar looks on their faces. Even though they knew that the young man before them was the head of the four sects, they still couldn't help but feel a little indignant. I'll give you 10 breaths worth of time. Be it through teamwork or some other means, as long as you can make me take half a step back, it means that you stand a chance of defeating the warriors of the Hall of Gods on the Azure Bridge. Xianxia said with his hands behind his back. Take half a step back? Are you for real? The eyes of the three geniuses lit up. Given that they were all of the same cultivation realm, it shouldn't be too difficult for the three of them to make him take half a step back within 10 breaths worth of time. That's right. Xianxia nodded. However, if you can't make me take half a step back or even withstand a single blow from me, you'll have to cultivate as I command before the Azure Bridge opens. There's no reason for you to turn me down. Just like him, the three geniuses before him were qualified to enter the Azure Bridge. He didn't want to be too weak and end up dragging him down instead. There was only one way to make them obey his orders, and that was to beat them into submission. Only then would the other party willingly listen to his orders and follow his arrangements, so as to avoid any slip-ups. Don't worry. If even the three of us aren't a match for you, we'll follow your orders without any hesitation. They had a chance to become the next sect leader of the Hall of Gods, but this opportunity had fallen into the hands of that young man instead. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel frustrated. Boom, right after saying those words, the three of them made a move simultaneously. Elder Hongwu swiftly executed his strongest battle technique. The genius from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion also executed his strongest swordsmanship right from the start. As for the genius from the Myriad Beasts Hall, he also summoned his tamed beasts. They were actually two heavenly high immortal tier twin black tiger beasts, standing on the spot. Xianxia chuckled softly. The fighting prowess of these three geniuses was indeed above average among heavenly high immortals, but they were still far from matching up to the warriors of the Hall of Gods. He had already killed many of the warriors of the Hall of Gods, so how could they possibly stand a chance against him? Without drawing his sword, Xianxia opened his palm and flicked it lightly. It was as if the three of them had been plunged into a boundless desert, unable to escape. The next moment, he pressed down lightly. Pada, their swords fell to the ground, their battle techniques crumbled, and the two immortal beasts whimpered. The three geniuses collapsed to the ground, unable to put up any resistance at all. He's actually that powerful? The three of them couldn't believe their eyes. They had thought that even if their new sect leader was slightly stronger than them, it wouldn't be by much. However, after exchanging blows with him, they realized just how frightening the other party was. Even the previous semi-divinity realm sect leader of the Hall of Gods wouldn't have been a match for him. Are you willing to admit defeat? After defeating the three of them with a single move, Xianxia chuckled softly. We'll admit defeat. The arrogance of the three geniuses was replaced by admiration. This is a cultivation technique that I created specifically for the three of you. Cultivate according to this cultivation technique, and you should be able to raise your fighting prowess significantly within 3 days. If there's anything that you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out 3 jade tokens and sent a sliver of his will into them. The three of them took the jade tokens doubtfully, and after reading the content, they were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. Go. Paying no heed to their agitation, Xianxia continued immersing himself in the books on how to reach semi-divinity realm. In the history of the Azure, there had been countless experts who had attempted to reach semi-divinity realm, and they had left behind quite a few valuable insights and insights. However, it was a pity that unless one entered the Azure Bridge, the chances of success were simply too low. Similar to the Master-Teacher Continent's breakthrough to Ancient Sage, the Azure lacks something that can help one achieve a breakthrough. After reading through the books, Xianxia already had an answer in mind. In truth, it wasn't that the predecessors were lacking in talent, but that the Azure lacked something that could help one achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, just like the Master-Teacher Continent back then. Most likely, the God character in the Azure was a reference to the God character. It was for this reason that even without entering the Azure Bridge, it was still possible for one to reach semi-divinity realm in the Ethereal Hall. It was no easy feat to come up with a cultivation technique of one's own. It required great willpower and willpower. Knowing that it would take some time, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to do so. Soon, a few days passed, and the Azure Bridge would open on this very day. Early in the morning, Xianxia led the crowd toward the heaven-anchoring boulder. The heaven-anchoring boulder was located in the Sea of Exiled Stars, not too far away from Exiled Star Island. Riding on an aerial immortal beast, 4 hours later, a barren rocky island came into sight. The island towered above the sea, reminiscent of a solitary mountain or a massive pillar that held up the heavens. It was impossible to tell how tall it was, and one couldn't see the end of it. Legend has it that countless years ago, when the heavens collapsed and the people of the continent were plunged into misery and suffering, a super expert chopped off the 4 legs of a giant sea turtle from the bottom of the sea and used them as pillars to hold up the heavens. Later, as time passed, the sea turned into mulberry fields, and the legs became stone pillars, which is the heaven-receiving stone in front of us. Han Jianqiu said as he gazed at the towering island before him. These are all legends. This isolated island is tens of thousands of meters tall. How can there be such a huge sea turtle in the world? Elder Kuei Shao shook his head. Besides, if the heavens were to collapse, how could 4 legs hold up the heavens? You're right. The crowd chuckled softly. Every world had its own legends, and the Forsaken Continent was no exception. Xianxia turned his gaze to the heaven-anchoring boulder. While he knew that it couldn't possibly be the 4 legs of a sea turtle, it was still rather bizarre for a massive boulder to be able to stand between the heavens and the ocean for so many years. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia swiftly noticed that something was amiss. While the heaven-anchoring boulder looked like an ordinary boulder, its surface was filled with unique formation inscriptions. It was due to these inscriptions that the boulder was able to withstand the attacks of the wind, rain, and aquatic life forms. What profound formation inscriptions! After taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that he was unable to make sense of them at all. The Hall of Gods is above this boulder? Xianxia could not help but ask. Han Jianqiu nodded. As he spoke, he flew toward the boulder. Everyone followed closely behind. As they flew up the heaven-bearing stone, Xianxia felt the pressure on his body grow heavier and heavier. It was like there was a large hand above him that wanted to suppress him from above, unwilling to let him come into contact with the higher secrets. Everyone, do your best. Being able to climb the heaven-receiving stone is also a test in and of itself. Seeing the shock on the faces of the high immortals following behind him, Xianxia exclaimed. To a semi-divinity realm cultivator, this pressure was nothing at all. However, to a high immortal, even a top-notch expert would find it difficult to fly to the top of the heaven-anchoring boulder. This was a test in itself. There were countless experts in the 6 great sects, but the number of people who could pass would not be too many. It's a little like the world in the Temple of Confucius. Xianxia smiled. To him, the pressure from above was enormous. However, it was not to the point where he felt powerless. Back in the Temple of Confucius, he had encountered such a situation. There was a unique pressure in the sky that prevented him from flying. The heaven-anchoring boulder seemed to be only several dozen thousand meters tall, but it was filled with unique inscriptions that formed a kind of confinement formation. Unless one's cultivation was high enough, if one tried to force their way up, it was very likely that one's Xianxia would be thrown into disarray. Pooh, while Xianxia was deep in thought, the sound of someone spurting blood suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw an elder of the 7-star pavilion falling from the sky. He hasn't even reached the halfway mark yet. Elder Kuei Xiao, it seems like the elders of your sect have regressed over the years. Elder Qingyuan remarked with a chuckle. Considering how even a high immortal could not withstand the pressure from the heaven-bearing boulder even when they were still halfway to the top, wasn't that a little too weak? Instead of replying, Elder Kuei Xiao lowered his head with a deep frown. After falling for a moment, the elder finally managed to stabilize himself. He panted heavily in midair, not daring to ascend to the top. Given their level of cultivation, it was unlikely that they would die from the fall. However, who could have thought that they wouldn't even reach the halfway mark? Based on past experience, the elders who were allowed to follow the heaven-bearing boulder were the cream of the crop in the sect. They should have been able to reach at least 70% of the height before they succumbed to the pressure. Pooh, while Xianxia was still pondering over the matter, another elder suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood and plummeted from the sky. He was an elder of the Myriad Beasts Hall. Elder Qingyuan's face turned livid. He had just mocked the other party when someone from his side suddenly fell from the sky. What a slap to his face. The pressure is much greater than usual, Xianxia remarked grimly. Elder Kuei Xiao and Elder Qingyuan were stunned for a moment before their eyebrows shot up. Just as I thought, as semi-divinity realm experts, they weren't too sensitive to the pressure from the heaven-bearing boulder, so they didn't think too much about it. However, after taking a closer look, they realized that the pressure from the heaven-bearing boulder had increased by nearly twofold compared to 100 years ago. Under normal circumstances, one would only be able to feel such pressure after reaching 70% of the height of the boulder. This pressure hasn't changed in the past several thousand years. Why would it suddenly increase in strength? Elder Qingyuan widened his eyes in disbelief. In order to reach the heaven-bearing boulder, one would have to withstand the pressure from the sky. This was a rule that hadn't changed in the past several thousand years. Under normal circumstances, the pressure shouldn't have changed at all, so why would it suddenly increase by so much? It probably has something to do with the premature opening of the Azure Bridge, Xianxia said. It was already common knowledge that the Azure Bridge would only open once every 100 years, so every sect would make preparations in advance. Based on their estimations, there should still be some time before the Azure Bridge opened. Yet, it had suddenly opened without any warning. Could this have something to do with the increase in pressure? Forget it, we have to focus our attention. Only by reaching the heaven-bearing boulder will we be qualified to enter the Azure Bridge and reach the semi-divinity realm. Otherwise, we'll have to wait another 100 years. Even high immortals only had a lifespan of 300 years. 100 years was equivalent to a third of their lifespan. Yes. Realizing the severity of the situation, the crowd swiftly flew toward the heaven-bearing boulder with a grim look on their faces. As they flew higher and higher, more and more people succumbed to the pressure and plummeted from the sky. By the time they reached 70% of the height, there were only a dozen or so people left in the group. The three semi-divinities who had challenged the Azure Bridge together with Xianxia had undergone a period of intensive training, and their fighting prowess had been enhanced significantly. Had it been in the past, they wouldn't even have been able to reach the top of the Azure Bridge. If they couldn't even reach the heaven-bearing boulder, there was no hope for them to reach the Azure Bridge. Can you still hold on? Seeing that the trio was drenched in sweat, Xianxia asked with a frown on his face. We can. Elder Hongwu replied with gritted teeth. The crowd continued advancing. By the time they reached 80% of the height, the only ones left were Kuei Xiao, Han Jianqiu, and the other semi-divinity realm experts. At this moment, Qin Yuan and the others didn't think much of it, but Elder Hongwu and the others were already on the verge of collapsing. Their bodies were trembling non-stop, and their limbs were going to go limp. It felt like they would plummet from the sky at any moment. Are we still unable to reach the heaven-bearing boulder? Xianxia frowned. There were still several thousand meters to go. If they couldn't even hold on, how were they supposed to reach the Azure Bridge? Could it be that they had been training for the past few days for nothing? Wait here for a moment. I'll head up to take a look to see what's going on for the pressure to be so intense. Xianxia pondered for a moment before instructing. Overcoming the pressure had to do with one's strength and state of mind. Since he couldn't find a better solution in the short term, it seemed like he would have to find a way to deal with the source of the pressure. As Xianxia flew along the stone wall, the pressure became even more viscous. Xianxia drove the god's sword intent in his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had morphed into a sharp sword. Voila, the viscous pressure was torn apart, and with a light shake, it had already landed on top of the heaven-receiving stone. It was a platform around 100 meters in diameter, and there was nothing on it at all. Above it was the pitch-black sky, such that he couldn't see the Hall of Gods at all. Standing on the platform, Xianxia controlled his body to fly upward, only to find that there seemed to be a natural barrier separating him from the rest of the world. No matter how fast he drove his Xianxia, he was unable to travel too far. In other words, even with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to fly up and search for the Hall of Gods. Circling around the stone platform, Xianxia noticed that there were similar runes inscribed on it as well. Could it be that the pressure is due to these runes? Xianxia didn't understand the meaning behind the runes, but the fact that the runes were able to keep the stone pillar standing for several thousand years meant that there was some kind of unique power behind them. Perhaps, the pressure that prevented the others from coming here was due to this as well. Go! Flicking his wrist, Xianxia whipped out the Tongshang sword. He focused his attention and tapped on the runes. A burst of sword chi gushed out from the stone platform like a massive dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it dived right into the runes. Wang, a brilliant light shone from the stone platform, as if something had come to life. As I thought, sensing the change in the pressure around him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, the 9 heavenly high immortal tier swords appeared once more, forming a unique sword formation around him. Break! Xianxia infused the god's sword intent into the swords and bellowed. The 10 swords landed around the stone platform. Even though Xianxia didn't understand the meaning behind the runes, he was still able to discern the flaws in the formation through his eye of insight. These were the spots where the swords had struck. Hung long, a burst of light rippled through the air, and the immense pressure in the air dissipated at the same time. Hoo! With a gust of wind, Han Jianqiu and the others made use of this opportunity to fly up and land on the stone platform. Wang, as soon as they landed on the stone platform, the runes in the surroundings suddenly began twisting, and the immense pressure returned. From the moment it disappeared to the moment it returned to normal, it had only taken 2 breaths. If not for the others realizing what was going on, they wouldn't have been able to return to the stone platform. It's actually able to return to normal on its own? Xianxia was astonished. He thought that he had already destroyed the unique energy formed by the runes, but who could have thought that they would actually return to normal so quickly? As expected of something left behind by the Hall of Gods, it was indeed not as simple as it seemed. Upon arriving at the stone platform, Elder Hongwu and the others immediately sat down on the ground and swallowed a pill to recover their stamina. Han Jianqiu and the others scanned their surroundings with complicated looks in their eyes. They had been here 100 years ago, and they had gone through a life-and-death battle to reach where they were today. Where is the Azure Bridge? Xianxia asked. Where is the Hall of Gods? There was nothing on it, nothing at all. Where was the so-called sky-crossing bridge? How were they supposed to enter the Hall of Gods? The Azure Bridge is right above us. When the time comes, it will appear on its own and connect the Hall of Gods to the heaven-anchoring boulder. Only those below 100 years old will be able to enter the Azure Bridge, and the warriors of the Hall of Gods will be guarding it. Han Jianqiu pointed upward. Xianxia raised his head to look at the dark sky, but there was nothing there. As long as the Azure Bridge doesn't appear, it's impossible to enter the Hall of Gods. After all, it's impossible to pass through the barrier above us. This barrier was left behind by the gods. Putting aside high immortals, even semi-divinities won't be able to pass through it. Han Jianqiu shook his head as he stabbed his finger upward. This sword contained all of his power and understanding of the way of the sword. It rose from between his fingers, bringing with it the sound of thunder, giving people the feeling of a flood surging over. However, it only spread up for less than 10 meters before dissipating with a pop. It was as if it had never appeared before. Everyone's eyebrows shot up. To think that such a powerful sword art could not even reach 10 meters upward. It was impossible for them to reach the heaven-anchoring boulder. Even though the pressure on the heaven-anchoring boulder is immense, there are still quite a few people on the Master-Teacher continent who are able to fly up there. Many heavenly high immortals have reached the end of their lifespans, and they all wish to come here to change their fates. However, none of them have succeeded. Elder Kuei Xiao shook his head. Knowing that there was no hope, it was better for them to stay at home and accompany their loved ones. Xianxia raised his head once more. Even though he was unable to see the barrier left behind by the gods, he could clearly feel the immense pressure coming from above. Putting aside his current strength, even if he had reached the semi-divinity realm like Han Jianqiu and the others, he might not have been able to succeed. The barrier above made him feel powerless. It was as if a true immortal had met a semi-divinity realm cultivator back then, and all of his means had been rendered useless. An ant trying to shake a tree was laughable. This is the power of the gods? His heart was filled with shock. It was no wonder that the deity's hall was able to stand at the top and no one could contend against them. Just this barrier alone was enough to make countless people lose their confidence. He really had no idea how the founder of the Lingyun Sword sect and Kongsher managed to pass through the trial and enter it. It's really beyond our expectations that you guys could come up here. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a cold sneer suddenly echoed in the air. Turning their heads around, they saw Bai Xianxing of the Black Mirror Citadel and Gu Zhuiyun of the Evanescent Immortal sect flying up from the ground. Two middle-aged men followed closely behind them. He should be one of the geniuses participating in the Azure Bridge. Can you withstand the pressure? Elder Qin Yuan frowned. When their people and the geniuses of the other two sects had reached 80% of the height, they were unable to advance any further. It was the sect master who had arrived at the stone platform ahead of them, causing the pressure to stop for 2 breaths before rushing over. How could the other party appear in front of him so easily? They were both geniuses, but there shouldn't be such a huge gap between them, right? Of course, this pressure is nothing to our geniuses, Bai Xianxing harumphed coldly. Before Bai Xianxing could finish his words, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded. It's the armor they are wearing. The crowd quickly turned their gazes over, and the pitch-black armor that the two geniuses were wearing was exceptionally eye-catching. There were some unique inscriptions on the surface of the armor, similar to the ones on the heaven-anchoring boulder. It was due to the armor that they were able to fly up without the slightest hindrance from the pressure. Bai Xianxing's face turned livid, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he harumphed coldly and said, Sect Master Xianxia sure has a sharp eye. Xianxia didn't deny it. The two geniuses turned their gazes over. As expected of experts from the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect. Their cultivation was on par with Elder Hong Wu and the others, but their auras were much sharper. Warriors of the Hall of Gods? Xianxia frowned. This feeling was similar to that of the warriors of the Hall of Gods, and he couldn't help but feel a little displeased. At this moment, Bai Xianxing harumphed coldly and said, Since Sect Master Zhang has such sharp eyes, can you tell who it was that stole my treasures in the Sea of Little Mirror? Seeing that the other party was actually looking for him instead, Xianxia turned to Bai Xianxing and said, Back then, you were about to be killed by the black-backed tortoise, and Elder Kuei Xiao and I were the ones who saved you. It's only right for us to compensate you for saving your life. Bai Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had already guessed that Xianxia had something to do with what had happened in the capital, but he didn't expect the other party to admit to it. After all, it would affect his prestige. Who could have thought that not only would the other party admit to it, he would even say it so openly, to think that you would act so righteously after stealing my treasures. Do you still have the dignity of an expert? Sect Master Xianxia, the 6 sects have always been helping one another. Stealing Sect Master Bai's treasures and storage ring is a violation of the rules. I'm afraid that this will cause a rift between the sects and bring chaos to the entire Master-Teacher continent. Gu Zhuiyan said. Xianxia asked, what do you think I should do then? Simple. Return all of the items that you've stolen to sect leader Bai and apologize to him. Gu Zhuiyan said. Apologize? Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. After saying those words, he waved his hand grandly. The black-backed tortoise immediately appeared before Bai Xianxia and charged toward him. Since the other party was working with the ethereal hall, there was no reason for him to investigate the matter. What are you trying to do? Bai Xianxia was taken aback. It was just a moment ago that he was going to apologize to Xianxia, but the other party suddenly tossed out the black-backed tortoise. It's nothing much. I can apologize to you as long as you don't call for help, Xianxia replied with a smile. Back then, the black-backed tortoise had tried to kill Bai Xianxia. If not for him, Bai Xianxia would have been dead by now. Not only did it not know how to repay a favor, it was actually asking for his treasures. If I hadn't fallen for its trap the other time, do you think that it would have been able to hurt me? Bai Xianxia sneered coldly as he charged toward the black-backed tortoise. If not for the silverback mayflies in the Sea of Little Mirror, he would not have been at a disadvantage at all. Without the support of the seawater, the black-backed tortoise's fighting prowess had been significantly reduced. It would be embarrassing if he could not defeat the black-backed tortoise. With a furious bellow, Bai Xianxia charged forward. A powerful shockwave rippled through the air. The black-backed tortoise had yet to reveal its true form, so it was only 2 meters long. Its speed was far more agile than the black-backed tortoise, so it did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. 3 steps from the Kuan position, attack from the Li position. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to the black-backed tortoise. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the black-backed tortoise to defeat the black-backed tortoise. However, with Xianxia's guidance, it was a different story. In less than a minute, Bai Xianxia's face was already swollen and bruised. He was pinned under a massive tortoise shell, and several of his ribs had been fractured. Sect leader Zhang, are you really intending to incite a conflict within the sect? Gu Zhuiyan asked anxiously. Isn't there already a conflict within the sect? Do you really need me to incite it? Xianxia shook his head grimly. Back then, sect leader Bai was knocked out by the black-backed tortoise. The fact that he's still awake even now shows that he's still some distance away from what happened back then. Don't worry, I won't make a move this time around. If sect leader Bai dies, I'll make sure to pass down his heritage to the Black Mirror Citadel and pay his grave a visit to apologize. I won't turn you down. Hearing those words, Bai Xianxia spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. If he was dead, what was the point of apologizing and asking for his heritage? Gu Zhuiyan's face darkened. Do you know what kind of calamity the Black Mirror Citadel will bring if they seek vengeance? Seek vengeance? Don't worry, once he dies, I'll head to the Black Mirror Citadel and inherit the position of the sect leader. It just so happens that his sect leader token is in my hands as well. In order to prevent any unrest, I'll just say that he has passed the position of the sect leader to me. Xianxia chuckled softly. I believe that sect leader Gu won't expose me, right? After all, you're a person who cares about the world, and you don't want any unrest on the Master-Teacher continent. He had taken Bai Xianxia's storage ring in the Sea of Little Mirror, and the Black Mirror Citadel sect leader token was inside. It was just that he had been too lazy to assimilate it all this while. If Bai Xianxia were to die, he could just assimilate the sect leader token and tell the others that he was the one who had inherited the sect leader's position. After all, he was already the head of one of the 4 sects. It was not a big deal for him to take over another sect. Not expecting Xianxia to be so vicious, Gu Zhuiyun clenched his fists tightly. He was just about to rush forward to save Bai Xianxing when he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Han Jianqiu, Kuei Xiao, Qin Yuan, and the other elders had stepped forward to block his path. Sect leader Gu, please remain where you are. Since you want to apologize, you should do it in accordance with the circumstances. Taking a deep breath, Gu Zhuiyun had no choice but to stop. He was a semi-divinity realm cultivator just like the three elders before him. If they were to fight, he would probably end up in the same state as Bai Xianxing. Sect leader Zhang, save me. I was wrong. I won't make you apologize, and I won't take those treasures either. Take it as my repayment for saving my life. Seeing that the black-backed tortoise was on the verge of killing him, the severely injured Bai Xianxing dared not speak anymore. From the looks of it, it seemed like the other party was really going to kill him and impersonate him. If he succeeded, there would be no need for him to return the treasures. If that was the case, not only would he have died in vain, his sect would also fall into the hands of another. You want me to save you? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying, it's not that I can't, but I'm only a heavenly high immortal. It'll be difficult for me to fight a semi-divinity realm black-backed tortoise. Why don't you give me some treasures as compensation? I might be willing to risk my life to save you. Give you some treasures as compensation? Bai Xianxing was stunned. He nearly burst into tears. Could a human really be that shameless? The black-backed tortoise has already become your tamed beast, and all you need to do is make it stop. Yet, you are asking me for compensation. More importantly, you are the one who made it beat me up. If only I knew that this fellow was so shameless, I would have never asked for the treasures. 2 minutes later, Xianxia turned to the severely injured Bai Xianxing with a satisfied look on his face. Faction leader Bai, if you still wish to get your items back from me, please feel free to ask me directly. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Bai Xianxing didn't want to talk to him at all. It was only after Xianxia had extorted 3 heavenly high immortal tier weapons did the other party finally order the black-backed tortoise to stop. If he asked for more, wouldn't he go bankrupt? He had thought that he would be able to make use of this opportunity to snatch back the semi-divinity artifact that the other party had stolen from him, but who could have thought that not only would he end up losing 3 of his artifacts, he would even be severely injured and nearly lose his life on the spot. Sect Master Bai, seeing that the black-backed tortoise had been taken away, Gu Zhuiyun stepped forward. I'm fine. Consuming a pill, Bai Xianxing recovered a little from his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Let them be for the time being. Once the Azure Bridge opens, we'll proceed according to our original plan. By then, we'll be sure to make them cry. Gu Zhuiyun nodded. Taking in the expressions of the duo, Xianxia chuckled softly. He still couldn't tell why the ethereal hall would give the other party a semi-divinity artifact and demand their guardian artifacts. However, it was clear that the 2 sect leaders who were on good terms with the ethereal hall were on a completely different level from them. In other words, they were no longer able to work together, and it was very likely that they would become enemies. Since that was the case, he might as well strike first and gain the upper hand. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson so that he could see what other trump cards the other party had up his sleeves and whether he had any other semi-divinity artifacts. From the looks of it, other than the iron chain, there should be nothing else. Rumble, all of a sudden, a thunderous rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw a huge bridge slowly stretching out from the dark sky. The heavenly bridge has opened, Han Jianqiu said grimly. Xianxia looked over. The bridge that had appeared in the sky was hanging upside down from the night sky. He couldn't see what material it was made of, but it gave off a cold feeling. Even before it got close, he could feel an immense pressure. It was as if the entire heaven-receiving stone would be crushed to dust. Everyone retreated to one side of the stone platform. After a few breaths of time, the bridge and the stone platform perfectly fused together. The stone platform seemed to have withstood the pressure many times, and the runes on its surface flashed, but there was no abnormality. The sky-crossing bridge only exists for a single day. Sect leader, hurry up and get on. Seeing that the bridge was perfectly connected to the stone platform, Han Jianqiu remarked. How do we go up? Xianxia frowned. The bridge that appeared in the air was erected on a stone platform. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror. Even with his strength, he couldn't climb it. "We'll know once we walk up there." Without explaining anything, Xianxia waved his hand forward. Xianxia did not ask any further. He beckoned Elder Hongwu and the others to come to the bridge, followed by the two geniuses of the Mystic Mirror sect and the Misty Immortal sect. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the bridge. His body involuntarily staggered and sank down. Then, he found that the bridge had appeared under his feet and he was standing on the bridge. Turning his head around, he saw that the stone platform that Han Jianqiu and the others were standing on was perpendicular to him. It was as if they were hanging upside down from the stone platform, creating a bizarre sight to behold. Different gravity? Zhang Xian was stunned. This situation was similar to the situation on Earth in his previous life. The people on this side of Earth felt that they were standing on the opposite side, but they would not fall into the air either. The bridge was perpendicular to the surface of the heaven-anchoring boulder, but they were still able to stand firmly on it. It felt as if they were standing on flat ground. Not only was the gravity different, there was a good chance that they had stepped into another dimension. The others also landed on the bridge as well. They swiftly scanned their surroundings, and just like Zhang Xian, their eyes widened in shock. Knowing that they had no time to waste, they began walking along the bridge. It was hard to tell how long the bridge was, but they couldn't see the end of it. All they could see was darkness. Slowly walking along the bridge, the only thing that they could hear was the breathing of the crowd. Knowing that the experts of the Hall of Gods would appear at any moment, they dared not let their guard down at all. After walking for a short distance, 5 figures appeared in the darkness of the night. They were armored warriors of the Hall of Gods, and they were all heavenly high immortals. Only by defeating these warriors will we be able to advance forward and achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Elder Hongwu said as he drove his Xianxia furiously. The others also narrowed their eyes in contemplation. Before coming here, they had already learned of the rules of the Azure Bridge. If 6 people were to challenge the trial, 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods would appear. Usually, the 5 of them would charge forward to obstruct the 5 warriors so that one of them would have a chance. Sect leader Zhang will hold them back. You should think of a way to cross the bridge. Elder Hongwu said as he gathered his Xianxia around his body. Sect leader Zhang, you should go first. The other 2 nodded in agreement. After a few days of interaction, they were already deeply impressed by the young man before them. They knew that he was the only one who could lead the 4 sects to greater heights. I'll leave it to you. We'll be heading over first. The 2 geniuses from the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect chuckled softly as they stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived before the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods, and they charged right at 2 of them. As for the other 3 warriors, they chose to remain on the bridge and wait patiently for Zhang Xian and the others to arrive. Pung pung pung, as the 2 of them clashed, it was as if the geniuses of the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect had obtained a cultivation technique that could counter the warriors of the Hall of Gods. They were able to predict every single move that the 2 warriors of the Hall of Gods would make. After exchanging 3 blows, the 2 warriors of the Hall of Gods were forced to retreat several steps. So, the 2 of them made use of this opportunity to dash forward. Just as the 2 warriors of the Hall of Gods were about to give chase, their voices suddenly sounded, "There are still 4 of them behind us. If they were to chase after us, they would have barged in." Hearing those words, the 2 of them halted their movements and returned to their original position to look at Zhang Xian and the others. Those 2 fellows. Not expecting such a turn of events, Elder Hongwu and the others' faces darkened. Previously, it had been 6 against 5, but now, it had become 4 against 5. If only they had known that this would happen, they would have charged forward together with the other 2. We'll be in an even more disadvantageous position if we were to fight together with them. They already know the strengths and weaknesses of the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods. If they were to make a move together with the warriors of the Hall of Gods, they could very well be injured by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. It was just like how a warrior of the Hall of Gods executed a move that was meant for the genius of the Black Mirror Citadel, but the latter knew the follow-up of the move and dodged it. On the other hand, Elder Hongwu was unaware of the move, so he could easily fall for it. Everyone had fought for a long time, so they understood this situation. They nodded at the same time, no longer feeling conflicted. Hall Leader Zhang, what should we do now? The genius of the myriad beasts Hall asked worriedly. Since they can charge forward, we can too. Don't worry, use your full strength. The warriors of the Hall of Gods aren't as frightening as you think they are. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He wouldn't be staying in the azure for too long. Once he had the chance to enter the firmament, he wouldn't give up. Thus, the position of the future sect leader had to be returned to the hands of these people. In order to become the sect leader, they had to first establish their confidence in themselves. If they were to cower before the warriors of the Hall of Gods, how could they possibly lead the sect in the future? Yes. Elder Hongwu nodded before charging toward one of the warriors of the Hall of Gods. Wind howled as he executed all kinds of martial techniques. Not only did he not lose, he even managed to gain the upper hand for a short period of time. The other two heavenly high immortals were taken aback by this sight. The battle techniques that Elder Hongwu was executing were the ones that Zhang Xian had imparted to them. Since he was able to withstand them, they might not necessarily lose either. With such thoughts in mind, they hurriedly charged forward. Initially, it was still a little awkward for them, but as the battle progressed faster and faster, they found themselves getting more and more familiar with the moves. Even though Zhang Xian didn't say anything about the flaws of the warriors of the Hall of Gods, he did explain the battle techniques that we should use to gain the upper hand. It seems like it's a perfect counter to the warriors of the Hall of Gods. The three of them were astonished. In the past few days of cultivation, Zhang Xian had only imparted them battle techniques and ways to strengthen their Xianxia. He hadn't said a single word about how they should deal with the warriors of the Hall of Gods. Yet, at this very moment, they were actually able to execute all of those moves with ease. The warriors of the Hall of Gods that they had thought to be undefeatable suddenly felt as though they were sparring with them. They no longer felt as fearful as before. To think that we would have improved so much in just a few short days, the three of them widened their eyes in realization. Had it been before, they would have been killed in less than 3 moves by the warriors of the Hall of Gods. Yet, at this very moment, they were actually able to suppress the warriors of the Hall of Gods to the point that they were unable to retaliate at all. They had been immersed in their cultivation all this while, so they hadn't noticed it yet. However, now that they were fighting against the Hall of Gods, they could feel their control over their strength, their judgment of battle techniques, and their counterattacks. In just a few short days, they had undergone a complete transformation. It's our sect leader, gratitude could be seen in their eyes. It was only at this moment that they finally understood the good intentions of their sect leader. Even with their current strength, they still wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from their sect leader. In other words, it wouldn't take the latter too much effort to kill these warriors of the Hall of Gods. Despite being able to achieve victory on his own, the sect leader had spent so much effort to train them. Furthermore, he even had them make a move personally. It was clear that he wanted them to grow stronger. Only by going through a battle would they be able to become semi-divinities. Let's defeat them in a single go. Knowing this, the three of them felt a surge of confidence. Without any hesitation, they executed their strongest moves. Pung pung pung, with a deep groan, the 3 warriors of the Hall of Gods were forced to retreat. Pudong! 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 A few minutes later, all of them collapsed to the ground, breathing their last breaths. After killing the 3 warriors of the Hall of Gods, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They glanced at one another before turning their gazes to the remaining 2 warriors, only to see that the 2 of them were already lying on the ground. The sect leader was standing not too far away with a calm smile on his face. Even though the sect leader had made a move later than them, he was still able to deal with them swiftly. In fact, they didn't even see how the sect leader had made his move. In truth, they weren't the only ones. The 2 warriors lying on the ground also had a look of grief on their faces before they died. They didn't know how they ended up lying on the ground, dying just like that. Let's go. After dealing with the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods, the crowd continued on their way. The duo who had charged past them had already vanished from sight. The azure bridge stretched across the night sky, its end nowhere in sight. Walking along the bridge, they soon arrived at a protrusion. It was a round platform that appeared on one side of the bridge. It looked like a small observation deck. The genius from the Black Mirror Citadel was seated on it. A unique energy was rippling on the circular platform, and the pores of the genius body opened up to absorb it swiftly. His cultivation rose steadily, and it felt as if he would make a breakthrough at any moment. He's trying to push for a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, Elder Hongwu said. Based on the experiences of the predecessors, there would be places on the Azure Bridge where one could make a breakthrough after passing through the 5 warriors of the Hall of Gods. As long as a heavenly high immortal could enter those places, there was a good chance that they would succeed. Most likely, this was one of those places, and the genius was currently attempting to push for a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Let's go. He's already occupied this area. Let's take a look around and see if there are any other circular platforms ahead. Xianxia waved his hand. Even though the two of them were not on friendly terms, it was still a fortuitous encounter for them to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, so there was no need for them to stand in their way. Since the previous heads of the 6 sects were able to make breakthroughs here, there should be quite a number of such places around. Otherwise, that person from the evanescent immortal sect would definitely be here too, and would not have disappeared without a trace. The crowd nodded before following closely behind Xianxia. However, just as they were about to advance forward, an aura suddenly burst forth. The genius from the Black Mirror Citadel on the circular platform exclaimed deeply, and the Xianxia in his body burst forth. Hong Long, a powerful aura burst forth, reminiscent of a bolt of lightning. He made a breakthrough? Everyone was taken aback and hurriedly looked over, only to see the middle-aged man sitting in his original position. It was as if the very essence of his life had changed. Streams of immortal energy flowed around his body like a flood dragon, quietly floating above the circular platform. It was as if gravity had no effect on him. Who? As the Xianxia in his body flowed into his acupoints, the middle-aged man abruptly opened his eyes. A brilliant ray of light burst forth from his eyes, illuminating the surroundings. Looks like you've defeated the warriors of the Shrine of Light since you've made it this far. However, your luck ends here. Don't go any further. Feeling the surge of energy in his body, the middle-aged man was filled with excitement. When he saw that Xianxia and the others were not killed by the Temple of Deity's warriors, he revealed a trace of shock. He harumphed coldly and stood up. Whoosh, in the next instant, he stood in front of everyone. Xianxia frowned. The fact that you are able to clear the trial of the warriors of the Hall of Gods means that you have a chance to become a semi-divinity realm expert. If you succeed, what advantage does our Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect have? The middle-aged man sneered. The reason why they had gone to the extent of collaborating with the Ethereal Hall was so that they could produce more semi-divinity realm experts. If the other party were to succeed as well, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? You want to silence me? Xianxia. He already knew that these 2 sects were up to no good, but he didn't think that they would do something like this. If you die, others will think that you died at the hands of the warriors of the Hall of Gods. It has nothing to do with our Black Mirror Citadel. Every time they challenged the Azure Bridge, there would be quite a number of deaths. Even if the few of them were to die, no one would suspect anything. After all, there was only a single person who managed to clear the Azure Bridge every year. Are you that certain that you can kill us? Seeing that the other party was already dead, Xianxia shook his head and looked at Luo Ruoxin sympathetically. I know that you have tamed the black-backed tortoise, a semi-divinity realm beast, but why don't you give it a try and see if you can summon it from the Azure Bridge? The middle-aged man's lips crept up. If the gods didn't take this into consideration when they constructed the Azure Bridge, wouldn't the warriors of the Hall of Gods be no match for it? Xianxia frowned. He tried communicating with his tamed beast sack, and as expected, it seemed to have been sealed by some kind of power, preventing him from summoning semi-divinity realm tamed beasts. However, he was still able to summon beasts that hadn't reached the semi-divinity realm. However, the Azure Bridge wasn't wide, and every single immortal beast was massive in size. If he summoned them, not only would they not be able to help him, they might even hinder him. From the looks of it, it seemed like the middle-aged man was right. The gods who constructed the Azure Bridge had already predicted this. Even the myriad beasts hall wouldn't be able to take advantage of this. Since I was able to tame the black-backed tortoise, it goes without saying that I have the means to defeat it. You are just a semi-divinity realm cultivator, and you think that you can kill me? Xianxia shook his head. Even though he couldn't summon his 4 semi-divinity realm beasts, given his current strength, he was still no match for a semi-divinity realm cultivator who had just reached the semi-divinity realm. What if I join you? Before Xianxia could finish his words, another voice sounded. The genius from the evanescent immortal sect also appeared before them. Just like the genius from the Black Mirror Citadel, he had also reached the semi-divinity realm. 2 semi-divinity realm cultivators released their auras simultaneously to block their path. In an instant, the faces of Elder Hong Wu and the others turned incredibly awful. They were confident that their sect leader would be able to defeat 1 semi-divinity realm cultivator, but 2, that would be hard to say, not to mention, those 2 could be considered as geniuses of the Forsaken Continent. Even though they had just achieved a breakthrough, their fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. As fellow members of the 6 sects, aren't you afraid of causing chaos on the Forsaken Continent by making a move against us? Xianxia asked. Don't worry. After you die, our Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal Sect will take charge of your sections. Starchaser Palace, Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and 7-Star Pavilion will cease to exist. The middle-aged man from the Black Mirror Citadel said with a wave of his hand. Make your move. After saying those words, the middle-aged man took a step forward, and he appeared right before Xianxia. Opening his palm, he launched a powerful palm strike. The middle-aged man wielded the strength of a semi-divinity realm cultivator. Elder Hong Wu and the others wanted to help, but they felt as if their bodies had been sealed, rendering them unable to move at all. This is the strength of a semi-divinity realm cultivator? Elder Hong Wu's heart sank. They had come into contact with semi-divinity realm cultivators before, but they had never crossed blows with them before. As such, they had no idea how powerful they were. However, after seeing the middle-aged man's strength, they realized that the gap between them was simply too huge. If the middle-aged man really wanted to kill them, even if the 3 of them were to work together, they would not be able to last more than 3 moves. Sect leader Zhang, they quickly turned to look at their sect leader, hoping to see how they could save him. What they saw was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Not too far away, their sect leader, who had been struck by the middle-aged man's palm strike, took out a sword, and with a slight flick of his wrist, he pierced through the middle-aged man's palm. Puha! Puha! After 2 consecutive blows, the middle-aged man who had just achieved a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm was decapitated. Even in his final moments, he could not believe that this was real. What's wrong with living? Why did you have to court death? Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Even though his cultivation was only at heavenly high immortal realm, his fighting prowess far exceeded that of ordinary semi-divinity realm cultivators. He might have had to put in some effort to deal with the semi-divinity realm cultivators of the Hall of Gods, but a brat who had just achieved a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm actually wanted to kill him? Seeing how his companion had been decapitated in a single move, the middle-aged man from the evanescent immortal sect leaped in fright. He immediately turned around and fled. His strength was not much stronger than the middle-aged man from the evanescent immortal sect. Since the other party was able to kill the middle-aged man in a single move, there was no doubt that the other party would be able to kill him as well. He had received orders that if Xianxia was able to clear the warriors of the Hall of Gods, he was to kill him. He had thought that it would be a simple mission, but who could have known that the young man would actually be so powerful, to be able to kill a semi-divinity realm cultivator at the high immortal realm without any hesitation. In fact, he was even stronger than their sect leader. If he did not flee now, when would he? The reason why I asked so many questions earlier is to ascertain whether you really intend to kill me or not. Since that's the case, it won't be too late for me to flee now. Xianxia shook his head and flicked his wrist. Wang, his sword pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was already right behind the middle-aged man. Puha, the sword pierced right through the middle-aged man's heart. In an instant, the middle-aged man who had just achieved a breakthrough breathed his last, and his corpse fell heavily onto the bridge. From the moment they achieved a breakthrough to the moment of death, they did not even last 3 minutes. They were probably the shortest semi-divinity realm cultivators on the Master-Teacher continent. After putting away the corpses of the 2 false gods, Xianxia led everyone forward. Not too far away, a heavenly high immortal tier warrior of the Hall of Gods appeared. After killing him, a circular platform appeared before him. This is an opportunity for you to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Instead of stepping forward, Xianxia said to a high immortal. Thank you, sect leader. The genius nodded gratefully and entered the room to cultivate. As expected, he felt the energy in his body boiling, and he could make a breakthrough at any moment. The group continued forward, and soon, they found 2 more round tables. Every round table was guarded by a temple warrior. If it were someone else, they would not be able to do anything, but for Xianxia, it was extremely simple. After killing the warriors guarding the place, Xianxia arranged for Elder Hongwu and Elder Xianxia to enter, and then continued walking. Seeing another round table, Xianxia's body swayed as he sat down. Focusing his attention, Xianxia immediately sensed a unique energy rippling around him. It was completely different from the spiritual energy he had absorbed back on the Forsaken Continent. Under the influence of this energy, his heavenly high immortal cultivation seemed to be on the verge of making a breakthrough. It's a pity that I haven't figured out the semi-divinity realm cultivation technique yet. After cultivating for a while, he couldn't help but shake his head. Dao had been working hard in the great codex of spring and autumn, but it had yet to succeed. If he were to force his way through, there was a chance that he could become a semi-divinity realm cultivator. However, without a suitable cultivation technique, he might end up leaving behind hidden dangers for his future advancement. With a wave of his hand, he collected the aura on the round platform into a jade bottle and stored it in his spatial storage ring. Upon entering the circular platform, Xianxia realized that the key to achieving a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm was this unique spiritual energy. It was similar to the aeon of ancient sage back on the master-teacher continent. As long as he was able to decipher his cultivation technique, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm anytime. He left the round platform and continued forward. In the passageway, there seemed to be quite a number of such round tables. Before long, Xianxia found another one. After dealing with the warrior guarding it, Xianxia paused for a moment. Then, an identical clone entered the round table. A moment later, his clone made a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Proceeding ahead, it did not take long for the serpentine dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the other heavenly high immortal beasts to make a breakthrough as well. At this rate, we won't be able to reach the Hall of Gods within a day. All of his tamed beasts had reached the semi-divinity realm, and his heavenly high immortal tear swords were also nurtured in the midst of this aura. There was a good chance that they could become semi-divinity artifacts as well. Only then did Xianxia turn his gaze forward. The sky-crossing bridge was still shrouded in darkness. It was impossible to tell how far it went and where it ended. This bridge was only open for a day. If they continued like this, they would definitely not be able to reach the so-called temple. The so-called snatching of the word God would also become empty talk. There was a limit to the number of semi-divinity realm stone platforms. Once a sect successfully obtained the God character, it would be able to produce countless semi-divinity realm weapons, just like the ethereal hall. He would truly have an endless supply and would no longer be restricted by the other party. However, the Temple of Gods had always wanted to kill him. They had besieged him many times, but to no avail. If he really went there, would he be ambushed? The Azure Bridge only opens once every 100 years. The Hall of Gods might have a chance to enter the firmament. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to go and take a look. Xianxia pondered for a moment before vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared a moment later, he was already dressed in a green robe. Without the Azure Bridge, even if he reached the semi-divinity realm, he would not be able to find the Hall of Gods. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for another 100 years. Since that was the case, he might as well take the risk. There were no more semi-divinity platforms in front of him. It seemed like there was a limit to the number of semi-divinity platforms. The 2 platforms at the front were not guarded by any warriors, but the ones at the back were all guarded. In other words, the Hall of Gods only allowed 2 people from the 6 sects to achieve a breakthrough. Other than experts like Kongsher and the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, no one else would be able to reach the back of the Azure Bridge, let alone use it. Each time, only one person from the 6 sects would be able to achieve a breakthrough. Over the past several thousand years, they had only managed to accumulate several dozen semi-divinity platforms. After collecting all of the spiritual energy from the semi-divinity platforms, Xianxia took out a sword and drove his sword intent to increase his speed. He had already wasted 6 hours helping his tamed beasts achieve breakthroughs and collecting the spiritual energy from the semi-divinity platforms. If he did not increase his speed, it would be impossible for him to reach the Hall of Gods. Infusing his god sword intent into the surroundings, Xianxia's speed surpassed that of most semi-divinity realm experts. However, the Azure Bridge was simply too long. Even after flying for 6 hours, he still could not see the end of the Azure Bridge. To make a round trip and enter the Hall of Gods within a day. How is that even possible? It had been 12 hours since he had entered the Hall of Gods, but he was still unable to see the end. Was it impossible for him to reach the Hall of Gods with his current strength? Based on the records, if he did not return to the heaven-anchoring boulder before the Azure Bridge disappeared, there was a good chance that he would fall into the shattered space. Even semi-divinity realm experts would find it hard to survive. Half a day had passed, but there was still half of the time left. I have to fly for another 2 hours. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. He had not gone all out for the past 6 hours, so if he were to return now, he would be able to reach the heaven-anchoring boulder within 8 hours. In other words, if he was still unable to reach the Hall of Gods after flying for another 2 hours, he would have no choice but to turn back. Driving his Xianxia, Xianxia hastened his flight. An hour later, the endless Azure Bridge began to change. A pitch-black palace slowly came into sight. It sure is far. Back then, Xianxia and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were able to reach the Hall of Gods. Their cultivation was no weaker than mine. Upon seeing the Hall of Gods, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he was only at Heavenly High Immortal Realm, his true strength was on par with most semi-divinity realm cultivators. Coupled with his god sword intent, it would be difficult for the black-backed tortoise and the others to catch up to him. Despite his current speed, he still had to fly for 12 hours before he finally saw the Hall of Gods. The length of the Azure Bridge was indeed frightening. The fact that Xianxia and the others were able to reach the Hall of Gods meant that they must have crossed the Azure Bridge as well. Considering how fast they were, there was no way they would be any weaker than him. The massive palace floated in the air, seemingly embedded in the darkness of the night. After flying for another 15 minutes, Xianxia finally arrived before it. Jia, sensing the presence of life, the doors of the palace slowly opened. Without any hesitation, Xianxia walked in. As soon as he walked in, the doors of the palace slowly closed. Countless torches lit up the pitch-black palace, illuminating the surroundings. Hoo, 10 silhouettes materialized in the surroundings. Every single one of them exuded a powerful aura, making it impossible to gauge their cultivation. They were all semi-divinity realm experts, as expected of the Hall of Gods. It was rare to see semi-divinity realm cultivators in the outside world, but there were actually 2 digits of them here. Despite knowing that the Hall of Gods has encircled you, you still dared to come here. Xianxia, you sure are gutsy. A towering figure suddenly appeared on the throne at the very center of the palace. He stood right above the flames, as if he had just walked out from the flames. His robe covered his face, making it impossible to see his facial features clearly. His voice was cold and devoid of emotions. There are countless geniuses on the Forsaken Continent. I'm just curious as to why the Hall of Gods is pursuing me so relentlessly. Is it because I have comprehended the god sword intent? Xianxia had already guessed that this would happen, so he did not panic. Instead, he frowned. He had been keeping a low profile ever since he arrived in the Forsaken Continent, but he still ended up being encircled by the Hall of Gods 3 times in a row. God sword intent? The figure on the throne harumphed coldly. Just that isn't enough for the Hall of Gods to make a move. Then Xianxia frowned. You are from the Master Teacher Continent, right? The silhouette asked. You know about the Master Teacher Continent? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. I want him alive. Without bothering to explain anything, the figure on the throne waved his hand grandly. Voila, 10 semi-divinity realm warriors of the Hall of Gods immediately surrounded Xianxia. You want to capture me? It won't be that easy. Since he dared to come to the Hall of Gods, he knew that he would be in danger. Thus, he took a step back and flicked his wrist. Who Who, the corpses of the two semi-divinity realm experts that he had kept in his storage ring on the Azure Bridge suddenly appeared before him. Boom, it only took an instant for them to explode. On his way here, he had already diverted some of his attention to forge the two corpses into soulless metal humanoids. Humph. Before the shockwaves of the explosion could spread, a cold harumph echoed in the air. Following which, a brilliant light shone from the interior of the shrine. In the next instant, the shockwaves were sealed into a sphere, and with a pop, the sphere dissipated on the spot. Xianxia's face darkened. He had thought that the self-destruction of the two semi-divinity realm experts would at least buy him some time, but who could have thought that the defensive formation of the Hall of Gods was simply too powerful? It only took a moment for the shockwaves to dissipate into nothingness. Run! With a flick of his wrist, the Tongsheng sword materialized in Xianxia's hand. With a light slash, he infused his god sword intent into the surroundings before slashing the tightly shut door of the Hall of Gods. The Tongsheng sword was originally only a step away from reaching semi-divinity realm, but he had made use of the spiritual energy on the circular platform to achieve a breakthrough. Coupled with his god sword intent, the might it wielded was so great that ordinary semi-divinity realm experts would not even be able to withstand a single blow from it. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal striking metal echoed in the air as the sword chi struck the door, but it did not even leave a scratch on it. Could this door be a semi-divinity realm artifact as well? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. The combination of the semi-divinity realm Tongsheng sword and the god sword intent was something that even someone of Han Jianqiu's strength would not dare to clash head-on with. Yet, the Tongsheng sword was able to remain completely unscathed despite the attack. Don't struggle pointlessly. As if knowing that Xianxia would react in such a manner, the semi-divinity realm experts in the surroundings chuckled as they made their move. A massive net made of Xianxia descended from the sky, sealing all of Xianxia's escape routes in the blink of an eye. Break! Sword chi gushed out from the tip of the sword once more as Xianxia charged toward the huge net. The sword chi did not stop him at all. It was as if the massive net did not exist at all. In the next moment, Xianxia felt his body tightening, and the Xianxia in his body seemed to have been sealed as well, rendering him unable to move at all. Today is the third watch. Seal his cultivation. Seeing that Xianxia was trapped within the massive net, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. One of the semi-divinity realm warriors stepped forward and tapped his finger towards Xianxia. Once struck, one's cultivation would be sealed, making it impossible for them to use their cultivation anymore. Good move! Xianxia exclaimed. 3 swords appeared out of nowhere, and executing a profound sword art, they pierced right into the semi-divinity realm warrior's back. With just a light slash, the semi-divinity realm warrior was sliced in half. With the death of the semi-divinity realm warrior, the massive net lost a source of energy. It was as if the formation had lost a flag, and it began to tremble. The remaining 9 semi-divinity realm warriors quickly channeled their energy into the net to stabilize it. Their movements were swift, but Xianxia was even faster. With a swift leap, he charged out of the hole in the net and tapped his finger a few times in midair. The swords in his hands turned into a rain of swords as they pierced toward one of the semi-divinity realm warriors. Even though they were all at the semi-divinity realm, there was a difference in strength between them. Through the massive net, it was apparent that this semi-divinity realm warrior was the weakest of the 9 remaining semi-divinity realm warriors. He had risked his life to lure the first semi-divinity realm warrior into his trap. After that, he had made use of the opening in the formation to launch a sneak attack on the weakest semi-divinity realm warrior. Xianxia had already planned out how he would do this before the battle even started. If he hadn't made preparations beforehand, how could he have possibly risked his life to come here? Puha, the 4 swords infused with the god sword intent harnessed an irresistible aura. In the blink of an eye, the weakest semi-divinity realm warrior was pierced through his chest. Following which, he felt a sharp pain in his throat before his head fell to the ground. Who could have thought that 2 of their comrades would be killed by a mere high immortal realm warrior in the blink of an eye? The remaining 8 semi-divinity realm warriors felt as if they would explode at any moment. Their leader was right in front of them, and yet, they had suffered such heavy losses despite being surrounded by so many of them. Boom boom boom, the 8 palms slammed down, and the space in the hall seemed to be frozen solid. Xianxia roared and tried to summon the mystic back tortoise and the others, only to find that it was the same as the sky-crossing bridge. He couldn't open his pet beast pouch. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged as he brandished the Tongshang sword. At the same time, a metal chain appeared before him, and together with a spear, he thrust it toward the palm imprint. As the three semi-divinity artifacts fused together, a pitch-black crack appeared in the space around them. It was as if a rock had been dropped into a pond, causing ripples to ripple in the surroundings. "You may leave." He exerted all of his strength to tear open a spatial rift, only to realize that a semi-divinity realm expert had already appeared right before him. Bang! Unable to dodge in time, he could only focus the energy in his body on his chest. However, his opponent's palm strike was too strong. With just one strike, 2 or 3 of his ribs were broken, and he fell from the sky upside down. He would have been able to deal with 2 or 3 semi-divinity realm experts, but 10 semi-divinity realm experts, not to mention that they were all warriors of the Hall of Gods. Even with his pure Xianxia and profound comprehension of battle, he was still no match for them. Falling to the ground, Xianxia tried to struggle, but before he could do so, a metal chain suddenly fell upon him and bound him tightly. A semi-divinity artifact? Feeling the metal chain tightening around him, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break free. Just like the one he had tamed previously, this metal chain was at the semi-divinity realm. It was not something that he could break free of with his current cultivation. Despite facing 10 of them, you still managed to kill 2 of them. It's no wonder you were able to kill so many of them. As expected of the one chosen by the heavens, you possess extraordinary strength. The figure above the flames looked at Xianxia impassively. He didn't seem to feel any pain or anger at the loss of 2 of his subordinates. Chosen by the heavens? Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, Xianxia decided not to struggle anymore. Instead, he secretly drove his Xianxia to heal his injuries as a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Indeed. You should possess the heaven's path, right? The figure said calmly. Xianxia's body stiffened upon hearing those words. Lozozi was the only one who knew that he possessed the library of heaven's path. Yet, the figure before him was able to point it out so easily. Could it be that the leader of the Hall of Gods was actually that fearsome? Or could it be that the library of heaven's path was unable to hide from the eyes of the gods? It was only a moment ago that he had comprehended the god's sword intent, but the Hall of Gods had already decided to attack him. He had been wondering if the other party was afraid that he would steal the god character after he matured, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. So what if he was powerful? Even if he had comprehended the god's sword intent, he wouldn't stand a chance against a dozen semi-divinity realm experts. Besides, the Hall of Gods had plenty of spiritual energy that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, so it wouldn't be a big deal for them to steal it. What they were truly after was the library of heaven's path, thus, the other party had requested to capture him alive. Are you curious why I know that you possess the heaven's path? Seeing Xianxia's expression, the figure above the flames chuckled softly. Xianxia didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the figure coldly. Only the Blessed One possesses such talent. In less than a month after arriving on the Forsaken Continent, you were able to advance from Ancient Sage to Heavenly High Immortal Realm Pinnacle. Even ordinary semi-divinity realm experts wouldn't be a match for you. The figure said nonchalantly. That's why the 4 sects chose you as their new sect leader, putting aside their prejudice and working together. I wonder if I'm right. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. What do you intend to do? There are some things that you aren't qualified to possess. Keeping them with you will only bring you disaster. It's best that you give them to those who deserve them. The figure raised his hand. Hula, the semi-divinity realm experts in the surroundings made their moves simultaneously. Xianxia immediately felt a powerful surge of energy gushing toward him, wrapping around him. He couldn't help but float into the air before flying to the side. Not too far away, he landed on a stone staircase, and before him was a small round platform. Xianxia's face darkened. This is the altar of Starchaser Palace? You captured Palace Master Du? He had seen this altar in Jiang Yao's possession before. It was the altar that Du Qingyuan had taken away back at Starchaser Palace. It was due to Du Qingyuan's disappearance that Xianxia had become the head of the Starchaser Palace. Could it be that Du Qingyuan had been captured by the other party? Ritual. The silhouette couldn't be bothered to reply. With a low bellow, countless treasures fell onto the altar. Following which, a young woman suddenly appeared in the hall, chanting in a unique language. Xianxia turned his gaze to the young lady. She was the person whom Sovereign Chen Yong had summoned back then, the previous head of Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan. At this moment, Du Qingyuan seemed to have lost her consciousness. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she was chanting in the unique language of ritual without the slightest hint of emotion. Xiong xiong, as she chanted, the flames on the altar burned furiously. A massive black hole slowly appeared above the hall, as if connecting to a higher realm. Rise! Du Qingyuan exclaimed softly as Xianxia leaped into the air and landed lightly on the altar. The flames dived right into his body. He thought that he would be burned, but to his astonishment, there was no heat at all. Instead, there was a warm sensation that seemed to be trying to separate his soul from his body. What is she doing? Xianxia frowned. He had read all of the books in Starchaser Palace, and he knew a lot about the rituals of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but he had never come into contact with such a ritual before. In fact, he had never even heard of such a ritual before. Most rituals involved sacrificing treasures to the gods in order to obtain greater strength or information. However, the ritual before him was clearly different. It was as if the other party was using him as a sacrificial offering for some unspeakable purpose. Tzzzzzz. While Xianxia was still perplexed by the flames burning his body, he suddenly saw the faint silhouette of the leader of the Hall of Gods slowly solidifying. Is this siphoning my energy? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He finally understood the motive of the other party's ritual. It was not a ritual to the gods or to obtain greater strength. Rather, the other party was trying to siphon his energy into the other party's body so as to replace him. Could it be that he knows that I possess the library of Heaven's path, so he wants to take my life? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. It was no wonder the other party was so desperate to obtain the altar of Starchaser Palace. It seemed like the other party was intending to make use of the mystical energy generated by the ritual to replace him and control the library of Heaven's path. Even though Xianxia had no idea how such a ritual worked, he could sense that his energy was rapidly weakening. In other words, there was a good chance that the other party would succeed, when, just as Xianxia felt as if his body would be reduced to a puff of smoke by the flames, the pendant in front of his chest suddenly shone with a blinding light. Pooh! The face of the figure above the flames paled, and the flames beneath his feet flickered unstably, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished. What's going on? With a livid expression, the silhouette hurriedly raised his head to look at Xianxia. With a wave of his hand, he walked up to Xianxia and grabbed the pendant. Tzzzzzz. Ah! As if being burned by charcoal, black smoke began rising from the figure's body. Damn it! The figure reached out for the pendant once more. However, he felt as if he had been burned several times in a row, and he dared not take another step forward. I don't believe that I won't be able to trade for the pendant even if I kill you. Seeing that the flames on the altar were about to extinguish at any moment, the figure harumphed furiously. If he did not make a decision soon, the ritual would end in failure. Hoo-hoo! Receiving the order, the 8 semi-divinity realm experts made a move simultaneously. In an instant, the 8 of them gathered their strength together to form a powerful surge of sword qi that pierced right for Xianxia's throat. Once struck, there was no doubt that he would die. Hung Long. At this moment, the doors of the Hall of Gods were pushed open by a powerful force. A figure abruptly appeared in the hall and tapped his finger lightly. Pung! The surge of sword qi that the 8 semi-divinity realm experts had gathered immediately dissipated. Their faces paled, and blood spurted from their mouths. It's you! Upon seeing the figure who had suddenly appeared, the figure above the flames immediately sent a palm strike toward the figure. The figure raised his palm to meet the attack. Pung! As the two forces collided, the two figures were forced to take a step back. The figure narrowed his eyes as he made a grabbing motion, and Xianxia was shrouded in a surge of energy and brought right before him. Let's go! The figure raised his palm, and a massive palm print rippled through the Hall of Gods, blocking the semi-divinity realm experts who were charging at him. At the same time, he dashed out of the Hall of Gods with Xianxia, disappearing from the Azure Bridge in the blink of an eye. "Chase them!" An exasperated voice sounded from behind. Xianxia could hear the wind howling in his ears as the scenery before him flickered non-stop. The familiar scenery was receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. What incredible speed! Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Not too far away, the person who had brought along a person was actually several times faster than him. Even the strongest semi-divinity realm cultivators wouldn't be able to move so quickly. Could he be a god? The semi-divinity realm cultivator whom he had forced to self-detonate back at Starchaser Island should have been at the very peak of the semi-divinity realm, but he was still far from matching up to the other party. While Xianxia was still pondering over this matter, the other party's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "I haven't reached the god realm yet. The reason why I am able to move so quickly is because of the evanescent boots." The one who had just spoken was the person who had saved him. Evanescent boots? Xianxia lowered his head to take a closer look and saw a pair of golden boots on the other party's feet. It was emanating a unique energy that allowed the other party to traverse dozens of li with a single step, as if teleportation. The guardian artifact of the evanescent immortal sect. Could it be that you are? Xianxia's body stiffened as he thought of a certain person. Most likely, he was the only one who was able to conceal his identity from the Library of Heaven's Path. Let's talk later. The Azure Bridge has already retracted. If we don't hurry up, the two of us could very well die here. The other party chuckled heartily as he gazed ahead with a grim look in his eyes. Retracted in advance? Xianxia lowered his head and realized that something was amiss. The Azure Bridge beneath his feet was slowly retracting back to the Hall of Gods. His heart jolted in astonishment. Isn't the Azure Bridge supposed to appear for a day? How long has it been since then? According to the previous rules, under normal circumstances, there would be a day before the heavenly connection, which was 24 hours. He had entered the Hall of Gods less than an hour ago, so why would the Azure Bridge suddenly retract back to the Hall of Gods? Could it be that the appearance and disappearance of the Azure Bridge wasn't fixed, and the Hall Master of the Gods could alter it at will? It has already appeared for a day. The other party chuckled bitterly. The flow of time in the Hall of Gods is different from the flow of time in the outside world. There's a difference of 10 to 1. It can't be that you haven't noticed it, 10 to 1? As soon as he entered the Hall of Gods, he had been ambushed by a semi-divinity realm expert, and before he had the time to investigate the situation, he had been captured and sent to the altar. Thinking back, it seemed like the flow of time in the Hall of Gods was indeed different from that in the outside world. 10 to 1, it was similar to the flow of time in the Azure and the Master Teacher continent. It said that the time ratio between the God realm and the Forsaken continent is 10 to 1. The Divine Palace is the same as it. The figure said. I see, Xianxia nodded. He had been fighting and worshipping in the temple for almost an hour. With the flow of time at a ratio of 10 to 1, it was almost 10 hours. In this case, the one day of the sky-crossing bridge was almost up. Alright, protect yourself with immortal energy. I'm going to travel through space. Seeing that Xianxia had finally understood what was going on, the silhouette chuckled softly before abruptly stomping on the ground. His speed immediately reached its limit, and the space before him became grotesque and variegated. Rip, space was torn apart. Xianxia felt a huge pressure crushing down on him from all directions, almost crushing him into pieces. Gotcha, his body was crushed into a meat patty, but with a thought, he quickly recovered. With the crushing pressure disappearing, Xianxia panted heavily. It was only then that he realized that he had already left the sky-crossing bridge and appeared in a massive palace shrouded in clouds. Where am I? Xianxia straightened his back and asked in bewilderment. He could tell that even though he was still in the Azure, he was nowhere on the Forsaken continent. It was as if he had leaped out of the ocean and into a folded space. This is the headquarters of the Ethereal Hall. The figure chuckled as he turned around. It was only then that Xianxia finally got a good look at the other party's appearance. He was identical to the figure whom the Mingshi Tang worshipped back on the Master Teacher continent. He had a towering figure, a beard, and a compassionate look on his face. Junior Xianxia pays respect to Conshur. Xianxian's heart skipped a beat as he kneeled to the ground and kowtowed. He had already guessed who the other party was, but upon seeing the other party's appearance and aura, he was finally able to confirm it. The other party was none other than the founder of the Mingshi Tang, the world's teacher who had single-handedly chased away the otherworldly demonic tribe and saved mankind. He had seen the other party's soul imprint many times, but this was his first time seeing the other party in person. He did not think that the other party would be more amiable than he had expected. "Stand up." Xianxia smiled as he helped Xianxian up. Then, he turned to Xianxian and asked, "How's the Mingshi Tang doing?" "It's fine. We followed the rules that Xianxia left behind back then, and we've made it our duty to protect mankind." Xianxian explained the situation regarding the Mingshi Tang in detail. Xianxia stroked his beard. "Only by working together will mankind be able to stand against the other races and stand at the top of the world. The reason why I founded the Mingshi Tang was so that everyone could become a dragon, and from the looks of it, it has not disappointed me. It was simply too difficult for everyone to become a dragon. However, as long as the Master-Teacher Pavilion existed, it would only be a matter of time before mankind would grow to become even stronger than before." Indeed. The otherworldly demonic tribe has already returned to the ancient battlefield obediently. Xianxian explained the situation regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe to Xianxian. After hearing those words, Xianxia turned to Xianxian with a smile and asked, "Have you noticed that the inhabitants of Starchaser Island are very similar to the otherworldly demonic tribe?" "That's right." Xianxian did not deny it. He had noticed this as soon as he arrived at Starchaser Palace. Actually, the otherworldly demonic tribe and the inhabitants of Starchaser Island share the same origin. They are both abandoned gods. Xianxia said. "An abandoned god?" Xianxian frowned. "Didn't the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the other sects say that the otherworldly demonic tribe are abandoned gods? The cultivators under the jurisdiction of the 5 sects all claimed that they were abandoned gods, whereas the inhabitants of Starchaser Island were natives. Why would the situation be reversed when it came to Xianxia?" Xianxia chuckled. "The 5 sects are just trying to find a better background for themselves. If they are abandoned gods, why is it that only Starchaser Palace is able to establish a connection with the firmament while they are unable to do so?" This, Xianxian was taken aback. He had not thought about this matter before, but it did make sense now that he thought about it. If the 5 sects were abandoned gods, why was it that they were unable to establish a connection with the firmament while the natives of Starchaser Palace were able to do so? Xianxia shook his head. "It's just that everyone wishes to have a better background. As time goes by, what is false becomes true, and what is true becomes false. Who can really tell the difference between the truth and the lies?" Xianxian fell silent. Those who had conquered the world would spread the word that their authority was bestowed by the gods, and all kinds of bizarre legends would be bestowed upon them so as to show that they were the chosen ones. It was the same for the Forsaken Continent as well. The 5 sects boasted that they were abandoned gods, and as time went by, the descendants of the Forsaken Continent began to believe them. On the other hand, the true abandoned gods became the natives that they spoke of. If they are gods, why would they possess such a powerful killing intent? Coming to a realization, Xianxian decided not to dwell on the matter anymore. There was no need for him to be conflicted over who was the legitimate successor. After all, he did not belong to either side. He was just a passerby in the azure. It's likely that it has something to do with the firmament. But that's not something that we can discuss. Xianxia shook his head. Yes. Xianxian nodded. There are still some things that I don't understand, and I hope that Xianxia can answer them for me. Feel free to speak. Xianxia, you have been in the azure for several thousand years now. Have you not been able to break through space and enter the firmament? This was what he was most perplexed about. Xianxia's talent and capability were many times greater than his. He had only been in the azure for less than a month, but he was already just a step away from achieving a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm. How could the world's teacher possibly remain in the azure all this time? The firmament isn't as simple as you think. Furthermore, back then, I barged into the Hall of Gods alone and fought with the gods. Even though I managed to obtain the god character for the ethereal hall, I was severely injured in the process. I fell into a deep slumber not too long ago before I woke up. Concher paused for a moment, seemingly unwilling to talk about what had happened back then. If it's not convenient for you to go into details, I won't ask about it, Xianxia said. Concher, you gave me a token that allows me to purchase anything from the ethereal hall. Why would I be hunted down by the experts of the Hall of Gods as soon as I used it? This was the greatest obstacle in his heart. If he did not get to the bottom of this, he would not be able to trust the person before him, even if the person before him was Concher. Speaking of which, it's my fault for being careless. Concher looked at Xianxia apologetically. I have been in a deep slumber for too long. The ethereal hall has been in operation for several thousand years now, and it has long been infiltrated by the Hall of Gods. Many of its members have already submitted to the Hall of Gods, but it's impossible to notice it on the surface. The token that I gave you back then was forged by one of my trusted subordinates. Who could have thought that he was already a member of the Hall of Gods? After learning of this matter, I had him executed. Over the past few days, I've been looking for spies in the ethereal hall, so I didn't pay you a visit. Otherwise, I would have already headed over to you upon learning that you came from the master-teacher continent. Xianxia nodded in realization. It seemed like the other party had been kept in the dark as well. As the head of the four sects, I believe that you should know that I borrowed the guardian artifacts of the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect, Concher said. Xianxia nodded. I have my own reasons for borrowing those artifacts. I intend to overthrow the rule of the Hall of Gods in one fell swoop. It's not for my own selfish desires. Take the evanescent boots for example. If not for it, I wouldn't have been able to save you from the Hall of Gods. Even though the guardian artifacts of the six sects haven't reached semi-divinity realm yet, they harnessed the wills of countless life forms over the past several thousand years, making them extraordinarily powerful. Concher explained. Xianxia nodded in realization. In the end, it seemed like everything was a misunderstanding. Concher was still the same selfless Concher, a role model for all generations to come. You should already know what you want to know. Right now, there's something that I would like to tell you as well. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't going to ask any more questions, Concher turned to Xianxia with a grim look on his face. With a wave of his hand, he activated a formation in the surroundings, isolating them from one another. Do you know that you don't have long to live? Congratulations to Alliance Leader, Dog Ate My Name, for tipping 150,000 Qidian coins and becoming the 87th Alliance Leader of this book. Calamity? Xianxia could hardly believe what he was hearing. At the very most, the Hall of Gods would kill him. How could it be calamity? That's right. A glint flashed across Concher's eyes as he placed his hands behind his back. You possess a portion of the Heaven's Path in your body, right? You. Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. The Library of Heaven's Path was his greatest secret, but it had been discovered by the leader of the Hall of Gods, and now, it was revealed by Concher. It was as if his greatest secret had been revealed to the world, causing him to frown uncontrollably. How do I know that? Concher chuckled softly. There's no need to panic. Just like you, I have also obtained a portion of the Heaven's Path. Concher has obtained a portion of the Library of Heaven's Path too? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. When Xianxia had learned of Concher's experiences on the Master-Teacher continent, he had wondered if Concher had obtained another Library of Heaven's Path just like him, allowing him to cultivate the perfect Heaven's Path divine art and advance faster than him. Library of Heaven's Path? Concher was taken aback. That's not it. I have obtained the space-time ability of the heavens, or in other words, Heaven's Order. Heaven's Order? There are many things in the universe, such as the great Tao of heaven and earth. As long as there is life, there must be order. Time and space are the most fundamental elements of life, Concher replied. In order to survive, there must be time and space. This was the first rule that created the world. It was no wonder Concher's artifact, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, harnessed both the laws of time and space. Even in the Library of Heaven's Path, it was able to form a unique cultivation chamber. It seemed like it had something to do with Concher's Heaven's Order. Only with time and space would everything become orderly, and only then would there be no chaos. Without these two, there would only be chaos. Previously, when he saw that Concher Yao's bloodline ability was Word of Law, 10,000 arts obey her. He had been wondering what kind of ability Xianxia had comprehended. Only after hearing this did he finally understand what it was. So that was the reason Mingshi Tang was founded, because of order. It was a place that regulated and taught order. It was due to this that mankind had been able to develop in an orderly manner for tens of thousands of years. Even the otherworldly demonic tribe, an innately powerful race, found it hard to surpass them. Only with order can there be rules, and only then can one cultivate better. Seeing that Xianxia had come to a realization, Xianxia nodded. Then, he looked at Xianxia doubtfully and asked, "The heavens that you have obtained, isn't it order? But the library? What library?" While Xianxia knew that the other party possessed a portion of the heavens just like him, he had no idea which portion of the heavens he was referring to. "Oh, what I obtained, is the library of Heaven's Path, but if I'm not mistaken, it should be, the Heaven's Imperfections." After pondering for a moment, Xianxia nodded. When he first activated the library of Heaven's Path, a voice appeared in his mind, Heavenly Tao Imperfections. It was because of this ability that the library was able to see the flaws of all things and find the correct path. It had accompanied him for so long, all the way until today. The Heavenly Tao is orderly, the Heavenly Tao is flawed. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. I see. Xianxia just said that I don't have long to live. Could it have something to do with the library of Heaven's Path? Xianxia asked. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Obtaining a portion of the heavens is a huge fortuitous encounter, and it's something that every cultivator desires the most. However, have you ever considered the possibility that you might be corrupted by the heavens if you use the library of Heaven's Path for too long? Xianxia was taken aback. He had never thought of such a possibility before. However, as he cultivated for so long, he realized that his reliance on the library of Heaven's Path was growing stronger and stronger. As for now, without the Heaven's Path divine art, he had no idea how he was supposed to cultivate anymore. Could this be what it meant to be corrupted by the heavens? The heavens are fair and just. Even if you are able to obtain a portion of the heavens and raise your cultivation swiftly, there's bound to be a drawback to it. If I'm not mistaken, you practice the Heaven's Path divine art as well, right? Xianxia asked with a stern look in his eyes. After cultivating to heavenly high immortal realm, have you noticed that there's a pitch-black aura lingering in your body? Are you unable to expel it with the heavenly flames, lightning, or even immortal energy? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before nodding. That's right. Could this be the thing hidden in the innate fetal poison that you spoke of back on the Master-Teacher continent? Back then, he had used the heavenly flames to expel the innate fetal poison, but there was a pitch-black aura lingering in his body. No matter how he tried to expel it, he was unable to do so. Initially, he had been a little worried about it, but nothing had happened to his body. Eventually, he had calmed down and stopped worrying about it. Now that Xianxia had brought it up, he suddenly recalled the matter. It seemed like the will he had left on the Master-Teacher continent had warned him about it, just that he didn't go into detail. Xianxia nodded grimly. Indeed. Take a look at the pitch-black aura now. Is there any difference between it and when I first saw it? Difference? Xianxia took a closer look at the pitch-black aura, and a moment later, his body stiffened. It seems to be larger than before, and it's no longer pitch-black. Instead, it's grayish. Previously, the pitch-black aura had only been around the length of a finger. It was simply too small, so Xianxia wasn't able to get a good look at it. However, it had grown by nearly twofold, and it resembled a small snake coiling around his body. He could also see its color clearly. It was a grayish color, reminiscent of morning smoke. That's right, that's the color. Xianxia nodded. Do you notice anything unusual about it? Xianxia shook his head. The pitch-black aura had existed in his body for a very long time, but he had never been able to figure out what it was. Naturally, he didn't notice anything unusual about it either. In any case, it didn't affect his Xinqi flow in the slightest, and he didn't feel like it was harming his body at all. Use your Heaven's Path imperfections to give it a try. Make sure to focus your attention on the pitch-black aura, Xianxia said. This? All right. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before raising his head to look at the formation that Xianxia had set up earlier. At the same time, he muttered in his mind, flaws. The library of heaven's path jolted, and a book containing the strengths and weaknesses of the formation appeared. Taking a casual glance at it, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in awe. The young man's understanding of formations was indeed formidable. To be able to set up a formation so casually without the slightest flaw, it had already reached the level of heaven's path. Even the current Xianxia was incapable of such a feat. How is it? Let's see if there are any changes to the pitch-black aura, Xianxia said. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze to the pitch-black aura, and a frown appeared on his forehead. There's no change at all. No, it seems like it has grown slightly stronger. After activating the library of heaven's path, the gray aura in his sight had grown slightly stronger. Even though it was so weak that it was barely visible, with his current cultivation, he was still able to sense that something was amiss. That's right, it should have grown stronger. Xianxia nodded. Every time you use heaven's path imperfections, a sliver of the gray aura will be generated, and it will slowly grow stronger. Xianxia was taken aback. Why didn't I notice it before? If that was the case, why didn't he notice it before? At his level of cultivation, he should have been able to sense even the tiniest changes in his body. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to notice it. Xianxia said. The cultivation techniques and artifacts on the master-teacher continent are extremely weak. Even if you use heaven's path imperfections, the gray aura won't be too strong. However, it's different in the azure. As the artifact grows stronger and stronger, the side effects it produces will grow stronger and stronger. It's normal that you didn't notice it before, but once you come into contact with semi-divinities or even enter the firmament, the side effects will start to show. It was just like pulling a carriage. Pulling an empty carriage would not cause too many side effects, but as the carriage became heavier, one's stamina would be sapped faster. Every single artifact in the azure was far superior to those on the master-teacher continent. Using the library of heaven's path to appraise them would require a lot more effort, and the gray aura would naturally increase as well. This gray aura. Is it fatal? Xianxia's heart jolted. It's one thing if it's fatal. Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. What I'm afraid of is that the gray aura will accumulate in your body, and you won't be able to get rid of it. As time goes by, it will eventually replace you, turning you into a part of the heavens, causing you to lose your sense of self. Xianxia's body stiffened. It was one thing for him to not pay much attention to the gray aura previously, but after hearing what Xianxia had said, it seemed like there was a possibility. Since there was no way to get rid of the gray aura, it would only accumulate in his body over time. Eventually, it would fuse together with the library of heaven's path, turning him into an emotionless and mindless heavens. If that were to happen, he would be no different from being dead. Could it be that Xianxia, Xianxia asked anxiously. The young man before him also possessed a part of the heavens order. Since that was the case, could the young man be afflicted by the gray aura as well? Indeed. Just like you, I was unable to get rid of it, and I nearly lost my sense of self. It's fortunate that I noticed it in advance and resolved it. Xianxia nodded. Resolved it? Xianxia clasped his fist and bowed. Xianxia, I beseech you to tell me how to resolve this problem. If you can resolve it, I, Xianxia, will be eternally grateful. The ability of the library of heaven's path was great. It could allow him to cultivate faster and raise his fighting prowess, but if he were to lose his life because of it, he would have to resolve it even at the cost of his life. It seemed like it would be best for him not to use the library of heaven's path for the time being before resolving the gray aura. It's simple. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, it all depends on whether you're willing to do it or not. As long as it can resolve the problem, I'm willing to do anything. Xianxia nodded. That's good. Actually, it isn't that difficult. The main reason why the gray aura is formed is because you, as a human, chose to control the heavens and go against the rules. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. As long as you extract the gray aura, the library of heaven's path, from your body, your life will be spared. Strip the library of heaven's path? That's right. The heavens aren't something that humans can control. If we don't strip them of the library of heaven's path, it'll only be a matter of time before we become the other party's puppet. Xianxia said. It's just like how your cultivation technique is flawless despite the fact that you have comprehended the heaven's path imperfections. This is clearly the greatest flaw of your cultivation technique. Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, the heavenly Tao was clearly flawed. Even the heavenly Tao had flaws, so why was his cultivation technique flawless? This was clearly a false proposition. No, just because it's flawless now doesn't mean that it'll be flawless in the future. A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Due to this, his cultivation had gone berserk once, and it was the pendant that Lozozi had given him that saved his life. Perfection was only limited to a single world. When he advanced to a higher world, the laws of the world would be different, and the flaws would be different as well. As such, the perfect heaven's path cultivation technique that he cultivated was not truly perfect. It was just that it was more compatible with the heavens in this world. Instead of saying those words aloud, Xianxia asked, "Could it be that, Concher, you have already stripped the heavens order from your body?" "Indeed. I have already stripped the heavens order from my body, just like how I gave up on the celestial master teacher title back then. Only with sacrifice can one gain. Only with sacrifice can one reach higher realms." Concher looked at Xianxia calmly. "How is it? You should understand the choice you have made, right?" Xianxia fell silent. If he hadn't given up on his identity as a celestial master teacher back then, he wouldn't have been able to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Could it be that what Xianxia said was true? Could it be that only by abandoning the library of heaven's path would he be able to reach greater heights? Xianxia asked. The library of heaven's path is connected to one's soul. How can one abandon it? The library of heaven's path was fused with his soul, so his soul was able to use the library of heaven's path to look for flaws. His soul could be split, but the library of heaven's path still existed. I have experienced abandonment before, so I know what I should do. Concher smiled. It sounds difficult, but it's actually very simple. It requires the means of a sacrificial ritual. Are you saying that he used the same means as the leader of the Hall of Gods? Xianxia asked. Yes. Concher nodded. I used this method when I broke free from the heavenly Tao order. The people of the Hall of Gods should know about it, so they want to take the heavenly Tao imperfection from you. Since the heavenly Tao has such a big loophole and flaw, why did he snatch it from me? Xianxia asked. Concher had already said that when the heavenly Tao was placed on one's body, it would eventually cause one to lose oneself and become a part of it. He and the others would not even be able to escape from it in time. Why would the leader of the Hall of Gods pay such a price just to obtain it? If you can't get it, you'll always feel that it's good. Besides, everyone has their own goals. What you and I pursue is the true Tao of heaven and earth. We want to enter the God world and become the ruler of a region. However, the other party only wishes to be a good master of the Radiant Temple. Concher explained. That's true. Xianxia nodded. If a person's perspective was different, their future achievements would be different as well. The bigger the perspective, the greater the achievements. On the other hand, the smaller the perspective, the more limited one would be. Stripping the library of heaven's path requires an altar, but the altar is currently in the hands of the Hall of Gods. I'm afraid that it won't be easy for me to do so. Xianxia remarked with a frown. Since he was going to use the same method as the leader of the Hall of Gods, he would have to use the altar of Starchaser Palace and Du Qingyuan to conduct the ritual. Given that both of these were under the control of the Hall of Gods, it was unlikely that he would be able to free himself from the library of heaven's path for the time being. You don't have to worry about that. Take a look at what this is. Concher chuckled softly as he flicked his wrist. An altar immediately appeared in the hall, floating quietly in the air. You brought the altar here? Xianxia could hardly believe his eyes. Not only did the other party fend off the attacks of 8 semi-divinity realm experts with a single move, he even managed to take the altar away with him. The other party's strength was truly fearsome. Just the altar alone isn't enough. Without Du Qingyuan's ritual, I won't be able to do it. I have learned Du Qingyuan's ritual back then, and it's even smoother than hers, Concher replied with a smile. Very well. Let's begin then. Xianxia nodded. Concher waved his hand lightly, and a pile of artifacts fell on top of the altar. Then, he chanted some obscure words in the ritual, and just like what the Hall of Gods had done, a bundle of flames abruptly burst forth. "Alright, let's head over." After which, Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded before making his way over to the altar. However, before he could get far, Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded. "Wait a moment. Give me the pendant on your chest first." "Pendant?" Xianxia halted his footsteps. "I saw it when the Hall of Gods was conducting the ritual earlier. There's something strange about your pendant. It sealed the Library of Heaven's path, preventing it from leaving your body. I'll keep it for you for the time being, and I'll return it once you're free from the Library of Heaven's path." Xianxia said. "Very well." Without much hesitation, Xianxia removed the pendant and tossed it over. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he caught the pendant. He stowed it into his storage ring before beckoning, "Please." Xianxia took a step forward before coming to a halt once more. A hint of worry surfaced in his eyes as he asked, "Will I be fine after losing the Library of Heaven's path?" The Library of Heaven's path had already fused with him. Even though the other party was confident that he would be fine, Xianxia was still worried. "Judging from my current state, you should be able to tell that I'll be fine," Xianxia said. "I've lost the Heaven's Order, but I'm still alive and well, aren't I?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment before moving up to the top of the flames. "In order to prevent any accidents, I'll fix you to the top. Don't worry, this is just to prevent the backlash of the heavens." Seeing that Xianxia had landed on the altar, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Hong Long. A powerful force descended from the sky. At the same time, a metal chain similar to the one in the Hall of Gods wrapped around Xianxia, locking him tightly above the altar. Not expecting that he would have to be locked up as well, Xianxia frowned. "It's starting." With a light chuckle, Xianxia waved his hand, and an altar appeared beneath his feet. A bundle of flames burst forth and enveloped him. Seeing the other party's actions, how could Xianxia not understand what was going on? His body tensed up, and he exclaimed, "No. You're trying to steal my Library of Heaven's path into your body, it's too late now." With a cold sneer, Xianxia muttered under his breath. Following which, he began chanting the incantation once more, and the flames on the altar grew brighter and brighter. "Why? Didn't you say that the heavens will affect one's body, turning one into a puppet?" After struggling for a moment, Xianxia realized that he was completely trapped. There was no way for him to escape at all. "It does affect one's body, but without it, how can one reach greater heights? Do you really think that you'll be able to become a true god through your own talents? That you'll be able to overcome the restraints of the world and ascend to the firmament?" Xianxia sneered coldly. "Dream on." Xianxia was rendered speechless. Xianxia harumphed coldly. "Hand over the heaven's path imperfections obediently." "Back then, I left a sliver of my will in the Qiu Wu Palace, intending to capture you and strip you of your Library of Heaven's path. Back then, you were still extremely weak, so it was easy for you to do so. However, it was a pity that Lozozi foiled my plans." "Qiu Wu Palace?" Xianxia was taken aback. The memories from before surfaced in his mind once more. Back then, in the Qiu Wu Palace, he had encountered the sliver of Xianxia's will in the crystal ball. Before he could finish his words, Xianxia had raised his hand, and Lozozi had shouted for him to stop, causing the other party's will to dissipate. Back then, he had thought that Luo Ruoxin had done so intentionally, and it was only out of trust that she had for him. But from the looks of it now, it was to save him. If Luo Ruoxin had not woken him up, there was a good chance that he would have been stripped of the Library of Heaven's path. After all, it wasn't too difficult for Luo Ruoxin to strip his will from the crystal ball. If that had been the case, the consequences would have been dire. Given his cultivation back then, there was a good chance that his soul would have dissipated, and he would have been doomed. For those who have forgotten, please refer to chapter 1087, Xianxia's advice. There are 1,000 chapters of foreshadowing, and I nearly forgot about it. Damn. Also, I have calculated it. Those words are free. Speaking of which, the ancient sage Dan, immortal envoy from the Kungsu domain, is one of your men. Xianxia muttered as some memories began to flow into his mind. Back in the Kungsu domain, in the folded space of the 100 schools of philosophers, an ancient sage Dan, immortal envoy, had descended from the azure. Back then, he had been referring to Xianxia as the sect leader. Later on, when he learned of the 6 sects, he had suspected that the other party was from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, he soon realized that the other party had nothing to do with the 6 sects at all. He had also suspected the Starchaser Palace, but he soon realized that the other party was most likely from the Ethereal Hall. After all, Xianxia had come from the Master Teacher continent, so he should know where the passageway was. This was also the reason why the ancient sage Dan Immortal Envoy had wanted Xianxia's bloodline. The latter possessed the purest bloodline of Xianxia. If the ancient sage were to obtain it, her talent would surely soar, and she would be highly regarded by the ancient sage Dan Immortal Envoy. Indeed. I have sent my men to guard the passageway, Xianxia replied. Xianxia did not deny the matter. The people on the other side of the passageway are your students and juniors. You don't mind their lives? Xianxia could hardly believe what he had just heard. In order to prevent the mercury-like Xianxia of the Azure from descending upon the Master Teacher continent, the ancient sage had gone to the extent of using the corpses of his students to suppress the mercury-like Xianxia of the Azure. On top of that, he had even ordered the members of the 100 schools of philosophers to guard the folded space, forbidding them from leaving. The reason why he had done so was so that mankind would be able to develop further. So, why would he send his men down to the Azure and even go to the extent of killing Xianxia? It was understandable that the ancient sage would target Xianxia. After all, even if the heaven's order was incomplete, it should not be too far from it. As long as the ancient sage could gather all of them, he would surely be able to push for a breakthrough to higher realms. Perhaps, he might even be able to break through the shackles of the Azure and ascend to the firmament. Yet, the ancient sage chose to disregard his juniors and the juniors of his disciples. Why would the compassionate world's teacher of the Master Teacher continent suddenly change so much in the Azure? It was as if he had become a completely different person. You aren't Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Of course. Without the elegance from before, Xianxia glared at Xianxia menacingly. Why wouldn't I be? Why don't you tell me where I'm not? Xianxia is a magnanimous man. How could he possibly do such a thing? Xianxia shook his head. Even though he had never met Xianxia before, he had heard of the other party's deeds. Ever since the Mingshi Tang, he had experienced the other party's strength. While it was easy for him to disguise himself temporarily, there was no one who could do so for a lifetime. Even Jiang Bieha was incapable of such a feat. Magnanimous? Haha, even if I were to kill you, everyone will still think that I'm magnanimous. Xianxia sneered coldly. Without any hesitation, he hastened his chanting, and the flames on the altar threatened to devour Xianxia whole. I've always thought that you were an idol worthy of my respect. To think that you would be such a pathetic sight, despite being engulfed by the flames, Xianxia didn't panic at all. Instead, he shook his head with a look of pity on his face. Your library of Heaven's Path will appear on my body very soon, and you will lose your control over the Heaven's Path. You'll be crushed by the Heaven's Path. This should be the last time you'll be lamenting your fate. Xianxia replied nonchalantly. Xianxia cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, and he had the protection of the Library of Heaven's Path. As soon as the Library of Heaven's Path left his body, he would be crushed by the Heaven's Path divine art. How could he possibly survive? Last time? That might not necessarily be the case. A voice sighed. Xianxia was taken aback. He could clearly see that Xianxia wasn't speaking at all. Where did that voice come from? He quickly turned his gaze over and saw another Xianxia standing not too far away with a look of disappointment on his face. All along, he had viewed Xianxia as his idol. Who could have thought that his character would be so lacking after meeting the real person? Why you? Who could have thought that another Xianxia would appear here? Xianxia couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Hall of Gods has been trying to capture me all this while, so how could I not make preparations beforehand? That's just my clone. Xianxia shook his head. Before the sky-connecting bridge decided to search for the shrine, he hid his main body in his spatial ring and released his clone. It was also because of this that Xianxia was able to remain unscathed despite being squashed when he was carrying him through space. As for the increase in the gray aura in his body when he used the Library of Heaven's Path, that was only because he had borrowed the power of his soul, he had put on a disguise and listened to the other party's arrangements. He had only wanted to find the answer, but in the end, the real answer had appeared. He felt incomparably heartbroken. Very good, very good. As expected of the person chosen by the heavenly Tao. It's not that simple. It seems that I've underestimated you. Kongsher finally understood. However, since the original body has appeared, then don't leave. Do you think that you can leave smoothly at this time? Rumble, with a light step, Kongsher walked out of the flames. His powerful aura rippled through the hall, and it felt as if the space around him would collapse at any moment. He was able to defeat 8 semi-divinity realm experts in a single move back in the Hall of Gods. His strength was more than doubled that of Xianxia's. Since I dared to come out, it goes without saying that I didn't expect to leave so quickly. Xianxia shook his head. Since we're going to make a move anyway, I would like to ask you one last question. Has the Hall of Gods fallen under your control? From Fu Qinzi to the head of the Hall of Gods, there were traces of Xianxia everywhere. I've already killed the head of the Hall of Gods and the warriors of the Hall of Gods. They were the executioners of the firmament, so they deserved to die. I'm just trying to find a way out for the firmament. I've never done anything wrong. Be it the Hall of Gods or the Ethereal Hall, they're both under my control. Even if you aren't here, you won't be able to escape from me. Kongsher spat through gritted teeth. He was the head of the Hall of Gods, and he was the one who had captured Du Qingyuan. His goal was to steal Xianxia's Library of Heaven's Path and make it his own. I don't have any other questions. Xianxia turned to his clone and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out." I got it. Xianxia's clone wriggled lightly, and in the next moment, it was already free from the chains and standing right before Xianxia. At the same time, it released the energy in its body, and the acupoints all over its body hummed loudly. Just like Kongsher, it had reached the semi-divinity realm as well, Hula, following which, the black-backed tortoise, the 3 shark brothers, the serpentine dragon, and the other 4 immortal beasts flew out along with their weapons and floated in the air. Very good. You do have a lot of trump cards. Kongsher chuckled softly. However, you're still nothing compared to me. As he spoke, he stepped forward and waved his hand. The black-backed tortoise, the 3 shark brothers, the serpentine dragon, and the other 4 immortal beasts were immediately pinned to the ground, unable to move at all. They were all semi-divinity realm cultivators, but compared to him, they were simply too weak. They might be nothing in your eyes, but you are nothing in my eyes as well. Xianxia's clone sneered coldly. So. He dashed forward and raised his fist to punch the other party. Pung pung, as the clone clashed with Kongsher, the surrounding space began to shatter continuously. Even when they were at the same cultivation realm, Xianxia was no match for his clone. However, with his semi-divinity realm cultivation, his clone was no match for Kongsher at all. On top of that, he also had the indestructible body. No matter how powerful Kongsher was, he would not be able to do anything to him for the time being. How can a mere clone of yours be so powerful? After exchanging a few blows with the clone, Kongsher could not believe what he was seeing. He had been keeping an eye on the other party ever since he entered the Azure. Even though he had tried to surround the other party several times, he still had a good idea of the other party's true strength. Since when did a clone appear? And, it was so powerful, he had lived for several thousand years, and he was already standing at the very peak of the Azure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slaughter the experts of the Hall of Gods and replace them. But even so, he was still no match for his clone. Just what was going on? Attack him together. Paying no heed to Xianxia's shock, Xianxia undid the formation around him, and the semi-divinity realm beasts swiftly rose to their feet. Hong Long, 8 semi-divinity realm beasts and a dozen semi-divinity artifacts formed a massive formation and charged towards Xianxia. Kongsher had been locked in a tight battle with his clone all this while, so how could he possibly be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts at once? With just a single blow, he was struck squarely in the chest and sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. Kill him. Xianxia's clone charged forward once more and launched yet another punch at Xianxia. The might behind the punch was so powerful that it felt as if it could shatter space itself. If not for the fact that I have been sealed by him for several thousand years and have yet to recover fully, and I have to divert some of my strength to unseal the Hall of Gods, do you think that you would have been able to harm me? Humph. Even so, this is my territory. You won't be able to kill me here. With a slight jolt, Xianxia tore through space and vanished from the spot. The hall was emptied, leaving not a single trace behind. Let's leave. Seeing that his clone had disappeared, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in alarm. He quickly waved his hand. The weapons and beasts in the air suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, Xianxia also vanished from the spot, entering his clone's storage ring. Xianxia's clone dashed in a certain direction. This was the weakest point of the formation in the hall. Xianxia's clone had already informed him of this earlier. Boom, but before he could leave, the hall suddenly exploded. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, threatening to tear the world apart. Xianxia's clone, who was still in the midst of leaving, was sliced in half by a pitch-black spatial rift. After the explosion subsided, the two halves of his clone reconnected back together and continued flying forward. It was fortunate that it was him. Had it been Xianxia in his place, he would have died on the spot. To think that he would actually set up such a powerful destruction formation in his nest. How ruthless. Xianxia appeared before his clone. Looking at the ruined space before him, his hair stood on end. If not for his swift reaction earlier, he could have very well been annihilated along with the space before him. Let's find him and see where he went. We mustn't let him get away. Xianxia instructed. Nodding, Xianxia's clone began scanning the surroundings. Along with the explosion of the hall, the headquarters of the ethereal hall had also been reduced to rubble. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the lack of people in the area or whether they had all died. I'm afraid that he has already escaped. Xianxia's clone looked around, but he was unable to find Xianxia anywhere. Thus, he walked over and reported. Xianxia was indeed powerful, but his clone was already on par with him. If he were to work with so many semi-divinity realm beasts and weapons, it would indeed be difficult for him to defeat the other party. Thus, after detonating the hall, he actually chose to flee. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He did not sense the other party's aura either, so it was likely that the other party had really escaped. Just that, he would not have dared to think that Xianxia would actually flee in the past. That was the world's teacher, the true #1 expert on the master-teacher continent. In the several dozen millenniums of history, there was no one who dared to deny his existence. Yet, in front of him, the other party had actually turned evil. If it had been in the past, he would not have dared to even think about it. In fact, if he were to spread this news back, the Mingshi Tang and the 100 schools of philosophers would definitely treat him as their greatest enemy. Your pendant, Xianxia's clone asked. Xianxia might have escaped, but the pendant was still in his hands. That's a fake. Actually, I've been suspecting that there's something wrong with the ethereal hall ever since Xianxia appeared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent you to the Hall of Gods in my stead. Xianxia replied with a smile. He had been suspecting Xianxia ever since Xianxia appeared. Even though he had not dared to voice it out, he had already made some guesses in his heart. Since that was the case, how could he possibly give the other party the real pendant? When Lozozi gave it to him, she had warned him repeatedly that he should never take it off. He was not that foolish to give it away just to lure the other party into his trap. Fake? How could you possibly fool Xianxia? Xianxia's clone was taken aback. Even Xianxia was unaware of this matter. His main body had not communicated with him either. It seems that, when it comes to matters related to Luo Ruoxin, I won't share any information with him. I'm also perplexed by this. From the looks of it, he probably doesn't know where the pendant came from and how powerful it is. Xianxia shook his head. To be honest, the fake pendant contained his blood essence. He had thought that he would not be able to fool the other party, but who could have thought that the other party would not be able to see through it at all? From the looks of it, the Heaven's Order that the other party wielded was unable to discern the authenticity of an item like the Library of Heaven's Path. Just as Xianxia was pondering over this matter, a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Can't you tell? The one who had spoken was Vicious, who had just achieved a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm using the aura of the round platform. What? Xianxia frowned. He isn't the real Xianxia, Vicious exclaimed. Xianxia frowned. His soul aura is completely identical, and his comprehension of battle techniques has reached the level of heaven's path. He's invincible among his peers. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't believe that this person was the world's teacher that he worshipped. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find any flaws. It might be possible to disguise the same soul aura, but it was impossible to disguise the comprehension of martial techniques and battle prowess at the same level. If not for his clone making a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm and having the help of so many semi-divinity beasts and weapons, there was no way he would have been able to achieve victory. In other words, the other party's fighting prowess was on par with him, who had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art. If it wasn't him, who else could have done it? Moreover, the Library of Heaven's Path could not detect the other party's exact identity. Apart from this super expert who had obtained the Heavenly Tao Order, who else could hide under the illumination of the library? I've fought with Xianxia several times in my life, so I know very well what kind of person he is. Even though the man before me has the same appearance and soul aura as Xianxia, he's definitely not him. Moreover, if it's him, do you really think that you can defeat him with just your clones and these immortal beasts? Vicious said. Xianxia was speechless. Based on Xianxia's past experiences, he was invincible and invincible. If another dozen or so semi-divinities were to come, it would really be difficult for him to defeat them. Back then, when I captured one of his disciples, I could have feigned ignorance. However, even though I knew that it would be dangerous, I didn't hesitate to do so. Even though I knew that I was going to die, for the sake of my disciple, I chose to sacrifice myself. Even though he's a lifelong rival of mine, I still respect him deeply. There's no way I would have done what the man before me did. Vicious continued, the Heavenly Tao's imperfection is very powerful, but the Heavenly Tao's order is not weak either. If they don't even have this bit of Tao heart, how can they enjoy eternal fame? Xianxia nodded. The Heavenly Tao's order played a huge part in allowing Xianxia to achieve so much. Since the other party possessed a portion of the Heaven's will, there was a good chance that he would be assimilated by the Heaven's will and die on the spot. If the other party was really Xianxia, how could he not know? Even he had the willpower to not be envious of others, so the other party definitely had it too. But, if it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? There's no point thinking too much into it. I should save Du Qingyuan first. She might be able to learn more secrets from me. The altar had already been taken away by Xianxia, so there was nothing left for Xianxia to linger around. Thus, he found the exit of the folded space and left the so-called ethereal hall headquarters. It was only then that he realized that he was actually less than 100 kilometers away from the heaven-anchoring boulder. At such a close distance, no one from the 6 great sects had discovered them. They had indeed hidden themselves well. Walking along the heaven-anchoring boulder, Xianxia walked to the top of the heaven-anchoring boulder and saw that the azure bridge had vanished from sight. The distant Hall of Gods had also vanished into the night sky, leaving no trace of it behind. Sect leader, are you all right? Kuei Xiao, Han Jianqiu, and the others could hardly believe their eyes. The azure bridge retracted, and Elder Hong Wu and the others, who had already advanced to the semi-divinity realm, returned. However, they did not see Xianxia at all. They thought that he had met with some kind of danger and would never be able to return. Who could have thought that the latter would fly over from beneath the heaven-anchoring boulder instead of the Hall of Gods? It's a long story. Where are Bai Xianxing and Gu Zhuiyun? Xianxia asked as he scanned the surroundings. The 2 sect leaders who had submitted to the ethereal hall had suddenly vanished without a trace. It was hard to tell where they had gone. They left not long after you entered the azure bridge. They left in a hurry, so I'm not too sure where they went, Han Jianqiu replied. Not long after you entered the azure bridge? Xianxia frowned. From the looks of it, the other party must have learned that he had killed their geniuses through some special means, so they fled in advance. 20 hours had already passed, so it was unlikely that they would be able to find them anymore. Do you know any other way to enter the Hall of Gods other than the azure bridge? Xianxia asked. The others shook their heads. If they knew, they wouldn't have waited for 100 years. There must be other ways to enter the Hall of Gods other than the azure bridge. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Since Xianxia was able to wipe out the members of the Hall of Gods and replace them with members of the Ethereal Hall, there was no doubt that he had his own way to enter the Hall of Gods. Otherwise, the Azure Bridge would only appear for a single day each time. With the disappearance of the Azure Bridge, there was no point in staying here any longer. Thus, before Xianxia and the others could return to the surface of the ocean, Wu Chen suddenly walked up to them. In order not to reveal his strength, he had been waiting at the top of the Azure Bridge. Did Palace Master Du mention any other way to enter the Hall of Gods? A thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. Han Jianqiu and the others might not know, but Du Qingyuan might. Considering that Wu Chen had been following behind her for a very long time, he should know a thing or two about it. She didn't mention anything about it. Wu Chen shook his head. Other than the Azure Bridge, I don't think she knows any other way to enter the Hall of Gods. Xianxia replied with a bitter smile. It seemed like his hopes were still too high. Putting aside Wu Chen, it was unlikely that Du Qingyuan knew anything about it either. Otherwise, Starchaser Palace would have long become the leader of the Six Sects, and they wouldn't have been so helpless when the Ethereal Hall attacked them. Then, other than the evanescent boots, is there any other way to traverse space? Xianxia turned to Han Jianqiu and the others. The fake Xianxia had brought him out of the Hall of Gods and used the evanescent boots to traverse space to the headquarters of the Ethereal Hall. If he could find something similar, he might be able to pass through the barrier left behind by the gods on the heaven-anchoring boulder and enter the Hall of Gods once more. Traverse space? It's said that only gods are capable of such a feat. Han Jianqiu and the others said. Gods? Xianxia shook his head. If a true god could appear in the Azure, it was likely that the fake Xianxia had already done so. There was no way he would be snatching the Library of Heaven's path away from him. After experiencing the Azure Bridge and the Master-Teacher continent, he knew that it wasn't a matter of talent. Rather, it was likely that the world lacked a unique substance that could allow one to become a god. Without that substance, no matter how talented one was, it was impossible for one to reach the semi-divinity realm. As such, only gods were capable of traversing space. This answer was completely useless to him. Just as Xianxia was at a loss as to how he could find the Hall of Gods and save Du Qingyuan, a voice suddenly sounded. I know of a way that might be able to do it. The person who had spoken was Wu Chen. Why don't you tell me about it? Xianxia asked anxiously. Wu Chen replied, under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible to traverse space. However, it's possible through the power of a ritual. Back then, Milady used this power to traverse the barrier between two worlds. Xianxia slapped his forehead. Why didn't he think of that? In terms of traversing space, what could possibly compare to the ritual unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe? Even the spirit god Lozozi had used this method to traverse the barrier between two worlds. If they were in the same world, it should be extremely easy for them to do so. Wu Chen continued. However, in order to traverse the barrier between two worlds, you'll need to have an altar at both ends. Through the ritual, you'll be able to teleport someone from one end to the other. Back on the Master-Teacher continent, when he was capturing the copper-masked figure, he had used such an altar to teleport someone from one end to the other. If that's the case, I might really be able to enter the Hall of Gods without using the Azure Bridge. Xianxia. He had no idea where Xianxia had gone, but for safety's sake, there was a good chance that the latter had returned to the Hall of Gods. As long as he returned, the altar would be connected to the Hall of Gods, and he would be able to use this method to teleport himself to the Hall of Gods. Let's return to Starchaser Palace. Without any hesitation, Xianxia quickly returned to Starchaser Palace. He quickly found Elder Jiang Yao. This is the altar that I used to disguise myself as the palace chief. Elder Jiang Yao took out the altar and took out the artifacts required for the ritual. Even though she was only an ordinary elder, she knew a lot about rituals. Not too long later, the artifacts began to burn, and a unique energy began to emanate from the altar. Xianxia walked up to the top of the altar, and a moment later, the artifacts were completely incinerated. However, he was still standing on the spot instead of teleporting away. It seems like only the guardian artifact of the Starchaser Palace is capable of teleporting. The other altars are only capable of carrying out minor rituals, but not major ones. Elder Jiang Yao shook her head helplessly after giving it another try. The altar that Xianxia had taken away was the guardian artifact of the Starchaser Palace, and it possessed a unique ability. The remaining altars in the Starchaser Palace were only capable of carrying out minor rituals, but it was impossible for them to teleport a heavenly high immortal to an unknown location through the barrier left behind by the gods. There's a good chance that the altar is in the Hall of Gods, Xianxia sighed helplessly. If he could find it, he would not be in such a disadvantageous position. However, ordinary altars were not capable of such a feat. It seemed like the teleportation artifact would be useless as well. Young master, ordinary altars won't work, but if we can return to the Master Teacher continent and obtain the altar from the Spirit Tribe, we should be able to do so easily. Wu Chen interjected. The altar from the Spirit Tribe on the Master Teacher continent? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed. The altar that allowed Lozozi to travel from the Azure to the Master Teacher continent might not be as powerful as the one in the Starchaser Palace, but its effects were in no way inferior. If he could obtain it, he would be able to communicate with the altar and teleport himself to the Hall of Gods through the ritual. Just that, the altar was still on the Master Teacher continent. How was he supposed to return? Back then, Lozozi had only been able to enter the Master Teacher continent through the ritual. Even so, her cultivation had fallen to Saint Realm primary stage after entering the Master Teacher continent. Given that Xianxia was only at Heavenly High Immortal Realm at the moment, even if he knew that he could use the altar, he would not be able to retrieve it. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Wu Chen said, "Actually, it's not that complicated to return." Xianxia frowned. Wu Chen pondered for a moment before replying. When the spirit god first descended, the passageway between the Azure and the Master Teacher continent was sealed, making it impossible to pass through. However, after the appearance of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, time and space began to warp, causing cracks to appear in the passageway. By the time young master arrived, the passageway had already been cleared. Xianxia nodded in response. Xianxia was right. Previously, the spatial passageway connecting the Master Teacher continent and the Azure had been sealed by Xianxia using the corpses of his students and set up a massive formation around it. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for anyone to pass through. However, the appearance of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn had caused a disturbance in spacetime, resulting in an opening in the formation. That was the only reason why Xianxia was able to enter the Azure. As long as he could find the entrance, he would be able to return to the Master Teacher continent. The spatial storm that even ancient Sage 4 Dan cultivators could not withstand was nothing to him anymore. I doubt that it'll be easy to find the entrance. Xianxia shook his head. He had asked Xianxia about it previously, and it was likely that the entrance was hidden in some kind of unique space. Given the size of the Forsaken continent, it would not be easy to find it. It's indeed difficult to find the entrance in the Azure, but I believe you should know where it is on the Master Teacher continent, right? Wu Chen asked with a smile. Of course. Xianxia nodded. It was located in the Kungsu domain where the 100 schools of philosophers were located. Since that's the case, we can try to communicate with the current sovereign Qianyong. As long as he holds a ritual here, those on the Master Teacher continent will be able to sense the summoning energy and find the entrance to return to the Master Teacher continent. Wu Chen said. That's right. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. As expected of one of the top geniuses of the otherworldly demonic tribe, this was indeed the best solution they could come up with. As for how to communicate with Sovereign Qianyong, it shouldn't be too difficult. Starchaser Palace should have some special means to do so. Xianxia nodded before calling Elder Jiang Yao and First Elder Zhao Yu over. We have a way to send a message back to the Master Teacher continent, so there's no need for an altar. However, that's all we can do. First Elder Zhao Yu said after understanding the sect leader's intentions. This is the message I wish to send to the current sovereign Qianyong. Tell him to hold the ritual a month from now. Xianxia said with a tap of his finger. First Elder Zhao Yu nodded. I'll get it done right now. Starchaser Palace often communicated with the otherworldly demonic tribe on the Master Teacher continent. To Xianxia's words, it was due to Zhang. Let's go. After making arrangements for the other party, Xianxia called out to Wu Chen. Where are we going? Wu Chen was taken aback. Xianxia said. When I first appeared, I was in the territory of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I believe that the passageway isn't too far away. Once Sovereign Qianyong conducts the ritual, we should be able to make it back as soon as possible. While he was unsure of the exact location of the passageway, based on the information he had gathered in Xinjiang City, which was in the territory of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it was likely that the passageway wasn't too far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been saved by Dan Xiaotian. With the Serpentine Dragon and the nine-headed fiery phoenix by his side, Xianxia left the rest of the immortal beasts behind in Starchaser Palace. If the fake Kongsher were to make a move on them, they would be able to fend him off with the help of the sex formations. After that was done, Xianxian and Wu Chen leaped onto the Serpentine Dragon and flew toward the territory of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Both the Serpentine Dragon and the nine-headed fiery phoenix had reached semi-divinity realm, and they specialized in speed in the first place. In just 3 days, they were already in the territory of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Back then, it had taken Xianxian nearly 20 days to travel from here to Starchaser Palace, but this time, it had only taken him 3 days. The speed of semi-divinity realm immortal beasts was truly fearsome. So, this is Xinjiang City. After keeping the Serpentine Dragon and the other immortal beasts back into their tamed beast sacks, Xianxian and Wu Chen concealed their cultivation before landing on the wide streets of Xinjiang City. Compared to a month ago, nothing had changed. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had appointed a new city lord, and Xueqin and the others had been punished accordingly. Have you heard? Dan Xiaotian's friend who entered the sect with him seems to be called Xianxian. Are you saying that his friend has become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Starchaser Palace, Myriad Beasts Hall, and 7-Star Pavilion? That's right. He's the brother-in-law of my second aunt and third cousin. He's a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I met him at the Ethereal Hall yesterday, and he told me personally that he's the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. To become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion in his 20s? How did Dan Xiaotian get so lucky? Isn't that so? I heard that he has already acknowledged Dan Xiaotian as his teacher. To think that he would be able to become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion just by saving a few people. I feel like going out to save them. Speaking of saving people, my neighbor, Zhang Yuanwei, did manage to save a few people. They aren't even in their 20s yet. There are 4 beautiful ladies, and there are 5 valiant young men as well. When I saved them, they were all unconscious. There were really people who were unconscious? Was their cultivation high? I don't know either. I heard that they were severely injured, so their cultivation is probably low. It's been a few days, so I'm not too sure either. I know that it's impossible for those people to be as talented and capable as sect leader Zhang Xian, but at the very least, it's a good opportunity for me. It seems like it's time for me to head out too. I can't stay at home forever. Indeed. There's no future for a fat otaku. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. It had been less than 10 days since he became the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but the news had already spread across the entire Forsaken continent. Young master, where should we go? Paying no heed to those discussions, Wu Chen asked. It seemed like no matter where he went, the young man would always become the center of attention. It was the same on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure. There's no need to rush. I've already had First Elder Zhao Yu inform her that the ritual will be held in a month's time. Let's find a quiet place and set up a formation to sense the altar. Zhang Xian. The time difference between the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure was 10 times that of the Master-Teacher continent. A month's time on the Master-Teacher continent would be equivalent to 3 days in the Azure. Let's head to the mountain over there. Wu Chen said as he pointed to a mountain. Zhang Xian nodded in response. There were rivers flowing through Xinjiang City, as well as towering mountains. After leaving the city, Zhang Xian waved his hand, and countless formation flags flew out and landed on the ground. This kind of sensing formation was something that he had specially designed along the way. It was similar to the signal towers in his previous life. It was able to sense the energy generated by the ritual and determine the location of the altar. It was much easier than searching around blindly. After setting up the formation, Zhang Xian took out a spear and placed it at the center before tying a red string around it. With a stomp of his foot, the formation came to life. The red string fell to the ground, but there was no movement at all. Let's wait for a while. The ritual hasn't started yet. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. The ritual couldn't last for too long. Even on the master-teacher continent, it would only last for 8 hours in the azure. Only when the timing was perfect would he be able to capture the energy of the altar and find the exact location of the altar. Sitting quietly on the spot, Xianxia continued to study the semi-divinity realm Heaven's Path divine art. At the same time, in a spacious residence in Xianxia City, a graceful lady slowly opened her eyes. "Young lady, you're awake." A servant walked up to her. "What is this place? Where am I?" The lady frowned. She struggled for a moment before scanning her surroundings. The residence before her was extremely unfamiliar, completely different from the one she had seen in the past. "This is Xianxia City. Our old master, Zhang Yuanwei, saved you all here." The servant replied. "You all?" The lady was taken aback for a moment before her eyes lit up. "You have met the others who were with me? Where are they?" "There are 8 people who were with you, but they're all unconscious. We've arranged them to stay in this residence," the servant replied. 8? That's great." The lady heaved a sigh of relief. She struggled to her feet and said, "Bring me to them." Seeing that the lady was insistent, the servant hesitated for a moment before nodding and leading the way. As soon as they walked out of the room, they saw that the 8 unconscious people had regained consciousness, and they were gathered in the residence. "Senior." Upon seeing the lady, the crowd clasped their fists and greeted her. Take a seat." The lady nodded. She gestured for the crowd to take a seat in a gazebo. "It's good that you're all fine. However, your injuries are a little severe. I took a look at your body earlier, and there are signs of spatial tears in your body. It'll take several years for you to recover from them," the lady said. "Me too. We're all the same." The remaining 8 people also took a look at their bodies before replying in unison. Their injuries were far more severe than they had expected. Even though the spiritual energy in the azure was abundant, it would still take several years for them to make a full recovery. "A year ago, our teacher entered the azure alone, and he probably sustained the same injuries. I wonder if he has recovered by now. Where should we look for him?" A moment later, a hint of worry surfaced in the lady's eyes. "Our teacher is blessed by the heavens, so there won't be any problems," another lady among the crowd said. "Indeed. Our teacher is blessed by the heavens," the lady at the very front nodded in agreement. "Wait, the flow of time in this world seems to be different from the flow of time on the master-teacher continent," a young man amid the crowd suddenly remarked with a frown. "Different flow of time?" The crowd was taken aback. The young man before them possessed the bloodline of time, so he was naturally sensitive to the flow of time. Give me a moment, I'll do some calculations first." The young man slowly closed his eyes, and roughly 3 minutes later, he opened them once more with an excited gleam in his eyes. "There's a difference of 10 times between the flow of time and the master-teacher continent. In other words, a day here is equivalent to 10 days on the master-teacher continent. If Xianxia were here, he would surely be able to recognize the 9 of them. They were his 9 direct disciples back on the master-teacher continent: Zhaoye, Lu Yang, Wang Ying, Xingyang, Yuan Tao, Lu Cheng, Wei Ruyan, Zhang Jiuxiao, and Kong Shiyao. It had only been slightly more than a month since Xianxia had arrived on the azure, but a year had already passed since he had arrived on the master-teacher continent. During this period of time, all of them had reached ancient sage 4 Dan pinnacle, unable to push for a breakthrough. On top of that, there had been no news of their teacher at all. Left with no choice, they had gathered at the Kungsu domain to look for Kong Shiyao, and they had entered the passageway together. The lady whom Xianxia addressed as senior was none other than Zhaoye, and the one who had noticed the difference in time between the azure and the master-teacher continent was Zhang Jiuxiao. "A difference of 10 times? You mean to say that our teacher has only been here for slightly more than a month?" Zhaoye's eyes lit up. "Given how little time has passed, it's likely that our teacher has yet to recover from his injuries. In fact, there's a good chance that he's still in Xianxia City." They knew how talented their teacher was. If it had been a year or even longer, he would have long recovered from his injuries, and he might even have made a name for himself. However, if it had only been a month, it was likely that he would still be trapped in Xianxia City, unable to leave. After all, this was a brand new world. Ancient Sage 4 Dan cultivators might be able to command the wind and rain on the Master Teacher continent, but here, they were nothing. Let's ask around. With such thoughts in mind, Xiaoya turned to a servant not too far away and said, I'll have to trouble you to meet your master to express our gratitude. Yes. The servant quickly backed down. And not too long later, a middle-aged man walked over with widened strides. With a look of astonishment on his face, he exclaimed, to think that all of you would wake up so quickly despite your severe injuries. While he was not skilled in the way of medicine, the physicians in the manor had taken a look at them, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few months for them to wake up. Yet, all of them had woken up in just a few days. Their cultivation was probably not as simple as it seemed. Could it be that they were about to turn around just like Dan Xiaotian? Zhang Yuanwei, thank you for saving our lives. The 9 of them stood up and clasped their fists. You're being too polite. It's nothing much. Zhang Yuanwei chuckled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoya decided to get straight to the point. Our senior and junior are severely injured, so we can't really remember much about Xianxia City. May I know, where does Xianxia City belong to? Is there a master teacher pavilion or something like that? Mingshi Tang? Zhang Yuanwei blinked his eyes. I've never heard of it before. Xianxia City is under the jurisdiction of one of the 6 sects, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. 6 sects? There are a total of 6 sects in the world, and they are the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Zhang Yuanwei explained. The crowd nodded in realization. It seemed like they were indeed in the Azure. It was a completely different world from the Master Teacher continent. Speaking of the 6 sects, something happened a few days ago that shocked the entire world. Zhang Yuanwei's interest was piqued as well. The new head of the Myriad Beasts Hall goes by the name of Xingyang. Have you heard of him? Xingyang? Everyone was taken aback. The remaining 8 people looked at the young man in the middle. He has the same name as me? Xingyang felt awkward. Your name is also Xingyang? Zhang Yuanwei froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. There are many people with the same name in the world. Don't be nervous. In the entire continent, there were more than 1 million people named Xingyang. It was normal for people to have the same name. Yeah. I just think it's a little vulgar. Xingyang nodded. In fact, the same name is nothing, but I feel a little surprised. The sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, one of the 6 major sects, was actually the same as him. Vulgar? In terms of people with the same name, the newly appointed sect master of the 7-star pavilion might even surpass him. Zhang Yuanwei said with a smile. Could it be even more vulgar than the name Xingyang? What a horrible name. Only then can he surpass them? Lu Yang's interest was piqued. He looked at Xingyang with ridicule in his eyes. Oh, his name is Lu Yang. Zhang Yuanwei smiled. Lu Yang. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on the young man, Zhang Yuanwei also noticed that something was amiss. He looked at them doubtfully and asked, why? Don't you think that this name is vulgar and horrible? In my opinion, it's several times worse than the name Xingyang. Of course, Brother Zheng, I'm not saying that your name is horrible. I'm just lamenting. Lu Yang's face darkened. That. My name is Lu Yang as well. Zhang Yuanwei's face twitched. Did he just save a bunch of people with the same name? After a moment of hesitation, he asked, is there anyone among you who goes by the name of Zhang Xian? You know Zhang Xian? Xiaoya was taken aback. Indeed. There's no one on the Forsaken Continent who doesn't know that name, Zhang Yuanwei replied. He's the sect leader of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? This time, it was Xiaoya and the others turned to be stunned. Could it be someone with the same name? Our teacher has only been here for slightly more than a month. How could he possibly become the sect leader of one of the 6 sects? In order to become the sect leader, his cultivation has to be at Heavenly High Immortal at the very least. While they were chatting, Zhang Yuanwei had told them about the cultivation realms. While they were not too sure what the semi-divinity realm was, he did know that there were pseudo-immortal, true immortal, and high immortal realms. In order to become the sect leader of a sect, at the very least, one's cultivation had to be at heavenly high immortal realm. It had only been a month since their teacher had arrived, and it was hard to tell whether he had recovered from his injuries or not. Xiaoya asked, "What does sect leader Xianxia look like? Do you know?" "He looks to be in his early 20s. Speaking of which, he seems to have some affinity with our Xinjiang city. He was injured a month ago, and Dan Xiaotian saved him from the city. Following that, he became the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." Speaking of Zhang Xian's experiences, Zhang Yuanwei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Not only so, the sect leader Lu Yang and sect leader Xingyan that I mentioned to you earlier, are actually just him in disguise." In other words, as the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, 7-Star Pavilion, Myriad Beast Sect, and Starchaser Palace, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 expert in the world. The head of the 4 sects? The #1 expert in the world? Xiaoya and the others clutched their hair in frenzy. Yuan Tao had even bitten his own tongue, but he did not realize it at all. At this moment, it was clear to them that the Zhang Xian that Zhang Yuanwei was talking about was their teacher. It was one thing for him to have the same name, but surely he couldn't possibly be using the same name as them. They were still thinking that their teacher might not have fully recovered from his injuries even though he had only been here for a month, but when they heard the news, their hearts began to pound furiously. Wasn't his cultivation speed a little too incredible? In just a single month, he had advanced from ancient sage 4 Dan to pseudo-immortal, true immortal, and finally, high immortal realm. On top of that, he had single-handedly unified the 4 sects and become the #1 expert in the world. Their teacher was still their teacher, an existence that they could only look up to. "Do you know sect leader Zhang?" Seeing the dazed looks on everyone's faces, Zhang Yuanwei immediately realized that something was amiss. With a bitter smile, Xiaoya replied, "We don't just know him. If I'm not mistaken, he's our teacher." Zhang Yuanwei was stunned. "I'll have to trouble Zhang Yuanwei to escort us to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." After asking a few more questions, Xiaoya finally confirmed that the Zhang Xian that Zhang Yuanwei was talking about was indeed their teacher. "That's easy. I'll get it done right now." Zhang Yuanwei hurriedly left. If what Zhang Yuanwei said was true, and they were indeed sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples, then as their benefactor, he would surely be able to rise to greater heights. Sitting at the peak of the mountain, Zhang Yuanwei waited for an hour before the red string on the spear floated up, pointing in a certain direction. Zhang Xian stood up. The red string was pointing in the direction of Xinjiang River. "It's no wonder I couldn't find the entrance." Previously, he had asked Dan Xiaotian where he had saved him, and this time, he had paid close attention to the area, but he was unable to find anything. In the end, it turned out that it was in Xinjiang River. The river was extremely wide. If there was really a formation set up in it, even the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion wouldn't be able to notice it. After all, the flow of water could easily conceal spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhang Xian stowed the formation flags and spear into his storage ring before heading in the direction that the red string was pointing in with Wu Chen. After entering the river, they began swimming downstream. The Xinjiang River was over 100 meters deep, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the bottom of the river. Zhang Xian frowned. According to his observation, everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers was normal, no different from an ordinary river. "Young master," Wu Chen couldn't tell what was going on either, so he looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully. Could it be that there was something wrong with the formation earlier, and the passageway wasn't here? "Calm down." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian took out a droplet of blood and flicked it. Wang, with a light buzz, the sand-filled riverbed suddenly rippled, and an average-sized stone door appeared before them. Walking up to the stone door, Zhang Xian pushed it lightly. The stone door opened, and a pitch-black passageway appeared before them. Walking in first, Zhang Xian saw Wu Chen looking at him with a perplexed look on his face. With a smile, he said, "On the other side of the passageway is Kongshi's seal." In order to prevent the mercury-like Xianxia of the azure from leaking out, they must have made some preparations as well. Even though my blood is vastly different from Kongshi's, as a celestial master-teacher, there should be some similarities. So, it's possible to use my blood to activate the seal. Otherwise, it's impossible to find it. In truth, it was not that they were celestial master teachers but that they possessed a fragment of the heavens in their bodies. It was just that they did not want to reveal it to Wu Chen. Wu Chen nodded in realization. Walking down the passageway, it did not take long for them to arrive at a vast hall. There were 8 ancient Sage 4 Dan guards in there, and they were currently drinking wine. What's the difference between locking us up here and imprisoning us? This is way too boring. I heard that there's another world on the other side, and the cultivations of the people there are extremely low. Their cultivation is indeed low, but the other side has sealed the passageway. There's no way we can get through at all. The guards muttered as they drank. They are probably the guards sent by Kongsher. Hearing their conversation, Xianxia waved his hand lightly. Before they could react, they had already been reduced to dust. Even though they were under orders to guard the passageway, they were still a huge threat to the 100 schools of philosophers. Rather than keeping them around and exposing their whereabouts, it was better to just kill them. Given his current strength, he should be able to leave no traces behind if he were to make a move. At the very center of the hall was a massive vortex. Surges of mercury-like spiritual energy were being sucked into it, disappearing into the distance. The doors on both sides of the vortex were inscribed with unique inscriptions. Taking a closer look, they bore some resemblance to the altar in the Starchaser Palace. It seems like when Kongsher constructed this passageway, he was worried that someone would block the entrance of the passageway. So, if one were to exit this passageway, they would be teleported to any location in Xinjiang City. Taking a closer look, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. I recommend a new historical novel titled Han Si Becomes an Official by Zhui Yi. Why is it called Yi? It's because he would never write a book that doesn't sell its copyright. Feel free to take a look. These inscriptions seem to be the exit, but in truth, if anyone were to pass through, they would be teleported to any location in Xinjiang City. Otherwise, if he had encountered these people when he was injured and unconscious, he would not have been able to survive. Just that, given how well hidden this place is, other than the blood of Kongsher and mine, even the semi-divinities wouldn't be able to find it. Just who is he guarding against? Xianxia was getting more and more confused. In terms of how well hidden the passageway was, it was definitely one of the best even in the Azure. The reason why Kongsher had left it behind was because he didn't want anyone to notice it. Since that was the case, why would the Kongsher of the Azure send someone to guard the passageway? It was as if he didn't harbor the slightest bit of goodwill toward the people of the Master-Teacher continent. More importantly, did he not know what the formation inscriptions were, or did he not know that those who entered the passageway would be teleported randomly? Perhaps what Vicious said is true. This is a fake Kongsher. He had been a little doubtful about what Vicious had said previously, but now, he felt that it made sense. If that was true, there was no way he would know what was going on in the passageway that he had left behind. Unless, he had lost his memories, just like Little Chick. Speaking of Little Chick, Xianxia sighed helplessly. He had fed it the unique aura on the Azure Bridge, but it was still unable to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. He had tried several hundred different methods, but he still had no idea how that fellow could achieve a breakthrough. I'll suppress my cultivation to Ancient Sage 4 Dan and enter. After confirming that the passageway was still intact, Xianxia activated his disguise token and suppressed his cultivation. The limit of the Master-Teacher continent was Ancient Sage 4 Dan. If it had been any other semi-divinity or high immortal, even if they suppressed their cultivation, they would still be repelled by the world. However, Xianxia and Wu Chen had the disguise token and method that Lozozi had given them. By disguising themselves as Ancient Sage 4 Dan, even the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent wouldn't be able to see through them. This was how Lozozi had managed to enter the Master-Teacher continent back then. However, in order to obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, she had leaked her aura and been expelled from the Master-Teacher continent by the heavens. As soon as Xianxia entered the spatial passageway, he saw spatial turbulence wreaking havoc everywhere. All sorts of spatial storms assaulted him, threatening to tear him to shreds. If it had been a true Ancient Sage 4 Dan cultivator in their place, their consciousness would have already been destroyed in an instant, and they would have fallen unconscious. However, the two of them were among the top experts in the Azure. Even though they had suppressed their cultivation, they were still able to withstand the assault of the storm with ease. Previously, it had taken them half a month to complete the passage, but now, it took them less than 2 hours to reach the end. A huge coffin floated quietly in the air, sealing off the space around it. It was like a single entity, making it impossible to open. His finger tapped lightly. After the formation was broken, Xianxia and Wuchen came out. The sun shone brightly in the sky, bringing with it the familiar aura of the master-teacher continent. Xianxia, barely after Xianxia settled down, he heard a voice calling out to him, and ancient sage Yanqing walked over. It had been more than a year since they last met, and Xianxia's cultivation had improved significantly. From the looks of it, he was no longer as weak as before. Xianxia nodded. He turned his gaze to the side and saw a person in the midst of a ritual. Blazing flames were burning on the altar, emanating a sinister glow. The aura that they had sensed earlier was coming from that person. Who is that person? Where's Lu Yang? Xianxian frowned. Wasn't the otherworldly demonic emperor his student, Lu Yang? Why would an otherworldly demon whom he did not recognize suddenly appear here? That's the newly appointed otherworldly demonic Emperor, Chen Xiao. He's Lu Yang's direct disciple. Ancient sage Yanqing replied. Lu Yang's direct disciple? You mean my grand student? Xianxian was taken aback. He was only in his early 20s, and he was still accepting disciples. Who could have thought that he would already have a grand student? That's right. Ancient sage Yanqing nodded. If Chen Xiao has become the otherworldly demonic emperor, where's Lu Yang? Where are Kong Shiyao, Xiaoya, and the others? Xianxian was perplexed. He had instructed First Elder Xiaoyu to relay a message to him, and while it did not explicitly state that he was going to descend to the azure, as a direct disciple, he should have been curious as to why he was nowhere to be seen. Reporting to Xianxia, your 9 direct disciples have already followed the path that you took 3 months ago to head to the azure, Xianxian said. Ancient sage Yanqing said with a bitter smile. They've gone to the azure as well? Xianxian was taken aback. 3 months ago, which was around 90 days, or roughly 9 days in the azure. Back then, he was still in the Sea of Exiled Stars, grooming Elder Hong Wu and the others. I should head up to look for them, knowing that his direct disciples had probably already reached Xinjiang City or somewhere else. Xianxian decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Just as he was about to continue speaking, 2 figures suddenly flew in his direction. They were his parents, the Xingming Sword Saints. Xianer, Sword Saint Meng's eyes reddened in agitation. It's good that you're fine. Ever since her son had left the azure, there had not been a single day that she did not worry about him. For the past year or so, she had been in agony every single day. Now that her son was safe and sound, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Sensing the sincerity in the other party's voice, Xianxian replied with a smile, Mother, Father, I'm fine. At this moment, his parents had also achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation, reaching ancient sage 4 Dan pinnacle. After asking around about Mingshi Tang, he learned that the otherworldly demonic tribe had been living peacefully with mankind. Under Lu Yang's control, the otherworldly demonic tribe had been able to live peacefully with mankind. As the mercury-like Xianxia became usable, mankind grew stronger and stronger. The chances of war breaking out in the azure would also become smaller and smaller. Arriving at the main hall where the 100 schools of philosophers hosted their guests, Xianxian saw a bunch of familiar faces, the head of the Luo clan, the head of the Jiang clan, Mingshi Tang, and Yang Xian. Just like the Xingming Sword Saints, their cultivation was also at ancient sage 4 Dan. If the warriors of the ethereal hall were to enter the azure through the spatial passageway once more, there was a good chance that they would be killed on the spot. Xianxian, did you see my younger sister in the azure? After chatting for a while, Luo Xianqing walked up to Xianxian worriedly. Your younger sister? Xianxian was taken aback. Chi-Chi? Isn't she on the master-teacher continent? Back when he had left the azure, he had been alone. Furthermore, despite being in the azure for so long, he had not seen Luo Chi-Chi at all. A year ago, shortly after you left, she left. She said that she wanted to look for you, Luo Xianqing replied. Look for me? Did she use the spatial passageway as well? Xianxian frowned. That's not it. She didn't use the spatial passageway. Instead, she used the dimension silencer to break through the spatial restrictions of the master-teacher continent, Luo Xianqing replied. Xianxia was taken aback. With his current cultivation, he could easily break through the spatial restrictions of the master-teacher continent and return to the Azure. As such, he would not need to use the spatial passageway to return to the master-teacher continent. However, a year ago, no matter how powerful Luo Qiqi's cultivation was, she was only at ancient sage 4 Dan. How could she possibly break through the spatial restrictions of the master-teacher continent? Do you know why she named herself Qiqi and why our Luo clan dotes on her so much? Luo Xianqing asked with a shake of his head. Knowing that there was a huge gap between the two of them, Luo Xianqing no longer harbored any desire to compete with Luo Qiqi. All he could hope for was for the young man before him to take care of his younger sister and bring her back. Isn't she called Qiqi because she has 6 elder brothers? Xianxia seemed to have heard of it before. That's right. She does have 6 elder brothers, and I'm ranked 6th. However, all 5 of my elder brothers have passed away. My father is the head of the Luo clan, and given the standing of the Luo clan on the master-teacher continent, don't you find it strange that all 5 of my elder brothers have passed away? Luo Xianqing asked. Xianxia was taken aback. He had been curious about the matter back then, but he did not think too much into it. Now that he thought about it, it did seem to be the case. Given the standing and strength of the Luo clan on the master-teacher continent, even if the otherworldly demonic tribe had launched a sneak attack on the Luo clan, there was no way they could have killed all 5 of their clan heads' sons. It's because of the dimension silencer. Luo Xianqing said. This artifact was obtained by our ancestor, and it possesses immense power. My younger sister was able to assimilate it as soon as she was born, and it's not because of her purest bloodline but because of her 5 elder brothers. Back then, something happened to the dimension silencer, and it was on the verge of tearing through space and escaping. Once it did, the Luo clan would surely fall from the ranks of the 3 premier clans. In order to save the Luo clan from destruction, my 5 elder brothers fed it with their blood essence and even sacrificed their lives to stabilize it. It was only then that the dimension silencer was left behind, and the spirit within it gradually awakened, and that's Qiqi. Awakened spirit? You mean to say that Qiqi is the spirit of the dimension silencer? Xianxia's eyes narrowed in astonishment. The spirit entered my mother's womb, and that's how Qiqi was born. It's understandable for me to say that she's the spirit of the dimension silencer, but it's also understandable for me to say that she's my younger sister. After all, her flesh and blood are bestowed upon her by the Luo clan, Luo Xianqing said. Xianxia nodded in response. He had seen countless artifacts, and he had tamed at least 8,000 of them. Even if they were semi-divinity artifacts, their spirits were still bound to their original bodies. For the spirit of the dimension silencer to be able to leave its original body and reincarnate into a human, this was truly inconceivable. How did she tear through space? What made you think that she had gone to the Azure? Xianxia asked. After you left, her will to look for you grew stronger and stronger. In response to her will, the dimension silencer released a powerful burst of energy. It seemed to have broken through the bottleneck of ancient sage 4 Dan, reaching an unfathomable realm. Following which, the space of the master-teacher continent began rejecting her, and she was forced out of the dimension silencer. Luo Xianqing pondered for a moment before continuing. Countless experts of our Luo clan tried their best, but they were unable to stop her. Xianxia fell silent. This was similar to when Lozozi left the master-teacher continent. Both of them were forcefully pushed out of the master-teacher continent, as if a wooden stick floating in water. No matter how much strength one exerted, as long as one released their grip, they would still float to the surface. From the looks of it, it seemed like Luo Xianqing had been forced to the Azure. Alright, I'll look into the matter once I return to the Azure. If I find anything, I'll have Starchaser Palace inform the otherworldly demonic sovereign and have him relay the news to you. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia had made a mental note of the matter regarding Luo Qiqi. As the head of one of the 4 sects, it should not be too difficult for him to find a single person in the vast Azure. After parting from Luo Xianqing, Xianxia chatted with Xianxia and the other acquaintances for a while longer before passing the cultivation technique and battle technique manuals that he had reorganized to Mingshi Tang. Before he knew it, a day had passed. The reason why I'm here is to borrow this altar. There are still many things that I need to attend to in the azure, so I won't be staying here any longer." Knowing that there was no time to waste, Xianxia beckoned to Wu Chen, who had already obtained the altar, and decided to break the seal and return to the azure. "Young master, can you bring me along with you?" Sun Chong walked up to Xianxia with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Knowing that he would never be able to keep up with the young master's footsteps, Xianxia no longer slacked off like before. After a year of hard work and the endless resources provided by Mingshi Tang and the Zhang family, he had managed to reach the dimension shatter realm just like everyone else. "You want to go to the azure?" Xianxia frowned. "That's right," Sun Chong replied with gritted teeth. Even though he was able to summon the wind and rain with his identity as Xianxia's butler and an ancient sage expert on the master-teacher continent, it was inevitable that he would grow weary of it. He preferred the times when he was clearly no match for the other party, but he was still able to berate the other party without any qualms. That was the pinnacle of his life, and he could not help but reminisce about it. Thus, he still wanted to follow behind the young master. Only then would he truly be able to enjoy the glory of his life. "It's too dangerous for us to breach the spatial barrier and enter the azure, so I won't be able to protect you. However, you can come over through the spatial passageway. Consume these medicinal herbs before entering the spatial storm. They should be able to treat your injuries and prevent you from falling unconscious." With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia passed a bottle of little chick's bathwater over and bestowed him a protective weapon as well. After which, he instructed, "When you reach the azure, report my name to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and someone will bring you to me. If one were to break through the spatial barrier, the power of the dimension would crush all cultivators who passed through it." Even though Sun Chong had achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage Dan, he was still far from being able to overcome the power of the dimension. It would be safer for him to take the passageway obediently. Sun Chong nodded. After giving these instructions, Xianxia did not say anything else. With a thought, he unleashed the power he had been suppressing in his body. With a loud rumble, he immediately felt a strong rejection force in the surrounding space. This kind of power seemed to want to push him out of this world. Without putting up any resistance, Xianxia willed his consciousness to free himself from the shackles of the master-teacher continent. Following which, countless pitch-black auras charged right toward him, threatening to tear him to shreds. The celestial force in his body surged, blocking the black air currents outside and flowing upwards in the direction that was pushing him away. Some time later, light finally returned to his eyes. With a slight movement, he emerged from the spatial barrier and appeared in the sky above Xianjiang City. "It's indeed an easy trip back," Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned to look at Wu Chen. Clearly, the latter was a little shocked as well. Even though he had thought that it was possible, he still found it hard to believe that it was possible. From the looks of it, it would be extremely difficult for experts to descend to the lower worlds, but it would not be too difficult for them to return to their own world. Of course, this was also because they had the disguise token and disguise method that Lozozi had given them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to fool the heavens of the master-teacher continent by suppressing their cultivation. Otherwise, they would have been expelled as soon as they entered. Let's see if Xiaoya and the others are still around. With a thought, Xianxia's consciousness enveloped the entire Xinjiang city. At his level of cultivation, as long as he willed it, he would be able to sense even the smallest of happenings in Xinjiang city. Over there, a moment later, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It had been 3 months since Xianxia had left the master-teacher continent, and it had been 9 days since he left the azure. Who could have thought that he would still be around? However, the residence that he was in was preparing to use an aerial spirit beast. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was intending to leave. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flew over. "Zhang Yuan, why are you in such a hurry to borrow an aerial spirit beast?" A middle-aged man with a bulging stomach walked up to Xianxia with a perplexed look in his eyes. There were not too many clans and powers in Xinjiang city that were able to tame aerial spirit beasts, and Wu Jiangqing happened to be one of them. Furthermore, after the fall of the Shui clan, the aerial spirit beasts of the Shui clan had become one of the strongest and fastest. It was for this reason that Zhang Yuanwei had come looking for him. "Didn't I save a few people?" Zhang Yuanwei replied with a smile. "I have heard about it. Are you trying your luck just like Dan Xiaotian?" Wu Jiangqing sneered coldly. Dan Xiaoyan's fortuitous encounter was something that could only be chanced upon. There was only one person in the world who was sect leader Xianxia. As the head of a prestigious clan, surely a tycoon like you wouldn't think that saving a few people would bring you a good outcome, right? How could there be such a good thing in the world? If that was the case, he would have run around to save others instead of doing anything else. To be honest, I really did get lucky this time around, Zhang Yuanwei replied with a smile. He was on good terms with Zhang Yuanwei, so he didn't intend to hide it from Zhang Yuanwei. You really got lucky? Wu Jiangqing was taken aback. Don't tell me that you saved a sect leader or an elder too? Even if you're joking, there should be a limit to it. How can there be so many sect leaders and elders in the world who have met with misfortune? Haha, of course it's not the sect leader or the elders. To be honest, the 9 people I saved are actually sect leader Zhang Xian's direct disciples. Zhang Yuanwei replied. Direct disciples? Ha ha ha. You sure are funny. Wu Jiangqing burst into laughter. Sect leader Zhang Xian is the head of the 4 sects, the #1 expert in the world. There are countless people who wish to become his student. Just ask around on the streets, and there are at least 8,000 who wish to become his student or claim to have learned from him. Do you really think that it's true? A few days ago, I caught a horse in the wilderness, and that fellow used its hoof to write something on it, claiming to be his student. Horse? Zhang Yuanwei was taken aback. Indeed. In my opinion, he must be a scammer trying to scam you out of your money. I didn't think that you would really fall for it. Wu Jiangqing harumphed. Think about it, as the head of the 4 sects, who would dare to offend sect leader Zhang? Who would dare to injure him? How could there be such a coincidence that all of them ended up being saved by you? It's clearly a fake. Zhang Yuanwei was rendered speechless. It did make sense. The so-called disciples of Zhang Xian, Lu Yang, and Jing Yang. Those were just a bunch of rumors, and he couldn't tell the difference. What if they were all fake? Bring me over to take a look. I'll expose the true face of those scammers. Seeing that his good friend had been scammed, Wu Jiangqing waved his hands grandly and puffed out his stomach. I'll be troubling you then, brother Wu. Zhang Yuanwei heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly clasped his fist and led the way to the residence where Xiaoya and the others were staying. You claim to be sect leader Zhang Xian's students? Upon arriving at the residence, Wu Jiangqing saw a few sickly young men, and he sneered coldly. Xiaoya and the others frowned in displeasure. Every single one of them was a powerful figure on the master-teacher continent, and they couldn't help but feel a little displeased that Wu Jiangqing was so rude to them. Why? You don't dare to admit it now? Wu Jiangqing sneered coldly. Do you know what kind of crime it is to impersonate sect leader Zhang's disciples? Putting aside the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, if I were to report this matter to the city lord right now, I'm afraid that you'll be in deep trouble. We aren't impersonating him. Zhang Xian is our teacher. Fearing that Xiaoya would lose her temper and start fighting with Wu Jiangqing, Kong Shiyao stepped forward and clasped her fist. He's our teacher? Who doesn't know how to spout nonsense? Do you have any proof? Wu Jiangqing asked. Kong Shiyao fell silent. In order to get to the Azure, they had not brought their storage rings with them. Besides, even if they could, it was unlikely that Wu Jiangqing would recognize them. Are you speechless now? Wu Jiangqing waved his hand impatiently. If you want to impersonate sect leader Zhang, look for an elder or a disciple. You sure have guts to impersonate sect leader Zhang's disciples. We really are Zhang's disciples. Jing Yang's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. Enough. I'm not Zhang Yuanwei, someone who can be fooled by you. If you really are Zhang's disciples, I'll say that I'm Zhang's teacher. Men. Wu Jiangqing harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to order his subordinates to arrest these swindlers and send them to the city lord manor, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. You said that you are my teacher? Why didn't I know that? Who is it? Taken aback, Wu Jiangqing quickly raised his head and saw 2 figures floating quietly in the air. One of them was a young man looking at him with a smile on his face. Sect leader Zhang. Wu Jiangqing's body stiffened, and his knees caved in. He nearly fainted from fright. Back then, when Dan Xiaotian caused a huge ruckus in the Shui clan, he had been fortunate enough to witness the true appearance of sect leader Xianxia, and the latter looked exactly the same as the young man before him. Not to mention, the young man was even flying, since only high immortals were able to fly. There was no doubt about the young man's identity. Teacher, in contrast to Wu Jiangqing's shock, Xiaoya and the others' eyes reddened upon seeing the young man in the air. They quickly kneeled down and kowtowed to him. You have suffered. Seeing that his disciples had grown to such a level, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, 9 jade bottles flew over to them. Drink this medicine. Yes. The crowd nodded and drank Little Chick's bathwater. A moment later, they felt the energy in their bodies surging, and all of their injuries were healed. They are all ancient Sage 4 Dan cultivators? Wu Jiangqing and Zhang Yuanwei nearly fainted. This was especially so for Wu Jiangqing. Even the city lord of Xianjiang City was only at ancient Sage 4 Dan, and yet, these young men and women before him were actually at that level. It was fortunate that sect leader Zhang had come at the right time. If not for him, he would have been killed on the spot for speaking those words. Just thinking about this made his eyes redden in agitation. It seemed like bragging was risky, but one had to be careful when putting on airs. Someone asked why Xianxia didn't go back to the master-teacher continent to brag. Returning to the master-teacher continent has nothing to do with the main storyline, so he could still write a story about it. However, it would be a little too much of an exaggeration. Laowa has always been a serious and righteous person. Xianxia turned to his direct disciples and said. It had only been a month since he had last seen them, but he had spent more than a year on the master-teacher continent. The youthful faces of his direct disciples had become much more mature and resolute. They had also made significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, and they had not let his teachings down. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the 9 of them flew into the air. With a light flick of his finger, a serpentine dragon appeared in the air. It swiftly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 100 meters long. Pseudo-dragon, to think that such a life form actually exists in the world. The appearance of the serpentine dragon had shocked many people in Xianjiang City, and they quickly kneeled on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. In the history of the Forsaken Continent, there had only been a single pseudo-dragon. For a second pseudo-dragon to appear before the eyes of the world, it was inevitable that they would be shocked. Pseudo-dragon, Wu Jiangqing was on the verge of tears. Even though he had already confirmed Xianxian's identity, the appearance of this pseudo-dragon only served to solidify his reputation as the #1 expert of the Forsaken Continent. Yet, he actually dared to question his direct disciple and claim that he was Xianxian's teacher. If he could, he would have found a brick and killed himself. While Wu Jiangqing was still trembling in fear that sect leader Zhang would reprimand him for his earlier disrespect, the other party's impassive voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Yuanwei, you have contributed greatly by saving my 9 direct disciples. As long as your descendant brings this token to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he'll be able to receive the best grooming. As he spoke, a token slowly drifted down from the sky and landed in Zhang Yuanwei's palm. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Zhang Yuanwei kowtowed once more. With this artifact in hand, there would be no one in Xianjiang City who would dare to cause trouble for them. As long as the young man whom they had chosen was able to enter the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he would surely be able to achieve meteoric success. Their clan would truly rise once more. Holding the token tightly, Zhang Yuanwei raised his head once more, only to see that the sky was already empty. There was not a single person in sight. Good karma. It seems like I have to do more good deeds in the future. Zhang Yuanwei kneeled down once more as he lamented. If he had not saved those 9 direct disciples, he would not have been able to enjoy his current glory. Brother Zhang, from today onwards, your destiny has changed. Looking at his good friend, Wu Jiangqing was full of envy. Just by saving sect leader Zhang's direct disciple, the young man before him already had a bright future ahead of him. It's all thanks to my good luck. More importantly, I have to take my attitude seriously and do more good deeds. Zhang Yuanwei said with a smile. Because of this opportunity, Squire Zhang invited guests from all over the country. Wu Jiangqing finished his dinner at Squire Zhang's house, and then walked back, sighing. To do a good deed, one must have a good deed to do. This is related to one's destiny. I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Jiangqing smiled bitterly. If you wish to save sect leader Zhang's students, the other party would have to have at least that many students, and they would have to be injured as well. How could such a good thing happen every day? Thump, just as he was lamenting, a muffled sound suddenly came from the grass not far away. Turning around, he saw a plump man lying on the ground with a face full of dried grass. My friend, are you all right? Xianxia walked up to the plump man and tried to pull him up. However, the latter shook his head and leaped to his feet. With a proud look on his face, he asked, Is this the Azure? The Azure? Wu Jiangqing blinked in astonishment. Since you are from the Azure, have you heard of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? The plump man asked. I have. Wu Jiangqing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Our young master is the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Bring me there, and as long as we can find our young master, I'll make sure to reward you handsomely. The plump man said as he patted the soil off his stomach. Our young master is the sect leader? Could it be? Wu Jiangqing widened his eyes in shock. Are you referring to sect leader Xianxia? Indeed. I am sect leader Zhang's butler, the plump man replied. The plump man was none other than Sun Chang, who had just arrived from the passageway. Even though he had spent a lot of time in the passageway, he had only spent a few hours in the Azure. After consuming the little yellow chick's bath water that Xianxia had given him, he had already fully recovered from his injuries. With his cultivation at ancient sage 4 Dan, he could be considered as one of the big shots in Xinjiang city. Sect leader Zhang's butler? Wu Jiangqing was taken aback. That's not right. I've heard of sect leader Zhang's butler before. He used to be a bandit here, and his name is Chao Qingli. But he doesn't look that fat, Chao Qingli? Sun Chang was stunned for a moment before a pained expression surfaced on his face. Young master, it has only been a month since we last met, but the new has already replaced the old. I, Sun Chang, am not convinced of this. Humph. Where is that Chao Qingli? I'll castrate him right now. Wu Jiangqing. While Sun Chang was fuming with rage, Zhang Xian had already arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion with Xiaoya and the others. Teacher. Dan Xiaotian walked up to Zhang Xian and greeted him. These are your senior and senior. This is the new disciple that our teacher has accepted in the Azure, Dan Xiaotian. Zhang Xian introduced Dan Xiaotian. Junior, thank you for saving our teacher. Along the way, Xiaoya had already learned about what their teacher had gone through after arriving in the Azure. If not for Dan Xiaotian, they wouldn't have been able to live such a brilliant life. Upon seeing Dan Xiaotian, they immediately clasped their fists and bowed. Senior sisters and senior brothers, you're too kind, Dan Xiaotian hurriedly bowed in response. These superior immortal pills and cultivation technique manuals are specially designed for each of you. I want you to cultivate as quickly as possible so that you can reach the high immortal realm as soon as possible so that you can be of help to our teacher. Zhang Xian said as he flicked his wrist and took out some jade tokens and superior immortal pills. Given his standing and the fact that he had robbed by Xianxia previously, he had several hundred superior immortal pills on him. This was the perfect opportunity for his disciples to achieve a breakthrough as quickly as possible. As for the unique aura emanating from the round platform, it would only be effective upon reaching the high immortal realm. At the moment, Xiaoya and the others were still too weak. After receiving the items that their teacher had given them, they quickly began cultivating. Xiaoya and the others were all talented, so they were able to make rapid progress as well. After cultivating for half a day, Bai Ruanqing returned. She had followed her grandfather out for a trial, so her cultivation had already reached heavenly true immortal realm. She was only a step away from reaching the high immortal realm. Zhang Xian imparted the modified high immortal cultivation technique to Bai Ruanqing so that she could cultivate as quickly as possible. However, he and Wu Chen were in no hurry to leave the Azure. Instead, they found a silent chamber to cultivate. Even though they had obtained the altar of the otherworldly demonic tribe and were ready to head to Starchaser Palace to communicate with Palace Master Du's altar, this wasn't the right time to do so. The Hall of Gods had a powerful formation, and there were plenty of experts around. On top of that, Kongshi's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the semi-divinity realm. If they wanted to save Du Qingyuan and resolve all of their problems, they would have to push for a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Only by reaching such a level would he be able to stand his ground against Kongshi and enter the Hall of Gods to save Luo Ruoxin. However, Xianxia didn't have a cultivation technique that would allow him to push for a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. If he wanted to do so, he would have to create his own cultivation technique. However, creating a cultivation technique was no easy feat that had been in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn for many days now, but it was still unable to make heads or tails out of it. Xianxia swiftly walked over to the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn in the Library of Heaven's Path and assimilated the insights that the will had gained over the past few days into his mind. I'm currently cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art, and my body isn't suitable for it anymore. It was just like how a good car was unable to start up due to a lack of fuel. Even if it did start up, it wouldn't be able to bring out its full prowess. The Heaven's Path Xianxia had already coursed through his entire body, forming a unique bond with him. If he were to change his cultivation technique recklessly, even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, his cultivation would plummet instead of improving. Thus, even if I can't reach the level of the Heaven's Path divine art, I have to create a cultivation technique that isn't too far away from it. If the difference was too great, the purity of his Xianxia would be insufficient, resulting in damage to his body, making it difficult for him to advance any further. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it well. Kongshi said that what I have comprehended is the heaven's imperfections, whereas what he has comprehended is the heaven's order. If one were to use the Library of Heaven's Path for too long, one would end up becoming reliant on it. In the end, one might even end up being invaded by the heavens and lose one's sense of self. Regardless of whether Kongshi was the real deal or not, the other party's words were likely to be true. Just like the celestial master teacher, if one wished to surpass the heavens, one would have to break away from the heavens. Otherwise, one would only be limited by the heavens, forever stagnant. What else is there in the heavens' imperfections and heaven's order? Xianxia couldn't feel the flow of time at all. As his cultivation rose, it was unlikely that he would be able to find so many Heaven's Path divine art manuals anymore. Furthermore, the gray aura in his body was indeed increasing. If he were to continue using the Library of Heaven's Path, there was a good chance that he would end up as a puppet of the heavens, unable to break free. For the next 3 days, Xianxia spent his time in his room, not eating or drinking. He sat on the spot without moving at all. 3 days in the azure, 300 days had already passed in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. It had been almost a year since he last rested, and his eyes were already bloodshot from exhaustion. If not for his cultivation reaching heavenly high immortal realm, he would have already collapsed on the spot. This method won't work, this won't work either. Just a little more. Another 7 days passed, and Xianxia had come up with more than 10,000 cultivation techniques, but none of them worked. Eventually, he could only give up and return his consciousness back to his physical body. 10 days in the outside world, but 2 years had passed in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. His mind was extremely fatigued. If he couldn't create a cultivation technique and achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, he would only be sending himself to the Hall of Gods. Thus, he pushed open the door and walked out of the chamber. How is it? Is there such a person? Xianxia asked as soon as he saw an elder walking over. After returning from the Master Teacher continent, he had instructed the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to inform the 7-Star Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and the others to look into Luo Qiqi's whereabouts. It had been 10 days since the elder had arrived, so it should be about time for them to get some news. Reporting to sect leader Luo, we, the 7-Star Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Hall, and Starchaser Palace have dispatched several 100,000 men to investigate all of the cities on the Master Teacher continent, but none of them have heard of the name Luo Qiqi. The elder cupped his fists. Never heard of it? Xianxia frowned. Since Luo Xianqing had said that the young lady had used the dimension silencer to overcome the shackles of the Master Teacher continent and ascend to a higher dimension, there was a good chance that she had come to the Master Teacher continent. He trusted the intelligence channels of the 4 sections. Since they said that they couldn't find anything, there was a good chance that the other party wasn't around. Where did he go after breaking through the dimension barrier on the Master Teacher continent? Let's go, there was nothing he could do about it. Shaking his head, Xianxia walked over to where the other disciples were cultivating. In 10 days, everyone had made great progress. Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the other 8 disciples had reached the true immortal realm. Even Yuan Tao, who cultivated slowly, had reached the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm. As for Bai Ruanqing, she had successfully made a breakthrough to the high immortal realm, making her the youngest expert in the entire Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Seeing that everyone was working hard on their cultivation, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to return to his seclusion, he heard a commotion. "Young master, you must redress my grievances. Xiao Chang, I've been with you for so many years, ever since we were in Tianqian Kingdom. You can't possibly let this bandit replace me, right?" With an exaggerated scream, a fatty rushed in from outside the courtyard. It was Sun Chang. He had already arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion from Xinjiang City. With Zhang Xian's weapon as a token, it wasn't too difficult for Zhang Xian to get to this place and meet the bandit, Chao Qingli. Both of them claimed that they were Zhang Xian's housekeepers, so they started quarreling and even came to blows. While Chao Qingli was an expert from the Azure, his cultivation had only reached ancient sage 4 Dan, which was around the same level as Sun Chang. As such, the two of them were unable to concede defeat to one another. When they heard that the young master had come out of his seclusion, they immediately rushed over to him. "Young master, I have no idea where this fellow came from. He claimed to be your butler, and he even made a move on me." Chao Qingli didn't back down. Zhang Xian waved his hand. "It's just a housekeeper's position. Is there a need to be so noisy? Don't you feel ashamed? You can't put it that way. Since it's a butler, of course it can only be one person. If there are too many people and they want to manage it, who should they listen to?" Sun Chang hurriedly said, "Young master, I've been with you for so long, and I'm very familiar with your actions and behavior. You're definitely much better than this guy who came halfway, you." Chao Qingli gritted his teeth. "Young master, that fellow doesn't look reliable at all. I'll be a better butler than him." Seeing that the two of them were arguing again, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella. Sun Chang liked to act cool. No matter what it was, no matter if it would bring him trouble or not, he would act cool first. His fearless appearance could easily bring him trouble as a butler. As for Chao Qingli, he was even more brazen and lustful. No matter what he did, he would always think of women first. He was even more unreliable than Zhang Xian. Sigh, how could someone as reliable as him have known that the 2 butlers he took in would be like that? And now, they were even arguing endlessly over this position. There's also Sun Chang. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before saying. Comparing the two of them, he felt that Sun Chang was much more reliable. At the very least, he had never disappointed him when it came to gathering information and earning money. Chao Qingli panicked. "You'll just have to take care of Dan Xiaotian and my disciples from now on," Zhang Xian instructed. "Don't lead them astray, or else I'll hold you responsible." Given how unreliable that fellow was, it would be difficult for him to educate Xingyang, Yuan Tao, and the others if they were led astray. Yes, Chao Qingli hurriedly nodded. He did not ask for much. As long as he did not get chased away, he was fine with it. "Since you are here, help me look into Luo Qiqi's whereabouts. She should be in the Azure by now," Zhang Xian instructed. After making the arrangements, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the news that the elder from before had failed to gather. Zhang Xian. "Young Mistress Luo Qiqi is in the Azure?" Sun Chang was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "Don't worry, young master. As long as she appears, I'll be able to find her for you." Zhang Xian nodded. Leaving such matters to Sun Chang was more reassuring. After all, that fellow had been a merchant back then, and he was quite skilled in building connections and locating people. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Chang said, "Young master, please don't blame me for speaking out of turn, but young Mistress Luo Qiqi has done so much for you. Do you really not like her?" Others might not be aware of Luo Qiqi's feelings for the young master, but he had seen it with his own eyes. For the young master, she had gone to the extent of falling out with her clan members and risking her life for the young master. Yet, the young man before him seemed to have completely broken her heart. Like her? Zhang Xian shook his head. Throughout his journey from Tianqian Kingdom to the Azure, he had met quite a few ladies who had taken a liking to him. Shen Bai Ru, Mo Yu, Jiao Fei Wu, Hu Yao Yao, Yu Fei Er. Every single one of them was outstanding and beautiful, but he had no feelings for them at all. The same went for Luo Qiqi as well. Only Luozi had fallen in love with him at first sight. It was as if the other party had some kind of unique disposition that drew him in, causing him to be infatuated with her, making him lose control of himself. To not even like such a good lady. What an emotionless, cold-blooded man, seeing Zhang Xian shake his head, Sun Chang muttered. Luo Qiqi had done so much for the young master, but she hadn't received the slightest bit of affection in return. As the butler of the Azure, he couldn't stand it anymore. Emotionless? Just as Zhang Xian was. About to fly into a rage, he suddenly froze. Was he emotionless? Yes, parental affection, teacher-student affection, master-servant affection, brotherly affection. He had all of them, however, ever since he had transcended over and obtained the Library of Heaven's Path, he hadn't paid much attention to love. In his previous life, he had only been a librarian in an ordinary high school, and he had been single as well. Under normal circumstances, if a beautiful lady were to fall in love with him, he should have gladly agreed to it. Yet, he didn't feel anything at all. Furthermore, other than Luozi, he wouldn't let his emotions get the better of him. He was as calm as a monster. Previously, he had thought that it was because he had comprehended Heart of Tranquil Water, but from the looks of it now, things weren't as simple as he thought. Could it be that I have already been influenced by the Library of Heaven's Path? If the heavens had emotions, they would age as well. The heavens were orderly, and the heavens were flawed. Similarly, the heavens were emotionless, the world was heartless, treating all living beings as nothing more than straw dogs. No matter how the world turned into, it was their own actions, and it had nothing to do with the heavens. The heavens let nature take its course, and everything flowed silently into the night. Zhang Xian hadn't realized it before, but after hearing Sun Chang's words, he came to a realization. Luo Qiqi had done a lot for him. If it had been anyone else, their heart would have surely softened by now. Yet, Zhang Xian was emotionless, as calm as a machine. It was as if he was looking at the problem from another world. As it turned out, his view of love had been completely influenced. As for Luozi, perhaps, just like Kongshi and him, she had grasped a portion of the heavens as well, and that was the reason why they fell in love at first sight. Eventually, it evolved into love, and not even the Library of Heaven's Path was able to stop it. With such thoughts in mind, a thought flashed across Zhang Xian's mind. The heavens are orderly, and everything in the world has its own rules. The heavens are flawed, and everything in the world has its own flaws. However, emotions are the only things that don't follow the rules. As soon as they are released, they leave one intoxicated, unable to extricate themselves from them. There were many things that had their own rules, and they could be done according to them. But, did love have its own rules? No. As the young prodigy of the Zhang family, he should have fallen in love with Luozi. Yet, he fell in love with her instead. There were many cases in the master-teacher continent where two people fell in love with one another despite being sworn enemies. If one could control it, who wouldn't try to control it? However, it was a pity that the most uncontrollable thing in the world was love. It was a unique state of mind that left one intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves from it. As for flaws, were there flaws in love? Yes, and there were many of them. However, they were able to make countless lifeforms fall for them. In fact, even though they were aware of it, they were willing to do so. As such, the flaws in love were no longer flaws but beauty. I see. A gleam of light flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. If the heavens have emotions, the heavens age easily. In the face of emotions, even the heavens are unable to control them, so what do I have to be conflicted about? In the 3 years that he had spent in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, he had been searching for a flawless cultivation technique to surpass the heavens, but Heaven's Path cultivation techniques were flawless in the first place, so how could he surpass them? No matter how good he was at creating a flawless cultivation technique, it was impossible for him to surpass the heavens. It was for this reason that he had been unable to succeed for the past 3 years. It was only at this moment that he realized that he had been searching in the wrong direction. Love was something that surpassed the heavens and time in this world. Some people could love one another for 100 years or even 1,000 years without any regrets. Some people were willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of love. Kinship, friendship, love, for him, Luo Chichi was willing to pay any price. For mankind, Zhang Hongtian was willing to shed his last drop of blood without asking for anything in return. For ancient sage Yan Hui, his body was left behind to guard the passageway for 10,000 years, be it in the history of the master-teacher continent or the Azure, he had seen too many similar incidents. Even the passing of tens of thousands of years on the master-teacher continent was unable to erase Kongshi's greatness. This was more than enough to show that even though the heavens could destroy lives, it could not affect emotions. The heavens aren't eternal. Only emotions transcend everything else. Hong Long, Zhang Xian's body jolted as a surge of energy surged from his dantian. The bottleneck that he had been unable to overcome all this while was about to open up at any moment. Xiao Chong, thank you. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he turned to look at Sun Chong. With a hearty chuckle, he returned back to the silent chamber. Seeing how the young master did not get angry despite the severity of his words and even thanked him, Sun Chong blinked his eyes in bewilderment. Had the young master gone mad? On the other hand, Chao Qingli's lips twitched upon seeing this sight. Back then, he had only reprimanded Zhang Xian once, and he had already been punished. Yet, the young master's words were even more severe. Not only did the young master not reprimand him, he even thanked him. Throughout their journey, the young master had never shown any interest in women. Could it be that his true love was with Sun Chong? Looking at Sun Chong's expression, Chao Qingli sighed deeply. His taste sure is heavy, brother Hangneck, you've finally created your own cultivation technique. You're getting more and more formidable by the day. He swallowed one pinnacle immortal pill after another, and the unique aura that he had collected from the round platform swirled around him, forming a hurricane. Sitting quietly at the center of the hurricane, Zhang Xian's heavenly high immortal aura grew stronger bit by bit. The bottleneck in his body had been broken, and a towering mountain had appeared on the flat mountain top. Slowly, the medicinal energy of the pinnacle immortal pills flowed through his body. Zhang Xian suddenly saw a silhouette at the top of the mountain, Sun Chong. He was trapped at the very top of the mountain, and he was panicking, but he was unable to escape at all. The memories he had with Sun Chong surfaced in his mind. Old master, are you intending to buy a house? Those were the first words that came out of Sun Chong's mouth. I am Sun Chong. Old master, you can call me Little Chong from now on. Those were the first words that came out of Zhang Xian's mouth after confirming that the other party was his servant. Time flowed swiftly. Even though Sun Chong was unreliable at times and liked to brag, he had gotten used to the other party's personality and habits over the past 2 years. Zhang Xian had always been focused on cultivating, so there were many things that Sun Chong had done for him. The relationship between a master and a servant was irreplaceable. I'll save you. Harumphing coldly, Zhang Xian raised his hands and slashed them down. Boom, the mountain collapsed and the illusion before him vanished. There was no more mountain, no more Sun Chong, and the bottleneck between his cultivation. The door to the semi-divinity realm had been broken open. This is the relationship between a master and a servant. With a smile, Zhang Xian drove his Xianxia according to the feeling in his chest. In the past, he had been circulating his Xianxia strictly according to the heaven's path divine art. Only then would he be able to form the unparalleled Xianxia body, but now, he was circulating his Xianxia according to his emotions, not restraining himself or complying with any specific rules. Everything he had felt was a cultivation technique and a move. Using emotion as a technique, using emotion as a sword, hung long long, the resounding chime of a bell echoed in his ears, and spiritual energy surged into his body, causing his strength to soar. Semi-divinity realm, he had finally reached the realm that had trapped countless experts of the Azure. Pinnacle essence pills flowed down Zhang Xian's throat one after another. The spiritual energy in the circular platform was drained one after another. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. He had already used up all of the pinnacle immortal pills he had obtained from the ethereal hall, and he had used up more than 20 portions of the circular platform's spiritual energy. Others could achieve a breakthrough with just 1 portion, but he alone used 20 portions. It's a pity that he's only at heavenly semi-divinity realm intermediate stage. He sighed. However, the number of immortal pinnacle pills he had was simply too little. On top of that, the demand for spiritual energy in his body was extremely high, so he had only managed to reach heavenly semi-divinity realm intermediate stage before he had already depleted all 20 immortal pinnacle pills. I created this cultivation technique after comprehending emotions. Since that's the case, why don't I call it Pathos of Heaven? After thinking for a while, Xianxia decided on the name. It was due to Sun Chang's reminder that he was able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. As such, he was the first one to comprehend the bond between a master and a servant. The most important thing in a master's relationship was to open one's heart to another. Even though Sun Chang was only a servant, he was willing to stand against Mingshi Tang for him. For him, he was willing to challenge experts who were stronger than him. This was a form of righteousness and benevolence. Sun Chang knew that he was in danger, but he refused to abandon him. Even when he was in danger, he refused to reveal any information about him. This was loyalty. The Heaven's Path divine art that had been infused with emotions was clearly different from before. It was as if it had a spirit of its own, granting it its own strength. Let me test out its prowess. Xianxia sent a surge of Xinqi into his palm. Peng, a pitch-black rift immediately appeared in the stable space before him. Xianxia was stunned. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He had seen plenty of semi-divinity realm cultivators, and he had 8 tamed beasts as well. Under normal circumstances, given that he had just achieved a breakthrough, his fighting prowess should only be on par with the semi-divinity realm cultivator who had self-destructed. Who could have thought that he would be able to shatter space so easily? Even if the semi-divinity realm cultivator were to self-destruct right before him, he would not be able to harm him at all. Come out. With a flick of his wrist, the serpentine dragon, the 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the Tongshang sword appeared before him. Use your strongest attacks against me. Xianxia waved his hand grandly. Hoo, 2 semi-divinity realm beasts and a semi-divinity artifact swiftly formed a formation to launch a frenzied assault on Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia was sitting on the ground motionlessly. Using his finger as a sword, he jabbed it forward repeatedly. A moment later, the semi-divinity realm beasts and artifact fell to the ground, unable to move at all. The combined attacks of 3 semi-divinity realm beasts had actually rendered him immobile. Master, your strength. The serpentine dragon and the 9-headed fiery phoenix could hardly believe what they were seeing. They had thought that they were already strong enough to stand at the top of the world, but before their master, they were nothing more than rookies, unable to withstand a single blow. I've managed to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, Xianxia said with a smile as he stood up. He kept them back into his tamed beast sack before summoning his clone out. Have a match with me. Peng, struggling to his feet, Xianxia said, you should return first. I'll have a match with you once I reach semi-divinity realm pinnacle. Thus, his clone returned to his storage ring. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia shook his head. Not only did his clone manage to achieve a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm, he had even reached semi-divinity realm pinnacle in the past few days. It was only natural that he would not be able to defeat him. However, after comprehending the pathos of heavens, his clone seemed to have grown even stronger than before. Even though he had lost to a semi-divinity realm pinnacle cultivator, the disparity between the two didn't seem to be too great. As long as he made another breakthrough, there was a good chance that he would be able to defeat his clone. But, where can I find pinnacle immortal pills? Given his current cultivation, his need for spiritual energy had increased significantly. Ordinary pills and even the blood essence of semi-divinity realm cultivators were no longer of any use to him. The only thing that could help him was pinnacle immortal pills, but they were incomparably valuable. Even a sect as powerful as the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would not be able to take out too many of them. Walking out of the chamber, Xianxia headed to the treasure vault that only the sect leader was allowed to enter. He did find some pinnacle immortal pills, but he only managed to find 10 of them. Let's head to Starchaser Palace together. Since he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, there was no need for him to remain here any longer. Thus, he released the serpentine dragon and brought Xiaoya, Sun Chang, and the others on it before swiftly making his way back to Starchaser Palace. 3 days later, returning to the main hall of Starchaser Palace, Zhang Xian met with Jiang Yao, Zhao Yu, Kuei Xiao, Qin Yuan, Han Jianqiu, and the others. After asking around, he learned that the other 3 sects also had pinnacle immortal pills, but they did not have too many of them. There were only 27 of them in total. In other words, all 4 sects had 37 pinnacle immortal pills in total. Xianxia quickly found a private chamber and consumed all of the pinnacle immortal pills. His cultivation advanced once more, reaching semi-divinity realm advanced stage. The higher my cultivation, the less effective the pills will be. Previously, I was able to raise my cultivation from heavenly high immortal realm to heavenly semi-divinity realm with just 20 pills, but even with 37 pills, I have only managed to make a breakthrough to heavenly semi-divinity realm. If I want to reach heavenly high immortal realm pinnacle, I'll need at least 100 pills. The higher one's cultivation, the more spiritual energy one would require. 20 immortal pills were sufficient for him to raise his cultivation from heavenly high immortal to semi-divinity intermediate stage, but it would take at least 100 immortal pills to raise his cultivation from heavenly high immortal to semi-divinity intermediate stage. However, after plundering the 4 sects, there were only 37 of them. Where could they find 100 of them? Sect leader Luo, only semi-divinity realm experts are able to consume pinnacle immortal pills. Under normal circumstances, the 6 sects would only have 1 pinnacle immortal pill, so it's understandable that there aren't too many of them. However, the ethereal hall is different. It has a complete god character in it, so there are many semi-divinity realm experts in it. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Han Jianqiu explained. Are you saying that there are many ethereal halls? That's right, the 20 pills that he had obtained previously were from the ethereal hall. The number of such pills in the ethereal hall far surpassed that of the 6 sects. It was just that, he had fought with Xianxia, and the ethereal hall headquarters had been destroyed. Even if he were to ask for it, there was no way the other party would give it to him. Don't I still have the token that Xianxia gave me? Regardless of whether he agrees to it or not, seeing the token is equivalent to meeting the hall master. As long as he wants it, I'll have no choice but to give it to him. Xianxia said. In the past, he had feared that he would be targeted by the Hall of Gods if he used the token, but now that he had reached semi-divinity realm advanced stage, there was no one in the world who would be a match for him other than Xianxia. What else did he have to fear? On the other hand, it would be much better if the other party really came to him. Is it still possible to enter the ethereal hall now? Xianxia asked with a smile. Yes. Han Jianqiu nodded. Even though the ethereal hall headquarters had been destroyed and the hall master had escaped, the illusory ethereal hall was still intact. As such, it was still possible to enter and exit the illusory ethereal hall. I'll head over to take a look. Xianxia said as he took out the jade token that he had used previously and dived his consciousness into it. He was still using the high immortal tier ethereal hall. His breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm could be considered a secret, so Han Jianqiu and the others were unaware of it. As such, he was still at heavenly high immortal realm. Xianxia walked up to the receptionist and passed the token over. I need 100 pinnacle immortal pills. Xianxia said. 100? An elder of the ethereal hall narrowed his eyes in astonishment. We don't have that many pinnacle immortal pills here, but we should be able to gather them within a day. Alright, I'll give you what you have first. You can come back tomorrow to collect the rest. Xianxia said. Yes. The elder hurriedly backed out of the room. Less than an hour later, he returned with a few jade bottles. There's a total of 30 pinnacle immortal pills here. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction before retracting his consciousness from the ethereal hall. Placing his hand on the ethereal token, he had been worried that Xianxia would revoke his authority over the ethereal token, but who could have thought that it would actually work? It's likely that he was trying to recover his strength after escaping with his injuries, but this is probably his only chance. Xianxia thought. Even though the other party had said that he would be able to gather the remaining 70 pinnacle immortal pills within a day, once this news reached the ethereal hall headquarters, it was likely that the token would be rendered useless. After all, no matter how foolish he was, there was no way he would take out his belongings to support his enemy. Therefore, this time, he wanted as much as he could. It could only be considered a one-time deal. After making use of the token that Xianxia had given him to obtain 30 immortal pills, Xianxia headed to the waters outside of Starchaser Palace and waited there for a while. Throughout the entire process, he did not see anyone from the Hall of Gods coming to kill him. Xianxia felt a little disappointed. In the past, not only did they gift him pills, they even gifted him with their heads. But now, he did not feel like gifting any pills or heads at all. Ever since he had seen through Kongshi's true colors, he had lost his sense of loyalty. If only I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the Hall of Gods. After waiting for another 2 hours and confirming that there was no one around, Xianxia could only return to Starchaser Palace. Kongshi said that he had been sealed for several thousand years, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. On top of that, he had diverted a portion of his energy to unseal the Hall of Gods, so his true strength isn't that weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by my clone and the other immortal beasts. But, who was the one who sealed him? Kongshi had once said that he had been sealed for several thousand years. Even the Hall of Gods had been destroyed, and that was more than enough to show how powerful the other powers were. Who else could have the ability to seal him for several thousand years and only awaken now? Xianxia pondered for a moment, but he was still unable to figure out the reason behind it. Thus, he swallowed the 30 immortal pills that he had just obtained, and his cultivation was just a sliver away from reaching heavenly semi-divinity realm. Feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through his body, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He summoned his clone once more. This time, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. His strength was actually on par with his clone's. Furthermore, this was under the circumstances that he wasn't using his swordsmanship. I'm finally stronger than my clone, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since he had his clone, he had always been suppressed by his clone. It was only after he had comprehended his own cultivation technique that he was able to surpass his clone. It's about time for me to head to the Hall of Gods. Walking out of the room, Xianxia exuded confidence. It was about time for him to head to the Hall of Gods to save Du Qingyuan and resolve his grudge. As for whether that person was the real Kongshi, he finally had the strength to face him and find a way to expose him. After finding Zhao Yu, Jiang Yao, and the others, he had Wu Chen take out the altar of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Sect leader Zhang, I'm afraid that, even if you know of this matter, the other party will surely know of it as well. There's a good chance that he has already set up an inescapable trap in the Hall of Gods, Han Jianqiu said worriedly. Since the other party could even grasp the unique language used by the priests, his understanding of the priests must have far surpassed anyone else here. You could very well think that he had set up a trap just to lure you. Zhang Jianqiu is to lure you. If I don't do this, I won't be able to save Du Qingyuan, and I can't possibly waste my time here. Aware of this now, I Jianqiu. Zhang. Zhang sect Zhang a Xian sect. Xian Sun Xian a Zhang. Cultivators to Xian Zhang Chen not to him. More importantly, he had crossed blows with Kongshi before. Despite having yet to fully recover from his injuries, the other party was still able to match his clone. If Kongshi were to recover from his injuries, who would be able to defeat him? If he were to be killed, it would be a small matter, but those who were related to him would surely die. No matter what, he couldn't back down now. He couldn't back down. Teacher, we want to go with you. Zhao Ye and the others walked up to Xianxia. You are still too weak at the moment. These jade bottles contain a unique energy that can help you achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Hurry up and cultivate. If you manage to reach the semi-divinity realm, you'll be able to help me. Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. With a flick of his finger, he sent the unique energy he had prepared for his disciples over. Zhao Ye and the others had only been in the Azure for a short period of time. Even though they had sufficient resources and cultivation techniques, they were still a long way from reaching the semi-divinity realm. If they were to head to the Hall of Gods, putting aside the fact that they would be unable to help him, there was a good chance that they would be captured. Rather than that, it would be better for them to continue cultivating here so that they could achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Knowing that their teacher was worried about them, Zhao Ye and the others clenched their fists tightly together. It was a huge humiliation for them to be unable to do anything for their teacher due to their weak cultivation. Han Jianqiu, I have gained a new understanding of the God's sword intent. I'll impart it to you right now. After making arrangements for his disciples, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and turned to Han Jianqiu. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Han Jianqiu's eyes lit up. He had been studying the god's sword intent over the past few days, and he was only a sliver away from achieving a breakthrough. If he could comprehend the god's sword intent, he might just be able to achieve a breakthrough. Once he comprehended the god's sword intent, with his semi-divinity realm cultivation, even if he couldn't regain the glory of his ancestor, he would still be able to stand his ground against the ethereal hall and the hall of gods. However, this is my own understanding of the god's sword intent, so it's a little different from the god's sword intent. If you wish to learn it, you'll have to come under our tutelage. May I know if Elder Han is willing to do so? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking. He was not trying to humiliate Han Jianqiu. Rather, he wanted to see if he could condense a golden page or not. Even though he had made significant progress in his cultivation, he still did not have the slightest confidence in facing off against Kongshi. On the other hand, if he had a golden page or two, he would not be in such a disadvantageous position anymore. As long as he could gain Han Jianqiu's sincere gratitude, he would be able to form the god's sword intent. All right. Han Jianqiu nodded in agreement. The god's sword intent was extremely profound, so it was only natural that Han Jianqiu, as the sect leader, would not want to impart it to others. To him, teaching a student was nothing much at all. Seeing that Han Jianqiu had agreed to it, Xianxia tapped his finger lightly. His understanding of swordsmanship immediately flowed into Han Jianqiu's mind. Han Jianqiu brandished his sword non-stop, and some time later, the sound of glass shattering echoed from within his body. Following which, all of his strength burst forth, and it was as if he had turned into an unsheathed sword, sharp and cold. I have comprehended it. Han Jianqiu's eyes reddened in agitation. In order to comprehend the sword intent, Han Jianqiu had spent more than 100 years of hard work, but it was a pity that he had never succeeded. Teacher, thank you for your help. Han Jianqiu kneeled to the floor respectfully. Seeing Han Jianqiu's attitude, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He immersed his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path, but a moment later, there was no golden page. Under normal circumstances, as long as he accepted a student and earned the other party's gratitude, he would be able to form a golden page. Why did it fail this time? Could it be that Han Jianqiu was not truly grateful to him? Rise. Zhang Xian pulled Han Jianqiu up and turned to Jiang Yao, Qin Yuan, Kuei Xiao, and the others. He imparted his understanding of beast taming, and battle techniques to them through the same method, and the three of them had benefited greatly from it as well. The bottleneck in their cultivation had been lifted, and they were able to address him as their teacher. However, only Jiang Yao had managed to form a golden page. It seems like gratitude isn't just something that comes from the depths of one's heart. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. While Han Jianqiu, Kuei Xiao, Qin Yuan, and the others were also grateful to him, as sect leaders and semi-divinity realm experts, they would not be overly agitated by him. It was just like treating a chef to a meal, and the other party might not be particularly grateful to him. However, gifting a lollipop to a child would make him think that he was the kindest person in the world. The more one experienced, the less one's needs would become. Jiang Yao was not the sect leader, and she had nearly died in the city of collapsed space together with Xianxia. Yet, she was bestowed with a cultivation technique, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was not hard to imagine how grateful she was to Xianxia. As for why it was easier to obtain a golden page on the master-teacher continent, it was likely due to the tens of thousands of years of history that everyone had deep respect for their teacher. As long as one acknowledged a teacher as one's teacher, they would surely submit to him wholeheartedly. While the Azure also respected its teachers, it was still lacking compared to the master-teacher continent, which had Mingshi Tang. Gratitude is also a type of emotion, Zhang Xian remarked. He had known how the golden page was formed, but he had never paid much attention to it. If only he had known that this would happen, he would have created a formidable cultivation technique like the Pathos of Heavens. That way, he would not have been stuck at the high immortal realm for half a month now. Let's begin. With everything prepared, Zhang Xian decided not to waste any more time. As the sacrificial items burned, the altar not too far away floated into the air, emanating a stifling aura. As Wu Qin chanted a unique language, the flames grew more intense, and the space before him began to distort. It was as if a door that could only allow one person to pass through had appeared out of thin air. Teacher, why don't I head over to take a look first? If there's any danger, we can come up with a plan. Han Jianxiu quickly stepped forward. Allow me. I might not be a match for you, but I have many means to protect myself, Elder Xiao said. Seeing the anxious looks on the faces of the two, Xianxia chuckled softly. There's no need for that. I'll head over first. Regardless of whether it's dangerous or not, you can just follow behind me. Even if it's the Hall of Gods, we'll still have to give it a try. All right. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Several thousand years ago, their predecessors had succeeded in clearing the Hall of Gods. Perhaps they might have a chance this time around. But regardless of whether they succeeded or not, since the Hall of Gods had bared its fangs, the six sects would not be pushovers either. For the honor of their sects that had been passed down for thousands of years, they would have to put their lives on the line. Who? Taking a step forward, Xianxia walked right up to the door and entered it. The space before him began to distort. With a light chuckle, he released his clone before entering his storage ring once more. Just as the others had said, the Hall of Gods was fraught with danger. It was very likely that they had already set up an inescapable net. Thus, with his clone's undying body, it was best for him to charge ahead. Driving his Xianxia, Xianxia took a step forward. The next moment, his clone was already out of the folded space. Where am I? What appeared before him was neither the Hall of Gods nor the destroyed Ethereal Hall headquarters. Instead, it was a long and narrow passageway that extended far into the distance. The altar that had teleported him over was right beneath his feet. I highly recommend a good book, The Demon King of the City, written by the Happy Duo. It's so interesting that you shouldn't miss it. There's no danger? An identical figure appeared before Xianxia's clone. He had thought that he would be surrounded by countless semi-divinities, but to his surprise, there was not a single person in sight. But there's something weird about this place. The more empty it seemed, the more unnerving it felt. Xianxia leaped down from the altar and was just about to wait for Kuei Xiao and the others to arrive when he suddenly felt his heart clenching. He hurriedly reached out to grab the altar. But before his hand could come into contact with the altar, a burst of sword chi suddenly burst forth from the ground. Kacha! 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 Unable to withstand the might of the sword chi, the altar shattered into several pieces. Due to the destruction of the altar, the flickering light came to a halt, and the spatial gate vanished. Pu, on the other hand, Wuchen spurted a mouthful of blood. His face turned sallow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. How is it? Seeing Xianxia's state, Kuei Xiao and the others hurriedly turned to him. Someone destroyed the altar and severed the connection. Xianxia won't be able to return, Wuchen said with a pale face. Won't be able to return? Everyone was stunned. There's only one altar in Starchaser Palace, Wuchen said. Now that the altar has been destroyed, the passageway leading to the Hall of Gods has been severed as well. Even if we want to save him, we won't be able to do so. Similarly, the other party won't be able to return through the passageway either. Everyone trembled uncontrollably. The eyes of Xiaoya and the others reddened in agitation. Won't our teacher be in danger if he can't return? It's all our fault for not being strong enough. Otherwise, our teacher wouldn't have been in such danger. We have to raise our cultivation as soon as possible. The others gritted their teeth as determination surfaced in their eyes. Looking at the shattered altar before him, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. It was not that he was too slow, but that the other party had already set up a formation beneath the altar. As soon as he arrived, the formation would activate and destroy itself, destroying all paths of retreat. In other words, no matter what kind of trap the other party set up, he would have to face it alone. Didn't you want my Library of Heaven's path? Without the altar, how are you going to conduct the ritual? Driving his state of mind, Xianxia scanned the surroundings and said with a deep voice. The reason why the other party had sent Fu Chenzi and the others to capture Palace Master Du Qingyuan was because of this artifact. After plotting for so long, they had actually destroyed it at this very moment. Could it be that the other party no longer wanted his library? The voice reverberated in the passageway, flowing in all directions. After waiting for a while, there was no response. It was as if Kongsher wasn't here at all. It was as if he was the only life here, and there was no one else. I can only go forward, Xianxia had no idea what the other party was up to, nor what his motive was. He felt as if he was inviting Xianxia into a trap, but he had no choice but to do so. Frowning, Xianxia decided to continue forward. The clone followed closely behind. The passageway wasn't long, so they didn't have to walk too far before a majestic hall appeared before them. Unlike the Hall of Gods that Xianxia had seen before, this one was much larger and more majestic. It was completely sealed off by a massive vortex of air, preventing any energy from leaking out. Xianxia frowned. The sight before him felt as if a vortex of air was blocked off by a massive ship. No matter how powerful the vortex was, it was unable to move in the slightest. This was indeed the case for this hall. The black vortex seemed to lead to the depths of darkness, leaving one's heart palpitating in fear. However, it was suppressed by the hall before him, as if it was a valve that blocked the flow of water. With the destruction of the altar, there was no way back. He could only advance. Let's enter. Regardless of what the other party was up to, he had no choice but to enter and find the answer. If he remained outside, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Xianxia and his clone walked up to the entrance of the hall. There were two massive pillars that pierced right into the air, as if nailing the entire hall to the ground, preventing it from moving with the flow of the air. Frowning, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight to take a look at the pillars. These are semi-divinity artifacts? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The two pillars were actually semi-divinity artifacts as well. Xianxia whipped out the Tonghang sword and tapped lightly on the pillars. Sword chi burst forth, shattering the surrounding space into countless thin threads. Ding ding ding, sparks flew all around the pillars, but not a single mark was left on them. Just a single pillar is already so powerful? What in the world is this place? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. For an ordinary pillar to remain intact even after exerting all of his strength, this hall was probably even more powerful than the Hall of Gods that he had encountered before. The doors to the hall weren't locked, but they weren't closed either. Thus, Xianxia walked in. Why aren't you moving anymore? Xianxia turned around to take a look, only to see that his clone wasn't following him. I can't go in. The clone took a step forward, only to feel a peculiar pressure crushing down on it. It couldn't help but retreat backward. It continued to advance forward, and continued to retreat. It was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking the entrance of the hall, preventing it from entering. You can't go in? Xianxia took 2 steps back and walked over to the area where his clone was blocked. He reached out to touch it, but there was nothing there at all. However, his clone was unable to move forward at all. I should return to my storage ring first. Xianxia waved his hand and kept his clone into his storage ring. Then, he turned around and walked over to the barrier, only to have his clone reappear right outside. Xianxia was taken aback. Even though he was hiding in his storage ring, he was still chased out. Wasn't this invisible barrier a little too overbearing? Since you can't go in, you should just wait here. Xianxia tried a few more times, but his clone still wasn't able to enter the hall. Thus, he could only hand over the matter to Xianxia. It seems like the other party knows how powerful my clone is, so he used some kind of method to prevent me from entering, Xianxia thought warily. As formidable as Xianxia was, he was only able to fight evenly with his clone. Most likely, he had seen through Xianxia's strength and used some kind of method to allow his main body to enter the hall alone. If that was the case, it would be extremely dangerous inside. Should he enter or not? Grabbing the Tonghang sword tightly, Xianxia took a deep breath. Putting aside the fact that his path of retreat had been sealed off, just the fact that his cultivation had reached semi-divinity realm meant that he didn't dare face Xianxia anymore. As for the possibility of breaking through space and entering the firmament in the future, that was just wishful thinking. A cultivator's state of mind was extremely important. Only by being fearless could one press forward courageously. Most likely, the other party had intentionally prevented his clone from entering the firmament in order to play a psychological game with him. After all, he only had one life. If his main body was in danger, he would really die. Tossing aside all of his negative thoughts, Xianxia walked into the hall. Since he had already made up his mind, nothing else mattered to him. The hall was pitch black, such that he couldn't see anything at all. The darkness before him seemed to have invaded his senses and mind, such that even his eye of insight was unable to see through it. I'm in. If you want to kill me, make your move. Xianxia scanned his surroundings with his sword in hand. His voice reverberated in the hall, but there was no response. Taking a few steps back, Xianxia suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, and he frowned. Just now, he had only walked a few steps when the door behind him disappeared. In other words, most likely, he had fallen into some kind of bizarre formation. Flaws. Xianxia placed his hand on the wall behind him and touched it lightly. Regardless of what kind of bizarre formation it was, as long as he had the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to see through it. Wang, a light buzz sounded, but no book appeared in his mind. This place can isolate the heavens? Xianxia's face turned livid. It seemed like this was the doing of Kongshi. Other than Kongshi and Lozozi, no one else knew that he possessed the heaven's imperfections. First, he had prevented his clone from entering the firmament, and then, he had isolated the Library of Heaven's Path and even his eye of insight. The other party was trying to take him for a blind person and kill him. Since I can't use my eyes and spiritual perception, I can only rely on my ears. Even though Xianxia was nervous, he didn't panic at all. He closed his eyes and listened intently. Drip. Drip, the sound of water droplets echoed from the distance. Go. Xianxia flicked his sword, and a surge of sword chi flew toward the water droplets. The water droplets fell into the ocean. Once the water droplets disappeared without a trace, there would be no reaction at all. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, Kongshi's voice suddenly sounded, "Leave this room before the water droplets touch the ground. Otherwise, leave this place." Leave this place? Xianxia frowned. Didn't the other party intentionally lure him here? Why did he have to leave this place? Since the altar has been destroyed, I won't be able to return even if I leave this place. Instead, I'll be trapped here forever. Thus, I can only follow his instructions and find the other party, save Palace Master Du, and kill him. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia finally understood the other party's scheme. Even if he were to leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. He could only follow the other party's instructions and proceed forward. No matter what the other party's motive was, as long as he could break through all of this, he would be able to find the other party. I can't see anything at all, so this should be a confinement formation. Having made up his mind, Xianxia fell into deep thought. He couldn't see anything, his spiritual perception, and even the Library of Heaven's Path couldn't be used. There was no doubt that there was an unimaginable confinement formation in the hall. Since this is a formation, the spiritual energy in the surroundings should be different. As long as I can find the pattern of the spiritual energy and determine the location of the formation core and formation flags, it should be easy to decipher this formation. Going through the formation in his mind, Xianxia began sensing the surroundings carefully. Formations had formation flags and formation cores, so there was no way the spiritual energy would be evenly distributed. As long as he could find the pattern, he would be able to find a way to decipher it. This was one of the most basic formations on the Master-Teacher continent. As the strongest formation master on the Master-Teacher continent, Xianxia was already familiar with it. No, this isn't right. The spiritual energy here seems to be the same. Sensing the spiritual energy in the surroundings, Xianxia realized that the thickness of the spiritual energy was exactly the same. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Taking 2 steps forward, he tried sensing the spiritual energy around him, but it was still the same. He took a few steps left and right, but it was still the same. Could there be no formation core or formation flags? That shouldn't be the case. As long as it was a formation, there should be something like that. Xianxia took out a compass. Even though he couldn't see the needle on it, as long as he held it in his hand, he could still sense the direction and force of the needle. He could sense that the needle was spinning relentlessly, unable to stop at all. This situation was either due to the spiritual energy being too chaotic or too stable. The density of the spiritual energy in the surroundings was exactly the same. Spiritual energy is similar to water flow. While the water in a dry well can be calm and still, as long as someone or something enters it, it will inevitably produce some kind of ripple. Xianxia's thoughts flashed across his mind, as if sparks flying in the air. The spiritual energy before me hasn't changed at all since I entered it. This can only mean one thing. Either the spiritual energy here is too bizarre, or the spiritual energy I'm sensing is wrong. This confinement formation is giving me the illusion that I'm unable to discern the difference in spiritual energy. Even though he had never seen this formation before, the books and knowledge regarding formations that he had collected on the Master-Teacher continent and the Azure surfaced in his mind. Things that were incomprehensible to others were not difficult for him at all. Seal my senses. Knowing that the greatest effect of a confinement formation was to affect a cultivator's senses, Xianxia shut his eyes tightly and sealed his senses. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered a place of darkness. He could not see or hear anything, and even his consciousness had fallen into a deep slumber. After a moment of silence, Xianxia felt as if he could see a water leak in front of him. The water leak wasn't too big, and the water inside dripped onto the ground, producing a dripping sound. "This is it!" Xianxia exclaimed. Instead of moving, a sword cry sounded from his dantian, and the god sword intent that had fused with his body leaped out. With a slight jolt, it morphed into a massive sword that pierced through the heavens and fell upon the water leak. Hula, the pitch-black curtain was sliced away, and light returned to Xianxian's sight. Opening his eyes, Xianxian saw countless torches blazing in the previously pitch-black hall, illuminating the area as if it was daytime. This confinement formation is indeed trapping one's inner heart. Exhaling deeply, Xianxian knew that he had made the right gamble. This kind of spell formation would completely trap a person. Not even their soul would be able to escape. There was only one way to break it. What they saw, what they heard, and what they probed with their divine sense, they didn't believe it at all. They sealed off their six senses and used the purest sense in their hearts to search. It had nothing to do with one's understanding of formations. As long as one's heart was pure and one's state of mind was strong, one would be able to discover it very quickly and break it. In other words, even if the trapped person knew nothing about formations, they would still be able to successfully break the formation just like him. To be able to break the heart execution array in less than a tenth of the allotted time, your cultivation and mental state must be pretty good. You're already qualified to enter the second level. Kongsher's voice sounded again. A flight of stone stairs suddenly appeared. Heart execution formation? Qualified? What are you doing? Xianxian was confused. He thought that since the other party had already guessed that he would be teleported over through the altar, he would surely have made preparations beforehand and ambushed countless semi-divinity realm experts to kill him. Yet, who could have thought that it would be a formation and a second level? What the hell was this guy doing? The surroundings were quiet. Still, no one answered. Taking a deep breath, Xianxian walked up the stairs. As soon as he set foot on the first step, he immediately felt a unique pressure pressing down on him, as if it was trying to expel his soul from his body. It must have been brought here by the gods. Xianxian's eyebrows shot up as he continued walking forward. The power before him left him feeling a sense of helplessness. It felt as if he was being suppressed by his bloodline and the food chain. It was similar to how the legs of an ordinary human would tremble before a roaring tiger. It came from the depths of one's soul, making it impossible for one to hide from it. However, to Xianxian, it was nothing at all. Wang, the pendant hanging in front of his chest, released a warm sensation, and the pressure immediately dissipated without a trace. Slowly advancing forward, Xianxian soon arrived at the second level of the room. It was a spacious hall, and there were 8 paintings hanging on the walls of the room. They were arranged in an 8 trigrams formation, as if they were trying to suppress something. Xianxian took a look at them. There were 8 people in the painting. Some of them were wielding swords, some were wielding sabers, some were wielding metal whips, and some were wielding metal hammers. Even before walking up to the paintings, Xianxian could already feel the pressure pressing down on him through the paintings, making him feel as if he was standing on the edge of a blade. These paintings aren't of high standard, but the painter is extremely powerful. Even though it's just a few simple strokes, it's able to infuse the essence of the subject into it. Even a semi-divinity realm pinnacle expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxian had already become a 9-star painter back on the Master-Teacher continent. While his comprehension of painting might not be on par with Kongsher, it was definitely not too far off. The painting before him was simple and crude. Even on the Master-Teacher continent, most 3-star painters would have been able to draw it. However, the essence and power harnessed within it was not something that a 3-star painter would be able to pull off. In fact, even Xianxia might not be able to pull it off. Could this be the work of the gods? Most likely, only the work of the gods would be able to imbue such immense power onto ordinary paper, allowing it to retain such incredible might even after so many years. Of the 8 paintings, 6 of them were colored. One of them had turned dull, reminiscent of a black and white photograph, and the last one had lost half of its color. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the lack of time to paint it back then or some other reason. After looking at the paintings for a while longer, Xianxia was unable to find any useful clues, and before Conchure's voice could be heard, he could only walk over to one of the paintings. If he wanted to leave this place, it had to do with these paintings. He had to find a way to unravel the mystery behind them. The painting before him depicted a muscular man with eyes as large as copper bells. The man wielded a metal hammer in his hands, and he seemed to possess immense strength. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia reached out and touched the painting. Xianxia's figure vanished from the spot, and he appeared in an extremely vast wilderness. This place was completely white. There was no grass, no vegetation, and no walls. It felt as if he was in a dream. Let's do it. Xianxia raised his head and saw the man in the painting. The man was wielding 2 massive metal hammers in his hands, and he was looking at him coldly. Did I enter the painting? Xianxia was stunned. The other party was the man in the painting. He did not think that he would end up entering the painting as well, becoming a part of it. Why should I make a move? Xianxia frowned. He had no idea why he would enter the painting. He had no idea why he would enter the painting, and why he would make a move. If you don't make a move, you'll be trapped here forever. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Regardless of whether Xianxia agreed to it or not, the hammers in the other party's hands danced furiously as they smashed down on him. Before the other party could even reach him, Xianxia's body stiffened, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. The strength of the man in the painting had actually surpassed that of the semi-divinity realm cultivator who had self-destructed earlier. In fact, he was even stronger than Congsure. A god. In an instant, Xianxia realized that even if the man before him was not a true god, he was not too far from it. Raising his hand, Xianxia was just about to draw his sword when he realized that he had lost his connection with his storage ring. Unknowingly, 2 massive hammers identical to the other party's had appeared in his hand. Not expecting the painting to have a restriction on weapons, Xianxia's face twitched in horror. I've never practiced hammers before. He had practiced swordsmanship, spear art, and saber art, but he had never come into contact with hammers before. But before he could finish his thoughts, the other party had already arrived before him, and the hammers came crashing down with deafening rumbles. Strength was the key to an attack with a hammer. Even though it was not as agile as a sword, it felt as if one would have no choice but to block it. Xianxia took a step back to dodge the attack as he thought anxiously, I guess I'll have to learn it now. Even though he was not familiar with hammer-related battle techniques at the moment, he had read many manuals regarding hammer-related battle techniques from the Master Teacher Continent to the Azure. All this while, he had been storing them in the Library of Heaven's Path. Since he could only use hammer-related battle techniques in the painting, he might as well learn it. Compile. Gathering all of the hammer-related battle techniques in the Library of Heaven's Path together, Xianxia willed. A brand new book materialized before his eyes, and with a light tap, knowledge flowed into his mind. While using the Library of Heaven's Path frequently would produce a grayish aura, he could not care less at this critical juncture. He could find a way to deal with that in the future, but if he didn't use it now, he might just end up being pummeled to death by the fellow before him. While the heavens were sealed, the Library of Heaven's Path was still there. It was just that it was unable to peer into the flaws of other artifacts, but it was still a piece of cake for him to compile the correct cultivation technique manuals. While dodging, Xianxia studied the Heaven's Path hammer art. In just a few breaths, he had managed to assimilate the Heaven's Path hammer art into his own knowledge. Due to his deep understanding of the hammer art, Xianxia's aura abruptly changed. In an instant, it felt as if he had turned into an unsheathed sword, sharp and cold. Pung 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 pung, as the hammers collided with one another, Xianxia's hand felt a little numb. However, the other party did not manage to gain the upper hand either, so his offense slowed down. At this rate, even if I run out of Xianxia, I might not be able to win. I have to think of another way. Even though the other party was just a character in a painting, his strength was comparable to that of the gods. After his breakthrough, Xianxia was still able to stand against the other party. However, it would not be easy for him to achieve victory. On the contrary, if the battle were to continue, he would eventually lose due to overexertion. After all, as long as the other party remained in the painting, he would be able to wield boundless strength. On the other hand, Xianxia was different. No matter how much he accumulated, there would come a time when he would run out of Xianxia. The other party's hammer art is even more profound than my Heaven's Path hammer art. If I can incorporate it into my battle technique, I should be able to achieve victory, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Even though he had learned the Heaven's Path hammer art, he was still slightly lacking compared to the other party. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve victory, unless he managed to learn the other party's moves as well. Then, he would be able to fuse the two together to create an even more powerful battle technique. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over. The other party's hammers continued crushing down on him, and Xianxia committed every single move to memory. After exchanging 100 blows, a bizarre glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. His hammer art only has 12 moves in total? Are the other moves actually derived from the 12 moves? His opponent's moves looked complicated, but in reality, there were only 12 moves in total. It was just like how Xianxia's Heaven's Path sword art only consisted of a single move, and the reason why he was able to exchange 1,000 blows with his opponent without repeating the same move was due to the derivation of the technique. What matters is the intent, not the form. The intent lies in the form. After running through the 12 moves in his mind, Xianxia was a little surprised. This hammer technique was actually the same as the Soaring Cloud Sword God formula that he had previously cultivated. It was divided into 12 moves, and they also had to be executed in a certain sequence. Correct. Xianxia had already compiled the moves into his mind, and he could already make use of the library of Heaven's Path to compile them. With a thought, the 12 moves of the Heaven's Path hammer art appeared in his mind, and he drove his Xianxia according to the sequence. Rumble. After circulating it twice, Xianxia felt a surge of energy in his body, and an epiphany appeared in his mind. This is the will of God's hammer. Xianxia's face twitched. He did not think that he would be able to assimilate the other party's hammer art into his body and form the Heaven's Path hammer art. Furthermore, just like the God's sword intent that he had comprehended previously, it had reached the level of a true God. Bang! Having comprehended the gods of hammer intent, the brawny man before him was filled with openings. He was no longer a match for Xianxia, and in just a few moves, he was already smashed to the ground. His vision blurred, and only then did he realize that he was standing before the painting once more. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Xianxia hurriedly raised his head and saw that the colorful painting in front of him had turned black and white. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Xianxia blinked his eyes. Could it be that, entering the painting and comprehending the god's martial skill would cause the painting to dim? If that was the case, Conjure once entered the Hall of Gods and obtained a god character. The founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion also obtained half a god character. Could this be it? Of the 8 paintings, one was dull, just like the hammer-wielding muscular man. There was also a painting of a long sword in its hand. It was colorful, but half of its color had faded. It could be said that it corresponded to half of the word God. No wonder the 12 moves of the hammer art are similar to the 12 moves of the Soaring Cloud Sword God formula, Xianxia suddenly understood. The Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula had 12 moves as well, and it was similar to the hammer art that Xianxia was using now. He had been perplexed by it a moment ago, and now, he finally understood what was going on. Most likely, the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had fought to a draw with the person in the painting, and that was why he had obtained half a word. Even though he had learned 12 moves from the other party, he was still unable to find the correct sequence to cultivate them. It was for this reason that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was able to produce semi-divinity realm cultivators even without using the Azure Bridge. However, the number of semi-divinity realm cultivators was extremely small, making it incomparable to the Ethereal Hall. Since I've comprehended the 12 moves of the hammer art, doesn't it mean that I've already obtained the word God just like Xianxia did? If Xianxia was not mistaken, this was the place where Xianxia and the founder had barged into back then. What he did just now was equivalent to snatching a character. It was no wonder that no one in the Azure had succeeded in defeating the characters in the painting over the past several thousand years. He had comprehended the pathos of heavens, and his cultivation had reached semi-divinity realm advanced stage. In terms of fighting prowess, other than Xianxia, he could be considered as the #1 expert on the Forsaken Continent. It was only by learning the Heaven's Path hammer art and the other party's moves that he was able to defeat the other party. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was. Had it been anyone else, they would not have had the Library of Heaven's Path to learn battle techniques, nor would they have been able to figure out the sequence of the movements and master them with just a few glances. I'll be able to proceed forward after obtaining the god character. While Xianxia was still deep in thought, another stone staircase appeared before him. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia was just about to step onto the staircase when a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. It's still early anyway. Since I'm already here, why don't I take the words in the other paintings as well? It might seem like a long time had passed since he had entered the painting, but in truth, it had not been more than 10 minutes. Going by the time the water leaked out, it had only been a quarter of the time. In any case, he had plenty of time. Since he was already here, it was only right for him to snatch as many words as he could. After all, he was not the leader of a single sect but several of them. He could not possibly favor one over the other, could he? With such a thought in mind, Xianxia smiled faintly. Following which, he walked up to the colorful painting and touched it lightly. Just like before, he entered the painting. The person in the painting immediately raised his sword and stabbed it toward Xianxia. Xianxia brandished his sword as God's sword intent emanated from his body. 3 breaths later, the other party was reduced to a puddle of ink. I've finally completed half of the god character in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Xianxia chuckled softly. In order to complete this half of the god character, countless juniors of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had tried their best to do so, but to no avail. This could be considered as fulfilling their wish. After the painting turned completely black and white, Xianxia walked up to a painting depicting the execution of a battle technique, and without any hesitation, he dived into it once more. 5 minutes later, he reappeared, and the painting had turned gray. With the experience from the first time, he was able to secretly copy the other party's moves while he was sparring with the other party. Then, he made use of this opportunity to compile the Heavens Path Divine Art, thus increasing his speed by more than twofold. As for the remaining 4 paintings, it took him less than 15 minutes to go through all of them. After that was done, he walked up the stone steps and headed for the 3rd floor. The room on the 3rd floor was just as spacious. This time, there were no paintings, formations, or anything of the sort. The room was brightly lit, but there was nothing in it at all. Halting his footsteps, Xianxia scanned his surroundings and said, "Xianxia, if you're here, come out." It was about time for the other party to appear. As soon as those words were spoken, a towering figure appeared before him. It was none other than Xianxia. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia whipped out the Tonghang sword and gazed at Xianxia coldly. In order to obtain his Library of Heaven's Path, the other party was willing to go to any lengths. Xianxia had thought that he would not dare to show himself anymore, but since he was already standing before him, he would have to fight him to the death. However, it did not take long for him to notice that something was amiss. Why? Is your main body afraid to show itself? It was just a sliver of the other party's will. Could it be that the other party knew that he had reached the semi-divinity realm and was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for him? Paying no heed to Xianxia's words, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and said, "It's not easy for you to clear the trial of 7 paintings. However, you'll have to defeat me first before you're qualified to obtain the aura of divinity. You'll have a chance to become a god." "Defeat you? Come at me then." Seeing that the other party had no intention of escaping, Xianxia brandished the Tonghang sword, and a burst of sword qi shot forth. Knowing how powerful the other party was, he chose to use the god's sword intent right from the start. "I won't take advantage of you." With a light chuckle, Xianxia's cultivation swiftly rose to heavenly semi-divinity realm advanced to heavenly semi-divinity realm. With a flick of his finger, a sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was hard to tell what tier it was, but it emanated a cold aura. Tzzzzzz. His sword intent was reminiscent of a dragon, and his aura was as cold as ice. How powerful. It was easy to tell the difference between an expert and the other party. Even though Xianxia had only exchanged a few blows with the other party, he had already realized that even though the other party was only a sliver of Kongshi's will, the other party's comprehension of swordsmanship was in no way inferior to his own. Despite being in the same cultivation realm, he was actually unable to gain the upper hand at all. How did you become so powerful? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. He had fought with the other party before, and they were on par with one another. However, the other party was already stronger than his clone, and he had comprehended so many god battle techniques as well. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to defeat the other party's sliver of will easily. Who could have thought that he would actually be at a disadvantage? He's also using a Heaven's Path battle technique. Xianxia soon realized why he was unable to defeat the other party. Just like him, Kongshi was also using a flawless battle technique. His swordsmanship was infused with the principles of the world. Even though it looked simple, it was actually unstoppable. Xianxia's moves targeted the other party's flaws, but the other party's swordsmanship was able to alter the principles and sequence of his moves. As soon as he made a move, the other party would be forced into a disadvantageous position. It was as if one was supposed to stab upward, but under the influence of the other party's swordsmanship, it would automatically change the direction of the stab, turning it downward. It was as if the other party had controlled his movements. How was he supposed to fight against such a situation? Is this the Heaven's order? Xianxia's heart turned cold. He had heard the other party speak of the Heaven's order previously, but his clone hadn't used it in the fight with the other party, so he hadn't paid it much heed. It was only at this moment that he realized how fearsome it was. It was similar to Kongshi's bloodline ability back then. Even if he could find the flaws in it, it was useless before the laws of the world. No matter how glib one was, as long as one violated the laws of the world, one would still be punished. Such was the case with the other party's Heaven's order. He had clearly grasped the flaws in the other party's moves, but in the blink of an eye, the other party's flaws had become the correct sequence of the world's laws. I don't believe that I will lose to someone of the same cultivation realm. Xianxia gritted his teeth tightly as his face turned livid. Other than his clone, he had never lost to anyone of the same cultivation realm before. This fellow was only a sliver of Kongshi's will, so how could he possibly be unable to defeat him? Could it be that the other party had already recovered from his injuries? But even so, Xianxia found it hard to believe that the other party could be that fearsome. Wielding a sword in his right hand, he executed all kinds of battle techniques with his left hand. In an instant, it was as if Xianxia had become two different people. One was skilled in swordsmanship, and the other was skilled in battle techniques. Furthermore, both of them had comprehended the god's intent, and they were more than qualified to establish their own sects in the Azure. In such a battle, his fighting prowess had increased by twofold. Not bad. Kongshi's chuckled softly. Wielding a sword in his right hand, he executed a battle technique with his left hand. In an instant, he had also become two people, and their moves were on par with his. Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Could this be Kongshi's true strength? Was he really unable to defeat his clone previously because he hadn't recovered fully? Pung pung pung. After exchanging a dozen blows with the other party, Xianxia felt that if this were to go on, he would end up losing due to overexertion, just like what had happened in the painting. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. It seems like I'll have to resort to my pathos of heaven. Heaven's pathos could be a cultivation technique or a martial technique. Since he had already comprehended that state, it would not be difficult for him to create it. The heavens are heartless but have feelings. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. Xianxia's will seeped into his body once more, and the other party's flawless swordsmanship began to warp before his eyes. Wherever it passed by, a series of grayish marks intertwined with one another, as if forming a fishing net. It was this power that forced him into a passive state no matter what moves he used. The Heaven Tao is orderly. These sword marks seem to be in a mess, yet they actually abide by a certain law. If they act according to the law, it's like they're weaving a heavenly net that descends slowly without leaving anything behind. Xianxia was neither sad nor happy, no emotions could be seen on his face. Previously, Xianxia did not have a deep understanding of the heavenly Tao's order. Under this state, he could tell that the other party was actually abiding by a certain set of rules. This was something that all living things in the world had in common. No one could escape from it. It was just like frequency. As long as one could find the corresponding frequency resonance, no matter how hard it was, it could be easily destroyed. The Heaven's Path order swordsmanship that Xianxia executed might not be flawless, but it was still able to control the patterns in one's movements and force them to obey his will. In layman's terms, pull your IQ down to his level, and then use his rich experience to defeat you. The sword art of the Order of the Heavens is able to form such a heaven's net. If I have a swordsmanship that can nullify the laws of the heavens, I'll be able to overcome them. He gained another enlightenment. His understanding of the sword Tao deepened once again. With a light chuckle, the Xianxia sword emanated a frosty aura, and its sword intent swiftly formed a massive net in the air. It was similar to the Xianxia sword, but at the same time, it was completely different. The heart is like a double net, with thousands of knots in it. A poem appeared in Xianxia's mind, and the very first sword art of the pathos of heaven was created. Mastering the swordsmanship in his body, Xianxia flicked the Xianxia sword once more, and Congshure's swordsmanship seemed to have been sealed in place. The heaven's net from before seemed to have been stacked together, intertwining with one another, making it impossible for Congshure to break free in a short period of time. No matter how orderly a passageway was, if countless nodes were blocked, it would still become congested, and power would not be able to flow through. This way, it would be impossible to control others and set rules. The so-called rules were broken in an instant. Just as Xianxia was about to make use of this opportunity to destroy Congshure's will, the latter suddenly retreated and left the battlefield. To be able to find the problem with my swordsmanship and destroy it so quickly, your talent and comprehension are already qualified to become a god. Congshure smiled as he stroked his beard. We haven't decided the winner yet. Exhaling, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had comprehended such a powerful sword art, but not only was the other party completely unharmed, the other party was even able to dodge it easily. This meant that the other party had yet to use his full strength, and if the battle were to continue, he might not necessarily be able to emerge victorious. In fact, his opponent's moves were even more practiced, and his chances of winning were even higher. Since that was the case, why should he retreat? Victory or defeat isn't important. I'm only here to test the challenger's strength and talent on behalf of the gods. To be able to break the hard execution formation within a tenth of the time and comprehend 7 gods' intents on your own. On top of that, you were able to find the flaws in my swordsmanship and create a brand new sword art. Your talent is truly unparalleled in the past and present. Congshure said calmly. Test? Challenger? Xianxia was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Wasn't this fellow trying to kill him so that he could obtain the Library of Heaven's Path? Why did he feel that something was amiss? It was as if the will before him was a completely different person from the one he had met previously. Just as Xianxia was about to ask about it, Congshure suddenly said, if I'm not mistaken, you should have comprehended the Heaven's Path imperfection, right? Xianxia narrowed his eyes warily. He was still wondering if the other party had changed into another person, and he was afraid that the other party would reveal his true colors once more. Just as I thought. The Hall of Gods has always respected the strong. The victor can leave his will behind to assess the next challenger. You should leave your will behind so that the next challenger will have a better chance of taking the test. Xianxia said. Congshure said. Xianxia's will wavered for a moment, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Xianxia had encountered such a situation many times before. Wills were just a part of the human body. Most of the time, after completing a mission, they would shatter and vanish completely. It was similar to a one-time recording. Back when he was on the master-teacher continent, every time he met Congshure's will and tried to ask him about the innate fetal poison, the latter would shatter right away. As for the aura of divinity, the Hall of Gods will absorb it. You'll be able to obtain it as soon as you leave the Hall of Gods. With a slight jolt, pop, Congshure's will vanished from the spot. Xianxia frowned. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that there really is a real Congshure and a fake Congshure? The conjure's will that had just dissipated bore some resemblance to the one he had met on the master-teacher continent. There was a hint of benevolence between his brows, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. However, the one who had saved him from the Hall of Gods was completely different. Could it be that this was the will left behind by the real conjure and that one was a fake? But why was the Library of Heaven's Path unable to tell that the other party was a fake? Could it be that there was another person who possessed the constitution of divination in the world other than him, Conjure, Lozozi, and Luochichi? Forget it for now. Since Conjure said that he has the aura of divinity, it means that I'll be able to obtain it. Regardless of whether the other party is good or bad, as long as I become a god, nothing else matters. Xianxia chuckled softly as he left a sliver of his will in the Hall of Gods. After which, he began making his way out of the Hall of Gods. Leaving a sliver of his will in the Hall of Gods was a sign that the Hall of Gods had acknowledged him. It did not take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the Hall of Gods. His clone was standing outside the barrier, and he was not in any danger. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia walked up to the massive Hall of Gods and turned his gaze toward it. The towering Hall of Gods was still stuck in the midst of a dark vortex. All of a sudden, a golden aura burst forth from the vortex and floated between two of the pillars of the Hall of Gods. The golden aura emanated a blinding glow, and even before it got close, one could already feel a soul-crushing pressure pressing down on one's soul. This is the aura of divinity? He had been wondering if Conjure's will was lying to him, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. This aura was similar to the mercury-like spiritual energy he had encountered back then. It exerted a heavy pressure on him, and if he were to absorb it carelessly, it felt like his meridians would be shattered. Furthermore, the energy that was seeping out of it was similar to the painting he had seen before. It was something that only true gods could possess. In other words, if he were to absorb this aura of divinity, he might really be able to achieve a breakthrough to the realm of the gods, reaching a level that no one on the Forsaken Continent could hope to reach. Taking in a deep breath, Xianxia stomped his foot on the ground and dashed right toward the golden aura. But before he could reach the golden aura, a surge of sword chi suddenly appeared. It was as if the space before him had been sliced in half, and a pitch-black rift had appeared. Shrinking his body, Xianxia came to a halt. Thank you. I knew that you would be able to do it. Who would have thought that you would be able to, following which, a mirror abruptly appeared before Xianxia's eyes. A hand reached out from the mirror, and with a light pinch, the floating golden aura was caught by the fingertip. A unique jade bottle appeared, and with a light tap, the golden aura was sucked into it. The figure turned around, and Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. It was none other than Conjure. If you aren't Conjure, who in the world are you? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had been wondering why the other party hadn't appeared yet. It turned out that the other party had been hiding in the void all along, waiting for him to obtain the aura of divinity before reaping the benefits, just that. Xianxia had checked the area before he arrived, but he didn't notice any folded space at all. Where in the world did the other party appear from? How did he travel through space? More importantly, if the will in the hall was the real Conjure, the other party must be a fake. That would explain why the other party was unaware of the teleportation formation beneath Xianjiang City. It seemed like the will of Conjure in the hall didn't know that Xianxia was in possession of the Library of Heaven's Path. If I aren't Conjure, who in the world am I? The elder in the sky harumphed savagely. I am him, and I have always been him. Hula, roaring furiously, he sent a palm strike toward Xianxia. In the first place, the air currents in the area were chaotic, and as the palm strike landed, black rifts appeared in the surrounding space. Not daring to advance any further, Xianxia retreated hurriedly. His strength has indeed grown much stronger. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. To be able to shatter space with a single palm strike, the other party's strength was indeed much stronger than when he was fighting with his clone. However, there was no order in the other party's palm strike, and it didn't carry the might of the heavens either. It wasn't a Heaven's Path divine art. As powerful as it was, there was no order in it. It must be a fake, Xianxia nodded in realization. Since Conjure possessed a portion of the heavens just like him, it went without saying that he would be able to execute a Heaven's Path divine art. He had never seen any Heaven's Path battle techniques other than his own, so he wasn't too sure what they looked like. However, back in the hall, it was clear that Xianxia's will was a heaven's path divine art. To have such means but not use it, there was only one possibility. Even though Xianxia refused to admit it, there was no doubt that he was a fake. He could have used a heaven's path divine art and battle technique to strengthen himself. Give me the aura of divinity. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be conflicted, Xianxia whipped out the Tongshang sword once more. He beckoned to his clone, and the two of them dashed into the sky. At the same time, a net of swords descended from the sky. Heart of two nets, thousands of knots, Xianxia executed the move that he had just comprehended. The other party was stronger than him, so the god sword intent might not be of much use to him. Thus, he used his strongest move right from the start. Good swordsmanship. However, I'm not going to fight you for the time being. I'm going to push for a breakthrough to godhood, and once I succeed, the library of heaven's path will be mine. No one in the world will be able to stop me. Before the sword chi could even reach him, Xianxia burst into laughter and leaped back into the mirror, as if he had never been there before. This is bad, Xianxia's face turned livid. It was no wonder why the other party did not make a move after escaping. He had thought that the other party was trying to recover his strength, but who could have thought that the other party was actually waiting for him to arrive? In fact, there was a good chance that the other party knew that it was impossible for him to succeed the first time he captured him to extract the library of heaven's path, so he set up a trap and waited for him to arrive. As for why the other party did not challenge the Hall of Heaven's path himself, there must be a reason behind it. If the other party was the fake Xianxia, then the will in the Hall of Heaven was left behind by the real Xianxia. The latter must have some means to prevent the other party from entering the Hall of Heaven's path, just like how his clone was unable to enter the Hall of Heaven's path. Could it be? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. He shot a glance at his clone, only to see that the latter had a haughty look on his face, not showing the slightest hint of embarrassment or regret after being rejected by the Hall of Heaven's path. Instead, the other party seemed to be regretting the fact that he did not manage to put on a show. This isn't the time to be thinking about such things. I can't let that fellow get away. If he really tries to assimilate the aura of divinity, I won't be able to stand against him anymore. Suppressing these thoughts, Xianxia said worriedly. Xianxia's fighting prowess was no weaker than his in the first place. If he were to achieve a breakthrough and become a true god, not even semi-divinity realm cultivators would be able to stand a chance against him. Previously, the Azure had lacked the strength to make a breakthrough, but with the golden aura of divinity, it was already a foregone conclusion. He had to find a way to stop the other party. Just that, putting aside where the other party had gone, Xianxia needed to find a way to leave the Hall of Heaven's path as well. The altar had been destroyed, and he had lost the passageway to return. If he had obtained the golden aura of divinity, he would have been able to tear through space with ease. But now, that path had been sealed. The reason why Xianxia is able to traverse space is probably because of the Paragon Black Mirror Citadel and the evanescent boots of the evanescent immortal sect. Xianxia recalled the method the other party had used to escape. While the evanescent boots were not semi-divinity artifacts, they possessed a unique ability that allowed one to traverse space. Coupled with the Paragon Black Mirror, even Xianxia was unable to stop them. The other party had such an ability, but he didn't. If he did not think of a way to deal with it, he might really lose his life. Even though Xianxia was anxious, he did not panic. Instead, he slowly thought about what he had experienced in the past few days. Xianxia and the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion managed to snatch half of the god character from this place, which means that this is the real Hall of Gods. There's a good chance that the Hall of Gods that I entered earlier was a fake. If he had not entered the hall, he might have thought that the place where the 10 semi-divinity realm experts attacked was the real Hall of Gods, but from the looks of it, this was the real Hall of Gods. Perhaps, it was just a place that Xianxia had intentionally lured him into. In fact, it might even be the real headquarters of the ethereal hall. Otherwise, how could he have entered the folded space so easily? On the other hand, how could the ethereal hall headquarters be completely empty? On top of that, he had even set up a formation that could explode in advance. This was clearly illogical. If this was the Hall of Gods, then it meant that the heavenly bridge had connected to this place thousands of years ago. That was also the reason why Xianxia and the founder of the Sword Firmament Pavilion had been able to enter the Hall of Gods. Otherwise, without an altar and with the passage blocked, how could these two snatch the divine character? how could he return to the Azure and establish his own sect? If this is the Hall of Gods, the sky-crossing bridge must be here. Xianxia took a closer look. The area where the altar had been destroyed was completely empty, as if it was floating in the void. There was no sign of life in the area at all. Xianxia quickly scanned the area with his eye of insight, but he was unable to find any traces of the sky-crossing bridge. Could he have guessed wrongly? He walked around the area once more, but he was still unable to find any passageways. It was as if the palace before him was floating in the void. Helpless, Xianxia was at a loss as to what he should do next. Suddenly, his eyes fell on two pillars that pierced through the void. He had seen these two pillars as soon as he had arrived. More importantly, he had no idea what material they were made of, but they had to be at least semi-divinity realm. In any case, he was unable to destroy them with his current strength. Could this be the sky-crossing bridge? He had already checked the area several times, but there was no way he could find a passageway elsewhere. Perhaps, these two pillars were the crux of the matter. Let's head up to take a look. Placing his clone back into his storage ring, Xianxia swiftly climbed up the pillar. Xianxia had no idea how tall the pillars were, but as he continued climbing, the palace grew smaller and smaller until it was only a dot in the sky. After climbing for 4 hours, he finally broke through a barrier, and a ray of light appeared in the void. Following which, Xianxia felt the space around him reversing. He had been climbing upward a moment ago, but in an instant, he was falling downward. He was hugging onto the pillars tightly, and it seemed like he would plummet to the ground at any moment. He had experienced this when he entered the Azure Bridge at the heaven anchoring boulder. Due to the difference in time and space, it felt different as well. It felt like he was climbing upward in the Hall of Gods, but from the looks of it now, he was actually climbing downward. Xianxia turned his body around and looked downward. A majestic palace appeared in his line of sight. This is the Hall of Gods that I entered previously? Xianxia recognized it with a single glance. It was the palace that he had encountered many semi-divinity realm experts on the Azure Bridge and fought with them. Eventually, he was rescued by Xianxia. So, these two palaces are connected. It was at this moment that Xianxia realized that the two pillars were connected to the top of the palace. He had thought that they were just for decoration, but it turned out that the palace was not the end. Only by climbing along the pillars would he be able to enter the real Hall of Gods. It seems like Xianxia has returned to this place. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Suppressing his aura, he quickly made his way to the top of the palace. This was where the fake Xianxia had saved him. If what he said was true, those people that he had encountered earlier were his subordinates, and this palace was the other party's nest. If the other party wanted to achieve a breakthrough after obtaining the golden aura, it was likely that he would do so here as well. Xianxia would have to find a way to steal the golden aura away. As long as he could achieve a breakthrough, the other party would no longer pose a threat to him. Xianxia slid down the walls of the palace and made his way into the palace. Perhaps it was because they knew that no one would be able to enter the palace or that no one would dare to barge in, but there were no guards stationed in the palace. Thus, Xianxia snuck into the palace discreetly. The hall was vast and empty, and Xianxia walked in closely to the walls. Just as he was about to search for Xianxia's whereabouts, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. The sect leader has given the order to execute that person. Two figures walked over, talking as they walked. There was basically no one here, so they had nothing to hide or worry about. Execution? Indeed. The reason why we used her previously was because we wanted to make use of her strength to chant the incantation to activate the altar. Now, as long as sect leader Luo reaches the level of a god, he won't need the altar to do anything. It doesn't matter if she's dead or alive. That's true. Once the sect leader becomes a god, we'll definitely gain a lot of benefits. If we listen to him obediently, we might still have a chance. That's right, hurry up and do it. The voices of discussion were getting further and further away. Chant an incantation to activate the altar? Could it be Palace Master Du? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. The last time he had seen Palace Master Du, she had been captured in this hall. It seemed that she was still here. Moreover, from the other party's tone, he was already planning to make a move on her. Let's save him first. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia decided not to waste his breath. With a swift movement, he appeared behind the duo and brandished the Tongs sword. The sword radiance spread out. Pucci! Pucci! Before the two semi-divinity realm cultivators could even react, their heads had already fallen to the ground. At the same time, Xianxia kept their corpses into his storage ring. When he was at Heavenly High Immortal Realm, he would have been able to kill ordinary semi-divinity realm cultivators with a single slash. However, not only had he managed to achieve a breakthrough, he had even created a sword art that surpassed the heavens, allowing him to assassinate semi-divinity realm cultivators with ease. After killing the two of them, Xianxia had already changed his appearance to that of one of them. With a flick of his hand, he took out the clothes of the other party in his storage ring and put them on. No matter how he looked at them, they looked exactly the same. After putting on the disguise, Xianxia continued walking forward. While the palace was vast, there weren't many halls. On top of that, the direction that the other party was heading in was very simple. Even without interrogating them, he would still be able to determine where Palace Master Du was being held. Proceeding forward, Xianxia saw a sealed room before him. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the keys that the two of them had on them. Opening the door, he walked in. Following which, he saw a middle-aged lady with her hands and feet chained up. Her hair was disheveled, and her aura was extremely weak. It was clear that she was severely injured. At this moment, Du Qingyuan had already regained consciousness. She was completely different from the delirious Xianxia had seen her before. Is he going to kill me? Seeing that Xianxia had entered, Du Qingyuan thought that he was a semi-divinity realm cultivator, but her face remained impassive, as if she already knew what was going to happen. Instead of replying, Xianxia closed the door behind him. Make your move. Since the altar has been destroyed, I know that I'm no longer of any value to you. Du Qingyuan harumphed coldly. The altar was an artifact that she had forged, so it was natural that she would be able to sense its destruction. The reason why the other party had captured her was so that she could make better use of the altar, but now that even the artifact had been destroyed, there was no doubt that she was going to die soon. Since I'm going to die, I hope that you can grant me some dignity, Du Qingyuan said with a desolate look on her face. Who would have thought that she would end up dying in such a small room after dominating the world? Raising her hand, she pulled out her hairpin and ran her fingers through her hair. After tidying up her clothes, she slowly stood up and looked at Xianxia. Do it. After saying those words, she placed her hands behind her back and closed her eyes to await death. Just as she was thinking that there was no way she could survive, a voice suddenly sounded by her ears. Palace Master Du, we meet again. Opening her eyes, she saw that the semi-divinity realm cultivator before her had changed into a young man in his 20s. Xianxia? Du Qingyuan's body stiffened as her body began trembling in agitation. The first time she had heard of this young man was from the spirit god. Back then, she had been perplexed by how a lad from a lower world was able to win the spirit god's favor and even become her lover. Later on, Sovereign Qinyong summoned her, and she made use of this opportunity to descend upon the spirit god. While she still did not think that Wu Chen was particularly outstanding, she still approved of his actions. That was why she brought Wu Chen over. Later on, she learned that the young man had entered the Forsaken Continent and became the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion within a short period of time. Only then did she understand why the spirit god had taken a liking to the young man. She had rushed over to look for him, but she had missed him. After that, the ethereal hall had forced her to flee with the altar, but who could have thought that she would still be discovered by Hall Master Kong, and she was eventually captured here. She had thought that she would never see him again, but who could have thought that the young man would actually appear here and impersonate a semi-divinity realm cultivator? With a smile, Xianxia whipped out the Tongshang sword and said, Palace Chief Du, please step back. Du Qingyuan knew that this was not the time to reminisce, so she took a step back and raised her wrist. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia flicked the Tongshang sword, and a powerful surge of sword chi burst forth. Ding 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 ding, with 4 consecutive clangs, the metal chains and shackles were severed, and they fell to the ground. Even though the shackles were not at the semi-divinity realm, they were not far from it. However, given Xianxia's current strength, even a semi-divinity artifact would not have any trouble breaking them. Drink this. Xianxia took out a jade bottle of little chick's bathwater and passed it over. Du Qingyuan gulped it down, and a moment later, her eyes widened in shock. She knew how severe her injuries were, and her lifespan was nearing its end. She had thought that her cultivation would be crippled for the rest of her life, but who could have thought that the young man would be able to heal her with just a bottle of water? There's no time to explain. Let's hurry up and leave. Xianxia said. All right. Du Qingyuan also knew that this was not the place for her to explain herself. She drove her Xianxia to cleanse herself of the wretched state she was in, and she regained the dignified demeanor of a sect leader. Heaving a sigh of relief, she quickly followed behind Xianxia. Seeing that Du Qingyuan was still thinking about her looks even in her current state, Xianxia sighed helplessly as he walked out of the room. The surroundings were still empty, not a single person could be seen. After saving Xianxia couldn't be bothered to disguise himself anymore, so he reverted back to his original appearance and continued walking in. That's the exit, Du Qingyuan frowned. The deeper they went, the greater the danger they would face. Xianxia might not be aware of Hall Master Kong's strength, but she was well aware that the latter was invincible among his peers, comparable to the gods. Not only so, he had more than a dozen semi-divinity realm experts with him. If he were to be discovered, it would be too late for him to escape. There's no need to rush to find the exit for now. Let's find that Hall Master Kong first. Xianxia smiled. With his doppelgangers and the pathos of Heaven's cultivation method and sword techniques, as long as Kongshur did not break through to the god realm, he would not be afraid to face him head-on, so he did not care about the other small fries. The reason why he had disguised himself earlier was because he was afraid of being discovered and causing a commotion. Then, he would kill Palace Master Du first or take her as a hostage. Without this worry, he had nothing to fear. Looking for Hall Master Kong? Du Qingyuan was taken aback. We aren't a match for them, but before she could finish her words, footsteps suddenly sounded. Following which, a doubtful voice sounded, Who are you? Ah, it's Palace Master Du. Why are you out? Men. The voice reverberated throughout the entire hall. So, a gust of wind blew, and a series of silhouettes appeared in front and behind her, sealing off all paths of escape. 13 semi-divinity realm experts. Du Qingyuan nearly fainted on the spot. If she had escaped earlier, she would have been fine, but that fellow insisted on finding Hall Master Kong. Now that there were 13 semi-divinity realm experts on par with her, how was she supposed to deal with them? Just as she was feeling relieved that she had escaped from death, she fell into despair once more. Spirit God, you didn't tell me that the person you liked was so unreliable. So, it's Hall Master Zhang. Since you're here, don't think that you should leave. A semi-divinity realm expert among the crowd recognized Xianxia, and his eyes lit up in agitation. They knew very well how much their Hall Master valued Xianxia. If they could capture him, they would be able to enjoy the rewards that they would be able to enjoy for the rest of their lives. Voila, the semi-divinity realm experts drew their weapons, and in an instant, killing intent filled the entire hall. Du Qingyuan's hair stood on end as she leaned forward and said, With my current strength, I can only deal with 2 of them at the very most. Based on what I saw earlier, I should be able to tear an opening right in front of me. You should think of a way to escape, but I won't be able to get away. Even though she had recovered from her injuries, the damage she had sustained was simply too great. Her soul had yet to fully recover, and her altar had been destroyed, so she had lost her strongest trump card. It was already a blessing that she was able to fend off 2 semi-divinity realm experts at the same time. Escape? Indeed. I'm already grateful that you came to save me, but Starchaser Palace and the Forsaken Continent still need you. You mustn't let your emotions affect your decisions. Du Qingyuan said with determination in her eyes. I don't think I'm letting my emotions affect my decisions. Seeing the look on her face, Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. Everyone, let's make a move together. When the Hall Master returns and sees that we have captured him alive, he'll surely reward us. The semi-divinity realm expert bellowed. Seeing that the 2 of them were not fleeing despite being surrounded, they were even whispering to each other. Hula, unable to hold themselves back any longer, the crowd made a move. Surges of energy surged in from all directions, forming a cage that shackled the entire hall in the blink of an eye, sealing off all avenues of escape. Xianxia, let's go. Not expecting these people to coordinate with one another so well, sealing off the passageway that they had been eyeing earlier, Du Qingyuan's eyes reddened in fury. With a furious roar, she raised her hand, intending to charge forward. But all of a sudden, her vision blurred, and the surges of energy vanished without a trace. Following which, she saw Xianxia standing amidst the crowd, grabbing a person by the neck and slowly walking over. "Where's your hall master Kong?" It was the leader who had shouted earlier. "He has gone out." The leader's body trembled uncontrollably as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "He's not around?" Xianxia frowned. He had thought that Kongsher was still in the hall, trying to snatch the aura of divinity back. But if he wasn't around, where did he go? If he allowed Kongsher to absorb the aura of divinity and become a god, the consequences would be dire. "I don't believe you." With a light squeeze, the leader died on the spot. At the same time, Xianxia sent a sliver of his consciousness over, and a moment later, he frowned. "He's really not around." Naturally, Xianxia didn't believe the other party's words. Thus, he conducted a soul search on the other party. Just as the other party had said, Hall Master Kong hadn't returned after leaving. While Xianxia was displeased, Du Qingyuan was dumbfounded. She dared not believe what she had just seen. It was just a moment ago that they were ready to make a move, and they thought that they would die for sure. But in the blink of an eye, their leader had been captured and killed instead. More importantly, why wasn't there a single person in the surroundings charging over? Du Qingyuan pointed at them. The remaining 12 semi-divinity realm experts, who were still brimming with killing intent a moment ago, suddenly froze on the spot. Deep fear could be seen in their eyes, as if they had just seen something extremely terrifying. "What's wrong?" Xianxia tossed the corpse of the leader aside and took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Why aren't they charging over?" Du Qingyuan asked with gritted teeth. "They have already been killed by me, so of course they won't charge over." Xianxia burst into laughter. He had been wondering what was going on, but it turned out to be this. Since the other party had made a move, Xianxia didn't hold back either. He executed the Heart of Twin Webs, and it didn't take long for the 12 semi-divinity realm experts to die. As for the leader of the 12 semi-divinity realm experts, he had intentionally gone easy on them. "They're dead?" Du Qingyuan was stunned. She walked up to one of the semi-divinity realm experts and touched him lightly. Putong, the corpse fell to the ground. The ground trembled, and the remaining 11 semi-divinity realm experts collapsed to the ground as well. Du Qingyuan pinched her arm, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. When did he make a move? How did he make a move to kill 13 semi-divinity realm experts in an instant? How in the world did he do it? Did that fellow really come to the Forsaken Continent a month ago? How in the world did he cultivate? Du Qingyuan felt a sharp pain in her chest. Previously, she had thought that the young man was simply too far away from the spirit god, and she had thought that he wasn't worthy of her. To be able to cultivate from ancient sage 4 down to semi-divinity realm within a month, did that mean that he would become as powerful as the spirit god in a month's time? Why did it feel like her cultivation was no different from that of a tortoise before the young man? "Give me a moment." Du Qingyuan turned to look at the young man, wanting to see what kind of ability he had, only to see the young man walking up to the corpses of the semi-divinity realm experts one after another with a smile on his face. After that, he stowed all of the corpses into his storage ring. "Not bad. I didn't think that I would be able to gather so many pills. Those from the ethereal hall sure are rich." After looking through all of the storage rings, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had been wondering where he could find the remaining 70 pinnacle immortal pills, but who could have thought that after killing 15 semi-divinity realm experts, not only would he be able to gather all of the required pills, he would even be able to obtain several dozen of them. Those from the ethereal hall sure were wealthy. "Hall Master Kong isn't around, so there shouldn't be any danger. Wait here for me. I'll head to the other areas to take a look," Xianxia said. Without saying anything else, Xianxia disappeared from the spot. "Should I take a look somewhere else? What do I have to look at?" Du Qingyuan asked with a confused look on her face. Paying no heed to the confused Du Qingyuan, Xianxia walked along the passageway leading to the innermost room of the palace. Through his soul search earlier, he had confirmed that this was indeed the headquarters of the ethereal hall, and the room that Xianxia had brought him to was just a branch of the ethereal hall. Since it was the headquarters of the ethereal hall, it was bound to have plenty of treasures. Since he was already there, and Xianxia had stolen the aura of gold from him, he had to make up for it. As such, he had made sure to look through the soul search earlier, and it turned out that there was indeed a treasure vault in the headquarters of the ethereal hall. And that was where he was heading to. Following the memories he had obtained from the soul search, Xianxia proceeded forward. Other than the semi-divinity realm cultivators, there were no other cultivators in the hall. Since he had already killed all of them, there was no longer any danger. As for the formations set up in the hall, they were not even worth mentioning before a formation master like him. This is the place. After confirming the location, Xianxia flicked the Tongshang sword. Gotcha, the door opened, and Xianxia immediately saw a folded space. There were all kinds of treasures floating in the folded space. Voila, as soon as he stepped in, innumerable surges of sword chi, saber chi, and all kinds of weapons flew toward him, intending to kill him. Knowing that these were the weapons' sentients, Xianxia did not bother dodging them. Ding 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 ding, the sound of all kinds of weapons echoed one after another. 10 minutes later, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement as he looked at the pile of weapons on the floor. As expected of the treasure vault of the ethereal hall headquarters, there were more than 30 semi-divinity realm weapons and more than 200 high immortal tier weapons. Even if one were to add up all the weapons on the Forsaken Continent, they would not be able to match up to this number. It was hard to tell whether they had been accumulated by the ethereal hall over the years or stolen from the Hall of Gods, but in any case, they had become his possessions. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia stowed all of the weapons into his storage ring. A huge pile of jade bottles appeared before him. Pills of all kinds were flying around in the air, reminiscent of a flock of sparrows. They were all high immortal tier pills that were effective on semi-divinity realm cultivators. There were even pinnacle immortal pills among them, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Xianxia took everything that he could and filled up 3 storage rings with them before he finally cleared out the entire treasure vault. I should focus on achieving a breakthrough to semi-divinity realm pinnacle first. After doing all that, Xianxia sat down on the floor and meditated. With a thought, he entered the great codex of spring and autumn and stuffed all kinds of basic immortal pills and spiritual energy replenishing pills into his mouth. Xianxia had never felt so extravagant before. A few breaths later, he stood up. Not only did he manage to raise his cultivation to semi-divinity realm pinnacle, he even made use of the time he had to reinforce his cultivation. With this, he could truly be considered as the strongest cultivator on the Forsaken Continent. As long as Xianxia did not achieve a breakthrough, he was confident that he would be able to stand his ground against Xianxia. Xianxia walked out of the treasury and looked for Du Qingyuan. At this moment, Palace Master Du had yet to recover from her astonishment. Her face was filled with confusion, as if she were dreaming. Palace Master Du, do you know how I can return to Starchaser Palace? Xianxia interrupted her confusion and asked. The last time he had come here, he had used the Azure Bridge to make his way here. On his way back, he had been carried by Xianxia, who had used the power of the evanescent boots to tear through space. In other words, other than the Azure Bridge, he had no idea how he could return. However, he didn't know that the person in front of him might know. After all, when she was brought here, the sky-crossing bridge hadn't opened yet. I was brought here by Hall Master Kong. Even though my cultivation was sealed back then, I was still able to deduce a few things. Palace Master Du hesitated for a moment before replying. Most likely, he came here through the ethereal token. Ethereal token? Xianxia frowned. The ethereal token could only send one's consciousness into the ethereal hall. Could it possibly teleport one's entire body over? Indeed. Even though it's small, it's extremely profound. Otherwise, the items that you bought wouldn't have fallen into your hands so easily, Palace Master Du said. Xianxia nodded in response. Du Qingyuan was right. As long as one wanted to retrieve the items purchased from the ethereal hall, the item would appear before them with just a thought. That should be the Paragon Black Mirror of the Black Mirror Citadel. The Paragon Black Mirror has the ability to pull one's soul into the mirror, and it can also turn the items within the mirror into a physical object. The ethereal hall itself is only accessible through one's consciousness, but every single ethereal hall is identical to the real ethereal hall. In other words, even though there's a distinction between reality and illusion in our eyes, there's no difference in the paragon black mirror. Du Qingyuan said. Every single ethereal hall in the ethereal hall was identical to the real ethereal hall. For this reason, many people found it hard to differentiate between reality and illusion upon entering the ethereal hall. If I use the paragon black mirror to illuminate the illusory ethereal hall, I'll be able to use the mirror to illuminate myself, and I'll be able to traverse through any branch of the ethereal hall. Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. It was no wonder Xianxia was so insistent on obtaining the evanescent boots, paragon black mirror, and ethereal altar. Those three items did possess extraordinary prowess. It was impossible to distinguish the reflection of a person in a mirror from the reflection of a perfect picture. To think that the paragon black mirror would actually be able to utilize this unique ability to allow one to traverse through space. This was truly inconceivable. But, we don't have the paragon black mirror with us at the moment. Xianxia said. Without the paragon black mirror, there was no point in saying anything else. It's true that we don't have the paragon black mirror, but we can create a folded space that can be used to teleport a person through the ethereal token, Palace Master Du said. Xianxia slapped his forehead. Why didn't he think of that? It's just that, it won't be easy to create a folded space that can accommodate a person, Palace Master Du said. While there was a way, there was no guarantee that it would work. Furthermore, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Otherwise, the six sects would have been able to do it through teleportation. They wouldn't have had to ride on aerial saint beasts for days. More importantly, such teleportation was controlled by the ethereal hall. If anything were to happen, there was a good chance that they would be trapped in the turbulence of space, unable to return. It would indeed be difficult if it were any other time, but it isn't too difficult here. Give me a moment. Xianxia chuckled softly before vanishing from the spot. Creating a folded space that could accommodate a person was easy on the master-teacher continent, but it was a different story here. Otherwise, he could have brought his parents and the others over as well. However, just because he was unable to do it did not mean that others were unable to do it. The treasure vault earlier was a folded space, and not only could it contain treasures, it could also accommodate a person. It didn't take long for him to arrive before Xianxia. The immortal energy in his body surged violently as he suddenly grabbed at Xianxia. Boom! The hall shook intensely as the folded space in the treasure vault shrank and fell into Xianxia's palm. His cultivation had reached semi-divinity realm pinnacle, making him on par with Xianxia back then. As formidable as the folded space was, he was still able to control it easily. Xianxia took out a storage ring and placed the sealed folded space into it. Palace Master Du, you should head in first. Du Qingyuan nodded as she heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, she vanished from the spot. After putting her into the storage ring, Xianxia took out an ethereal token and infused his consciousness into it. This was the headquarters of the ethereal hall. Even though he couldn't find a place on the Forsaken continent, he could still enter the illusory ethereal hall and contact everyone on the continent. Not too long later, Han Jianqiu appeared before Xianxia. Sect leader Zhang, how are you doing? Are you all right? Han Jianqiu heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Xianxia appearing in the ethereal hall. Xianxia had destroyed the altar through the teleportation formation, and they had been worried that something might have happened to the Starchaser Palace. However, they were relieved to see him. I'm fine. I'll be auctioning off a storage ring right now. Buy it and take it out from Starchaser Palace's ethereal hall. Xianxia. All right. Even though Han Jianqiu had no idea what Xianxia was up to, he still nodded in agreement. After that, Xianxia backed out of the ethereal hall. He placed the storage ring containing the myriad ant hive nest on auction before taking out the serpentine dragon-tamed beast. This is a blank ethereal token. Take it and wait here. If I look for you, appear immediately, Xianxia said. The serpentine dragon had already reached the semi-divinity realm, so it was able to enter the ethereal hall and disguise itself as a human. As much as he wanted to return as soon as possible, he still had to consider how he was going to return. If he could leave the serpentine dragon here, he could use the same method to teleport him back to the Forsaken Continent. Yes, sect leader Zhang. The serpentine dragon nodded in understanding its master's intentions. Also, it'd be best for you to hide yourself. I fear that Hall Master Kong might return. Just as Zhang Xian was about to enter the myriad ant-hive nest, the serpentine dragon suddenly narrowed down to the size of a thumb. With a slight shake, it shrunk down to the size of a thumb. It was indeed easy to notice the serpentine dragon when it was several hundred meters in size, but it would be difficult to find a palace of that size. After saying those words, Zhang Xian stepped into the myriad ant-hive nest. The serpentine dragon tapped the ethereal token lightly, and the storage ring vanished from the spot. The next moment, the other ethereal token shone brightly, and the storage ring appeared. Zhang Xian stepped out of the myriad ant-hive nest, and upon seeing Han Jianqiu and the others, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's indeed feasible. He had thought that it was only a theoretical solution, but who could have thought that it would actually work? However, it was not as easy as he had thought. He had to fulfill 3 conditions at the same time. Firstly, he needed a myriad ant-hive nest that could accommodate a person. Secondly, he needed to have a trustworthy person at both the destination and the destination. Otherwise, if the storage ring were to collapse, both the person and the item inside would be banished into the turbulence of space. Thirdly, the ethereal hall would not notice it. The first 2 conditions were relatively easy, but the third was the main problem. No one would notice if he were to sell or purchase a storage ring, but if he were to use it multiple times, it could easily attract trouble. It was just like how the ethereal hall acted as a logistics department when it came to purchasing items online. Even if the ethereal hall tried to stop the item, it would be impossible for it to reach the buyer. But at the very least, he had succeeded. Furthermore, it was unlikely that the ethereal hall would notice it either. After all, there were thousands of storage ring transactions every day, so it would be hard for it to arouse suspicion. Teacher, upon seeing Zhang Xian, Xiaoya and the others immediately rushed forward in agitation. Seeing his disciples walking up to him, Zhang Xian could not help but be taken aback. You all have reached Heavenly High Immortal? How did you all advance so quickly? Before they left, Xiaoya and the others had only been at True Immortal Realm. Yet, they had already reached Heavenly High Immortal Realm, and it seemed like they were on the verge of making a breakthrough at any moment. How long had it been? It couldn't have been that fast. All along, Zhang Xian had thought that his rate of cultivation was already fast enough, but it had still taken him more than half a month to advance from Ancient Sage 4 Dan to High Immortal Realm. The sweat and tears that he had put in along the way went without saying. It could be said that it had not been easy for him to advance one step at a time. Even though his 11 direct disciples had obtained the simplified Heaven's Path divine art and had sufficient immortal pills to provide them with energy, how long had it been for them to advance from True Immortal Realm to High Immortal Realm? How many hours had it been? Half a day? It couldn't be that fast. It's not that fast anymore. After our teacher left, we cultivated for nearly a month before we managed to reach this level, Xiaoya said. A month? Zhang Xian frowned. I don't think it's that long. The flow of time in the Hall of Gods was 10 times faster than that of the Forsaken Continent. A month, 30 days, 360 hours. That was equivalent to 36 hours. He had made a rough calculation of the time he had spent in the Hall of Gods, and he had spent no more than 2 hours in the Ethereal Hall. Even if he were to include the 4 hours he had spent climbing the pillars, it would only be 10 hours in total. That was a far cry from 36 hours. Unless, a thought suddenly surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. The flow of time in the Hall of Gods is 1/10 of that in the Ethereal Hall. In other words, it's 100th of that in the Azure. If the flow of time in the Hall of Gods was even slower, such as 100th of that in the Azure, it would make sense. 2 hours in the Hall of Gods was equivalent to 300 hours in the Azure, and 4 hours in the Ethereal Hall was equivalent to 40 hours in the Azure. After some calculations, it had already been more than 320 hours. Indeed, it was close to a month. The flow of time in the real Hall of Gods is 100th of that in the Azure. Could it be that the flow of time in the real firmament is that slow as well? If that was the case, it would be too frightening. The flow of time was not necessarily faster. On the contrary, the slower it was, the more stable it would be. The faster a stone was, the longer it could float on the surface of the water. On the other hand, the slower it was, the easier it would sink, unless it was on mercury. Time and space were inseparable. If the flow of time in the firmament was 1/100th of what it was in the azure, it would be 100-fold more resilient. In the microscopic world, if there could be life on atoms, and the other party could also sense time, then, it would definitely be completely different from what humans could sense. What we think of as 1 second might be a century or even longer in the eyes of the other party. It would be long enough for a civilization to be born and destroyed. Therefore, the slower time passed, the more stable the space would be, and the stronger the life forms living within it would be. Hence, there was the saying, "A day in heaven is a year on earth." The difference was 365 times. If that was really the case in the firmament, the gods would be much more terrifying than he had imagined. In other words, if that Xianxia really managed to make a breakthrough, his strength would be much greater than he had expected, and he would be much more difficult to deal with. Shaking his head, Xianxia tossed the matter aside before turning his gaze back to the disciples before him. With the help of the simplified heaven's path divine art and sufficient cultivation resources, as well as the fact that Xiaoye and the others possessed unique constitutions and a strong foundation, it was not too difficult for them to advance from true immortal realm to heavenly high immortal realm. Sit down properly. I'll explain to you the semi-divinity realm and God's intent. Xianxia paused for a moment before turning to Xianxia. Given the current circumstances, even heavenly high immortals would not be of much help. The only ones who could help him were semi-divinity realm cultivators. Since he was already so close to reaching the semi-divinity realm, he might as well lend him a helping hand. The Hall of Gods had comprehended 6 gods' intents, and the God's sword intent had a total of 7 gods' intents. As long as these disciples could grasp the essence of any one of them, it would be a walk in the park for them to reach the semi-divinity realm. Yes. Hearing that their teacher was going to lecture them, the disciples sat down excitedly. Xianxia and the others were just about to leave when they saw the excitement in the crowd, so they could only sit by the side. In order to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, one must first understand what God is. To be supreme, one must become a god. To have a clear mind and transcend nature, one must become a god. To be able to walk with the wind, one must become a god. In order to reach the semi-divinity realm, one must first ascertain one's inner state and become a god. Xianxia spoke slowly. Xianxia and the others were semi-divinity realm cultivators, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, after listening for a while, they found themselves immersed in it. Even though they had achieved a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, they did not know much about it. They were able to utilize their physical strength, but they had no idea where their strength came from or how it worked. It was just like how those who knew how to fly did not understand how planes flew. The only reason they had succeeded was because they had used the unique spiritual energy on the circular platform on the Azure Bridge to break through their bottleneck. As such, it was impossible for them to impart their understanding of this realm to others. They could only rely on their own strength to suppress their own sections. However, things were different now. Their teacher's lecture was simple and detailed, allowing them to understand what he was trying to say. As soon as they understood what he was trying to say, they could not help but drive their Xianxia along with it. Hong Long, in less than 2 hours, everyone's aura had already risen to the heavens. Xiaoye and the others, who were still stuck at heavenly high immortal realm a moment ago, had managed to achieve a breakthrough simultaneously. Xianxia had imparted the unique aura on the circular platform to them previously. Through comprehending the key to achieving a breakthrough, they were able to advance to a higher realm. As for Xianxia and the others, they had managed to reach heavenly semi-divinity realm. Furthermore, their Xianxia had become purer, and their fighting prowess had risen significantly. After recuperating for a moment, Xianxia and the others finally came to a halt. They turned to Xianxia and asked, "Teacher, how is the situation over at the Hall of Gods?" They had been too focused on their cultivation that they had not asked about the situation after the teleportation. "It's like this," Xianxia swiftly explained the situation over at the Hall of Gods to them. "Teacher, you mean to say that Hall Master Kong has managed to steal the aura of divinity and is likely to become a god?" Xianxia asked with narrowed eyes. Xianxia nodded. If he succeeds, there's no doubt that we'll be killed. There's no way we'll be able to survive. Based on Kong Jianqiu's actions, the Library of Heaven's Path would surely come over to snatch it. Even though the four sects had over 20 semi-divinity realm cultivators, they would still be no match for Kong Jianqiu. Putting everything aside, even if Han Jianqiu and the others were to work together, they would still be no match for him. How could they possibly stand against the godly Kongshi? Regardless of whether it was true or not, his fighting prowess was undeniable. Elder Kuei Shao stepped forward and asked, "What do we do now?" Xianxia replied, "There are only two paths that we can take. First, we have to find Hall Master Kong and snatch the aura of divinity back. Regardless of the outcome, as long as we can stop him from making a breakthrough, we'll have succeeded." The crowd nodded. As long as Kong Jianqiu didn't make a breakthrough, they would still be able to stand against him with their strength. Just that, after obtaining the aura of divinity, Kong Jianqiu must have hidden himself in a place where no one could find him. How could they possibly find him? Putting aside them, they probably couldn't even get in touch with Kong Jianqiu's most trusted subordinates. Zhang Xian continued, "Second, we have to be strong enough to stand against the gods. Only then will we be able to deal with the threat posed by Kong Jianqiu. If they couldn't find Kongshi and snatch the aura of divinity back, they would have to prepare their defenses. As long as they could set up a formation that even gods wouldn't be able to enter, or perhaps, their golden page would be able to crush Kong Jianqiu to death. With that, the threat posed by Kong Jianqiu would be eliminated." Just that, would the golden page be able to crush a god? He didn't think that it would. It was true that the golden page was powerful, and it had displayed invincible might all along. However, its strength was dependent on the strength of the heavens of the world that it was in. It was just like how the heavens of the Master Teacher continent were unable to kill him in his current state. At the very most, it would be able to expel him. The current Library of Heaven's Path had fused with the heavens of the Azure. While it was able to kill semi-divinity realm experts with ease, it was unlikely that it would be able to wipe out a god. The reason why he was able to kill an immortal's envoy so easily back then was because the other party was only at ancient Sage 4 Dan, the highest realm that the heavens of the Master Teacher continent allowed. Of course, this was only his conjecture. It would be best if he could crush the other party as soon as he appeared. However, he knew that he couldn't place all of his hopes on it, or else he would be doomed if it turned out to be unreliable. More importantly, given that Kongshi was aware of the heaven's imperfections, he should be aware of his trump cards. If he were to make use of the Paragon Black Mirror to travel through space or send out a shadow, the golden page would be unable to do anything to him. If not for this reason, he would have killed Kongshi outside the Hall of Gods with a single blow. "You have sufficient strength?" "That's true. As long as you achieve a breakthrough to the gods, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to defeat Kongshi," Han Jianqiu said. Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have the aura of divinity, he didn't even have the Heaven's Path divine art ready yet. It had only been a day since he achieved a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, so how could it be that easy for him to make another breakthrough? "Teacher, didn't you say that you have saved Palace Master Du? Why isn't she around? She knows a lot about the gods, so she might have a better idea." Elder Qing Yuan suddenly said. Zhang Xian nodded, and Du Qingyuan appeared before the crowd. He had been too focused on raising the cultivation of Xiaoya and the others, so he hadn't released her from the myriad ant hive nest yet. Paying respects to Palace Master Du. The two of them exchanged pleasantries with one another. Han Jianqiu explained the current situation to Du Qingyuan before asking, "Palace Master Du, do you know of any other way to become a god other than through the aura of divinity?" "I don't. If I did, our Starchaser Palace would have already produced a god," Du Qingyuan replied. Du Qingyuan shook her head. Hearing Du Qingyuan's affirmative reply, awkward looks appeared on everyone's faces. If it was that easy to become a deity, Starchaser Palace would have long had geniuses who had managed to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only had semi-divinity realm cultivators in their ranks, and they wouldn't have been captured by Hall Master Kong. "Do we really have no choice but to defend passively?" Han Jianqiu's eyes reddened in agitation. With the emergence of new semi-divinity realm cultivators in the four sects, the number of semi-divinity realm cultivators on the Forsaken Continent was also increasing. They had thought that this was the time to bring cultivation to a new height, but if they couldn't stand up to Hall Master Kong, everything would become history. There really isn't any. Unless. Du Qingyuan paused for a moment. Unless what? Perhaps we can find the source of the air of degeneration in the city of collapsed space. Du Qingyuan pondered for a moment before replying. The source of the air of degeneration? Why would we need that? Xianxia frowned. He had been to the city of collapsed space once, and the air of degeneration was so terrifying that even his heaven's path Xianxia was unable to fend it off. He could only rely on Little Chick's bathwater to fend it off. Even semi-divinity realm cultivators wouldn't be able to expel the air of degeneration once they came into contact with it. If not for him, Xianxia would have been reduced to dust by now. What was the point of looking for it? Legend has it that the city of collapsed space isn't a city on the forsaken continent but a city that fell from the firmament. It contains the corpses of the gods. Du Qingyuan said. A city that fell from the firmament? Xianxia was taken aback. Han Jianqiu and the others also glanced at one another in disbelief. The city of collapsed space had always been a forbidden ground for cultivators, so this was the first time they had heard of such a thing. This city suddenly fell from the sky several thousand years ago. Back then, countless cultivators risked their lives to enter it, but as you should know, all of them died. Du Qingyuan said. No one knows about this matter. I only heard it from the spirit god unintentionally. The spirit god? Xianxian's body tensed up. Yes. When she heard about the city of collapsed space, she fell silent for a moment before saying that it was a city that fell from the firmament due to a battle, and there are many corpses of the gods in there. As for the air of degeneration, it is the aura of divinity that emanates from the decaying corpses of the gods. It is formed after the energy unique to the forsaken continent contaminated it. As long as we can find the source, we might be able to find an uncontaminated aura of divinity and successfully achieve a breakthrough. Du Qingyuan said. This is the aura of divinity? Xianxia was stunned. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of the air of degeneration appeared on his fingertip. He had collected quite a few of them back when he was in the city of collapsed space, and he had made use of that opportunity to kill a semi-divinity realm elder from the ethereal hall. All along, he had found it bizarre, but he didn't think that there was anything special about it. However, after hearing Du Qingyuan's explanation, he took a closer look and realized that there was indeed something different about it. Even with his semi-divinity realm heaven's path Xianxia, he was unable to fully neutralize the effects of the poison. As long as one was injured, it would cause one's body to deteriorate rapidly. Clearly, it was a life form that was far superior to the high heavens. Could this be the effect of the aura of divinity? Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed possible. Only a god would possess such strength, such that even a semi-divinity realm cultivator would be unable to withstand it. This is just what the spirit god said casually. There's no way to confirm whether it's true or not. Even if it is, it's hard to say whether or not the source has been contaminated. Not to mention, this thing is too terrifying. As long as one touches it, death is certain. Thus, even though I know this news, I have never verified it. Du Qingyuan continued. There's no need to verify it. If it's what she said, there's a good chance that it's true, Xianxia replied. There was indeed something peculiar about the air of degeneration that made it hard for him to understand, but just from this, he was certain that something was amiss. However, he trusted Lozozi. Since this is a path, Palace Master Du and I will head to the city of collapsed space right away. The rest of you will remain here and make the necessary preparations. Xianxia pondered for a moment before instructing. If this was a way to achieve a breakthrough to the god realm, he had to give it a try. Even without the pressure from Kongsher, he would still take the risk just to achieve a breakthrough. Only by achieving a breakthrough to the god realm would he be able to break free from the shackles of the azure and enter the firmament. Only then would he be able to find Lozozi. Don't worry, teacher. We'll make sure to make sufficient preparations. Han Jianqiu said resolutely. Teacher? Palace Master Du was taken aback. Han Jianqiu, what did you call him earlier? You have acknowledged Xianxia as your teacher? As soon as she appeared, everyone had asked her about her breakthrough to the god realm. However, Xianxia had kept a low profile and refused to reveal too much about it, so he was still unaware of the matter. Indeed. Kuei Xiao, Qin Yuan, and I have all acknowledged Xianxia as our teacher, becoming fellow disciples. Han Jianqiu replied with a smile. If they had not acknowledged Xianxia as their teacher, there was no way they would have been able to reach the semi-divinity realm. All of you have acknowledged Xianxia as your teacher? Palace Master Du was stunned. The former heads of the three sects, as well as the strongest figures on the master-teacher continent, had actually acknowledged a 20-year-old lad as their teacher. Why did it feel so unbelievable? Actually, if you're willing, you can acknowledge Xianxia as your teacher as well. I don't think so, Xianxia said with a smile. His goal was only to obtain the golden page. Besides, they were just his students, not his direct disciples, so it did not matter how many of them there were. There's no need for that. Palace Master Du shook her head and rejected Xianxia's offer. It was not that she did not want to, but she found it hard to accept. Let's go. Xianxia knew that it was impossible for her to form the golden page if she was unwilling to do so. Thus, he led the way to the city of collapsed space, and Palace Master Du followed closely behind him. After comprehending the pathos of heavens, not only had his fighting prowess increased, his speed had also increased significantly. Previously, it would have taken him half a day to reach the city of collapsed space, but now, it only took him 4 hours to arrive at the city of collapsed space. Thus, they successfully entered the city of collapsed space. With his familiarity with the surroundings, it did not take long for them to arrive at the place where they had saved Jiang Yao. We have to find the center of the city of collapsed space first, but this isn't the center yet. Du Qingyuan said as she scanned her surroundings. Even though she had never entered the city of collapsed space after hearing the news, the predecessors of Starchaser Palace had a deep understanding of the city of collapsed space. It was also due to this that Jiang Yao was able to lure Fu Chenzi and the others into a trap, nearly killing them. Thus, they continued onward. With the enhancement of his Eye of Insight and his superior fighting prowess, the degeneration beast formed from the air of degeneration was easily defeated. As such, they did not encounter any danger along the way. Following behind the young man, Du Qingyuan watched as the bizarre beast that she dared not approach was easily killed, and she could not help but sigh deeply. The young man before her was simply too powerful. She really could not fathom how he managed to cultivate to such a level, to be able to advance from ancient sage 4 Dan to such a level in just a month. She dared not even dream of it. It's impossible to find the source at this rate. After flying for another hour, Xianxia still found nothing, so he decided to come to a halt. What do we do then? Du Qingyuan asked with a frown. Even though she knew quite a bit about the city of collapsed space, she did not have a deep understanding of it. As for how to find the source, she was completely at a loss. Otherwise, she would not have led the young man around the city of collapsed space without knowing what to do. I see, Xianxia pondered for a moment before coming up with an idea. His clone appeared before him. Given his current strength, there were not many in the Azure whom he could harm. Even if his clone was exposed, it would not be a big deal. Clone? Du Qingyuan was taken aback by Xianxia's words. If even she was unable to find the source, could it be that his clone had a better idea? Stand properly. Ignoring the bewildered Palace Master Du, Xianxia whipped out the Tongshang sword and pierced it forward. Tzzzzzz. As soon as Xianxia was injured, the air of degeneration in the surroundings began to gather toward him. The air of degeneration that he had been unable to detect a moment ago began to show its true form. If it's the source, the air of degeneration will gather in this direction, Xianxia explained. That's right. Palace Master Du's eyes lit up. It was just like how one would be able to determine the source of the air of degeneration. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to notice such a small difference, but to the two semi-divinity realm cultivators, it was extremely obvious. Over there. Du Qingyuan quickly determined the direction where the air of degeneration was coming from and pointed. Xianxia nodded in response before leading his clone in the direction that Luo Ruoxin was pointing at. Not too far away, he would stab his clone with his sword every time he realized that he was unable to pinpoint the exact location. After 8 consecutive stabs, his clone nearly went on a rampage. A dilapidated hall came into sight. Before this hall collapsed, it was impossible to tell how tall or how wide it was. Even after being reduced to rubble, it still spanned over 10 li. The broken tiles and bricks on top of it were grayish-black in color. There was no vegetation here, and it was completely barren. From time to time, a chilly breeze would blow in, leaving one shuddering in fear. Is it here? Du Qingyuan frowned in disbelief. As bizarre as the air of degeneration was, it was still possible for it to give birth to some formidable vegetation. However, there was nothing here at all. It should be. Xianxia nodded in agreement. His clone's wound was still bleeding profusely. Judging from the air of degeneration, this should be the source of the air of degeneration. Let's hurry up then. Without wasting any time, Du Qingyuan flew along the rubble while carefully assessing the surroundings, afraid that she would miss out on the slightest detail. Xianxian wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he exchanged glances with his clone and tried to sense the air of degeneration. A moment later, they came to a halt amidst a pile of rubble. Xianxian opened his palm and abruptly raised it. Countless rubble rose from the rubble, revealing the uneven ground. The ground was filled with pitch-black inscriptions, as if it had been dyed by something. Landing on the ground, Xianxian brandished his Xianxia sword and dug out a rock from the ground. The rock was completely black, and it emanated a peculiar glow. It felt as if it was trying to possess someone's soul, giving it a sinister vibe. Xianxian touched it lightly. Weng, a book materialized in the air. God Blood Stone, formed by the blood of the gods, there was a detailed description in the book. It's really this thing, Xianxian nodded as a deep frown appeared on his forehead. When he first saw it, he found the inscriptions to be somewhat familiar, but the color was a little off. Thus, he dug out a piece of rock to study it, and through the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to confirm it. If this was the God Blood Stone, then, these pitch-black inscriptions were inscribed by the blood of the gods. Just that, why did the God Blood Stone feel so crude? It was completely different from the one formed by Lozosi's blood. Could it be that there were different grades of the blood of the gods? With a flick of his wrist, he took out a god blood rock. Comparing it to the one in his hand, it was like comparing a graphite to a diamond. Even though they were made of the same material, the difference in appearance was simply too huge. If one did not take a closer look, it would be impossible to tell that they were the same material. The god blood rock is formed by the blood of the gods seeping into the rock. Thus, the corpse of the gods that Palace Master Du spoke of might be possible. Xianxian said as he stood up. With a flick of his Xianxia sword, he cleared away the 10-meter-wide rubble, revealing the ground beneath. In other words, the blood of the gods had been splattered all over the place. After doing all of that, Xianxian called out, "Palace Master Du." Du Qingyuan flew over. She didn't gain much in other places. Have you found it? Not yet, but it should have something to do with these patterns. Xianxian pointed. Du Qingyuan turned her gaze over. The black patterns were extremely bizarre, as if they were carved with some kind of inscription. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that they were similar to the inscriptions on the heaven anchoring boulder and the azure bridge. A moment later, Du Qingyuan seemed to have noticed something, and she said, "This is a hall used for rituals." Rituals? Indeed. These patterns are made of fresh blood. It's likely that some kind of large-scale ritual was carried out, but before it could be completed, the entire city was knocked down from the firmament. Du Qingyuan said grimly. This, Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. Most rituals only required a sufficient amount of treasures, but there were also some evil rituals that required human lives or fresh blood. Back then, in the otherworldly demonic tribe, Sovereign Chen Ling had slaughtered 100,000 of his subordinates in an instant through the sacrificial ritual. He had sacrificed so many lives in order to summon the Immortal's envoy to the otherworldly demonic tribe, thus allowing him to recover from his injuries. Could it be that the ritual before him was a similar one as well? This kind of method was usually extremely powerful, but even so, an entire city had been knocked down from the god world. That was a little too terrifying. As long as I can find the center of the altar, I should be able to find the source of the air of degeneration. Du Qingyuan nodded as she flung her sleeves. A huge area of rubble was cleared away. She infused her Xianxia into the surroundings, and in less than 10 minutes, 100 meters of rubble had been cleared away. Beneath the rubble was a pitch-black door. The center of the veined patterns is inside this door. Let's go and take a look. Du Qingyuan walked up to the door and pushed it open. Xianxia took a deep breath and stepped forward to block Xianxia's path. This was a half-underground building. Everything around it had collapsed, leaving only this place, buried under the ruins, forming a space of its own. Sizzle, as soon as Xianxia entered, he immediately sensed countless rays of light shooting toward him. Brandishing the Tongshang sword, Xianxia sent a surge of sword intent gushing forth. The heart is like a double net, with thousands of knots in it. Knowing that it was dangerous, he didn't hold back at all. Bang! Bang! With a muffled groan, countless black shadows dissipated. It's a degeneration beast. However, it's even more powerful. Du Qingyuan said with a hushed voice. Xianxian replied. The things that had attacked just now were indeed degeneration beasts. They seemed to have no bodies, and they were like ghosts in the night, giving off an evil feeling. Along the way, Xianxian had killed many degeneration beasts. Most of them were at high immortal realm, but there were actually semi-divinity realm degeneration beasts among them. If it had been anyone else, they would have been reduced to a pile of bones in an instant. Where is the aura of degeneration? Du Qingyuan asked. Following the direction that she was heading in, Xianxian saw black veined patterns on the ground, forming a ring that was concentrated at the center of the hall. Xianxian walked up to it. There was a small altar embedded on the surface of the platform. Xianxian was taken aback. It was extremely similar to the one in the Starchaser Palace, just that it was of a higher grade. If the altar that Wu Chen used was from the Master Teacher continent and Du Qingyuan used was from the Azure, the one before him should be from the firmament. It was hard to tell what kind of material the altar was made of, but despite being buried under the ruins for several thousand years, it still emanated a faint glow. Could it be? Du Qingyuan clenched her fists tightly. Given how similar the altar was to the guardian artifact of the Starchaser Palace, even a fool would be able to make sense of it. The otherworldly demonic tribe originated from the Starchaser Palace. Since they had descended to the Master Teacher continent, there was a good chance that the otherworldly demonic tribe was from the firmament. It seems like what he said is true. Xianxian nodded in agreement. Previously, after Kongsher saved him, he had told her about the relationship between the otherworldly demonic tribe and Starchaser Palace, and he had also said that Starchaser Palace was an abandoned god. Seeing that Du Qingyuan was still confused, Xianxian swiftly explained what Kongsher had said to her. Du Qingyuan sighed deeply. It's true that the Starchaser Palace has been spreading the rumors around, but I thought that it was just a rumor. Who could have thought that it would actually be true? The other 5 sects of the Forsaken Continent had been using the identity of the abandoned god tribe for a very long time, and as time went by, the lies became the truth. It had been several thousand years since then, so no one had been able to find out why such rumors had started to appear and when they had first started spreading. This was something that was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. Even if it was a lie, no one would deny it. Even if Xianxian were to explain the truth to everyone in the Azure right now, it was likely that no one would believe him. However, whether the rumors were true or not did not make much of a difference to the people of Starchaser Palace. As long as they could not become gods, everything else was meaningless. After searching around the altar, Xianxian was unable to find anything. With a helpless look on his face, he said, "It seems like there's nothing else here other than this. Even though this is the core of the air of degeneration, there doesn't seem to be any aura of degeneration at all. There was no typhoon in the eye of the typhoon. This was the place where the air of degeneration originated from, but it was completely empty. If not for the fact that they were in the city of collapsed space, they would have thought that they had returned to the Azure. Since it's an altar, it should be able to be used. Perhaps, the aura of divinity might be here," Du Qingyuan said. "Oh? Since it's identical to the altar in our Starchaser Palace, I'll give it a try and see if I'm able to assimilate it with my bloodline," Du Qingyuan said as she took a deep breath. She cut her wrist open and placed it on the inscriptions on the side of the altar. Fresh blood flowed along the inscriptions, and it did not take long for the inscriptions to be filled to the brim. It was as if a magic formation had been activated. Hong Long Long, the altar began to tremble. With a pale face, Du Qingyuan continued infusing her blood into the altar, and the light grew brighter and brighter. Her blood clotted 3 times, and she made 3 consecutive cuts. It was fortunate that there was no Arab degeneration in the area, or else she would have already been reduced to a pile of bones. Boom, just as Du Qingyuan was about to reach her limits, and just as Xianxia was about to rush over to help her, the altar suddenly glowed brightly. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have been teleported away, and they found themselves in a pitch-black space. It was so vast that they could not see the end of it. The only thing that they could see was the dense fog that obscured their vision. Be careful. Xianxia quickly fed Du Qingyuan a bottle of Little Chick's bath water and an origin energy pill to replenish his energy before making his way forward. It was a pitch-black environment, and it felt as if they had entered a cave without any light at all. There was a scorching smell in the air. Is this the city of collapsed space as well? Du Qingyuan asked doubtfully. Xianxia's face turned grim. Perhaps, this is the true source of the air of degeneration. He could feel an immense power that left his heart palpitating in fear from the darkness before him. Putting aside his current strength, even if he were to overcome his bottleneck and reach the level of the gods, he would still not be able to stand against it. The fact that it was able to exert such pressure on him could only mean that there was a real god hidden in the depths of the darkness. I'm starving. I'll head in to look for something to eat, a telepathic message sounded in Xianxia's ears. It was Little Chick. Shut up. Xianxia's scalp nearly exploded on the spot. There was a good chance that there was the corpse of a god here, or perhaps even more fearsome existences. Eat, eat. All you know how to do is eat. Even though he had never come into contact with a god before, given vicious level of cultivation, even a semi-divinity realm cultivator like him could come back to life after death. Regardless of whether a cultivator of that level was truly dead or not, they were not existences that a mere semi-divinity realm cultivator like him could afford to offend. I'm starving. Little Chick said. Let's eat these origin energy pills first. With a thought, Xianxia took out a bottle of origin energy pills from the myriad anthive nest. Little Chick walked over gracefully and began pecking at the pills one by one. Seeing that Little Chick had stopped wreaking havoc, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before proceeding forward with Du Qingyuan. A massive tombstone appeared before their eyes. 6 large words were carved on the wall. They seemed to be a barrier that blocked the two of them from advancing. They gave off a heavy pressure that made it impossible for them to advance any further. Xianxia took a closer look at the tombstone. The words inscribed on the tombstone were similar to the inscriptions on the Azure Bridge, making it difficult for him to read them. This, Du Qingyuan's body trembled uncontrollably. You recognize these words? Xianxia asked with a frown. With a pale face, Du Qingyuan nodded. With a quivering voice, she said, It says. Tomb of the Deathless Monarch. Deathless Monarch? Xianxia was taken aback. It said that he's an unparalleled expert of the firmament, one who coexists with the heavens and the earth. Could it be that he's dead? Du Qingyuan asked in disbelief. Coexists with the heavens and the earth? Unparalleled? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had no idea whether Du Qingyuan was right or not, but the fact that the other party was titled Deathless was a testament to his strength and capability. Even an unparalleled expert known as the Deathless had died. Just what in the world happened in the city of collapsed space? Who dares barge in here? While Xianxia was still in shock, a loud explosion sounded. Following which, a figure slowly walked out from the dark mist. Gripping the Tongshang sword tightly, Xianxia and Du Qingyuan quickly turned their gazes over. Unbeknownst to them, a pitch-black skeleton had appeared before their eyes. This skeleton was tall, and the exposed bones were dark and sparkling, giving off an irresistible sense of oppression. If vicious skeletal frame was said to possess immense strength, it would be nothing in comparison to this. My name is Du Qingyuan. I have no intention of offending you, Du Qingyuan said as she stepped forward. This isn't a place for you to barge in. Since you're here, why don't you stay here and accompany me? Not bothering to listen to Du Qingyuan's nonsense, the skeleton pointed its finger at them. Voila, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia and Du Qingyuan felt as if the world was collapsing around them, and their bodies were about to be reduced to dust. This is the might of the gods, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He didn't have the time to explain himself either. With a flick of his Tongshang sword, he executed his strongest swordsmanship. Voila, the boundless sword intent formed a net full of enchantments in the air. As soon as the skeleton's finger came into contact with the net, it was immediately bound by the net, preventing it from advancing any further. Your swordsmanship is not bad. Are you from the sky of heavenly sword? The skeleton halted its attack before shaking its head. No, that's not right. How could someone from the sky of heavenly sword appear in a place like this? Furthermore, their swordsmanship is sharp and ferocious. Their swordsmanship is filled with determination, and they live to protect others. It's completely different from your swordsmanship, which is filled with emotions. To be able to comprehend such powerful swordsmanship in a place so lacking in spiritual energy, you are no different from the previous person who entered this place. Your talent isn't bad. However, that's all there is to it. This is my master's tomb, not a place where outsiders are allowed to enter. Since your swordsmanship isn't weak, you should leave right now. The skeleton waved its hand dismissively. Elder, the reason we're here is to search for the aura of divinity that can allow us to achieve a breakthrough to the gods. Seeing that the skeleton had stopped attacking and chasing him away, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. If the aura of divinity could be found in the city of collapsed space, it was bound to have something to do with this place. Do you wish to die? The skeleton asked. No, I don't. Xianxia replied with a bitter smile. Scram. The skeleton harumphed. Elder, before Xianxia could finish his words, the skeleton waved its hand. A powerful surge of energy gushed forth, and it felt as if the entire world was collapsing. Xianxia's face warped in horror. He flicked his finger and took out the semi-divinity artifacts that he had obtained from the ethereal hall. Ding 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 ding, with a reddened face, Xianxia spurted a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Countless weapons fell to the ground one after another, as if it was raining. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia managed to recover a little. Suppressing the excruciating pain in his body, he stood up. I really don't want to offend you, but the reason why I'm here is to obtain the aura of divinity. I think you want to die. The skeleton coldly snorted. Following which, Xianxia felt a powerful pressure descending from the heavens, threatening to crush him into dust at any moment. Just as he was about to succumb to the pressure, the pendant in front of his chest suddenly warmed up, alleviating the pressure on him. Whoosh, as if sensing the power of the pendant, the oppressive aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xianxia was just about to speak when he felt his body tighten. Then, he saw the pendant on his chest flying straight toward the other party. Give it back to me, gritting his teeth, Xianxia wanted to rush over. However, it felt as if something was trapping him, preventing him from escaping no matter how hard he tried. Grabbing the pendant, the skeleton glanced at it for a moment before flicking it back to Xianxia's chest. Xianxia panted heavily as he regained his composure. You want the aura of divinity that can allow one to reach the level of the gods? Skeleton no longer had the same attitude as before. Instead, he looked over indifferently. Yes, I hope that you can grant my request. Seeing that the skeleton didn't snatch his pendant away, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and clasped his fist. I don't have the aura of divinity, but I can use this as a substitute. The skeleton paused for a moment before grabbing the air of degeneration with its hand. In the blink of an eye, the air of degeneration gathered together, forming a black current. Xianxia was taken aback. He could clearly sense that the black aura before him was much purer than the aura of degeneration. It bore some resemblance to the aura of divinity that he had seen before, and it emanated an irresistible pressure. However, it wasn't golden in color. Instead, it harnessed the same corrosive power of decay. Putting aside advancing to the god realm, even if he had little chick's bath water, he wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosive power of decay. The aura of divinity that I want is golden in color, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. He definitely couldn't use this. If he really used it, let alone breaking through, he might not even be able to survive. This thing was originally golden, but it's different here. The skeleton said. Different? It's true that the aura of divinity is golden in color, but the spiritual energy in this place is murky. Over time, it's inevitable that it would be contaminated. The skeleton shook its head. To the cultivators of the master-teacher continent, the spiritual energy in the azure was pure and filled with energy. However, to the gods, it was filthy and impure. Even the purest aura of divinity would be tainted if left alone for too long, turning into the aura of degeneration. Xianxia's face turned livid. He had thought that he would be able to find the purest aura of divinity, but if it was all like that, it would be useless. Even if he found it, he couldn't use it at all, and he couldn't use it to achieve a breakthrough. Elder, is there a way to turn the aura of divinity back to golden? Xianxia asked with a bow. He had to become a god. Otherwise, putting aside finding Lozozi, there was a good chance that Kongsher would strip him of the Library of Heaven's path and kill him on the spot. His life was at stake here, so he had no choice but to work hard. There is a way, but it won't be that easy. Elder, please enlighten me. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that there was a way. It's possible to purify the aura of divinity using the power of souls. However, it'll require a lot of people to be of one mind and be willing to do it. As long as even a single person is of a different mind, it could lead to failure. The skeleton said calmly. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that there was a way to purify the aura of divinity through the ritual. The skeleton didn't say anything else and pointed forward. Who? A thought immediately flowed into Xianxia and Du Qingyuan's minds. This, after reading the content, Xianxia frowned. Just as the skeleton had said, the ritual would require a lot of people to complete, and there was a high chance that one of them would be sacrificed. The purpose of purifying the aura of divinity is to become a god. It's nothing much in the firmament, but in here, it's an act of defiance against the will of the heavens. If you can do it, you can give it a try. If you can't, there's nothing else I can do. The skeleton waved its hand, and the black aura on its fingertip immediately flew over. With a light grab, Xianxia sealed the black aura within a jade bottle. Alright, don't disturb me anymore. Regardless of whether you are from the sky of heavenly sword or the sky of freedom, don't blame me for getting nasty. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton waved his hand and sat back down, seemingly unwilling to speak any further. Thank you, Elder. Xianxia placed the jade bottle into the myriad ant hive nest before bowing deeply. Even though the skeleton hadn't given him the golden aura of divinity, it had given him hope and a solution. As long as he followed the skeleton's instructions, there was still a chance that he could succeed. Should I head over and devour the skeleton? Just as Xianxia and Du Qingyuan were about to leave, Little Chick suddenly spoke up. Cut the crap. Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. It was not that he didn't trust the little fellow, but the little fellow was still only at heavenly high immortal realm, not even a semi-divinity realm cultivator. Was he dreaming? Besides, the other party didn't have any ill intentions toward him. Even though it had injured him earlier, it didn't kill him. On top of that, it had given him hope and a solution. It's fine if you don't want me to eat it, Little Chick nodded before continuing to peck at the premier immortal pills. After placating Little Chick, Xianxia took a few steps back. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something, and he took off the pendant hanging on his chest. Clasping his fist, he asked, Elder, may I be so bold as to ask of you a favor? Do you know the origin of this pendant? While Xianxia had no idea what the other party was talking about, he was certain that it had something to do with the firmament. On top of that, the other party's attitude had changed after seeing the jade pendant. This could only mean that the other party recognized the artifact and might even be acquainted with Lozozi. I have nothing to say. The skeleton sat down motionlessly, as if it had become a mindless skeleton once more. Knowing that the other party wouldn't answer him even if he asked any further, Xianxia could only back out. He returned to where he had come from before, and with a twist of space, he appeared above the altar once more. Let's return. Even though the aura of divinity that he had obtained was impure, it was still possible for him to purify it using the method that the other party had imparted to him. 4 hours later, they returned to Starchaser Palace. Han Jianqiu and the others were waiting anxiously for Xianxia and Xianxia's return. Wu Chen, prepare the altar. Xianxia instructed as he imparted the method to Han Jianqiu and Xianxia. After looking through the method, Wu Chen frowned deeply. I don't think that it'll be that easy to carry out the ritual. What method is it? Han Jianqiu asked. 100,000 heavenly true immortals participating in the ritual, and they have to open their souls without making any preparations at all. It'll be difficult. Wu Chen shook his head. Opening one's soul without making any preparations was no different from opening one's home to welcome one's enemies. The slightest mistake could very well result in one's soul dissipating into nothingness. Even though Xianxia was the leader of the four sects, the role model and idol of countless youths in the Azure, it was still impossible for so many people to do this simultaneously. Humans had their own selfish motives, and there was no guarantee that 100,000 of them would be willing to do so. It's indeed difficult, but we have to give it a try no matter what. Zhang Xian turned to Han Jianqiu and Kuei Xiao and asked, "Are the disciples and elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Seven-Star Pavilion, and Myriad Beasts Hall here?" Before entering the Hall of Gods, he knew that he would have to deal with the mysterious ethereal hall and the powerful Kongsher, so he had Han Jianqiu and the others gather here. It had been more than a month since then, so it was about time for them to arrive. Everyone is here and ready to listen to the sect leader's orders. Han Jianqiu nodded. However, there are less than 100,000 cultivators at the true immortal realm or above. There are only around 20,000 of them. The biggest problem they faced was not the unity of 100,000 people, but rather, the inability to gather 100,000 true immortals in a short period of time. Although there were countless experts in the four sects, those who could reach the true immortal realm were at least the most powerful disciples in the core and the elders in the inner sect. Sects like the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had several thousand years of history behind them, and they had hidden a great deal of power. They only managed to gather 20,000 perfected immortals. 100,000 was simply too difficult to accomplish. In fact, this number might not even exist in the entire continent. 20,000? Zhang Xian's face darkened. Both he and Wu Chen had only been in the Azure for a short period of time, so their knowledge of the number of experts in the Azure was limited. What they were most worried about was how they could unite the people of the Azure. However, after hearing Bai Xiaochen's words, they realized that the biggest problem wasn't that, but rather, where they could find so many true immortals. The true immortals of the Azure were already equivalent to great sage experts on the Master-Teacher continent. It was already difficult enough to find several tens of thousands of true immortals, but 100,000 was simply too difficult. Sect leader Zhang, bad news. Just as everyone was frowning, Elder Zhao Yu suddenly rushed into the room. Zhang Xian looked at her anxiously. A horde of saint beasts and immortal beasts has appeared in the ocean outside Starchaser Palace. There are simply too many of them. I fear that even the combined might of the four sects won't be able to stop them. Saint beasts and immortal beasts? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before he hurriedly flew into the air with Du Qingyuan and the others. Looking into the distance, they saw a sea of beasts. Crabs, seashells, squid, hairfish, mantis shrimps. There were too many of them to count. I'm hungry. Standing on Zhang Xian's shoulder, Little Chick smacked its lips. Zhang Xian. In truth, he was also feeling goosebumps rising all over his body. The number of saint beasts and immortal beasts was simply too great. If they were to swarm over, it would be impossible for the four sects to stand against them. Master, we have summoned all of the life forms in the ocean that are capable of participating in the battle. Just as Zhang Xian was wondering what the other party was up to, a voice suddenly sounded. Following which, 3 massive sharks and a massive sea turtle emerged from the depths of the ocean. They were his 4 tamed beasts. He had arranged for the 4 of them to gather the experts of the ocean to deal with the attacks from Kongsher and the ethereal hall, but who could have thought that they would rush over at this moment? You came at the right time. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he nearly burst into laughter in excitement. He had been worried that he would not be able to gather 100,000 true immortals, but with the arrival of these mantis shrimps and squids, he might just be able to do so. With such thoughts in mind, he asked, how many true immortals and above are there in total? Master, there are around 40,000 true immortals and above in the ocean. Shark 1 replied. Only 40,000? Zhang Xian frowned. That was already a lot. After all, the 4 sects only had around 20,000 true immortals and above in total. It was no wonder the life forms of the ocean could wield strength comparable to that of the entire Master-Teacher continent. However, the sheer number of true immortals was something that none of the sects could stand against. In fact, even if the 6 sects were to work together, they might not be able to stand against them. But even with 20,000 true immortals and above, they only had around 60,000 true immortals. That was still 40,000 true immortals and above. It's still not enough. What should we do? Wu Chen asked. Indeed, it's still not enough. A deep frown formed on Xianxia's forehead as he scanned the surroundings. A moment later, he issued a command: gather all of the heavenly pseudo-immortals and cultivators of the ocean. Yes. Even though they had no idea what Xianxia was up to, no one dared to defy his orders. Han Jianqiu, Qing Yuan, Kuei Xiao, and the others quickly got to work. 2 hours later, countless cultivators and life forms had gathered around the surface of the ocean. The ratio of pseudo-immortals and true immortals is roughly 10 times. In other words, the 4 sects should be able to gather around 200,000 pseudo-immortals while the ocean should have around 400,000. On the other hand, 1/8 of the ocean should be able to gather around 80,000. Han Jianqiu walked up to Xianxia and reported the quantity. 80,000? Xianxia nodded. That's a little lacking, but it should be enough. Not knowing what Pavilion Master Kuei was up to, Han Jianqiu asked, Sect Master Kuei, why are you gathering so many cultivators? What do we need to do? Xianxia turned to Pavilion Master Kuei and said, gather 100,000 formation flags for me. 100,000? Han Jianqiu was astonished. He turned to Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and said, I won't be able to gather all of them. I'll have to rely on you then, alright. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nodded before heading back into the crowd. Not too long later, he returned with a storage ring. There are 100,000 formation flags in here. The 7-star pavilion was filled with countless treasures, and there were countless experts who knew how to set up formations in the azure. As such, it was not too difficult to gather 100,000 formation flags. Thank you. In the face of a crisis that was about to befall the entire azure, there was no point in saying anything more. Thus, Xianxia flew higher and higher into the sky. When he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, he suddenly flicked his wrist. Hula, countless array flags flew down in unison and scattered, as if the sky was raining array flags. Upon seeing this sight, Han Jianqiu and the others were stunned speechless. This was especially so for the seafood and the disciples of the 4 sects. Under normal circumstances, formations would be set up 1 formation flag at a time. Even so, it was still very easy for mistakes to occur. Those who were able to set up 10 formation flags at once could be considered as formation grandmasters. Those who were able to set up 20 formation flags at once could be considered as formation grandmasters. For the other party to set up 100,000 formation flags at once, had it been in the past, they would not have dared to dream of such a feat. Even the strongest formation grandmaster of the Forsaken Continent would not be able to pull it off. Let's see what kind of formation it is. It would be fine if it's simpler. An elder who specialized in formations muttered to himself. As he spoke, the formation flags landed on the ground and the sea. The young man in the sky stepped forward lightly. When the formation was activated, the area within a radius of several hundred kilometers immediately lit up with a multicolored light. The 7 colors flowed like strange ripples. This is the 7-colored spirit-locking formation. It's one of the top formations on the Forsaken Continent. Not only so, there seems to be a spirit-gathering formation, heart-calming formation, concealment formation. There are at least dozens of them. Such a massive formation was set up in an instant? At this point, the crowd was no longer shocked but horrified. The difficulty of setting up a hybrid formation was far greater than that of an ordinary formation. Adding an additional formation to the mix would increase the difficulty exponentially. Yet, the young man was able to set up a massive formation that spanned several hundred kilometers in an instant. This kind of ability was far beyond the scope of imagination. Only the gods are capable of such a feat. Du Qingyuan muttered. Even though she was already shocked by the young man's strength, she was still rendered speechless by the sight before her. It was no wonder the spirit god was so fond of this young man. He was indeed inhumanly powerful. After doing all of this, Xianxia also felt a little exhausted. It might have seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. If not for the fact that he had comprehended the pathos of heaven and achieved a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, it was likely that he would have run out of soul energy before he could even activate the formation. Taking a few deep breaths, Xianxia drove his heaven's path Xianxia to adjust his condition before returning to the center of the formation. He flicked his wrist. The corpses of more than a dozen semi-divinity realm experts appeared before everyone's eyes. They had been killed during this period of time. Break! Xianxia clenched his fist lightly. Pung 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 pung, the corpses exploded simultaneously. However, the explosion was controlled so that it wouldn't be too powerful. It was just to disperse the energy within their bodies. Tzzzzzz. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so semi-divinity realm cultivators had already gathered all of their cultivation into the massive formation before them. Our sect leader's goal is to increase the purity of the spiritual energy in the surroundings? But, isn't that a little too extravagant? Indeed. But this way, not only will the spiritual energy in the surroundings be pure, it will also be refined, making it easier for one to achieve a breakthrough. That's true. However, advancing from a pseudo-immortal to a true immortal is a huge hurdle in one's cultivation. It's highly dependent on one's talent, so it's not something that everyone can achieve, that's true. Without talent, no matter how good the resources are, it's useless. Initially, they were perplexed as to why Xianxia would gather all of them together and gather the formation flags, but upon seeing this sight, they came to a realization. Clearly, he was intending to create a better environment for these pseudo-immortals to achieve a breakthrough so that they could achieve the strength of a true immortal. Using the cultivation of a dozen semi-divinities to help so many people raise their cultivation. No one in the entire history of the Forsaken Continent had ever been so extravagant. In fact, this could not even be considered extravagant anymore. After all, the importance of any semi-divinity far exceeded that of the cultivators below them. Furthermore, while it was a good idea to use the energy of the semi-divinities to help them achieve a breakthrough, one's talent played a huge role as well. Even if they had world-class instructors to groom them, there could only be a single world champion. Without talent, even if they had good resources and cultivated diligently, it would still be impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough. For half of the 80,000 pseudo-immortals to achieve a breakthrough, it would be difficult, in other words, it was nigh impossible. Just as everyone was perplexed, the sect leader in the sky suddenly sat down cross-legged. A golden glow emanated from him, reminiscent of a deity. Now, allow me to impart the cultivation technique for you to achieve a breakthrough to the true immortal realm. His voice reverberated in the ears of every single cultivator, as if he was speaking right beside their ears. This is Concher's profound words? Wu Chen narrowed his eyes in astonishment. As a master teacher, his young master should be able to conduct a lecture without any problems. However, to conduct a lecture to 80,000 people at once was still an extremely difficult task. The more people there were, the more thoughts there would be, and the more difficult it would be to achieve synchronization. This was precisely the reason why a one-on-one lecture was the dream of countless students. However, the more students there were, the more chaotic the situation would be, and the harder it would be to control the situation. It was unknown whether Concher had ever conducted a lecture to 80,000 people at once, but today, he was finally witnessing it with his own eyes. The exquisite language turned into spiritual energy and descended from the sky. Mixed with spiritual energy, it drilled into every cultivator. The more everyone listened, the more excited they became, and all of them were so excited that they couldn't speak. Many of the seafood thought that their life essence was different from humans. Even if they listened to the lecture, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Who knew that after listening for a while, all of them felt their hair stand on end? Their pores and meridians opened at the same time. What the other party was imparting wasn't a true cultivation technique but a theory that could allow one to achieve a breakthrough. The ultimate truth of heaven and earth, after listening to it, regardless of what kind of life form it was, they would be able to advance. Their cultivation base would become stronger, and their power would become purer. Flower Claws was the name of a crayfish. It was named after its pair of colorful pincers. It had reached the peak of the hollow immortal realm a few decades ago. Unfortunately, because of an accident, its foundation was damaged, and it was unable to improve in the slightest. The person who had injured it was a true immortal disciple from a sect. Back then, he had captured it and its companions, intending to make them into spicy food. However, it had managed to escape, and because of that, it had been seriously injured. One of his pincers had been broken, and 8 of his meridians had been severed. Putting aside making a breakthrough, just maintaining his current cultivation was already an incredible feat this time. The reason why the king had summoned them here was to find an opportunity to find that disciple of the sect and tear him into pieces. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least take a bite out of him to avenge him. Who knew that before they could find that person, the master of the king tribe would start teaching them? Initially, Xianxia didn't think much of it, thinking that it would be impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. But who could have thought that after listening for a while, his shell would suddenly turn crimson, and spiritual energy would gather around him. His cultivation, which had been stuck at a bottleneck all this while, suddenly exploded. Rumble. He broke through to the true immortal realm. I've broken through. Huaqi's face was full of tears. I don't have to worry about being caught and made into spicy crayfish in the future. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the true immortal realm, he finally had the ability to protect himself. At that time, he wouldn't have to be afraid of those sect disciples anymore. Since you're the master of the king, you're also the master of my flower pincer. I'll be loyal to you in the future. Even if you want to kill me or even make me into a garlic-flavored meat, I'll accept it. Looking at the figure floating in the air, Crayfish gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The same sight was playing out among all of the marine life forms. Clams, scallops, oysters, razor clams. All of them had managed to overcome their bottlenecks. I'm even hungrier now, Little Chick was drooling. Incredible. In less than an hour, all of the beasts that had been trapped at pseudo-immortal realm had already made a breakthrough. More than half of the 80,000 beasts had already made a breakthrough. Han Jianqiu and the others were shocked speechless. The method that Xianxia was using to raise one's cultivation was simply too frightening. In a single lecture, more than half of the 80,000 beasts had made a breakthrough. They wouldn't have dared dream of such a feat in the past, but the young man before them had done it. Alright, gather the cultivators who have made a breakthrough together with the other true immortals. Wu Chen, prepare the altar and begin the ritual. Seeing that more than 40,000 beasts had made a breakthrough, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Suppressing his exhaustion, he instructed. The main reason why he was able to make so many breakthroughs was due to his deep understanding of cultivation. However, the formation and the spiritual energy of the semi-divinity realm cultivators were not to be underestimated either. The Xinqi in the bodies of semi-divinity realm cultivators was incredibly pure. Even a sliver of it was enough to allow a pseudo-immortal to make a breakthrough. On top of that, there were more than a dozen semi-divinity realm beasts exploding simultaneously. It would be hard for them not to make a breakthrough, of course, without Xianxia's lecture. Even if these cultivators were able to make this breakthrough, it would have taken them several years or even decades to do so. Profound words could be said to have shortened this step significantly. More importantly, the 40,000 cultivators who had gone through this lesson would no longer have any doubts when facing Xianxia again. They would be truly loyal to him. Immersing his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn, Xianxia swiftly recovered from the exhaustion he had expended earlier. A few minutes later, he had fully recovered, and the fatigue from before was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, all of the true immortal realm cultivators had already gathered, and the altar had been set up. Let's begin. With 100,000 true immortals gathered, Xianxia was in no hurry to conduct the ritual. Instead, he floated in the air and continued with his lecture. What I am going to talk about now is the cultivation method of battle techniques. There was only one way to unite the hearts of all living beings. Becoming a teacher, only by imparting knowledge to them would they be truly grateful to him. Thus, they would be able to purify the aura of divinity and create the aura of divinity. Cultivation method of battle techniques? After witnessing the miracle that their sect leader had created, the crowd turned even more serious, and they looked at Xianxia with admiration. The crux of a battle technique lies in, seeing that everyone was so serious, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Word after word, the meaning and charm of the heavens resounded in the air. Isn't it a little too late to start a lecture now? At this moment, a nonchalant voice sounded. Following which, the sky trembled, and a figure appeared before the crowd. He was dressed in a long robe, and he had a tall physique. There was a smile on his face. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia halted his lecture and stood up. The person who had appeared before him was no other than Xianxia, who had disappeared after snatching the aura of divinity. At this moment, his aura was completely concealed within his body, making it impossible to gauge the depth of his strength. However, his gaze was as dazzling as the afternoon sun, and it left the hearts of those who saw him trembling in fear. There was only one possibility for him to be able to achieve such a feat: he had broken through the shackles of the gods. Protect the sect leader. Han Jianqiu bellowed. The heavenly high immortals of the four sects and the ocean rose into the air to form a wall before Xianxia. Useless fools. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he raised his hand behind him. Voila, countless experts immediately walked out from the Terran space. The leader of the Black Mirror Citadel, Bai Xianxing, the leader of the evanescent immortal sect, Gu Zhuiyun, and the experts of the other two sects were among them. There were at least several hundred high immortals among them, far more than the combined forces of the four sects and the ocean. It's the high immortals of the ethereal hall and the other two sects. Everyone's heart tightened. The ethereal hall had been around for several thousand years, and they already had more than 20 semi-divinity realm cultivators, let alone 500 high immortals. On top of that, the number of high immortals from the other two sects was staggering. Paying no heed to Han Jianqiu and the others, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said with a smile, "Have you already prepared the altar and are waiting for me?" In order to achieve a breakthrough to the realm of the gods, all he had to do was extract the library of heaven's path from Xianxia's body. He could have done it through other means, but it would have been extremely taxing on him. Han Jianqiu, lead the heavenly high immortals and hold them back. The rest of you, continue. Xianxia bellowed. He turned to the 100,000 true immortals below and continued with his lecture, The Way of Martial Arts. The voice was calm and unhurried. Not only did it not sound flustered, it even sounded steady, calming the agitated hearts of those who heard it. You're courting death. Seeing that Xianxia was ignoring him and continuing with his lecture, Xianxia's face darkened as he bellowed furiously. Boom! Bai Xianxing, Gu Zhuiyun, and the others led the remaining semi-divinity realm cultivators of the ethereal hall over. The high immortals also made their moves. Protect the sect leader. Han Jianqiu bellowed as he charged forward. His god sword intent burst forth, and sword chi filled the air. This was a battle between semi-divinities and high immortals. From the very start, both sides would fight to the death. In just a few short breaths, immortal lords fell from the sky. Corpses fell. One after another like rain. The lofty and incomparably mysterious immortal lord of the past was now experiencing a life-and-death crisis just like any other ordinary life form. While the four sects and the ocean did not have as many experts as the ethereal hall, Black Mirror Citadel, and evanescent immortal sect, their fighting prowess was still formidable. For the time being, neither side was able to emerge victorious. For the sect master, for the continent. The number one core disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, He Jingxian, flew into the air. Ever since Bai Ruanqing had become Xianxian's disciple and surpassed him, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Even though his cultivation was still at heavenly true immortal realm, he was already stronger than most high immortals. Killing one won't make a loss, killing two will make a profit. Another core disciple, Lu Yulian, flew out and laughed heartily. She was not inferior to a man. For the master of the king. The crabs and lobsters in the ocean also rushed up. Although their combat power was greatly reduced when they left the sea, they had a large number of them. Their shells were hard, and their defense was invincible. The battle between the two sides was like a burning forest from the very beginning, and it was difficult to contain it. It's our turn now. Paying no heed to the battle between the two sides, Xianxia took a step forward and crossed the distance of several dozen li to arrive above Xianxia. Before he could get close, the formation set up by the 100,000 formation flag suddenly buzzed softly, forming a barrier of light around the 100,000 true immortals and Xianxia. Not only could this formation prevent spiritual energy from seeping into the surroundings, it also had defensive properties as well. Even a semi-divinity realm cultivator would find it difficult to breach it. Xianxia waved his hand lightly, and a massive rift immediately appeared before him. Then, he walked over lightly. It was as if the formation did not exist at all. After entering the formation, Wu Chen turned around to look at the altar not too far away, but the next moment, he felt that he was losing control of the altar. It was shaking non-stop, as if it would fly toward the altar at any moment. Xianxia bit his finger, and fresh blood spurted out from his finger. Tzzzzzz, the shaking altar was immediately suppressed. Even though it was still shaking, it was not as violent as before. Palace Master Du, hurry up and help me. With a pale face, Wu Chen hurriedly called out. Du Qingyuan rushed forward and infused her energy into the altar as well. Only then did the altar stop shaking, and it floated quietly in the air. Instead of making any further moves, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, "Are you going to strip it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? If I do, things won't end so easily." Hula, there was no movement at all, but the space around Xianxia seemed to have turned into a barrier in an instant, preventing anyone from escaping or breaking out of it. Xianxia didn't respond at all. Instead, he continued with his lecture. From the moment the other party entered to snatch the altar to making a move on him, his voice had never stopped. The 100,000 true immortals below were still immersed in his lecture, unable to extricate themselves from it. Impartation of heaven's will, profound words. It's truly capable of bewitching the hearts of others and making them submit to him. This is the means that he specializes in. You aren't weak either. It's a pity that it's too late for you to use it now. Xianxia chuckled softly as he raised his palm toward Zhang Xin. Protect sect leader Zhang. Wu Chen and Du Qingyuan were just about to rush forward to protect Zhang Xin when a dozen streaks of light suddenly shot toward them, blocking their path. If you wish to harm our teacher, you'll have to do it over our dead bodies. The dozen young men and women made their moves simultaneously, and it felt as if a rift had been torn open in the world. They were Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others. All 11 of Zhang Xian's direct disciples had reached semi-divinity realm, and they had even tamed the semi-divinity artifacts that their teacher had bestowed upon them, granting them immense fighting prowess. Even with the 11 of them working together, Xiangshi's palm was still unable to advance in the slightest. Wu Chen, let the ritual begin. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and the aura of divinity that he had obtained from the city of collapsed space fell right on top of the altar. Almighty God, I, Wu Chen, Du Qingyuan, am willing to offer the loyalty and trust of 100,000 true immortals in exchange for the purity of the aura of divinity. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Du Qingyuan and Wu Chen stood on the left and right of the altar, pointing at the heavens. Fresh blood dripped onto the altar, and a brilliant burst of light burst forth. A powerful surge of spiritual energy swiftly shrouded the 100,000 true immortals. Xiong, a faint yellow flame suddenly burst forth from the altar, and the black aura of divinity swirled within it. The 100,000 true immortals haven't opened their hearts yet. Du Qingyuan's face darkened. The flames have to turn golden in order to burn away the aura of degeneration in the aura of divinity. After learning the ritual, it went without saying that she knew the conditions for success. Only when the hearts of the 100,000 true immortals were united would a golden flame appear on the altar. As for the faint yellow flame, only half of them were united in their loyalty. Or is it because the lecture was too short? Zhang Xian shook his head. Of the 100,000 true immortals, only 50,000 were united in their loyalty, and 40,000 of them had only advanced to the next level. It was not that his lecture was wrong, but that he had been too pressed for time. Trust was something that could only be nurtured over time. Even parents and children would not spend too much time together. Even if they were related by blood, their relationship would not be too deep. It was the same for the relationship between a teacher and a student. The teacher was teaching, and the student was learning. Impartation of heaven's will and profound words could shorten the time required, but no matter how short it was, it would still take time. And this was what Zhang Xian lacked the most at the moment. Even if he had another hour, he would not be in such a disadvantageous position. This is the aura of divinity from the city of collapsed space. You actually managed to obtain it? That skeleton actually gave it to you? Why? Why? Xianxia, who was fighting with Xiaoya and the others, finally realized what they were up to, and his eyes reddened in agitation. Du Qingyuan was well aware of the secrets of the city of collapsed space, and having lived for several thousand years, he was even more familiar with it. In fact, he had even entered the city of collapsed space and obtained a plant. He had been to the city of collapsed space twice, and he had encountered the skeleton on both occasions. However, it was a pity that the skeleton was extremely vicious, making a move on him without saying a word. Putting aside giving him the aura of divinity, he had even sustained severe injuries and nearly lost his life. He had been unable to obtain anything from the city of collapsed space, so he had no choice but to scheme against the young man before him and find a way to obtain the aura of divinity. This was unfair. With a furious roar, Xianxia's palm descended once more. This time, the might behind the palm strike was more than twofold. The entire formation shook violently, and the surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Block it! With a loud roar, the sword in Xiaoya's hand danced in the air. Surges of sword qi gathered together like a pillar that supported the heavens and earth. Xingyang also charged forward with his spear. Under the might of his spear, the surrounding space that was on the verge of collapsing forcefully held on. Wei Ruyan, Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, Wang Ying, Dan Xiaotian, Lu Chong, Bai Ruanqing, Zhang Jiuxiao, Yuan Tao, these 11 direct disciples did not fear the danger they were in. They drove their Xinqi to their limits, and the surrounding space was on the verge of collapsing. However, under the sustained efforts of these 11, they managed to hold on. They won't be able to hold on for too long. Let's continue. Seeing that Wu Chen and the others had stopped in shock, Zhang Xian instructed. He knew what was more important at the moment, so he continued with his lecture. As the content of the impartation of heavens will grew deeper and deeper, the color of the flame on the altar gradually turned golden. Sect leader Zhang, it will take at least 15 minutes for the 100,000 true immortals to unite as one. I fear that they won't be able to hold on for that long. Wu Chen exclaimed. Even though the color of the flame was changing rapidly, it would still take some time for it to accumulate. As powerful as Xiaoya and the others were, they did not fear death. They might have been able to hold their ground against the god realm Kongsher for a few breaths or even a few dozen breaths, but 15 minutes, that was too difficult, there was no way they could do it. I know, but it's best if they can hold on for as long as they can. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Zhang Xian's lecture didn't stop there. The crowd below seemed to be oblivious to what was happening above him. They continued to drive their Xinqi along with his words. Kacha, Kongsher's power was getting stronger and stronger, and the space he was maintaining could no longer hold on. With a muffled sound, a series of pitch-black cracks appeared. Xiaoya and the others simultaneously vomited blood and were sent flying. All of them were injured. Kongsher had always been invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, and now that he had broken through the shackles of the semi-divinity realm, he had reached the pinnacle of this world. There was no way they could stand a chance against him. With your current strength, you won't be able to purify it. You'd better give it to me. After sending Xiaoya and the others flying, Kongsher got rid of their obstruction and raised his hand to grab the altar. Zhang Xian couldn't hold it in any longer. He continued lecturing while brandishing his Tongsheng sword, emanating sword intent. A huge fishing net immediately appeared in the sky, forming a huge barrier that blocked his palm. Had it been before I made a breakthrough, this move might have left me feeling apprehensive. But now, do you really think that you can withstand it? With a cold smile, Kongsher's palm instantly turned golden and continued to press down. Kacha, cracks appeared in the sword net. The heart is like a net with thousands of knots. This was a sword art that surpassed the Heaven's Path sword art. While it could make one invincible in the semi-divinity realm, such that even ordinary gods would not be able to withstand it, it was still a pity that the opponent he was facing was Kongsher. Just like him, this was a supreme figure who controlled the heavenly Tao. Now that he had broken through the shackles of the immortal realm, how could he possibly stop him? Whoosh, a huge hole appeared in the net of swords. Zhang Xian's face paled, and he was sent flying several hundred meters away before he managed to stabilize himself. Then, he spurted a mouthful of blood. With a single move, he was severely injured. That said, even though he was seriously injured, he did not stop lecturing. The 100,000 true immortals below were still listening to the content of his lecture without noticing anything at all. Come here, knowing that the aura of divinity was the crux of the matter, as long as he could get his hands on it, he would be able to cut off the other party's path of retreat. With that, he would be able to kill the other party as he pleased. Thus, Xianxia stopped attacking. Instead, he made a grabbing motion. Hula, the black air current on the altar immediately fell into his palm. No, Wu Qian and Du Qingyuan's faces turned pale at the same time, and they immediately made their moves. Bang! Bang! Without even using any moves, the two of them felt two surges of power assaulting them. Even in midair, blood spurted from their mouths. Even though they were also at the semi-divinity realm, they were still far from matching up to Xiaoya and the others. How could they possibly stop the young man before them? Haha, this thing has fallen into my hands again. Let's see how you can break through now. If you can't achieve a breakthrough, hand it over to me obediently, and I won't kill you. Seeing that the aura of divinity was in his hands, Xianxia laughed heartily. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia coldly. If the other party could not become a deity, he would never be a match for him. It would be very easy for him to deal with him. If you can't break through, do you think I can't kill you? Xianxia was not nervous. Instead, he raised his eyebrows. At the same time, a book suddenly appeared and descended from the sky, smashing fiercely towards Xianxia. Book of Heaven's Path? So you do have it. Did you really think that I wouldn't be prepared for it? Looking at the massive book in the sky, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he sneered coldly and raised his other hand. Wang, a surge of energy gushed out from his body, and it was as if he had vanished from the world. There was not the slightest trace of his aura. Unable to sense any energy, the Book of Heaven's path in the sky came to a halt, unable to find its target. He possesses the discarnate constitution of divination, and he has even used a secret art to escape the control of the heavens. The Book of Heaven's path is indeed powerful, but it's useless if I can't hit him. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. It was not that the Book of Heaven's path was weak, but the other party possessed the discarnate constitution of divination. On top of that, he had already concealed his aura from the heavens. If even the heavens were unable to monitor him, how could he possibly attack him? As such, even though the Book of Heaven's path seemed invincible, as long as he could find its flaws, he would be able to nullify it. However, do you think that you'll be able to dodge my attack just like that? I know that you have the Book of Heaven's path in your possession, but you still chose to use it. I believe that I have my own trump card as well. Xianxia chuckled softly, but he didn't panic at all. Along with his words, the flames above the altar abruptly flared, and a silhouette abruptly appeared. It was his clone. He had been hiding amidst the flames, and while Xianxia was being suppressed by the Book of Heaven's path, he had launched a sneak attack. Puha, Xianxia, who had been dodging the Book of Heaven's path, did not expect his clone to appear here. In this moment of carelessness, his palm was pierced by the sword, and fresh blood immediately flowed from it. However, the sword was only able to pierce through his palm, unable to penetrate any further. The physical body of a god was simply too powerful. Even though his clone was wielding a semi-divinity realm sword, as well as the god sword intent, he was only able to pierce through the skin a little. It was no different from pricking a needle. It's a good plan to be able to injure me, but do you think that this little bit of injury will affect a god? With a powerful strike, Xianxia sent his clone flying. Then, he turned around with an inviolable expression on his face. Given how the other party had been plotting for so long without using his clone, Xianxia knew that he was up to something. However, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes would be rendered useless. Even if I were to stand on the spot and allow you to attack me, would you be able to pierce through my skin and injure me? Before a god, a semi-divinity realm cultivator was no different from an ant. This little bit of injury is indeed nothing much to a god. However, the aura of divinity in your hand doesn't mean much. Xianxia chuckled softly. Taken aback, Xianxia hurriedly lowered his head and saw that the black aura that he had caught just happened to be right in front of his wound. Pure air of degeneration was gushing into his body, and the wound on his body began to rot away, revealing a hideous appearance. Alarmed, Xianxia hurriedly flicked his wrist, and the black aura fell onto the altar once more. However, there were still innumerable strands of black aura seeping into his body. The black air of degeneration was the aura of divinity formed by the skeletons. Putting aside semi-divinity realm cultivators, even a real god would be unable to drive it away. There was nothing he could do, one must know that even Xianxia's Heaven's Path Xianxia was completely ineffective against it. Damn it. Xianxia felt all of his strength gushing out of his body as if a dam had been breached, leaving him flustered and infuriated. Ordinary air of degeneration didn't have much of an effect on a god like him, but this black aura was simply too fearsome. Even he found it hard to withstand it. Peng, without any hesitation, he charged toward Xianxia. Even though he was injured, his strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, he had used all of his strength in this attack, and it felt as if the world was being torn apart. Voila, just as his palm strike was about to engulf Xianxia, a little chick suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It opened its mouth and swallowed Xianxia whole. Boom boom boom, his stomach bulged non-stop, as if a huge bump was forming on it. Hold on. Seeing that the little chick had really swallowed Xianxia whole, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The little chick was able to swallow even the black-backed tortoise into its stomach back then, so its ability to devour was not to be underestimated. However, it was only at heavenly high immortal realm at the moment while Xianxia was a true god. He could only hope that the little chick would be able to hold on for a little longer so that he could continue imparting his teachings to the 100,000 true immortals. Due to the air of degeneration mixed within the aura of divinity that Xianxia had absorbed, the color of the aura of divinity was no longer as black as before. Instead, it had turned into a dark yellow color. Even though it wasn't completely purified yet, it was already significantly cleaner than before. Previously, he had to wait for the flames on the altar to turn golden in order to purify the aura of divinity. As such, the time required had been greatly reduced. However, he still needed more time. The impartation of heaven's will was still going on, and the unique power of language continued to reverberate in the air. The little chick's enlarged body shook non-stop, and its stomach bulged up from time to time. From the looks of it, it seemed like Xianxia was trying to break out from its stomach. Back then, the semi-divinity realm black-backed tortoise had only been swallowed once, and it had already been on the verge of death. Yet, despite being in its stomach for so long, the other party was still able to move and even wanted to come out. Hurry up. Knowing that it was impossible for the little chick to digest the aura of divinity, Xianxia anxiously looked at the flames and aura of divinity on the altar. As Xianxia continued imparting his teachings, the flames gradually turned yellow. Under the heat of the flames, the aura of divinity seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis as well. A black aura flowed out from the flames, and the dark yellow gradually turned into a light yellow, and then a light yellow. Soon, seeing the changes in the aura of divinity, Xianxia knew that it was about time for the aura of divinity to be purified. He heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Xianxia was about to continue imparting his teachings, the space before him suddenly jolted. Hula, a burst of sword chi abruptly burst forth, and following which, the little chick's stomach was sliced in half. Following which, the wretched figure of Xianxia appeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as he appeared, Xianxia abruptly turned around, and the sword in his hand abruptly morphed into a series of afterimages that swiftly struck little chick's body. Sila! Sila! The sword chi swiftly severed the little chick's head, and its body was sliced into dozens of pieces. Xiong! As if that wasn't enough to vent his anger, Xianxia shot out a burst of flames from his palm and incinerated the little chick's flesh into ashes. No! Xianxia's body stiffened, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. The little chick was actually dead. It had been killed by the other party. The little chick had been with him ever since he was on the master-teacher continent. Back then, it was just a gourd, and while it was a gluttonous and unreliable fellow, as time went by, they had developed a deep bond with one another. Usually, it would hide in his dantian, refusing to come out no matter what, and Xianxia would allow it to throw a tantrum. Who could have thought that it would actually be reduced to a pile of meat and incinerated into ashes? Without a doubt, there was no doubt that the little chick would be dead. Putting aside a little chick, even his clone would not be able to survive that. I'll kill you. Xianxia's eyes reddened in fury. Little Chick was his tamed beast, as well as his friend and brother. Ever since they had entered the Azure, they had teased and teased one another with words. Even if they weren't kin, they were still closer than family. This was especially so after the soul sacrifice. Xianxia was able to sense Little Chick's thoughts at any moment. The two of them were already so close that there was no distinction between them. This time, Little Chick wanted to rush over and devour Xianxia, but Xianxia felt that it was too dangerous. However, other than Little Chick, his clone, and everyone else working together wouldn't be able to last too long against Little Chick. In fact, even the Book of Heaven's Path had lost its effectiveness. Left with no choice, Xianxia had no choice but to use this risky method. Initially, he had been heaving a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia was unable to fly out, but never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that Xianxia would actually be slicing open Xianxia's stomach and dicing him into pieces. Xianxia glared at Xianxia furiously. He was just about to charge over when his body suddenly tensed up when he saw Wuchen looking at him anxiously. "Young master, purifying the aura of divinity is more important. Otherwise, it would have died in vain." As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, Xianxia froze. That's right, given his current strength, even if he were to charge over and put his life on the line, there was no way he would be able to defeat Little Chick, even if the latter was severely injured. The difference between a semi-divinity and a god was like a world apart. It wasn't something that could be bridged with brute force. If Xianxia really wanted to exact vengeance for Little Chick, there was only one way, and that was to purify the aura of divinity and absorb it into his body. As long as he succeeded, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill Little Chick with his current strength. Battle techniques are the focus of one's strength. Only by using battle techniques will one be able to bring out the full extent of one's strength. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia continued lecturing. Xiong xiong, the flames on the altar grew purer and purer. By now, there were already 80,000 true immortals who had opened their hearts to Little Chick, but they were still far from succeeding. "How dare you swallow me? I'll repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you have inflicted on me." After killing the Little Chick, Xianxia roared and slashed at Xianxia with his sword. Even though the sword was only of semi-divinity tier, its fighting prowess was more than 10-fold in the hands of a god. A brilliant burst of sword chi extended for several dozen li, causing even the stable space to feel as fragile as paper before it. "Protect teacher." Xiaoya and the others rushed over again, and the doppelganger followed closely behind. Even though his injuries were severe, with the Little Chick's bathing water, he was able to fully recover. Furthermore, each of them wielded a semi-divinity artifact, which was equivalent to more than 20 semi-divinity realm cultivators working together to form a formation. Although Xianxia's furious sword was powerful, it was still blocked. "Smash him to death." Xianxia's mind moved again. The Book of Heaven's Path that had failed to find its target earlier fell from the sky once more. While there was a time limit to how long the heavenly Tao could remain in the outside world after entering the azure, the heavenly Tao would grow stronger, and the amount of time it could stay in the outside world would increase as well. As such, the heavenly Tao was able to lock down the surrounding space in an instant. Damn it! Xianxia was just about to use the same trick to conceal his aura and strength to evade the attack when his clone suddenly appeared before him and stabbed his sword toward his back. Xiaoya and the others also followed closely behind him, and they executed their strongest moves as well. "You are courting death." Xianxia felt his scalp tingling. Once the Book of Heaven's Path fell, it would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Most gods would not be able to withstand its might. For the clone and the Book of Heaven's Path to charge at them was no different from throwing their lives away. Using themselves as a target, the Book of Heaven's Path continued to press down on them. This was no different from suicide. The Book of Heaven's Path circled around Xianxia's body like a massive dragon, trying to drive the crowd away so that it could hide outside of the heavenly Tao. However, the crowd was like a plaster, unable to escape at all. Hong long long, the space around them turned pitch black as the Book of Heaven's Path closed in on them. It was as if the heavens were falling from the sky, making it impossible for them to stop it. "Even if I can't hide, it won't be that easy for you to kill me." Knowing that it was impossible for him to evade the Book of Heaven's Path anymore, Xianxia harumphed coldly as he sent a surge of sword chi to protect himself from the attacks of his clone, Xiaoya, and the others. At the same time, he charged right toward the Book of Heaven's Path. Boom! As soon as he collided with the Book of Heaven's Path, the sword in his hand immediately shattered, and the immense pressure from the Book of Heaven's Path caused blood to flow from his mouth and nose. However, he also forcefully stopped the momentum of the Book of Heaven's Path. How fearsome! Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he had used the Book of Heaven's path, it had always been invincible. As long as it fell, no matter how powerful one would be reduced to a meat patty in an instant. He had thought that as long as Xianxia was unable to dodge the Book of Heaven's path, he would surely be crushed to death. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to withstand it? The gods were indeed beings that transcended the azure. Even the heavens were helpless before them. Young master, the aura of divinity has turned golden. While Xianxia was still in shock, Wu Chen's voice suddenly sounded. He hurriedly turned his head over and saw that the aura of divinity on the altar had already been purified, turning golden. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the Hall of Gods previously. When the Book of Heaven's path attacked Xianxia, the 100,000 true immortals had finally managed to unite as one. Little chick, I'll exact vengeance for you. Seeing that the aura of divinity had been purified, Xianxia walked up to the altar and grabbed it. Tzzzzzzzzzz, the aura of divinity seeped into his body through his pores, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed through his meridians. Previously, if he had absorbed the aura of divinity without the corresponding cultivation technique, his body would have imploded on the spot. But now, recalling how little chick had been sliced into pieces and burned to cinders, Xianxia couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain in his heart. Memories of his interactions with little chick flashed through his mind. Back in the Sanctum of Sages, when he and Luo Xianqing had gone to look for the Dongshu gourd, the latter had dived into his dantian. From then on, they had begun their relationship. Little chick had remained motionless all this while, but after arriving in the azure, it had smashed the expert who had tried to assault him with a gourd. After absorbing countless pills and a high immortal tier sword, it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The appearance of little chick had been unreliable in every way. Master and servant, brotherhood, unknowingly, little chick had left an irreplaceable place in his heart. All along, he had thought that it was impossible for it to die. Who could have thought that it would be forever separated from him? I am a divine beast who has dominated the world. Little chick's voice sounded in his mind. In fact, he could even see the sight of it puffing up its bottom and swallowing basic immortal pills. Even in your death, you still don't know what kind of divine beast you are. Xianxia suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. All along, he had thought that little chick would be able to make breakthroughs one after another until the very end. But in the end, he still did not know what kind of divine beast he was, and he even carried the title of Tyrant of Chickens on his shoulders. Ease brotherhood, ease servant. Xianxia muttered with reddened eyes. As his tamed beast, little chick had never let him down. As a friend and a brother, Xianxia would never forget the other party's feelings for him. Hong Long, in an instant, the aura of divinity in his body found an outlet. It flowed along the unique emotions in his body as Xianxia's consciousness entered the great codex of spring and autumn. The rate at which he was driving his Xianxia swiftly increased by 100-fold. Even so, the process of becoming a god was simply too complicated. It was an evolution of one's entire being. Furthermore, the cultivation technique that he had created was not the Heaven's Path divine art, so he was unable to make breakthroughs as quickly as before. Knowing that he could not rush things, Xianxia allowed the emotions in his body to flow along with the aura of divinity to temper his body. I'll need at least a day to achieve a breakthrough to the realm of the gods. As the aura of divinity flowed through his body, Xianxia came to a realization. Even though he had comprehended a higher level of emotions, found a cultivation technique that would allow him to achieve a breakthrough, and had the aura of divinity to assist him, it would still take him at least a day to become a god. It might seem like a long time, but in truth, it was already extremely fast. One must know that even after Xianxia obtained the aura of divinity, he had to cultivate for nearly a month before he managed to achieve a breakthrough. To succeed in a single day was already beyond his imagination. But, it was still too long. He wouldn't be able to fight in a single day. In other words, he wouldn't be able to use his Xianxia. As long as Xianxia wasn't killed or trapped, there was a good chance that he would make his way over. There are 24 hours in a day, which is equivalent to 1,440 minutes. Even though the flow of time in the great codex of spring and autumn is 100 times faster than the outside world, I'll still need 14 minutes in the outside world before I can achieve a breakthrough. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia took in a deep breath and muttered, "Let's hope that the golden page can last that long." Calculating the time required for him to achieve a breakthrough, Xianxia turned to look at Kongsher, who was still being suppressed by the golden page, and hoped that the golden page would be able to buy him some time. But before Xianxia could finish his thoughts, the golden page suddenly flickered for a moment before vanishing, as if it had never been there in the first place. Even though it had grown stronger after reaching the azure, allowing it to last for a longer period of time, there was still a time limit to it, and it had finally come to an end. Damn it! With the disappearance of the golden page, Kongsher turned around to face Xianxia. At this moment, his entire arm was already festering, and his other hand was severely injured as well. Even though he had managed to fend off the golden page and all of Xianxia's means, he had still sustained irreversible damage. Even if you manage to purify the aura of divinity and absorb it, do you think you have enough time? I can kill you in a single breath. I won't give you another chance. With a furious roar, Kongsher glared at Xianxia with a frosty gaze, as if he was going to skin the latter alive. In order to possess the other party's library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia had been holding back all this while, and as a result, he had nearly lost his life. As expected, the other party was a figure on par with that fellow. Even though the other party was only a semi-divinity realm cultivator, he still couldn't afford to underestimate him. Thus, if Xianxia were to make a move, he would have to go all out. There's indeed not enough time. Seeing that Xianxia had already made up his mind and was about to kill him, Xianxia didn't panic at all. Of course there isn't enough time for me to wait here, but I can do the same as you. As long as I hide, it's only a matter of time before I make a breakthrough. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Hide? Kongsher's face darkened. You want to leave? Not so fast. He raised his hand, intending to seal the space around Xianxia. With a smile, Xianxia abruptly vanished from the spot. Wu Chen flicked his wrist and took out an ethereal token with a storage ring on it. Wang. He vanished from the spot. Folded space? Ethereal token? You'll be able to tear apart space and teleport through it, but no matter where you hide, you'll have to rely on the ethereal hall. I'll be able to find you easily. Kongsher was stunned for a moment before he nearly burst into laughter. He had thought that Xianxia would have some kind of unique ability that allowed him to tear apart space and escape, but who could have thought that it would be such a stupid idea? The ethereal hall protected the privacy of cultivators, making it difficult for others to pinpoint their location or even verify their identity. But, who was he? He was the hall master of the ethereal hall, the creator of the ethereal hall. If Xianxia dared to use the ethereal token to teleport away, it would be no different from exposing his identity. He had thought that as long as Xianxia hid himself, it would be difficult for him to obtain the Library of Heaven's Path once he achieved a breakthrough to the gods. However, from the looks of it, he could have done so earlier. At the very most, he would just have to find another location. Do you think that you can escape? Xianxia harumphed coldly. Ignoring the battle between Gu Zhuiyun and Bai Xianxing, as well as the lives of those from the ethereal hall, he took out an ethereal token. Unlike the others, his ethereal token was golden in color. Most likely, it was the hall master token that only the hall master could use. Xianxia swiped his palm lightly on it, and a brilliant light shone from it. You actually went to the headquarters? Very well. You're really one who refuses to take the easy way out. Kongsher quickly found the storage ring that Xianxia had been teleported to, and he was stunned for a moment before he harumphed coldly. Who? A mirror appeared before Xianxia's eyes. The ethereal hall head token floated above it, and in the blink of an eye, a palace appeared in the mirror. It was the one hidden in the middle of the skycrossing bridge. Stepping lightly on the ground with the evanescent boots, Xianxia stepped into the mirror and arrived at the entrance of the ethereal hall. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. It's not a bad decision for you to come here, but the ethereal hall is able to record your location. Since you are already here, there's no need for you to leave. It just so happens that there's no heaven's shackles here, so it'll be easier for you to obtain the Library of Heaven's Path. With a faint smile, Kongsher's divine sense immediately spread out. In truth, the ethereal hall was no more than a massive network. You might have thought that you would be able to freely post on the ethereal hall by concealing your name and IP address, but in truth, everything was under surveillance. As the creator of the ethereal hall, Xianxia wielded the highest authority in the ethereal hall. There was no way that anything related to him could be hidden from him. Earlier, Xianxia had been hidden in the folded space, and he had instructed the adolescent attendant to sell it at the ethereal hall. Shortly after, someone purchased it and teleported it over using the teleportation formation. Most likely, Xianxia was in the ethereal hall. This was his base, and it was indeed the best choice for Xianxia to escape without using the ethereal hall. However, this was no different from walking right into his trap. He's not here? Xianxia swiftly swept through the entire ethereal hall with his divine sense, but all he saw was a semi-divinity realm serpentine dragon. He didn't notice Xianxia at all. The reason why Xianxia was able to teleport over was probably because he had purchased the Library of Heaven's Path from the ethereal hall. However, there was no time for him to kill the serpentine dragon at the moment. He's over there. Xianxia scanned the ethereal hall with his divine sense once more, but there was nothing in the ethereal hall at all. Raising his head, he saw a figure climbing up the pillar at the top of the ethereal hall using his physical strength. At this moment, he was already nearing the boundary between the ethereal hall and the ethereal hall. Where do you think you are going? With a furious roar, Xianxia stomped on the ground and flew right toward the figure. Semi-divinity realm cultivators had to stick close to the pillar to move around, but those who had reached the god realm would be able to fly. Stop. While in midair, he sent a palm strike right toward Xianxia. The young man on the pillar dared not stop at all. He swiftly moved upward, and just as the palm strike was about to land on him, his silhouette suddenly vanished from the spot. He had already passed through the barrier and entered the ethereal hall. Even if you enter the ethereal hall, you won't be able to escape. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He stuck close to the pillar and passed through the barrier as well. As soon as he passed through the barrier, he immediately felt as if the entire world had been flipped upside down. What should have been an upward pillar had suddenly become a downward pillar with no end in sight. He had been to this place many times before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Driving his Xianxia, he steadied himself and floated quietly in the air. Lowering his head, he saw Xianxia hugging the pillar instead. It was hard to tell whether it was because he realized that he wouldn't be able to escape or because of some other reason, but he had stopped running. Instead, he was hugging the pillar and looking at Xianxia motionlessly. I didn't expect you to catch up to me so quickly, Xianxia. There are many unexpected things in the world. Since you won't be able to escape, you should obediently hand over the Library of Heaven's Path to me. Xianxia roared furiously as he raised his hand to grab Xianxia. Before his palm could even reach him, the surrounding space had already completely congealed. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to grab hold of Xianxia suddenly raised his hand. Instead of retracting his hand, he stopped half a meter away from Xianxia. Xianxia stared at the young man coldly, waiting to see what other tricks he had up his sleeves. What else do you have to say? There's one more thing I have to say, Xianxia nodded. Speak. Xianxia said. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia began counting. Xianxia was stunned. Was this fellow scared out of his wits? He thought that Xianxia would have some last words or surrender, but who could have thought that the other party would actually start counting down? Was there something wrong with his head? What are you doing? Unable to take it any longer, Xianxia bellowed. Nothing much, I'm just counting. Don't worry, Xianxia chuckled softly before continuing, 3, 2, 1. After counting to the very end, he stretched his back lazily and smiled as radiantly as the sun. Alright, I'm done with the preparations. Let's begin. Hung long, right after those words were spoken, a deafening explosion echoed in the air. Xianxia suddenly released his grip on the stone pillar, and a deafening rumbling of thunder echoed from his body. A powerful aura burst into the clouds, threatening to tear the world apart. However, instead of descending, Xianxia simply floated quietly in the air. Flight. Why you achieved a breakthrough? Hearing those words, Xianxia nearly plummeted from the sky. He had been cultivating ever since he obtained the aura of divinity, and in order to achieve a breakthrough, he had spent nearly a month on it. Even though Xianxia possessed a fragment of the heavens, allowing him to advance swiftly, he would still need at least a day to achieve a breakthrough. That was also why he didn't panic when he saw Xianxia escaping. As long as he could capture Xianxia within a day, he wouldn't be a threat at all. But, why did he suddenly become a god? How long had it been? From the moment Xianxia devoured the aura of divinity until now, it had only been 5 minutes. To achieve a breakthrough from a semi-divinity realm to a god within 5 minutes, even that person back then wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat. I don't believe it. Xianxia roared furiously as he charged right at Xianxia. It's already too late, Xianxia chuckled softly. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Xianxia, so he simply flicked his finger. Pung! Kongsher's palm strike immediately felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning. His body staggered, and he was sent flying. He flew for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. With a pale face, he panted heavily. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the young man before him in disbelief. With just a casual flick of the young man's hand, not only was his attack destroyed, it had also nearly dissipated the energy in his body. Even though he was severely injured, the young man's strength was simply too frightening. Compared to him at his peak, the other party was no weaker. Did he really make a breakthrough? Kongsher clenched his fists tightly in disbelief. So what if you have made a breakthrough? I don't believe that you'll be able to fully grasp the power of the gods so quickly. The power of the gods was vastly different from that of a semi-divinity realm cultivator. It would take a very long time for one to fully grasp the power of the gods. It was impossible for one to wield the full might of a semi-divinity realm cultivator right away. Putting aside the others, it took him a month to become a semi-divinity realm cultivator, but in truth, it had only taken him around 20 days to make a breakthrough. He had spent the remaining 10 days to reinforce his cultivation and familiarize himself with the new power before coming out to look for Xianxia. In other words, it had taken him nearly 10 days to reinforce his cultivation and familiarize himself with the new power. Even if the young man had used some kind of secret art to make a breakthrough in such a short period of time, it wouldn't be that easy for him to familiarize himself with the new power. With such a thought in mind, Kongsher roared furiously and threw a punch right at Xianxia. Lightning crackled, and the sky darkened. The might of a semi-divinity realm cultivator's attack was indeed extraordinary. Xianxia raised a finger. Kongsher's fist, which was filled with wind and lightning, was blocked by a single finger. It was as if it had struck a wall, unable to advance any further. Lie down. Xianxia flicked his finger once more. Pung. Pooh! Kongsher was sent tumbling for several dozen li before he finally came to a stop. While he was still in midair, blood spurted from his mouth, and his face paled. He had nearly lost his life. In just a single exchange, he had already sustained far more severe injuries than before. How is this possible? Kongsher narrowed his eyes in awe. In this battle, he realized that not only had the other party's cultivation reached the level of the gods, he had also reinforced his cultivation, allowing him to wield the power much more smoothly than he could. In just a few short minutes, the other party had actually managed to make a breakthrough from semi-divinity realm to god, and he had even reinforced his cultivation and familiarized himself with the new power. How in the world did you cultivate? Confusion surfaced in Kongsher's eyes, and he was at a complete loss as to what to do. Gods and false gods were two completely different life forms. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even with the aura of divinity, it would still take a long time for him to master the aura of divinity. As such, even though he had seen the other party absorbing the aura of divinity, he was not too anxious. He was certain of this fact. But in the blink of an eye, his confidence was shattered by the other party. There's nothing impossible about it. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and looked at Xianxia calmly. It was only after reaching the level of the gods that he realized just how powerful the aura of divinity was. It was no wonder the other party was able to tear through space and traverse through it as he pleased. Semi-divinities were at least 10 times weaker than him. As long as he willed it, even if Xiaoya and the others worked together, they would not be able to stop him for a single breath. I don't believe it. Kongsher charged forward once more, and his Jinchi burst forth furiously. Previously, he was thinking of capturing Xianxia alive so that he could extract the Library of Heaven's path from him. But now that the other party was on par with him, it was impossible for him to extract the library of Heaven's Path anymore. The only thing he could do now was to find a way to kill Xianxia in order to survive. He used all of his strength right from the start. The space around him tore apart, and the world crumbled. Even though the space around the Hall of Gods was much more stable than the Azure, it was still unable to withstand the full might of a god. However, Xianxia did not back down at all. Instead, he faced Kongshi's attack with one move after another. A few minutes later, Kongshi's body stiffened. He had been suppressed by a powerful force, and the Paragon Black Mirror and evanescent boots in his storage ring had also been taken away. Even if he wanted to escape, he would not be able to do so. After comprehending the pathos of heavens, not even his clone was a match for him. Even though Xianxia was not weak, he was only on par with him. How could he possibly stand a chance against him? Not to mention, he had suffered the attacks of Little Chick, the Book of Heaven's Path, Xiaoya, and the others. After trapping Xianxia, Xianxia looked at him with a smile. He had already shown his strength, so it did not matter if the other party did not believe him. After all, the result was already out. To reach the level of the gods and reinforce his cultivation within such a short period of time. Even he wouldn't be able to do that. Kongshi's eyes were a little unfocused, as if he was about to go insane. Him? Xianxia could tell that there was something amiss in the other party's words. I'm just like you, someone who wields control over a portion of the Heaven's Path, but even I don't have such a rapid rate of cultivation. Xianxia abruptly halted halfway through his words. It seems like you are admitting that you aren't Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled softly. May I know if I should address you as Xianxia's clone or something else? Back on the Azure Bridge, Xianxia had made a move on him, which had left him extremely puzzled. Back then, he had thought that the person before him might be a fake. Eventually, when Xianxia entered the Hall of Gods, his clone was unable to enter. Thus, when he encountered the will of Xianxia who was able to execute the Heaven's Path divine art, if he still didn't understand what was going on, he would really be a fool. The person in front of him should be a clone of Xianxia, just like his clone. There was only one Heaven's Path, and as long as the clone was under the same Heaven's Path, even if he were to split his soul, he would still be unable to utilize the Heaven's Path divine art and battle techniques. It was precisely because of this that his way of thinking was clearly somewhat different from his original self. In fact, they could even converse, as if they were two different people. If he could do so, it was likely that Xianxia would be the same as well. In fact, there was a good chance that the clone before him was the one who had split Xianxia's malevolent will. This was also the reason why the clone was so desperate to obtain a portion of the Heaven's Path. As they shared the same route, as long as Xianxia said that he wasn't Xianxia, the other party would immediately deny it. Humph. Why is it that even though we share the same soul, he is able to possess the Heaven's order, cultivate swiftly, become the world's teacher, and enjoy the honor and respect of countless people? On the other hand, I can only hide in the shadows and be suppressed for several thousand years? Xianxia's clone spat through gritted teeth. You should know very well why you are doing this, right? Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. From the looks of it, there was no doubt that the other party was the malevolent will of Xianxia. The reason why Xianxia was able to become the world's teacher and gain the respect of others was not due to his domineering cultivation but his benevolence and magnanimity. In order to achieve his goal, he would resort to any means necessary to achieve it. How could he possibly gain the respect of others? As long as I kill you and all those who have betrayed me, I will be able to be revered by the later generations without any flaws. Xianxia's clone said with a savage look on his face. It seems like you still don't understand. Xianxia shook his head. It is possible to suppress others and force them to submit to you for a short period of time. However, as time passes, the rebellious emotions of others will accumulate, and it will only be a matter of time before it becomes the fuse that will blow them up. Might could rule for a while, but it was impossible for it to remain so forever. Preventing the mouth of the people was more important than preventing the flow of water, let alone the spirit. Even a person as noble as Xianxia's clone is so vile. Why isn't my clone the same? A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. He had spent quite some time with his clone, and even though that fellow liked to brag and boast a little, he had always been content with his own affairs. So, why would Xianxia's clone suddenly change? It might be due to inner demons. Due to the flaws in the heavens, the cultivation technique that I cultivate is flawless, so it's impossible for inner demons to arise. On the other hand, even though the heavens order that Xianxia cultivates is also flawless, it's actually the greatest flaw of all. The heavens order allowed one to alter the laws of the world and force them to abide by one's will. It might seem powerful, but in truth, it was equivalent to altering the laws of the world that had existed for innumerable years, and it was very easy for inner demons to arise. There was a good chance that the clone before him had been formed from such negative emotions. Suppressing Xianxia before him, Xianxia did not dare to think too much about it. Once he left the azure and entered the firmament, he would not be able to show his face for several thousand years. On top of that, the clone before him wielded absolute power and authority. If his personality changed, it would not be that hard to understand. If this clone is the one who severed Xianxia's evil will, what did my clone sever? One thought was evil, and the other was good. The clone had severed a portion of his soul, and that was equivalent to severing a portion of his personality. Taking the clone as an example, Xianxia had probably left behind his benevolence and magnanimity, thus creating the clone before him. If that was the case with Xianxia, what about his clone? It seemed like other than showing off, that fellow did not seem to have any bad habits at all. I think so. Given my pretentious personality, I've become a lot more low-key after I got my clone. Soon, Xianxia came to a realization. While his clone loved to show off, his main body had always wanted to keep a low profile. He had not realized it previously, but now that he realized that the person before him was Xianxia's clone, he finally understood what was going on. Even though his main body would occasionally put on a show, he still preferred to keep a low profile. This was his greatest quality. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. Whatever you say goes. Not intending to argue with the clone before him, Xianxia's clone looked at him coldly and said, I still don't understand how you were able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly. Could it be? A thought suddenly came to his mind, and he frowned. Could it be the great codex of spring and autumn? Xianxia's main body had once used the heavens order to forge a unique artifact, the great codex of spring and autumn, even though its tier was not even comparable to a high immortal tier artifact. Just like the celestial crystal and the evanescent boots, it possessed unique abilities. Just that, he had left a backup plan on the master-teacher continent, so he was well aware of it. Wasn't the great codex of spring and autumn taken away by a deity named Lozozi? How did it end up in the other party's hands? If he had known that the great codex of spring and autumn was in his hands, there was no way he would have given him so much time. Perhaps, from the moment he saw the aura of divinity being absorbed, he would have used his full strength to kill the other party. Indeed, it's the great codex of spring and autumn. Xianxia replied with a smile. The flow of time in the great codex of spring and autumn is 10 times that of the master-teacher continent, which is equivalent to 100 times that of the azure. I see. Xianxia's clone's face paled as he finally understood what was going on. Considering that the other party would have needed an entire day to achieve a breakthrough, that meant that it would only take him 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, or 86,400 seconds, with a difference of 100 times, he would only need 14 minutes to achieve a breakthrough in the azure. However, it was still far from enough for the clone before him, so, he used the ethereal hall to enter the headquarters of the ethereal hall. In the ethereal hall, the flow of time was 1/10 of that of the azure. If the great codex of spring and autumn did not change, he would have only needed a minute to achieve a breakthrough. But even so, the clone still felt that it was not fast enough. He entered the dimension where the real Hall of Gods was located. The flow of time in the dimension was even slower, roughly 100 times that of the azure. In other words, after entering the dimension, the flow of time in the great codex of spring and autumn was 10,000 times slower than that of the azure. Initially, he would have needed 86,400 seconds to achieve a breakthrough, but now, he only needed 8 seconds. That was why the clone was counting down from 10. 10 seconds was nothing in the great codex of spring and autumn. Not only did he successfully achieve a breakthrough, he even made use of the opportunity to reinforce his cultivation. It was just that he did not expect it back then. Since you've lost, make your move. Xianxia's clone struggled for a moment, but he was unable to break free from the other party's restraints. He had thought that he would be able to snatch the heaven's imperfections from the other party's body so that he would be on par with the main body, but it turned out that he had failed. As expected of those who had received the acknowledgement of the heavens, every single one of them possessed extraordinary abilities. You are Kongshir's clone, so it's up to him to decide whether to kill you or not. I'll seal you right now. We'll talk about it when we have a chance to meet again. Xianxia could not be bothered to waste his breath on the other party. With a flick of his wrist, he exerted all of his might to suppress the other party. In an instant, Kongshir's clone's cultivation was sealed, rendering him unable to move at all. No matter what, the other party was still Kongshir's clone. Xianxia would be able to decide how he wanted to deal with him after meeting the world's teacher. There was no need for him to interfere. Now that I have become a god, I should take a look at the black vortex guarding the Hall of Gods. After placing the sealed Kongshir into the myriad ant hive nest, Xianxia did not rush back. Instead, he lowered his head to look at the Hall of Gods, and his eyes seemed to be able to peer into the distance. The Hall of Gods was located right above the black vortex, like a cork that was plugging up the hole in the ground. He had always wanted to go over to check it out, but his cultivation was too low, so he was unable to get close to it. Now that he had become a true divinity, even though the black vortex was terrifying, he did not have to fear it anymore. Flying in a straight line, the distance that would normally take 4 hours to cover was covered in just a few minutes. The massive palace appeared before Xianxia once more. Black mist swirled around it, and cracks could be seen all over the place. When Xianxia arrived above the whirlpool, he immediately felt a unique force tearing at him, as if trying to devour him. Let's go in and have a look. The divine power in Xiaoqian's body surged, wrapping around him. Then, with a light sway, he dived in. TSS, the shattered space around the vortex tore at his body relentlessly, such that even a semi-divinity realm cultivator would find it hard to withstand it. However, it wasn't too difficult for Xianxia to deal with the current him. In front of him was a pitch-black tunnel that led to an unknown destination. However, it gave him a feeling that it was filled with spiritual energy, making him want to go over and take a look. Could this be the entrance to the firmament? Recalling the passageway connecting the master-teacher continent to the Azure in the Kuan-Su dimension, Xianxia decided to calm down. That passageway was guarded by the 100 schools of philosophers to prevent the mercury-like spiritual energy from entering. Regardless of whether it was the seal or whatever, Kongshir's shadow could be seen in it. The one before him was the same as well. The Hall of Gods at the back was guarded by Kongshir's will, and the aura of divinity that they had encountered earlier had been extracted from there. Moreover, after his will replaced Kongshir to guard the temple, he also learned the rules. As long as someone defeated his will, he would also be able to obtain a strand of God's spiritual aura. However, it was a pity that his will was simply too powerful, such that Xiaoya and the others were unable to defeat him. Otherwise, he would have long sent them over to collect them. Let's head back to inform them first. Once they're done, we'll come back to investigate. Seeing that the vortex before him was unable to harm him in his current state, Xianxia did not rush in. Instead, he flew out of the vortex. Due to his battle with Kongshir, Xiaoya, Han Jianqiu, and the others must be feeling extremely anxious right now. He had to return as soon as possible. It did not take long for him to return to the Ethereal Hall headquarters. With a thought, he disguised his aura as that of a semi-divinity realm cultivator. One would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation to break through to the deity realm. If one were to disguise their cultivation, they might be able to delay the heavenly tribulation a little. With a light grasp of his palm, the space that was previously sealed by the godly spirit was torn open, and he stepped into it. When he reappeared once more, he was already right above the heaven-anchoring boulder. After confirming the direction, Xianxia tore through space once more. The next moment, he appeared right above Starchaser Palace. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation didn't reward him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and looked around. The battle between the Ethereal Hall, the Black Mirror Citadel, and the evanescent immortal sect against the 4 sects had finally come to an end. Countless corpses littered the ground. "Teacher, you're back?" Sensing his aura, Xiaoya and the others came over excitedly. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that although the disciples were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any serious injuries. What's the result? We've captured sect leader Bai and sect leader Gu of the mystical mirror sect and the evanescent immortal sect. The others have surrendered as well. These two sects are practically dead now. As for the ethereal hall, they were no longer a match for the hall master and the sect leader, so they were all captured. Xiaoya explained. After Hall Master Kong left to pursue Xianxia, the remaining forces were in a state of disunity. Xiaoya and the others were all semi-divinity realm cultivators, and they were equipped with semi-divinity artifacts. Even though the three sects had many experts, they were still no match for them. On top of that, the 100,000 true immortals had also participated in the battle, and it didn't take long for the battle to become a one-sided one. In the end, nearly all of the experts from the three sects were wiped out. Knowing that they were no match for the four sects, they surrendered. It's good that it's over, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With the four sects and the oceanic life form, it was likely that most of them were at the heavenly high immortal realm, so there was no need for him to worry too much. The ones that worried him the most were the semi-divinity realm cultivators. However, with the breakthroughs of Xiaoya and the others, as well as the fact that he had slain more than a dozen semi-divinity realm cultivators in the Azure, there was no need for him to worry about them anymore. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia learned that while the four sects had suffered significant losses, it wasn't as severe as he had thought. Thus, he heaved a sigh of relief. Have you collected Little Chick's ashes? I would like to pay my respects to him personally. Little Chick had died for him. If not for it obstructing Kongshur, he would not have been able to purify the aura of divinity and achieve a breakthrough. I did collect it, but, knowing how close their teacher was to Little Chick's tamed beast, Xiaoya and the others quickly gathered the ashes of Xianxian's tamed beast. But what? Xianxian asked with a frown. The ashes are still burning together, Xiaoya said with a bitter smile as she pointed forward. Xianxian quickly turned his gaze over, and he saw a bundle of golden flames burning in the sky not too far away. Back then, when Little Chick was killed by Kongshur's clone, it seemed to have been burned to ashes at this location. Xianxian walked up to the bundle of golden flames with a frown on his face. Even though the bundle of golden flames wasn't too large, he could clearly sense that there was life within it. Could it be that Little Chick isn't dead? Xianxian was taken aback. After being sliced into dozens of pieces by the sword of Kongshur's clone and burned for so long, putting aside a high immortal, even a real god would have been dead by now. So, why did he feel as though a god was being nurtured, who, just as Xianxian was perplexed, an altar suddenly materialized beneath the flames. It was the altar that Wu Chen had brought back from the master-teacher continent. Tzzzzzz, innumerable wisps of black aura seeped out from the altar and dived into the flames. Xiong xiong, the flames grew larger and larger. Initially, they were only the size of a soccer ball, but at this moment, they had grown to the size of an adult human. Following which, they swiftly grew into a fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. More and more black aura gathered. Young master, this is a teleportation formation between altars. Wu Chan and Du Qingyuan walked up to Xianxian. A teleportation formation between altars? Xianxian was perplexed. It's similar to the Hall of Gods you entered previously. It's a teleportation formation between two identical altars, Wu Chen said. Previously, in order to enter the Hall of Gods, Xianxian had found this altar from the master-teacher continent so that he could use a unique method to teleport between two altars. Just that, wasn't the altar destroyed by Kongshur's clone? Xianxian asked. However, halfway through his words, he suddenly froze. Could it be the one in the city of collapsed space? There was only one such altar in the entire Forsaken continent. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to travel back to the master-teacher continent. However, there was another one in the city of collapsed space. Xianxian and Du Qingyuan had gone there personally. It's indeed the era of degeneration. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxian quickly turned his gaze over and saw the black aura rising from the altar. It was the era of degeneration, and it was even purer than the one he had seen before. It was somewhat similar to the corrupted aura of divinity that the black skeleton had given him. Could it be? A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxian's mind. He was just about to tear open a spatial rift to enter the city of collapsed space to take a look when the flames before him suddenly burst apart. A little yellow chick stretched its back lazily as it walked out from within. Little chick, Xianxia's eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked up to the little yellow chick. The little yellow chick before him did not look too different from before. It was still covered in fluffy feathers, reminiscent of a little chick that had just hatched from its shell not too long ago. However, just like him, its cultivation had reached the level of the gods. You have made a breakthrough? Xianxia could hardly believe his eyes. Previously, he had fed the little yellow chick immortal pills and fed it the blood of a semi-divinity realm cultivator. He had used many different methods on it, but none of them had caused the little yellow chick's cultivation to advance in the slightest. Yet, after being killed by Xianxia's clone, not only did the little yellow chick survive, it even leaped 2 cultivation realms and became a god. The reason why he had been able to advance so quickly was due to his hard work and talent. Yet, the little yellow chick did not know anything other than eating. Indeed. Flapping its wings, little chick put on a smug look. This? Have you recovered some of your memories? Xianxia asked. I haven't. Little chick shook its head. All right then. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. He had been feeling sad for the little yellow chick for so long, but who would have thought that not only did the little yellow chick survive after being minced into meat paste, it even managed to become a god. Was this what it meant by destruction before creation? One must know that even a clone would not be able to survive after being minced into so many pieces. Advancing to the level of a god requires the aura of divinity. The aura of degeneration that the altar absorbed earlier should be similar to the one that the skeleton gave me. Xianxia fell into deep thought. The aura that the skeleton in the city of collapsed space had given him was identical to the one that he had absorbed from the altar. Most likely, Little Chick had made use of that to overcome the bottleneck of the semi-divinity realm and reach its current level. However, the aura of degeneration harnessed by the skeleton was so powerful that even gods would not be able to withstand it. It was for this reason that it was able to deal with Xianxia's clone, inflicting severe injuries on him and allowing him to be suppressed so easily. He had to sacrifice 100,000 true immortals before he was able to purify it and absorb it into his body, thus achieving a breakthrough. Instead of purifying it, Little Chick absorbed it directly. Little Chick's bathwater is able to neutralize the corrosion of the aura of degeneration. Could it be that the corrosive energy has no effect on Little Chick at all? Or perhaps, it might even be a great tonic? That's also the reason why Little Chick was so insistent on eating that skeleton. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. Back in the city of collapsed space, Little Chick had been shouting about how hungry it was and how it wanted to eat skeletons. It was just that Little Chick was too powerful back then, so Xianxia did not allow it to do as it pleased. From the looks of it now, there was a good chance that Little Chick really had a way to neutralize the aura of degeneration. From the looks of it, Little Chick was no ordinary chicken. It was likely to be a formidable divine beast. It was a pity that it had lost its memories, or else it would have been able to grow swiftly. That way, he would at least have a backer in the firmament. Just that, the backing of others was a powerful god whereas his backing was just a chicken. It did not sound too good to him. Right, master, I seem to have found a way to advance my cultivation. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, Little Chick suddenly walked over and sent a telepathic message to him. A way to advance your cultivation? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. The reason why I managed to advance to heavenly high immortal realm from the start was due to the 9-headed fiery phoenix's flames. Back then, I was burned to death and reduced to ashes. It seems like it's the same this time as well. Could it be that I have to use flames to advance my cultivation? Little Chick asked. Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's possible. Why don't we give it a try? Little Chick's 2 consecutive breakthroughs seemed to follow a pattern. Both times, it was burned to a crisp by the flames. Even though it had tested the flames before, it had only burned for a brief moment. Could it be that its growth had something to do with the barbecue? Let's do it. Little Chick nodded decisively. With the increase in its cultivation, it would be able to swiftly recover its memories, which would be of great help to it as well. Xianxia pondered for a moment before saying, You have already reached the level of the gods, so the ordinary flames of the azure won't be able to do anything to you anymore. I'll summon a heavenly tribulation now. Why don't you give it a try? No matter how powerful the flames of the azure were, there was no way they could compare to a heavenly tribulation from the azure. He had been thinking of keeping it a secret from the azure all this while, but from the looks of it now, it would be better for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation and reinforce his cultivation. At the same time, he could also see if Little Chick could make use of this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Driving his divine energy, Xianxia's disguise vanished. Boom, the sky immediately darkened, and innumerable lightning bolts and pitch-black flames gathered above his head. God's tribulation, the calamity was extremely terrifying. It was as if the entire heavens were rejecting him, trying to crush him into dust. Xiaoya and the others' faces warped in horror. As soon as the ominous clouds appeared, they immediately retreated several thousand li away. Even though they had reached the pinnacle of the semi-divinity realm, the slightest carelessness could still result in their death. On the Forsaken Continent, as long as one had the word God in their name, they would command respect, let alone a true God. The ominous clouds grew thicker and thicker, and they floated above Xianxia and the Little Chick, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Just as Xianxia was about to face the heavenly tribulation to see if there were any flames that could be of use against Little Chick, the ominous clouds suddenly trembled. All of a sudden, a pitch-black bolt of lightning harnessed heavenly flames fell on Little Chick's head. Tzzzzzzzzzz. In just a moment, Little Chick's yellow feathers turned black, and a meaty aroma wafted into the air. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Why didn't the lightning tribulation strike him instead of Little Chick? Screw you. Little Chick raised its head furiously, and roared furiously, "You Little Chick!" Kacha! Kacha! Several streaks of lightning spread out in succession, all of them landing on its head. The aroma of meat wafted over again, and the chicken beak turned black. If this continues, this guy won't be struck to death by lightning before being killed by Kongsher's doppelganger, right? Seeing how the other party was becoming more and more fragrant after being struck by the lightning bolts, Xianxia couldn't hold himself back any longer. He walked up to the little yellow chick and spread his arms and legs to form the Chinese character before charging toward the lightning bolts. Since it's the lightning that's attracted by my breakthrough, then strike me. Xianxia circulated the divine power in his body, and his body became as hard as iron. His eyes turned serious as he prepared to resist the lightning. Kacha! 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 A series of lightning bolts rained down on Little Chick. Xianxia's sword chi surged furiously as he prepared himself to defend himself. However, even after several seconds had passed, he still didn't notice that the lightning bolts had struck him. Lowering his head, he saw that the lightning bolts in the sky had actually made a sharp turn and struck Little Chick's head once more, causing green smoke to rise into the air. Ah! Little Chick opened its mouth and spat out a plume of black smoke. Are you here to help me fend off the lightning tribulation, or are you here to help me attract the lightning tribulation? I don't recall seeing so many lightning bolts when I was here, and they weren't this powerful either. Something's amiss. Don't worry, this is my lightning tribulation. I'm sure I'll find a way to deal with it. Xianxia was stunned. Why didn't the lightning tribulation he had attracted attack him instead of going around to strike Little Chick instead? That's not right at all. Xianxia raised his eyebrows as he gathered his sword chi and pierced it toward the sky. Since the lightning tribulation wasn't going to attack him, he would take the initiative to attack. Wherever the sword chi passed, the lightning tribulation would immediately dissipate. It was as if the lightning tribulation was trying to avoid him, or as if the lightning tribulation was trying to avoid him. Kacha! 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 A few more streaks of lightning fell on Little Chick, causing its feathers to fall all over the ground. Little Chick's eyes were filled with sorrow. Do you have a grudge against me or something? Do you have a grudge against me? I don't believe this. Seeing how the lightning tribulation was ignoring him despite him taking the initiative to attack Little Chick, Xianxia roared furiously as he leaped into the sky once more to face the lightning tribulation head-on. But before he could get far, Little Chick suddenly grabbed his pants. Alright, I believe you. If you continue to provoke me, I'm afraid that I'll be struck to death before you even get out of this alive. Little Chick grumbled indignantly. Big brother, please do me a favor and spare me. I'm still young, and I don't want to die yet. You provoked me, and I was struck by lightning. Can't you see that I'm about to be cooked? Even I can't help but want to add cumin to it. Looking at little chick before him, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Thus, he could only back down and say, "You can do it yourself." Thus, he quickly backed away. Boom 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 boom, little chick trembled as the lightning tribulation struck, and more feathers fell from its body. It turned to Xianxia and asked, "Why don't you help me fend off the lightning tribulation a little more?" Xianxia was speechless. It took a total of 36 lightning tribulation before little chick was finally able to overcome it. After going through all that, little chick felt a little exhausted. "I'll go and rest first." Without waiting for Xianxia's reply, little chick dived into his dantian and covered its head with its wings before falling into a deep slumber. Seeing that little chick was fine, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at the dissipating storm clouds in the sky. All of a sudden, his eyebrows shot up, and with all the strength he had in his life, he shouted, "Come here." Who? The storm clouds that had been slowly dissipating suddenly fled as if they had seen a ghost. The next moment, the sky turned clear, and there was not a single cloud in sight. Xianxia scratched his head in frustration. Didn't they say that those who achieved a breakthrough to godhood would face a god's tribulation? Why did he summon a lightning tribulation and strike little chick half to death? Perhaps it has something to do with the pathos of heaven. Unable to make sense of the matter, Xianxia could only return to Xiaoya and the others helplessly. Here are the 7 god characters. Distribute them among your sections. It shouldn't be that difficult for you to become a semi-divinity realm cultivator in the future. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out 7 books that recorded the correct cultivation steps for the 7 wills of God. As long as one sculpted the statues according to the instructions and placed them in the correct positions, they would be able to absorb the aura of semi-divinity from the Hall of Gods. With that, it would not be that difficult for high immortals to achieve a breakthrough. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Han Jianqiu and the others trembled in agitation as they looked at the books in their hands. Obtaining the god characters was something that their sects had failed to do even after several thousand years. Yet, the young man before them had actually obtained 7 of them in a single breath. Xianxia shook his head and said, "There's no need for you to address me as your sect leader. You should assign someone else to take over this position. I don't think I'll be able to remain in the Azure for too long." Having achieved a breakthrough to the god realm, Xianxia could already sense that this world was no longer suppressible. As long as he willed it, he could tear open a dimension rift and ascend to a higher dimension. The position of the sect leader of the Azure no longer held any appeal to him, so there was no need for him to remain in the Azure any longer. Yes, sect leader Zhang. The crowd nodded in agreement. Back then, when they had chosen Xianxia as their new sect leader, there had been a lot of controversy. Many of the elders in the sect had objected to it, but from the looks of it now, they had made the right decision. If they had not chosen him as their new sect leader, there was a good chance that they would follow in the footsteps of the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal sect. Eventually, they would be crushed by the wheel of history. Not to mention, not only had Xianxia raised the cultivation of countless disciples, he had even bestowed them with a complete god character. With this, the number of experts in the 4 sects would only continue to increase. Palace Master Du, accompany me to the city of collapsed space. After making arrangements for the 4 sects, Xianxia led Du Qingyuan back to the city of collapsed space and headed straight for the city of collapsed space. After reaching the god realm, the aura of degeneration no longer posed much of a threat to him. It only took him 10 breaths to return to the altar. Where is the altar? The duo was stunned. They quickly searched around, only to find that the altar had disappeared, as if it had never been there in the first place. They scanned the area with their spiritual perception before coming to a halt. The altar has disappeared. From the looks of it, the black skeleton probably doesn't want to be found anymore, Xianxia remarked. With his level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to remember the location of the altar wrongly. There could only be one reason why he was unable to find it. The black skeleton did not want to be found anymore. Just that, the black skeleton had been here for several thousand years, and Kongshir's clone seemed to have been here as well. Why would it suddenly disappear? Was it because the black skeleton had given him a surge of the aura of divinity? Since he could not find the black skeleton, there was no point in staying here any longer. Besides, little Chick was still asleep. Returning to Starchaser Palace, Xianxia turned to Du Qingyuan and asked, "Tell me about Luozi." He had been busy ever since he saved her, so he did not have the time to ask her about the information she knew. Several thousand years ago, when the city of collapsed space fell, we lost contact with the spirit god. However, we have been praying to the heavens ever since, so the other sects thought that we were still able to communicate with the gods. That's why they didn't dare to cause trouble for us. Du Qingyuan said with a bitter smile. Previously, when the heads of the 6 sects were discussing how to welcome the arrival of the Azure Bridge, sect leader Qin Yuan had said that she was able to communicate with the gods. She had immediately flown into a rage when she heard that. It was not that she did not want to speak, but she really did not know what to say. Over the past several thousand years, the other sects had known that Starchaser Palace was able to communicate with the gods, but in truth, their connection with the spirit god had long been severed. The reason why they kept offering sacrifices every year and even conveyed the will of the gods was just to keep the sect from being destroyed. It was just for show. However, this continued until around 4 months ago. When we prayed to the gods once more, the spirit god sent me a response. She told me that she intends to enter this place through the ritual, and she told me to prepare myself. Du Qingyuan fell into deep thought as she continued. She also told me the method and content of the ritual. Since she had given me instructions, I had no choice but to follow her instructions. Du Qingyuan continued. What happened after that is more or less what you know. Despite the strength of the spirit god, she still wasn't able to withstand the pressure from the otherworldly demonic tribe and sustained severe injuries. Her blood flowed down the black-backed tortoise, Shark 1, Shark 2, and the others. She also helped Wu Chen and Jiang Yao to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had already deduced this matter based on what he had heard. Du Qingyuan continued. Not too long after she arrived here, she was summoned by Wu Chen to the Master Teacher continent. As for what happened after that, I'm not too sure. As for returning to the firmament, she tore through the dimension barrier of the Forsaken continent and didn't stay there for long. She only asked me to take care of you, but she didn't say anything else. Then, did she say where she was in the firmament? This was what Xianxia was most concerned about. Du Qingyuan shook her head. She didn't say anything about it. However, since she's the spirit god, she should be in the spirit god palace. That's where I told you about it back then. Of course, this is just my guess. She only said that we'll meet again if fate allows it. If she's still alive, we'll meet again. If she's dead, everything will be over. Still alive? Xianxian's hair stood on end. Did she say anything about what happened to her? The fact that Luozi was able to tear through the dimension barrier of the Master Teacher continent and enter the firmament meant that her strength far exceeded his. Yet, she had actually said something like that. Could it be that she had encountered something that she was unable to resolve? She didn't say anything about the details, so I'm not too sure either. My guess is that she was in a duel with someone, and it could very well be a life-and-death battle, Du Qingyuan replied. It was not convenient for her to ask what the spirit god wanted her to do. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia realized that Du Qingyuan didn't know as much about Luozi as he had expected, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Xianxia, what are your plans? Du Qingyuan asked. It seems like I'll have to head to the firmament. Just the thought of Luozi being in danger made his heart burn with anxiety. If he hadn't seen the tomb of the Undying Emperor before, he might have thought that the gods were immortal, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Even if they were as powerful as the gods, they might not be able to completely control their own destiny. Knowing that Xianxia would make such a decision, Du Qingyuan nodded in agreement. After asking what he wanted to know, Xianxia didn't say anything else. He called for Xiaoya and the others and told them his decision. Teacher, we want to go with you. Xiaoya stepped forward with determination in her eyes. I want to go to the god realm too. Wei Ruyan's eyes showed no hesitation. We all want to go, please don't make us stay. Xingyang and the others nodded in unison. The firmament is a dangerous place, and there's a good chance that we'll be destroyed by the spatial storms there. Are you sure you want to go? Xianxia asked with a frown. Back when he had traveled to the Forsaken Continent from the Master-Teacher Continent, he had been caught in the midst of a spatial storm. As a higher dimension, the firmament was bound to be even more dangerous. If something were to happen, there was nothing he could do about it. "We're not afraid," Xiaoya said resolutely. "Teacher, if you don't bring us along, we'll find a way to enter the firmament as well. We won't linger here for too long." Her words echoed the decision of the other disciples as well. They quickly turned to look at Xianxia. Even though they didn't say anything, their gazes spoke volumes. As long as their teacher was around, they would never abandon them. Xianxia fell silent. Even as a god, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the firmament, so it was indeed too dangerous to bring them along. However, judging from the attitude of the other party, it was unlikely that they would let him off so easily. It was just like how they had risked their lives to come to the Forsaken Continent. If not for the fact that Kongsher had left behind a backup plan, they would have been teleported to Xinjiang City and ended up in the hands of Kongsher's clone. They had thought that it would be dangerous to enter the firmament, but if they were to remain here, they would be in even greater danger. "Alright, let's do it together." Xianxia nodded. "So what if the firmament is powerful? Let us, master and disciple, break through together and stir up stormy waves together." "Thank you, teacher." The crowd kneeled to the ground in agitation. Shortly after the discussion came to an end, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Sect leader Zhang, there are 2 people who claim to be your parents waiting outside." "Parents?" Xianxian was taken aback. He quickly stood up and walked out, only to see Sword Saint Xingming and Sword Saint Meng standing in the courtyard. "Why are the 2 of you here?" The last time he had returned to the Master-Teacher Continent, he had been afraid that he would be in danger due to the battle with Kongsher, so he hadn't brought the 2 of them along. Who could have thought that they would end up in the same predicament as Sun Chong? "Xianer, we'll follow you wherever you go. We've been separated for more than 20 years, and we don't want to be apart anymore," Sword Saint Meng said. Seeing the expectant look in Sword Saint Meng's eyes, Zhang Xian swallowed the words that he wanted to say. The love of one's parents was selfless. If he really went to the firmament without them, going by the time flow rate of 1 to 100 in the firmament, 10 years in the firmament would be 1,000 years in the firmament. By then, the 2 of them would have already turned into dust and disappeared from the face of the world. They had been searching for him for 20 years, but barely a few days had passed before they had to part again. He could be considered as the most unfilial son of all. "I'll bring the 2 of you with me," Zhang Xian sighed deeply before nodding. "However, you'll have to raise your cultivation first." Since he had already decided to bring them along, there was nothing else for him to do. With a wave of his hand, the sealed Kongsher clone appeared before him. "What are you doing?" Kongsher's clone was taken aback by Zhang Xian's action. "Haven't you been wanting to extract my Library of Heaven's Path all this while? Since that's the case, allow me to borrow your strength." Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath, so he quickly reached for the clone. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy appeared in Zhang Xian's palm. With a flick of his finger, the surge of energy split into 2 and entered the bodies of the Xingming Sword Saints. Zhang Xian also infused his own divine energy into the duo, protecting them from harm. Hong Long, in the blink of an eye, the duo's cultivation swiftly rose from ancient Sage 4 Dan. 3 days later, they had already reached semi-divinity realm consummation, just like Xiaoya and the others. On top of that, due to the absorption of Kongsher's clone, they possessed far more potential than the others. As long as they had the aura of divinity, they would be able to achieve a breakthrough successfully. "This is just a sword art that I have comprehended. Take your time and study it." Zhang Xian tapped his finger once more and infused his comprehension of swordsmanship into the duo's heads. As the top experts of the Master-Teacher Continent, there was no doubt that the Xingming Sword Saints possessed a deep understanding of swordsmanship. It was as if a brand new world had been opened up to them, and their swordsmanship swiftly improved. "Young master, can you bring me along as well? I'll work hard on my cultivation. Look, I've already reached Heavenly True Immortal. Even though I haven't made a breakthrough to Heavenly High Immortal yet, I'm not too far away." Knowing that the young master was going to bring his parents and disciples to the firmament, Sun Chong was deeply conflicted. He had followed the young master all the way to the Azure, thinking that he would be able to continue boasting by following behind the young master, but who could have thought that the young master would be leaving so soon? This was an opportunity that he couldn't miss out on. All right. This time, Xianxia didn't hesitate too much. While Sun Chang wasn't too reliable, it wasn't too bad to have him take care of Xiaoya, his parents, and the others. At the very least, he was much more useful than Chao Qingli. In any case, it wouldn't hurt to bring a few more people with him. Previously, he had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, so while he had developed feelings for others, they weren't too deep. However, now that he had comprehended the pathos of heaven, if he couldn't protect those he cared about, or even bring them along with him, it would be a huge blow to his cultivation technique. If things went wrong, his state of mind would shatter, preventing him from advancing any further. After finding the corpse of a semi-divinity realm expert, Xianxia extracted the energy within and fed it to Sun Chang. Soon, he was able to raise his cultivation to semi-divinity realm pinnacle as well. Only then did Xianxia heave a sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to Han Jianqiu, Kuei Xiao, Du Qingyuan, Qin Yuan, and the others, Xianxia stowed them all into the myriad ant hive nest before taking a step forward. Soon, he was standing right before the Hall of Gods. The vortex before him was still spinning slowly, making it hard for him to approach. Driving his Xinqi, Xianxia whipped out his sword and formed a net of divine energy using his heart like a double silk net, thousands of knots to wrap around the storage ring, not leaving the slightest trace behind. He had already achieved a breakthrough to the God realm, so he was confident that he could deal with any danger that came his way. What he feared most was that the others might not be strong enough to handle it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll swallow the storage ring and hide it in your dantian. Even if there's any danger, you'll be fine. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it, a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. You're awake? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The one who had just spoken was none other than Little Chick, who had nearly been roasted alive during his god's tribulation. He didn't think that Little Chick would have already woken up. Taking a closer look at its body, Xianxia noticed that even though Little Chick had been burned by the flames as well, it hadn't improved by much. Just like him, it was still at the God realm, just that its cultivation had increased by a small level, granting it greater strength. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be examining Little Chick's cultivation, Xianxia nodded. All right. The method that Little Chick had proposed was indeed much safer than keeping the storage ring on his hand. No matter what, Little Chick was still a God realm expert. In fact, its Xinqi was even more concentrated than his. Little Chick flew out and opened its beak. With a light peck, it swallowed the storage ring before diving back into his dantian. Let's go. Seeing that Little Chick had hidden itself well, Xianxia didn't waste any more time before heading straight into the vortex. The vortex was still pitch black, making it impossible to see how deep it was. Xianxia continued forward. The spatial turbulence in the vortex was such that even semi-divinity realm experts would be reduced to dust in an instant. However, Xianxia had achieved a breakthrough to the God realm and comprehended a Heaven's Path divine art. Even though he was in a tight spot, he was still able to withstand the spatial turbulence. After traveling for 3 days straight, Xianxia finally found himself in a spatial turbulence similar to the spatial turbulence in the Master-Teacher continent. Xianxia stepped into the spatial turbulence, and he immediately felt the world spinning around him. He quickly formed a net of swords to protect his body, but a moment later, he felt a powerful force assaulting him from all directions, threatening to tear him apart. Driving his Xinqi, he leaped up and vanished from the spot. End of Volume 16, Azure. The next volume was the Heaven's Path Divine Realm. The Azure was just a transition. Laowa hadn't thought much about it, but he had already laid out the outline of the Heaven's Path Divine Realm right from the start. The Heaven's Path Divine Realm would become even more majestic, and there would be more and more interesting stories to tell. Xianxia would rise from the bottom of the firmament, meet the real Kongshi, meet Luozi, and meet Luo Qiqi. Regardless of the outcome, it would all appear in the Heaven's Path Divine Realm. This was also the final world of the heavens. Most likely, this book would be completed by the end of the year. Don't worry, you won't be able to see the end. Don't worry, this book will become a series that will last for a lifetime. The hanging has arrived in the firmament. If nothing goes wrong, it will cause a huge commotion in the firmament. Let's see how the low-key Xianxia will play around with the firmament. At 7 in the afternoon, the 17th volume, The Spiritual God is Dead, officially opened. Don't worry, Laowa is made of steel. He won't rest. The firmament, it was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Countless ancient gods had stood at the pinnacle of the firmament for as long as one could remember. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the fierce winds were as sharp as blades. A figure, walking alone in the deserted valley, walking forward. All of a sudden, the figure came to a halt and hid behind a boulder. Just as he was done hiding, a gray figure suddenly appeared not too far away. It was a gray hare. The figure smacked his shriveled lips before picking up a wooden stick from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a ray of sword chi shot forth from the tip of the stick, forming a net of sword chi. Before the net of sword chi could reach the hare, it had already dissipated into thin air. Seeing that the sword chi was unable to reach the hare, the figure decisively released his grip, and the wooden stick flew straight toward the hare like an arrow. So, the hare was already prepared for this. With a leap of its hind legs, it leaped 5 to 6 meters away and stabbed the wooden stick into the ground, shaking non-stop. It turned around to look at the figure who had ambushed it, and with a mocking smile, it leaped a few more times before vanishing from the spot. What a pity. The figure shook his head with a bitter smile. He was none other than Xianxia, who had just arrived in the firmament. The world's teacher of the master teacher continent, the leader of the 4 sects of the Azure, the #1 expert in the world, was actually unable to even catch a hare after arriving in the firmament. If word got out that he was being looked down upon by the other party, he would surely become a laughingstock. But that was the truth. There was nothing he could do about it. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Looks like I can only eat wild herbs today. Knowing that such an opportunity to hunt was hard to come by, and since he had failed to catch one this time, it would be nigh impossible for him to find another one. It had been half a month since he had arrived in the firmament. After passing through the spatial turbulence, he had arrived here. Unlike when he entered the Azure, he did not fall unconscious. However, thinking about it, it would have been better if he had fallen unconscious. His knot of swords was indeed powerful, but the spatial turbulence in the firmament was simply too frightening. As soon as he stepped into the spatial turbulence, he was severely injured and nearly torn to shreds. If not for the pendant that Lozozi had given him, he would have been dead by now. After entering the immortal world, after a short period of dizziness, he found himself on this barren mountain. Ferocious divine beasts roamed the area, accompanied by torrential winds that could crush semi-divinities and ferocious divine beasts. Most importantly of all, there was barely any spiritual energy in the area. Only after recuperating for half a month did he manage to suppress his injuries. As for a complete recovery, he had no idea how long it would take. The Origin Force pills and other treasures that he had brought back from the Azure were practically useless here. Little Chick's bathing water seemed to have lost its effectiveness as well. Due to his heavy injuries, he was unable to hunt, so he could only eat some wild grass. Fortunately, although these plants were unpalatable, at least they contained a certain amount of spiritual energy, enough for him to consume every day. Of course, that was only in comparison to the current situation. If these seemingly worthless weeds could be sent to the Azure, they would definitely be the dream pills of countless experts. Even pinnacle origin energy pills would be wasted on them. The difference between the two worlds was too great. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was for this reason that the #1 expert of the Azure was no different from an ordinary person here. There was a good chance that even an ant from the Azure could easily wipe out an entire sect. Not even an expert of Han Jianqiu's caliber would be a match for it. This was the firmament. The flow of time here was 100 times slower than that of the Azure, and the space here was 100 times more stable. Not only am I unable to fly, even walking is getting tiring. Furthermore, I'm feeling hungry. Recalling his experiences over the past half a month, Xianxia couldn't help but feel indescribably exhausted. He had thought that after reaching the God realm, he would be able to dominate the firmament. Yet, who could have thought that he would return to the life of an ordinary person in the blink of an eye? He would get tired walking, he would get hungry if he didn't eat, he would get short of breath if he ran too fast, and he would feel sleepy if he stayed awake for too long. even when he first transcended over and became that useless teacher, he didn't seem to be in such a sorry state. It was only at this moment that he realized that the god realm was the weakest cultivation realm in the firmament. To put it bluntly, he might not even be a match for a rabbit. Take the wild chicken he had encountered yesterday for example. He had fought with it for a very long time, but not only had his palm been torn apart, it still managed to escape in the end. It was the same for this rabbit as well. It was fortunate that it had only escaped, or else he would have been bedridden for another half a day. Goo. While Xianxia's thoughts were running wild, he realized that the more he thought about it, the more energy he expended. Let's continue searching. If there's some foolish rabbit that bumped into a tree by itself, I might just be able to have a delicious meal. Xianxia licked his lips and suppressed his exhaustion. After making his way around a valley, his eyes suddenly lit up. There's actually a fruit tree here. Not too far away, a fruit tree was planted in a narrow crevice. There were 7 to 8 green fruits growing on it. They were only the size of an infant's fist, and they weren't ripe yet. However, for a person who had been eating wild vegetables for a long time, they were definitely top-notch. Xianxia hurriedly plucked them down and took a deep breath. A refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils, and he felt as if all of his pores had opened up. Plucking all of them, Xianxia was just about to bite it when he eventually shook his head. Forget it. Their cultivation is too low, so they won't be able to withstand it. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia wrapped the fruit with his clothes before turning around to leave. He had already achieved a breakthrough to the god realm, but his body was already on the verge of collapsing from hunger. On the other hand, Xiaoya and the others were only semi-divinity realm cultivators. They had been eating wild vegetables for the past few days, and they had already become as thin as bean sprouts. Since it wasn't easy for them to find some fruits that were rich in spiritual energy, it went without saying that they should be left for them. Chaotic air currents and thin spiritual energy. I think I might have entered a fake firmament, Xianxia shook his head as he walked back. Back in the azure, he had imagined that the firmament was filled with the aura of divinity, and he could easily extract it from it. Then, he would be able to make a breakthrough easily, and the teachers and students would be able to work together to become invincible. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been overthinking things. From the looks of it, he would probably starve to death before he could even make a breakthrough. On the 7th day after entering the firmament, Xianxia finally recovered a little from his injuries. Only then did he communicate with Little Chick and let everyone out. As for the folded space, it shattered under the immense pressure of the firmament, reducing everything inside to dust. 7 days of hunger was nothing much in the azure, but in the firmament, everyone was already on the verge of death from hunger. It was only after finding some wild vegetables that they managed to recover. As for Little Chick, it was still in hibernation in his dantian. At the very least, there were no signs of it waking up for the time being. Xianxia had been thinking of sending Little Chick out to attract some divine beasts so that he could hunt them down for food. However, from the looks of it, it was already too late. Not too long later, they returned to the cavern that they were temporarily residing in. Teacher. Xiaoya and the others walked up to Xianxia and said, "We aren't injured, so we can head out to hunt or look for food." They had been hiding in the folded space in the storage ring all this while, and they had been hiding in Little Chick's stomach during the storm, so they were unharmed. Even though the spatial pressure of the firmament was so great that they felt as weak as a child, they should still be able to find some wild vegetables or sneak up on some weak divine beasts. No. Any wild beast out there is a deity. The slightest mistake could cost you your lives. You should stay here first and think of a way to break through to the same cultivation level as me. Xianxia shook his head. But. Xiaoya said anxiously. They were students, and it was inappropriate for their teacher to risk his life to look for food every day. There are no buts here. Are you going to disobey your teacher's words? Xianxia frowned. I dare not. Xiaoya hurriedly lowered her head. All right, look at what I have brought for you, Xianxia said with a smile as he took out the fruits that he had been carrying in his robe. In an instant, the fragrance of fruits filled the cavern. These are fruits? Yuan Tao and Sun Chong's eyes lit up in excitement. They had been eating wild vegetables for the past 10 days, and their stomachs were already starting to turn sour. How could they possibly tolerate such a delicacy? Let's eat, Xianxia said with a smile. However, there aren't many of them. Let's split them among yourselves. I'll head out later to see if I can find more. Sun Chong, you'll be the one to do it. All right, Sun Chong said as he walked up to Xianxia. Other than Xianxia, there were a total of 14 people in the cavern. The 11 direct disciples, the Xingming Sword Saints, and Sun Chong. After counting the fruits, Sun Chong said, there are 8 of them. Young master, you should eat one, and we'll split the rest equally. I have already eaten outside, so you all should go ahead and eat. Xianxia waved his hand. Leave that to little chick. Even though it's still in a deep sleep, it'll surely eat it once it wakes up. If we don't leave it for you, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of complaints. Without any hesitation, Sun Chong distributed half of the fruits to each of them. Even though the fruits were unripe, they harnessed far more spiritual energy than the wild grass. As soon as Yuan Tao, Sun Chong, and the others ate them, they immediately felt the fatigue they had accumulated over the day vanishing without a trace. Seeing Xianxia standing at the entrance of the cavern, Wang Ying walked up to him and said, Teacher, why don't you eat half of mine? You should eat it. Raising your cultivation as quickly as possible is the way to go. Xianxia waved his hand. He was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly frowned. Stay here quietly. Unless I call for you, don't come out no matter what happens. After saying those words, he dashed out of the cavern and disappeared into the depths of the valley. After Xianxia's departure, Wang Ying quickly rearranged the vines outside the cavern so that no one could see them. Then, she turned around and looked at the crowd with reddened eyes. Noticing that something was amiss with Xianxia's expression, Zhao Ye walked up to her and asked, What's wrong? It's nothing. Teacher told us to be careful and not to go anywhere else. He probably went out to look for food again. Lowering her head to look at the half of the fruit in her hand, Wang Ying's tears flowed uncontrollably, fearing that others would notice something amiss. Others might not have been able to tell, but with her sharp eyes, she could tell that her teacher had not taken a single bite of the fruits. Given the unique circumstances of the firmament, it was already extremely exhausting for him to hunt for food outside for an entire day. Yet, he actually left the delicacies for them while suppressing his hunger. As a student, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It's my honor to have you as my teacher. In an instant, the bitter firmament seemed to have turned a little sweet instead of bitter. A new volume, a new chapter. Everyone has a recommendation vote and a monthly vote. Hee hee. End of chapter 2105. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.